Qiye ascended the hilltop, the night breeze fierce and frigid, yet he was drenched in sweat, consumed by anxiety. At merely 13 years of age, he scrambled up the rugged terrain, the darkness enveloping him with an eerie solitude that sent shivers down his spine. Despite the foreboding atmosphere, Qiye's heart was ablaze with urgency. Born to a family of tenant farmers, both of his parents were impoverished. He began tending sheep at the tender age of 7. His surname, Li, was bestowed upon him due to the fact that he cried incessantly for 7 days and nights upon his birth, earning him the name Qiye. The thought of the merciless landlord Zhang weighed heavily on his mind. He had lost a sheep and was consumed by dread and unease. Having scoured the entire hillside without a trace of the lost sheep, Qiye recalled a singular location that had yet to be searched, the infamous Xianma cave. As he gazed into the valley cloaked in night, it loomed like a primordial beast, its maw gaping wide, ready to devour any unwary soul. The distant echoes of howling wolves and wailing spirits sent a chill through him as he beheld the enigmatic darkness of Xianma Cave, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Xianma Cave was notorious in the region, rumored to be the dwelling of a malevolent demon that consumed anyone who dared to enter. No one had ever emerged alive from its depths. With this thought, Qiye gritted his teeth and advanced towards the cave, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into the shadowy night. A piercing scream shattered the desolate silence of the night from within Xianma Cave, followed by Qiye's horrified exclamation, What do you intend to do?" The scream abruptly ceased. At last, my eternal, indestructible crow has been perfected. All that remains is a soul. Today, I shall borrow yours. A deep, ominous voice echoed from within the cave, though it was unclear how much time had passed. Moments later, a flurry of wings resounded, and a creature resembling a crow emerged from Xianma Cave. From that day forth, a crow soared through the realms, traversing burial grounds, entering celestial cities, and crossing perilous domains, an entity beyond its own control. Soaring across 9 realms, enduring countless tribulations for millions of years without death. As time flowed and eras shifted, countless invincible figures ascended, while titans fell one after another. Gradually, the mysterious crow began to manifest, freed from its constraints, embarking on a quest to forge its own destiny. From the apothecary god to the flying immortal emperor, then to the blood-seal immortal emperor, the Mingren immortal emperor, the sun-eating immortal emperor, and the ice feather immortal emperor, culminating in the black dragon king. Behind each of these formidable titans loomed the shadow of a crow in search of its own fate. Generations of invincible giants arose, while deities faded into obscurity. Yet, spanning across millennia, that crow still subtly appeared within the currents of time, but a raven, unwilling to be swayed by fate, battles against the most fearsome forces of heaven and earth, influencing the transformations of epochs across millennia. With a splash, Qiye, adrift in the river, was fished out by someone. Letting out a startled cry, he awoke with a jolt, his first instinct causing him to leap up, only to find himself momentarily disoriented in his own body, nearly losing his balance. And falling to last, Qiye took a deep breath and looked up, where he beheld an elderly man standing before him. It was I, the old man, who rescued you from the river." The elder chuckled, revealing a grin with only 3 yellow teeth remaining, his smile exuding an unmistakable lewdness. Gazing along the river, Qiye caught a distant glimpse of the outline of the immortal demon cave. Upon sighting it, his youthful visage of 13 became instantly solemn, an aura emanating from him that belied his age. Taking a deep breath, he regarded the old man, and after a prolonged silence, inquired, "What do you go by?" "I'm Sangayi, of the Shin Ancient Sect." The elder responded cheerfully, his 3 yellow teeth glistening as saliva dripped. "Shin Ancient Sect," Qiye murmured, as memories long sealed began to resurface from the depths of his mind, recalling his entrapment within the body of the shadowy raven for countless years. Destiny? No one has yet borne its weight. Sanguyi chuckled. "And what of the void-treading immortal emperor?" Qiye's expression shifted at this remark. Had he truly slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years? "The void-treading immortal emperor vanished 30,000 years ago." Sanguyi continued to smile, his 3 yellow teeth on full display, exuding an air of lasciviousness. And the Black Dragon King of Zhentian High City? Qiye pressed once more. Sangue shook his head, replying, "No one knows the Black Dragon King also disappeared 30,000 years ago. Let us depart." Qiye's expression darkened, and he turned to leave, indifferent to whether Sangue followed. Having lived through countless ages and endured untold hardships, he knew what course to take. Zhentian High City, in this era, stood as the most formidable legacy, once ruled by the Black Dragon King, who looked down upon the heavens and earth, unparalleled and might-honored, by 3 generations. Though the Black Dragon King had been missing for 30,000 years, Zhentian High City still loomed like a colossal presence amidst the cosmos. Outside Zhentian High City, a 13-year-old youth stood alongside a seemingly lecherous old man, whose 3 yellow teeth were ever present in his grin. Eventually, Qiye raised his gaze towards the magnificent Zhentian High City, where time had changed all, rendering everything unfamiliar. He reminisced about the foundations of this coastal city, which had risen from the ground through the tireless efforts of himself and Xiao Clan over the years. Alas, 3 millennia had passed, and who among the living would remember the once hidden shadow of the raven? "Let us depart," Qiye calmly nodded and stated. Regardless of the enigmatic nature of the 3 ghosts' lord or his origins, they were insufficient to astonish Qiye. Having endured countless hardships, being trapped within the body of the raven for millions of years, experiencing era after era, accompanying the immortal emperor, and traversing alongside the divine apothecary, what could possibly evoke his surprise? Not long after Qiye and his companions set forth, an extraordinarily graceful woman emerged from the gates of Zhentian High City. She resembled an ethereal fairy of verdant waves, a goddess of the vast seas. As she prepared to journey forth, her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a remaining corner of burnt paper money at the foot of the city. Upon this fragment, a faint symbol was discernible. Upon seeing this symbol, the goddess's countenance changed dramatically, and she spoke in a low voice, "Who is burning paper money here just now?" A nearby elderly servant swiftly procured the answer, informing her, according to the guards, an old man and a youth of about 13 or 14 were seen burning paper money here not long ago. Pursue them and locate their whereabouts. The goddess commanded with a serious tone. "Your Highness, you are to travel to the sacred mountain," the elderly servant remarked. Pursue. The moment her words fell, the goddess had already soared into the air, instantly giving chase. "Dispatch an order for everyone to be vigilant regarding these 2 individuals. Do not make it known. Report to me immediately upon any news," the goddess instructed solemnly. Her words left the elderly servant momentarily stunned. Zhentian High City commanded great respect in the world, and their highness, the goddess of the sea, was renowned throughout the realm. It was rare to witness her bearing such a grave demeanor. What about the sacred mountain? The elder pondered aloud. "Cancel that," the goddess replied gravely. "I need to peruse the ancient texts left by our ancestors. This matter bears some peculiarities." With that, she entered the innermost forbidden area of Zhentian High City. The Xiang ancient sect is nestled within the borders of the Baosheng Shanghua. The Xiang ancient sect boasts a rich heritage, being an imperial sect of immortals. In the early years of the era of emperors, the illustrious Mingren immortal emperor, who looked down upon the heavens and the earth, founded this sect, naming it the Xiang ancient sect. "Elder, there's trouble. A mortal has arrived at the sect seeking to become our chief disciple." One morning, the grand elder of the Xiang ancient sect was informed in haste by a disciple. "Cast him down mountain." The grand elder did not even spare him a glance and declared, "Is such a trivial matter worth reporting? A mortal aspiring to be the chief disciple of the Xiang ancient sect? What a jest!" The chief disciple of the Xiang ancient sect held profound significance, as it represented the heir to the sect leader, often with the potential to become the next leader. Although the leader was absent from the sect, the elders still held authority in such matters. But he was recommended by the 3 ghosts lord, the disciple stammered. "The 3 ghosts lord?" The grand elder cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "He wouldn't have drunk someone else's wine and promised them benefits, would he?" Indeed, the 3 ghosts lord was part of the Xiang ancient sect, yet the sect was loath to acknowledge him as one of their own. The name 3 Ghost Master sounds quite imposing, yet it casts a shadow of shame upon the elders of the Xiang ancient sect. This title, associated with a penchant for wealth and indulgence, has led to him being mockingly referred to as Three Ghost Master. Though he has scarcely practiced any martial arts, Three Ghost Master holds significant sway within the Xiang ancient sect. It is rumored that he is the illegitimate son of the previous sect leader, who, on his deathbed, entrusted the current leader with the care of Three Ghost Master. Some whispers suggest that he is, in fact, the illegitimate son of the leader before the last, who owed a great debt of gratitude to the previous leader. Consequently, the latter bore the burden of this scandal and took it upon himself to care for Three Ghost Master, also instructing the current leader to look after him in his final moments. Regardless of his true parentage, the ignoble origins of Three Ghost Master deter the upper echelons of the Xiang ancient sect from delving deeper into his background, preferring to keep silent on the matter. For someone so preoccupied with wealth and pleasures, yet lacking significant prowess, Three Ghost Master earns the disdain of both the elders and the other disciples of the Xiang ancient sect. What does it matter if he's recommended by Three Ghost Master? Let's cast him down the mountain. The Grand Elder, in a foul mood, found his spirits dampened by the mention of this name early in the morning. But he possesses the Xiang Ancient Order, stammered a disciple. The Xiang Ancient Order. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Summon the other elders and have that mortal await in the Grand Hall." The Xiang Ancient Sect consists of 6 elders, and the mention of the Xiang Ancient Order caused the faces of the other 5 elders to change, obliging them to attend. Aside from the previous sect leader's insistence on caring for Three Ghost Master, the elders found themselves powerless against him, primarily due to his possession of the Xiang Ancient Order. The bearer of this order is akin to the arrival of the illustrious immortal Emperor Mingren and may present a condition to the Xiang Ancient Sect. As Qiye sat within the Grand Hall of the Xiang Ancient Sect, gazing at the ancient structure and the hazy statue, shrouded in smoke and fire, memories of long-buried pasts were stirred within him. The statue enshrined in the hall is that of the immortal Emperor Mingren. Despite the passage of countless years, the ethereal figure still emanates an air of ancient majesty, invoking a sense of reverence that rises unbidden in the heart. Chapter 2. The Three Ghostly Elders, Part 2. Reflecting upon the past, at the conclusion of the ancient dark era and the dawn of the age of sovereigns. His soul was ensnared within the shadowy confines of the Yin Crow. During that time, through countless years of endeavor, he had managed to temporarily extricate himself from the clutches of the celestial demon cave. In those bygone days, when he first encountered the Mingren celestial emperor, the latter was merely a youth yet to grasp the profound truths of the great path, an impassioned individual with a penchant for martial arts. It was he who introduced the Mingren celestial emperor to the realm of cultivators. Alas, in the blink of an eye, millennia have passed, and the once indomitable figures of that era have faded into the mist of time. As Qiye's gaze fell upon a soot-blackened wooden stick beside the incense burner beneath the statue, he could not help but feel a sense of surprise, followed by a slight smile, for after countless ages, this stick still remained. He reminisced about how he used to thrash that group of young men, who once cried out in despair, their youthful vigor unmatched. At that moment, the 6 esteemed elders of the Xiang ancient sect entered in succession. Though not young, their vitality was as fierce as a raging tide, each elder radiating a formidable aura, surrounded by resplendent light. Despite the decline of the Xiang ancient sect, it remained a sect of imperial lineage. Should the elders choose to accept titles in the Baoxing Empire, they could undoubtedly be granted the status of great heroes. The piercing gazes of the 6 elders bore down upon Qiye, yet he remained unperturbed, sitting there with an air of tranquility. "Where is the Xiang Ancient Order?" The Grand Elder finally spoke, his voice cold and resolute. For the Xiang Ancient Sect, the Ancient Order represented a matter of utmost significance, a legacy left behind by their founder, the Mingren Celestial Emperor. Qiye slowly opened his palm, revealing an ancient token. When the Three Ghosts Elder delivered him to the town at the foot of the Xian Ancient Sect, Qiye did not anticipate that the Three Ghosts Elder would abruptly enter the Zerong Pavilion. As he stealthily slipped away, he tossed Qiye and Xian Ancient Token. In truth, Qiye had not expected that the Three Ghosts Elder possessed such a token. Years ago, after the Mingren Immortal Emperor embraced his fateful destiny, although he remained a mere shadow, he gifted the Three Ghosts Elder 3 Xian Ancient Tokens. Subsequently, Qiye had bestowed those 3 ancient tokens upon others. Millions of years later, to behold this token again stirred profound emotions within Qiye. He never imagined that, while he had no need for it in the past, he would find it indispensable today. The six elders scrutinized the Qiye ancient token thoroughly and ultimately confirmed its authenticity, prompting them to exchange glances. "What of the three ghosts, elder?" the Grand Elder remarked coldly. The Grand Elder had always harbored disdain for the three ghosts elder, who was known for his greed and indulgence. And even though he was the illegitimate son of the previous sect leader, the Grand Elder held him in low regard. "He has gone to the Tsuering Pavilion," Qiye replied nonchalantly. This statement left the six elders at a loss for words. Although they refused to acknowledge the three ghosts elder as a member of the Qiye sect, the undeniable truth remained that he was indeed associated with it. They were well aware that the Tsuering Pavilion was the most renowned establishment in the vicinity, the largest within 1,000 miles. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. The three ghosts elder had frequented the Tsuering Pavilion before. The six elders felt a sense of frustration, wishing fervently that the Qiye sect were free of such a debaucher. "What is your request?" another elder inquired solemnly. They were oblivious to the means by which Qiye had persuaded the three ghosts elder to part with the token. Yet the token in his possession was indeed genuine. "I have heard that the position of chief disciple at the Qiye sect remains vacant, and the three ghosts elder has fervently endorsed my candidacy for this role. Thus, I wish to become the chief disciple of the Qiye sect," Qiye stated slowly. These words darkened the expressions of the six elders. What right did a debaucher like the three ghosts elder have to recommend a chief disciple? Furthermore, the selection of the chief disciple had always been approached with the utmost caution. Otherwise, the position would not have remained unfilled for so long. "The position of chief disciple is no trifling matter," one elder remarked icily. "I understand," Qiye replied with composure. "However, the bearer of the Qiye ancient token is entitled to make a request as established by your ancestor, the Mingren immortal emperor. The ancient token in your possession may have dubious origins," the Grand Elder retorted coldly. "The matter of the chief disciple is of great significance and cannot be treated lightly." Qiye remained unperturbed, leisurely proclaiming, "I understand, esteemed elders, your apprehensions that I may have forcibly seized this from the hands of the three ghosts. Should you harbor any doubts, feel free to dispatch someone to verify at the Tsuering Tower." Upon hearing the mention of Tsuering Tower, the six elders' expressions darkened. Yet they promptly sent a disciple to confirm the matter. Reluctantly, the six elders acknowledged the authenticity of the ancient order of cleansing in Qiye's possession, for the ancestral precepts could not be violated. The ancient cleansing sect, despite its decline, still held a venerable status within the realm of immortals. "Bring forth the mirror of true appearance," the Grand Elder coldly instructed. Soon, the disciples summoned the mirror of true appearance and directed its gaze upon Qiye. Any mortal wishing to join the sect must first pass through this mirror, which reveals one's constitution, lifespan, and fate. As the mirror illuminated Qiye's form, his shadow appeared hazy and flickering, akin to a candle flame on the verge of extinguishment. Behind his shadow, a faint crimson glow was discernible, and a nebulous light flickered within his forehead. However, both the blood light and the luminous shadow remained indistinct. His constitution was that of an ordinary body, his lifespan that of an ordinary wheel, and his fate that of an ordinary destiny. After probing Qiye's constitution, lifespan, and fate, the disciple reported, "Every person possesses a constitution, lifespan, and fate. The constitution directly correlates with one's physical strength. The lifespan pertains to the duration of life, and the fate concerns the quality of talent." Upon discovering that Qiye was of an ordinary constitution, lifespan, and fate, the six elders were left speechless. Such attributes, commonplace among mortals, could be found in abundance. Any human could easily possess such qualities. The chief disciple of the ancient cleansing sect ought to be of royal, sacred, or at the very least, innate constitution, with a lifespan to match. "You do not possess the qualifications to become the chief disciple," the Grand Elder remarked coldly. "I am aware," Qiye responded, unfazed, and continued at a measured pace. "My qualifications are precisely to become the chief disciple." His declaration incited the ire of the other elders. The notion that someone with such a constitution could ascend to the position of chief disciple was utterly preposterous. He did not even meet the requirements to join the ancient cleansing sect, yet he aspired to be its chief disciple. How could this not infuriate them? "I trust that the descendants of the immortal Emperor Mingren would not act in contravention of the ancestral teachings, nor would they betray their masters," Qiye stated, extending the ancient order of cleansing in his hand. If this decree falls into the hands of another, the consequences would be unfathomable. The countenances of the 6 elders darkened further, and the Grand Elder retorted coldly, "Even so, the chief disciple of the ancient cleansing sect must undergo a thorough investigation of both background and lineage. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that one could attain such a position. This is your concern." Qiye gazed calmly at the 6 elders and spoke with composure. "Moreover, if you believe that I am an envoy from another sect attempting to pilfer your immortal emperor's legacy, I have no need to become the chief disciple. With this command in hand, I can demand the secret text directly. This, I trust, you are more aware of than I am. With such a decree at my disposal, should I truly wish to bring harm to the Xiang ancient sect, it would not be a difficult task." Qiye's words prompted the 6 elders to exchange glances. Yet their hearts remained distrustful of him. His reasoning, however, was not without merit. Elder Xiong, one of the 6, pondered aloud, "If the ancient order of Shiyuan remains exposed, it poses a risk to our sect. The demands of the order bear weight, and we cannot dismiss them lightly. Perhaps we should reach a decision. This matter cannot be treated frivolously." The Grand Elder interjected coldly. Traditionally, the chief disciple has always been the direct protege of the sect leader. "Before we proceed, it would be prudent to seek the leader's counsel," another elder suggested thoughtfully. "That is indeed sensible, for this concerns the leader's own disciple," another elder concurred. "Let us convey our message to the sect leader," the Grand Elder declared after deliberation. "How foolish and absurd of the sect leader." The Grand Elder remarked grimly after reviewing the leader's response 3 times, his dissatisfaction palpable. "Brother Gu, since the leader has acquiesced, what more can we say? After all, the chief disciple is the leader's own protege, and his word is final," Elder Xiong advised. "The leader is mistaken," another elder sighed, shaking his head in dismay. Chapter 3, The Shiyuan Ancient Sect, Part 1. In 3 days, upon paying homage to the ancestors, you shall become the chief disciple of the Shiyuan Ancient Sect." The Grand Elder stated, his displeasure unmistakable. Qiye sat there, unperturbed by the outcome, and with a calm smile, he remarked, "Since I am the chief disciple, should I not be equipped with a few defensive weapons?" The composure exhibited by Qiye intrigued another elder, for despite being merely 13 years of age, he radiated an air of tranquility reminiscent of a sovereign. This demeanor did not appear to be feigned, however. It was hard to fathom that a mortal like him could possess such immense poise. The elder cast a glance at Qiye and shook his head, stating, "While it is true that you are currently the chief disciple, I can provide you with a couple of ordinary weapons. However, should you desire treasures, such aspirations are but the musings of a fool. If you seek powerful artifacts or celestial imperial techniques, you must demonstrate sufficient merit to the Xian ancient sect. Such is the rule of our esteemed sect." Qiye could not help but chuckle. His aspirations were certainly not for any celestial emperor's techniques or ancient arts of unparalleled mastery. His gaze fell upon a charred wooden stick beside the incense altar, and he inquired, "Very well, what about that wooden stick?" The elders were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Qiye's request, for the stick resting beside the altar was merely a tool used by the Xiang ancient sect to poke ash while burning paper offerings for their ancestral rituals. This stick appeared to have been there forever, and indeed, it was just a simple stick, an object of no interest to anyone. The elders had presumed that Qiye, leveraging his status as the chief disciple, would seek some precious artifact or imperial technique. They were utterly astonished to discover that he sought nothing more than a mere wooden stick. Qiye spoke leisurely. "As the chief disciple, my status and position within the Xian ancient sect carry significant weight, symbolizing our illustrious and enduring legacy. This wooden staff originates from this very hall, which serves as the ancestral temple of our sect, holding profound significance. Indeed, the lineage of this staff is extraordinary, embodying the authority of the Xian ancient sect, making it most fitting for one in my esteemed position as the chief disciple." Qiye opened his mouth and eloquently expounded a plethora of profound truths, while the elders, including Elder Xiong, gazed at him with a mixture of disbelief and disdain, akin to observing a fool. At that moment, they could only entertain the notion that perhaps only a debauched individual like the 3 ghosts would resonate with the absurdity of someone like Qiye. "Very well. I shall bestow this wooden stick upon you," Elder Xiong interjected impatiently, deeming it merely a firewood stick, unworthy of further discourse. He was disinclined to endure Qiye's incessant drivel any longer. "I sincerely thank you for your gracious gift," Elder Qiye replied, having anticipated this very phrase. He seized the stick and tucked it at his waist. To the elders, this action appeared scarcely distinguishable from that of a simpleton. Qiye, escort him to his designated quarters. One elder finally commanded, exasperated, instructing his disciple to dismiss Qiye. For the 6 elders, the events of the day were profoundly disheartening. A worthless fool had become the chief disciple of the Washing Face ancient sect. Though the sect had diminished from its former glory, it was still inconceivable that such a mediocrity could hold the esteemed title of chief disciple in the Washing Face ancient sect. Qiye was escorted by a disciple of the Washing Face ancient sect to a solitary peak. This peak, though not insignificant, boasted a summit covering over 10 acres, upon which stood a quaint courtyard. The courtyard, however, bore the marks of neglect, with rampant weeds and vines flourishing in abundance. Despite the remoteness of this lonely peak within the territory of the Washing Face ancient sect, it still belonged to their sacred grounds. As they entered the courtyard, the disciple addressed Qiye, saying, "Junior brother, no, senior brother, you will reside here from now on." The disciple's words flowed with surprising swiftness. While Qiye could not compare to him in terms of the length of time since entry into the sect, he now held the esteemed title of chief disciple. Thus, in terms of hierarchy, regardless of age, all third-generation disciples were obliged to refer to Qiye as senior brother. Qiye cast a glance at his disciple, who was capable of swiftly adapting, surveyed his surroundings without a hint of criticism, and nodded, remarking, "The distant silhouette of Lonely Mountain makes this place quite splendid." Coincidentally, this peak was indeed named Lonely Peak. The disciple couldn't help but chuckle and added, "In the future, senior brother will surely move to the main peak." In truth, according to the regulations of the Xiang ancient sect, the chief disciple was certainly entitled to reside in the main peak. The Xiang ancient sect boasted numerous main peaks, and the chief disciple could be said to have the privilege to choose any peak for residence. However, at present, the various main peaks of the Xiang ancient sect were already occupied, and the 6 elders harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Qiye, who had seemingly ascended to the position of chief disciple without merit. Thus they would certainly not permit him to dwell in the main peak. Living in the main peak came with numerous advantages, one of the most significant being the abundant essence of heaven and earth compared to the branches and secondary peaks. "This place will suffice," Qiye stated with composure. He did not find it necessary to be critical of such matters, remaining as calm as a tranquil lake. "I have brought all the necessities for senior brother," the disciple said, demonstrating his experience and thoughtfulness as he presented Qiye with the items required for daily living. "Should senior brother need anything else, feel free to seek me out in the outer hall." "What is your name?" As the disciple was about to depart, Qiye called out to him casually. The disciple was momentarily taken aback. To be frank, he did not hold Qiye in high regard. Given Qiye's apparent lack of qualifications, he felt he was unworthy of joining the Xiang ancient sect, let alone becoming its chief disciple. During the assembly in the main hall, Qiye's demeanor had seemed somewhat foolish, yet his current calmness piqued the disciple's curiosity. Was Qiye simply oblivious? Or did he genuinely possess confidence in his capabilities? "I am called Qiye," he replied with a slight nod. After countless years of trials and tribulations, those who truly knew his origins and name could be counted on one hand. Once Nanhuiren departed, Qiye did not remain idle. He took it upon himself to tidy up the small courtyard, clearing the surroundings of Lonely Peak. After his diligent efforts, this long-deserted peak finally began to exude a semblance of vitality. Qiye conducted his affairs with meticulous order, and if there were outsiders present, they would hardly believe that he was merely a 13-year-old boy. His demeanor was composed and mature, entirely incongruous with his youthful appearance. After a strenuous day, as twilight approached, Qiye found himself both weary and famished, and he sank down onto the ground before the door. After a considerable moment of catching his breath, he grasped the firewood stick that was affixed to his waist. Gazing at this charcoal-black stick, once used for igniting paper offerings, distant and dust-laden memories surged forth in his mind, prompting a bittersweet smile. The world is rife with tales of the immortal emperor, who bears the celestial mandate and is said to attain eternal life. Yet today, where are the invincible beings like the Ming-Ren immortal emperor and the sun-devouring immortal emperor? Qiye gently caressed the staff, murmuring, "The snake-strike staff." A soft sigh escaped his lips as memories of the past surfaced in his mind. To grasp this staff once more today brought with it a profound and unique sensation. In the days that followed, this group of young men, renowned throughout the world and feared far and wide, were thoroughly beaten to a pulp by this very snake-strike staff. After training these young men, He had carelessly discarded the staff at the Washing Countenance ancient sect, never anticipating that it would remain within the ancestral hall. Yet, countless souls have since departed, including his kin, former friends, the medicine god, the blood seal immortal emperor, and the Mingren immortal emperor. Even the Black Dragon King, who had lived 3 lifetimes, ultimately vanished into the void. Although he transformed into a shadowy crow, traversing the mysterious and perilous burial grounds that even great sages dared not approach, he unearthed innumerable secrets. After enduring countless hardships, his resolve was solidified. Reluctant to remain a mere puppet, an immortal shadow for generations, he devised a grand scheme to sever the path inscribed upon his soul by the immortal demon cave. Eventually, Qiye let out a soft sigh, but soon took a deep breath and clenched his fist tightly. In this lifetime, no matter the obstacles, he must ascend to the pinnacle, unrivaled by any. For there will come a day when he will reign over the immortal demon cave. The new book requires the nurturing of its readers. I kindly ask for your valuable support. Xiao Sheng is a newcomer at the starting point and has much to learn. Should readers have any questions, please feel free to raise them in the discussion area. Chapter 4. Washing Countenance Ancient Sect, Part 2. Qiye has ascended to the esteemed position of the chief disciple of the Xian Ancient Sect. A piece of news that spread rapidly throughout the sect. The mid to senior ranks of the Xian Ancient Sect expressed little discontent regarding Qiye's appointment. Faced with the decree of the Xian Ancient Order, they had no alternative but to acknowledge that this so-called waste was simply fortunate. However, among the younger third-generation disciples, the reaction was markedly different. The reason was straightforward. According to the traditions of the Xian Ancient Sect, the chief disciple has historically emerged from the ranks of the talented third-generation disciples. Throughout the ages, the majority of chief disciples had undergone rigorous evaluations by the elders and had made significant contributions to the sect before being bestowed such an honor. Becoming the chief disciple not only entails receiving direct instruction in martial arts from the sect leader and gaining access to imperial techniques, but more importantly, it has been a common occurrence for chief disciples to ascend to the position of sect leader in subsequent generations. In the current era, the absence of a chief disciple among the mid to senior ranks of the second generation indicates that the next chief disciple will undoubtedly arise from the younger cohort of the third generation. The greatest backlash against Qiye's elevation came from those exceptionally gifted disciples who had made notable achievements. Thus, the announcement of Qiye as chief disciple ignited a wave of uproar within the Xian Ancient Sect. How could an ordinary individual, possessing a mere mortal body, spirit, and destiny, be deemed worthy of such a prestigious title? Some talented disciples expressed their disdain, declaring, "The elevation of such a person to chief disciple is a disgrace to our Xian Ancient Sect." While older, more seasoned talented disciples begrudgingly accepted the situation. They could only mutter, "What can we say? This fellow is simply lucky enough to possess the Xian Ancient Order." Even the elders have no choice in the matter. A chief disciple is merely a title. Someone of his mundane caliber lacks the strength to challenge me for the position of sect leader. It does not guarantee that the chief disciple will inevitably become the sect leader. Some confident disciples scoffed, asserting, "If this waste of a chief disciple fails to recognize his place, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson." For such talented disciples, even if Qiye lacked the qualifications to vie for the position of sect leader, they were still displeased at the thought of this so-called waste being their senior brother, the eldest among the younger third-generation disciples. Curiosity arose among the disciples regarding the Xian Ancient Order, the sole artifact that had seemingly passed from the hands of the notorious San Guiyi to this unremarkable individual. Some disciples could not help but express their disdain, even feeling a sense of revulsion. "So he is just another snake in the same den as that old lecher." Upon hearing such remarks, others echoed their contempt. Although legends claim that San Guiyi is the illegitimate son of the previous sect leader, the Xian Ancient Sect has always looked down upon such a lecherous and greedy figure, and even the younger third-generation disciples do not extend him respect. Were it not for the leader's favor, many would have long sought to expel San Guiyi from the Xian Ancient Sect. Currently, Qiye and the three ghosts are inseparably linked, and the younger generation of disciples cannot help but harbor disdain towards him. However, before 3 days have passed and Qiye has had the opportunity to pay his respects to the ancestral master, the 6 elders of the Xian Ancient Sect receive news from the 9 Sacred Demon Gate. What? The 9 Sacred Demon Gate wishes to conduct an assessment. Upon receiving this news, the 6 elders are momentarily taken aback. One elder, feeling disgruntled, snorts and remarks, "Isn't the news from the 9 Sacred Demon Gate rather hasty?" Just as Qiye has become the chief disciple, They are already eager to evaluate him. Another elder interjects. The 9 sacred demon gate seeks to renege on the pact made years ago. With Qiye being such a worthless novice, he could not possibly pass their assessment. Thus, upon hearing that the chief disciple has emerged, they are naturally keen to test him. We have no choice in this matter. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder finally concedes. The 9 sacred demon gate now wields significant power in the realm of Jiang. Times have changed. What qualifications do we have to negotiate with them? The Grand Elder's words immediately plunge the other elders into silence. In the early days of the era of emperors, the Xiang ancient sect was an unparalleled force, once intimidating the 9 realms and sweeping across the 8 wastelands, unshakable in the vast expanse of the central domain, governing an ancient nation that commanded the reverence of myriad sections. However, after countless millennia, the Xiang ancient sect has fallen into decline, its former glory long faded. Today, they lack the strength even to govern an ancient nation, let alone anoint others as noble lords. What shall we do now? One elder inquires. They all understand that someone like Qiye, merely a newly initiated mortal with a mundane fate, has no chance of passing the 9 sacred demon gates assessment. A dead horse is better than a live one. Ultimately, an elder suggests, if this matter truly comes to fruition, we could forge a marriage alliance with the 9 sacred demon gate. Should that happen, even the heavenly sacred sect and the precious sacred empire would think twice before provoking us. At this, the other elders can only manage a bitter smile, recognizing the improbability of such an outcome. Nevertheless, they are still inclined to test the waters. Meanwhile, atop the solitary peak, Qiye has yet to await the day of his ancestral ceremony, but he is met by Nan Huiran. Senior brother, the elders request your presence at the ancestral hall. Nan Huiran remarks upon seeing Qiye's nonchalant demeanor. A significant matter? Qiye glances at Nan Huiran, casually inquiring with an air of indifference. Nan Huiran, taken aback, does not conceal the truth and nods, saying, to be honest, the 9 sacred demon gate has sent word. At this point, he casts a peculiar glance at Qiye and adds, it is said that your fiancé is to assess you. Fearing that Qiye might not be familiar with the 9 sacred demon gate, Nan Huiran explains, the 9 sacred demon gate is a renowned sect in the central domain, governing the ancient Nyojiang kingdom and bestowing titles of nobility. The ties between the 9 sacred demon gate and our Xiang ancient sect are indeed profound. The founder of the 9 sacred demon gate, the venerable Jioshan, once served as the foremost warrior under our esteemed ancestor, the immortal Emperor Mingren. Together, they swept across the 9 realms. In times past, when our Xiang ancient sect held sway over the ancient kingdom, the 9 sacred demon gate came to pay their respects to us. I have heard of the 9 sacred demon gate. Qiye chuckled softly, exuding an air of calmness. He was indeed well acquainted with the 9 sacred demon gate and was familiar with the venerable Jioshan. During the early era of the sovereign emperors, he had invested considerable effort in guiding the young Mingren on his path of cultivation, employing clever stratagems to subdue the old demon Jioshan in order to safeguard Mingren's journey. Nan Huiran remarked, it is said that when our ancestor, Ming, fulfilled his celestial destiny and ascended as the immortal emperor, there was an agreement made with the 9 sacred demon gate. If their successor were to be a female disciple, they would unite in marriage with our sect's chief disciple. At this point, he softly added, back then, the 9 sacred demon gate could be considered as seeking to elevate themselves by associating with us. It seems that the old rooster had a female disciple in those days. Upon hearing Nan Huiran's words, Qiye recalled certain memories. He vaguely remembered that the venerable Jioshan had indeed taken a female disciple later on, but he had since entered into slumber and ceased to inquire about such trivial matters. What did the senior brother say? Nan Huiran inquired, perplexed by this statement. He continued, it is said that the Xiang ancient sect and the 9 sacred demon gate have not formed a marital alliance for a long time. In this generation, their successor happens to be a female disciple. At this juncture, he glanced at Qiye and mentioned, it is rumored that the successor of the 9 sacred demon gate, Li Shuangyan, possesses a natural imperial physique. Upon hearing this, Qiye suddenly comprehended the intricacies of the situation. The current Xiang ancient sect had fallen into decline, and naturally, the 9 sacred demon gate would be reluctant to marry such a promising successor to the Xiang sect. How intriguing, Qiye chuckled as he grasped the underlying connections. Nan Huiran was taken aback. Qiye's composure and ease belied the image of a mere wastrel. Strangely enough, despite being merely 13 years of age, his demeanor suggested that he was a seasoned nobleman, weathered by the storms of life. In Nan Huiran's eyes, Had it been anyone else, such news would have left them flustered. Yet, the Qiye before him seemed utterly unfazed, which struck Huiran as peculiar. Has Huiran conveyed the particulars to you? Upon Qiye's arrival at the ancestral hall, all 6 elders were present. The Grand Elder spoke coldly, to be frank. The 6 elders harbored little regard for a waste like Qiye. However, today, they harbored a flicker of hope that he might not be entirely devoid of potential. Wishing for him to pass the assessment of the 9 sacred demon gate, the Xiang ancient sect was in dire need of a formidable alliance with such a colossal entity. Of course, the elders were aware that the chances of success were virtually non-existent, yet they remained undeterred, eager to give it a try. Very well. As long as you can pass the assessment of the 9 sacred demon gate, the sect shall reward you handsomely, the Grand Elder stated coldly. Qiye chuckled softly. Taking his time to respond, I am willing to undergo the assessment. However, I have 3 stipulations. One of the elders present, displaying a tone of disdain, retorted. Before the elders, do you dare to set conditions? In the face of the elders' furious outburst, others might tremble in fear, yet Qiye merely smiled, calmly stating, Elder, please refrain from your ire. My junior brother from the south has already informed me of the particulars. Should I successfully pass the assessment, it would indeed be a significant contribution to the Washing Face ancient sect, and rewards must follow merit. Therefore, it is only fitting that I present my conditions. That can be discussed once you have succeeded. The elder replied coldly, clearly displeased with Qiye's provocative demeanor. This is acceptable. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, saying, rest assured. As long as you pass. Within the sect, apart from the Destiny secret techniques and the core Immortal Emperor methods, you may choose freely from the rest, provided you can succeed in the assessment. I believe none of the elders would object to this. The other elders exchanged glances. If Qiye truly managed to pass, such a demand would not be unreasonable. However, the likelihood of his success was virtually nil. I can address other conditions after I pass, Qiye smiled. But one requirement I must present now, so that the esteemed elders may prepare, upon reaching a certain level of body refinement. I shall require a portion of sacred body ointment. Such audacity. Upon hearing Qiye's words, the 6 elders could not help but change their expressions. One elder exclaimed sharply. Qiye remained unfazed, calmly stating, Elder, your words have gone too far. Consider this. An alliance with the 9 Saint Demon sect is indeed a monumental achievement. While the holy body essence is precious, I believe it is worth the price. Humph, the holy body essence, one might say, is not easily attained. The elder was visibly displeased and let out a cold snort. The Grand Elder regarded Qiye for a moment before finally speaking in a solemn tone. If you succeed, then the offering of a portion of holy body essence would not be excessive. However, the sect is currently unable to fulfill your request, as it lacks several vital herbs to refine even a single portion of holy body essence. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Qiye could not help but let out a gentle sigh inwardly. It seemed he had overestimated the current state of the Xiang ancient sect, which had truly fallen from grace. In years past, when the immortal Emperor Mingren established the Xiang ancient sect, its treasures were abundant, so much so that not only the holy body essence, but even the immortal body essence would have posed no challenge. Very well. I shall take a step back and request the imperial body essence, the finest imperial body essence. Qiye conceded reluctantly. The 6 Grand Elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, the Grand Elder nodded and said, I can agree to this, on the condition that you succeed. To the Grand Elder's words, Qiye merely smiled and replied, however, before I venture to the 9 Demon sect, I have a small request. No one knows whether the journey to the 9 Saint Demon sect will lead to life or death. Thus I require some cultivation techniques and a couple of weapons for protection. You are quite cunning, seeking to profit from the situation, Elder Xiong. One of the 6 Grand Elders scoffed, clearly displeased. Nevertheless, the Grand Elder maintained his sense of fairness, nodding as he suggested. How about this? You may select one cultivation technique and one weapon from those available beneath the Hall Master within the sect. What do the other elders think? Although the other elders were not fond of Qiye's haggling, they nonetheless agreed to the Grand Elder's proposal. They understood that the likelihood of Qiye passing the assessment was virtually zero, and thus, the weapons and techniques offered would amount to nothing more than a futile exercise. Yet, they remained hopeful, eager to test their luck. The elders were overly concerned. How could this young man dare to be so audacious? Qiye, fully aware of the thoughts of the 6 Grand Elders, smiled lightly and calmly said, I have heard that within the sect, there exists a technique called Strange Door Blade that promises rapid results. Therefore, I shall choose this technique and also request a pair of twin blades that complement it. What say you? Qiye spoke, and the 6 elders present exchanged glances, initially anticipating that he would make an extravagant request, perhaps even seeking imperial techniques. To their surprise, he instead requested a particular martial art, the Qiye blade. Upon hearing his words, the Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding. The mention of the Qiye blade caught even the elders unfamiliar with it off guard. After all, martial techniques are often deemed trivial by cultivators, as even a mundane method surpasses martial skills in merit. Qiye's choice of a martial technique left the elders momentarily taken aback, leading them to regard him as inept and lacking discernment. Very well, Huiran. Deliver the secret manual of the Qiye blade to Gushin and select the finest pair of dual blades suitable for this technique. The Grand Elder acquiesced to Qiye's request without hesitation. Do you have any further minor requests? With Qiye's modest demand, the elders felt a measure of satisfaction, prompting this inquiry. I have none for the time being. Qiye replied with a smile. Qiye weighed the crescent-shaped short blade in his hand, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. This blade, with its moonlit curve, subtly glimmered with a cold light. Although it was not a true weapon or a treasured artifact suitable for cultivators, this short knife, forged from mortal materials and infused with a hint of crimson moon gold, was considered a remarkable blade in the mundane world, capable of slicing through the finest hairs. Yet, to a cultivator, it held little significance. After Nan Huiran departed, Qiye slowly turned the pages of the Qiye knife, reading each word with intent. As he delved deeper into the text, a series of techniques began to emerge in his mind. In the past, when he transformed into the Crow, he had skillfully devised a plan to escape the clutches of the immortal demon cave. However, his state remained unstable, occasionally influenced by the cave's power, which compelled him to seal himself away in slumber during times of uncertainty. He endured countless hardships over many lifetimes, traversing through the realms of immortality and burial grounds. In the chaotic epochs, he had once fallen into the hands of invincible foes, suffering immense tribulations. It was precisely due to these experiences that he encountered a multitude of techniques, including some imperial arts and celestial secrets. As Qiye immersed himself in the Qiye knife, the previously erased intricacies of this art slowly resurfaced in his mind. It was not unusual for a technique like the Qiye knife to be somewhat lacking, for martial skills are often deemed trivial in the eyes of cultivators, mere trifles. For millennia, the disciples of the Xiang ancient sect had practiced countless arts, yet few had ever delved into the Qiye knife. In a short span, Qiye comprehended all the profound meanings associated with the Qiye knife that emerged in his mind. And with this understanding, he merely smiled. Although his physique, lifespan, and fate palace were of mortal caliber and hardly comparable to those of prodigies, his myriad memories and encounters with countless techniques, even the most astonishing celestial secrets, equipped him with insights and perspectives on cultivation that far surpassed those of ordinary geniuses. More importantly, having transformed into the Crow, he endured innumerable sufferings, even being imprisoned for thousands of years without seeing the light of day. The relentless torment he faced forged within him an unparalleled resolve, his heart steadfast as a rock, impervious to external disturbances. Before the illustrious Mingren Emperor embarked on his path of cultivation, he was a fervent martial enthusiast, practicing the very Qiye knife technique. Later, when he ascended to the heavens, ruling over the 9 realms, he reminisced about his youthful days and polished the Qiye knife he had once practiced. Of course, such martial skills could not be compared to the imperial arts he created, nor could they rival the celestial secrets of destiny. The Mingren Emperor did not wish for future generations to pursue martial techniques, which is why the Qiye knife was casually placed in the scripture repository of the Xiang ancient sect. Over the millennia, few disciples have practiced this sword art, let alone grasped its true essence. In the past, when the Emperor Mingren was refining the Qiye blade, the enigmatic Qiye, embodying the shadowy raven, jestingly remarked that although this blade, when mastered to its zenith, could indeed sever the ties of kings and nobles, it was merely a trivial martial skill that would likely dissuade future generations from pursuing its practice. The Emperor Mingren merely chuckled in response to such words. Nonetheless, Qiye's assertion proved prophetic, as few within the lineage of the Xiang ancient sect ever endeavored to train in the Qiye blade. Chapter 6. The Fiancé E. Part 2. At the outset, Qiye found himself utterly inexperienced. Despite his profound understanding of the blade's intricacies, he trembled upon its execution, failing to meet the exquisite precision required. However, undeterred, Qiye persistently practiced the blade technique, repeating the motions time and again. With relentless dedication, he honed his skills. And within a single night, he had practiced 300 times, gradually mastering the profound essence of this technique. Slowly but surely, his strikes became unfailingly accurate. Though Qiye possessed countless memories and harbored numerous astonishing secrets within his heart, it was his unwavering resolve that truly illuminated his path. He understood that in this lifetime, should he aspire to conquer the immortal demon cave, he must exert tenfold, even 100-fold, more effort than others. Otherwise, no matter how abundant his resources, he would never achieve his goal. In the present era, none comprehended the immortal demon cave better than he did. For 3 consecutive days, Qiye sequestered himself within his courtyard, diligently honing his swordsmanship. He recognized that his impending journey to the 9 Holy Demon Gate would be fraught with peril, and thus, preparation was imperative. Time passed swiftly, and soon Qiye set forth for the 9 Holy Demon Gate, accompanied not only by Nanhuiren, who had been responsible for relaying messages on his behalf, but also by a guardian named Mo. The Xian ancient sect boasted 6 elders, 12 guardians, and 36 hall masters. Yet, for this expedition to the formidable 9 Holy Demon Gate, only one guardian led the group, which seemed rather inadequate. Is it merely the 3 of us? Qiye remarked, casting a glance at their meager assembly before their departure. The taciturn Mo, who was also Nanhuiren's master, regarded Qiye with a fleeting glance, too indifferent to offer further commentary. In contrast, Nanhuiren, ever the diplomat and adept in social maneuvering, chuckled lightly at Qiye's observation and replied, "Brother, the elders have recently chosen to enter seclusion for their cultivation and do not intend to join us." Qiye chuckled lightly and casually remarked, "Secluded cultivation? Are you afraid of losing face? In any case, I stand no chance of passing the assessment. As elders, should they personally participate and falter, it would be a trivial matter. However, they cannot afford to lose their dignity." Upon being so bluntly exposed by Qiye, Nanhuiren couldn't help but let out an awkward laugh. Indeed, Qiye was right. He had yet to even grasp the fundamentals of cultivation. And yet he was to face the assessment of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate. It was likely to result in repeated embarrassment. For the 6 elders, it was a foregone conclusion that Qiye would not pass the evaluation. Failure was inevitable, yet the shame of appearing foolish was a burden they could not shoulder. "Brother, you worry too much," Nanhuiren chuckled dryly, then continued, "The 9 Sacred Demon Gate is not particularly friendly towards us, and the elders are reluctant to engage in conflict with them, hence their absence from this matter." Qiye smiled faintly and remarked, "The 9 Saints' demonic sect is merely that. It holds no significance. The Washing Countenance ancient sect has long ceased to be what it once was. Even in the past, when the 9 Saints were at their zenith, they could only pay homage to the Washing Countenance ancient sect." Upon hearing such audacious words from Qiye, Mo Hufa let out a cold snort, casting a glance at him, and chose not to engage further. Nanhuiren, feeling awkward, offered a nervous smile. Fearing that Qiye's words might grow increasingly arrogant, he hastily redirected the conversation, introducing, "Senior brother, this is my master, the protector of our sect. I kindly ask for your guidance during this journey." Qiye bowed respectfully, exhibiting poise and grace. Mo Hufa glanced at Qiye and, disinterested in further discourse, stated, "Let us set forth." With that, he turned and walked away. As the protector of the Washing Countenance ancient sect, Mo Hufa was relatively older among the guardians and possessed commendable skills. However, he was taciturn and not adept at socializing, which rendered his standing within the sect rather modest, unable to be compared with other guardians. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to lead this arduous mission to the 9 Saints' demonic sect. The higher-ups of the Washing Countenance ancient sect were keenly aware that this expedition to the 9 Saints would likely result in ridicule, with Qiye potentially making a significant blunder that could even lead to perilous consequences. It was a task destined for failure. And not only did the 6 elder members shy away from it, but even the other guardians were reluctant to take the lead. Ultimately, this burden fell upon Mo Hufa. Mo Hufa understood that this journey would undoubtedly end in disgrace, which further dampened his spirits, rendering him even more taciturn, to the point of being reluctant to speak. He led Qiye and Nanhuiren into the Grand Dao platform of the Washing Countenance ancient sect. The platform was immense, capable of accommodating thousands. and its sheer size was utterly daunting. In the vast realm, few inherited sects could boast such a magnificent Dao platform. This was the very platform crafted by the illustrious Emperor Mingren, which had once been activated for expeditions across the 8 desolates and traversed the 9 realms. Such a platform could only be possessed by those of imperial stature among the celestial sections. With a resonating hum, as the disciples of the Washing Countenance ancient sect activated the platform, a colossal Dao gate emerged within. The gate was meticulously forged from divine gold, inscribed with profoundly enigmatic imperial script. Numerous grooves adorned the gate, designed to accommodate the embedding of crystalline essence. These crystals, known as Jingbi, were condensed from the essence of heaven and earth and served vital purposes, one of which was to activate the Dao gate for traversing through the void. The more Jingbi embedded, the higher the level attained, and the further the distance one could cross. Regrettably, the current state of the Dao gate revealed only a scant few grooves containing Jingbi, and their quality was limited. Witnessing this scene, Qiye sighed inwardly. Recognizing the decline of the Washing Countenance ancient sect, in its prime, this gate was filled with Jingbi sourced from the celestial lands. It had the capability to traverse the 9 realms, reaching any destination provided one possessed the detailed coordinates. As Mo Hufa guided Qiye and Nanhuiren through the Dao gate, they were instantly transported away. The vast expanse of the middle domain stretches for countless miles, teeming with sects of cultivators as numerous as the stars. Within this domain, there exist dozens of territories, each as expansive as the mightiest kingdoms, some stretching thousands to even millions of miles. Consequently, traversing these kingdoms is a daunting feat, unless one has attained the exalted status of a true saint emperor. Even the most formidable kings and nobles would require an extensive duration of flight. Moreover, the middle domain represents merely a fragment of the human emperor realm. This realm, also referred to as the imperial realm or imperial territory, encompasses a vast landscape where the northern seas meet the southern deserts, the eastern cities abound, and the western wilderness lies. At its heart lies the middle domain. Crossing kingdoms or various domains cannot be accomplished solely through flight. One must rely on the Taoist portals to traverse the skies. However, only a select few sects possess the ability to navigate these interdomain pathways, predominantly those that govern the vast territories. With a resonant hum, in the blink of an eye, Qiye and his companions were transported to the 9 sacred demon gate, emerging from the Taoist portal within. As they stepped out, both Protector Mo and Qiye immediately perceived the dense and ineffable essence of the heavens and earth. And before them lay a scene reminiscent of celestial realms. The territory of the 9 sacred demon gate spans thousands of miles, characterized by majestic mountains and rivers, soaring waterfalls, towering divine trees, and ancient palaces that float amidst the clouds. Deep within this territory, streams of divine light ascend to the heavens, hinting at the presence of extraordinary treasures hidden within. Within the 9 sacred demon gate, longevity essence flows from the misty caverns, exuding clouds of ethereal vapor. While celestial beasts soar across the skies, their presence stirring the clouds, such as the grandeur of a major sect. And it is no wonder they command respect among the kingdoms. In contrast, the Xian ancient sect appears as a feeble, dying elder, utterly incomparable. Witnessing such magnificence, both Protector Mo and Nanhuiren momentarily found themselves entranced. Though not their first visit to the 9 sacred demon gate, the sight before them evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. They recalled a time when even a formidable entity like the 9 sacred demon gate had to pay homage to the Xian ancient sect. Alas, that former glory has faded. Today, the Xian ancient sect languishes in decline, reliant on the favor of the 9 sacred demon gate. It is Brother Mo in person. It has been too long. As Mo and his companions descended from the Taoist platform, they were greeted by an elder accompanied by a disciple from the 9 sacred demon gate. The matter of the assessment had already been communicated between the Xian ancient sect and the 9 sacred demon gate, preparing them for this encounter. The welcoming party was led by a hall master named Fu, whose demeanor was as cold as ice, seldom allowing a smile to breach his stern visage. This hall master Fu radiated an aura of precious light, and the chilling glare from his eyes was formidable, piercing like solidified ice, instilling fear in those who met his gaze. "I am deeply honored by your personal welcome, Brother Fu," Protector Mo said respectfully upon meeting Hall Master Fu, instinctively lowering his own aura in deference. It was an unavoidable reality, despite being merely a Hall Master. The brilliance emanating from Fu indicated that he possessed the strength of a formidable figure. Imagine, in the ancient sect of Xian, Only the elders possess the strength to be deemed as heroes, yet one mere hall master already wields such power. The protector Mo addressed the hall master, saying, "Brother Fu, we have come for the purpose of assessment." Hall master Fu managed a semblance of a smile, albeit a strained one, and replied, "This matter has already been instructed by the elder." At this point, he cast a fleeting glance at Qiye before dismissing him entirely, stating, "This must be the esteemed sect's chief disciple. Indeed, Qiye is our chief disciple in the Xian sect." Protector Mo, feeling somewhat helpless, forced a smile as he spoke. The talent of one such as Qiye is hardly a matter of pride. The assessment is merely a friendly exchange. Hall Master Fu, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "Brother Mo need not feel compelled." To him, Qiye was but an insignificant ant. An assessment is merely that. Of little significance. Qiye, indifferent, chose not to regard Hall Master Fu any further and said languidly. Hall Master Fu snorted dismissively, ignoring Qiye entirely, and addressed Protector Mo, "Please, Brother Mo, follow me." For him, conversing with a junior like Qiye was beneath his dignity. Meanwhile, Protector Mo shot a glare at Qiye. Acknowledgements to the reader, Time-Space Plunderer, for the cover. Regarding the update, the first chapter will be released at 9 a.m. The second at 5 p.m., and in the event of a surge, before 10 p.m. Chapter 7, The 9 Sacred Demon Gate, Part 1. Hall Master Fu escorted Protector Mo and the others into a modest courtyard, a mere accommodation for ordinary guests within the 9 Sacred Demon Gate. After settling the three, Hall Master Fu exchanged a few polite words before taking his leave. His demeanor notably frosty. As for Protector Mo, having mentally prepared himself for any potential humiliation during this endeavor, he felt no anger, only silence. After arranging for Protector Mo and his companions, Hall Master Fu hastily ventured deep into the heart of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, where he encountered an elder seated in the ancient hall. This elder loomed in the void, radiating a divine light from behind his head, with chains of law weaving around him, exuding an unparalleled majesty, akin to a deity. "What of the chief disciple of Xian?" The voice of this elder resonated like thunder. Yet this intimidating presence was confined within the ancient hall. "Understood, you may depart," the elder commanded, his voice powerful and thunderous, causing tremors of fear even without the need to open his eyes. Hall Master Fu dared not overstep and cautiously withdrew. Upon exiting the ancient hall, he was drenched in sweat. As a hall master, it was rare for him to have the privilege of an audience with an elder. Even those of noble rank would be fortunate to receive such an opportunity. Selecting an ordinary individual with a mundane body, wheel, and fate as the chief elder, the Xian sect seems to be beyond salvation. After Hall Master Fu's departure, the elder appeared to address someone else. It is a pity that the imperial arts of Emperor Mingren are rumored to still reside within the Xian sect. At that moment, a mysterious and authoritative voice resonated. The enigmatic voice fell silent, and the elder ceased to speak. Had there been outsiders present, they would undoubtedly have been taken aback. For the demon sovereign of the 9 Sacred Demon sect is an exceedingly formidable figure. Legends speak of the demon sovereign's illustrious origins and under his command. The 9 Sacred Demon sect flourished like the sun at its zenith. The sect holds dominion over the vast expanse of the ancient Nyojiang kingdom, impervious to any rival faction. A feat not solely attributed to its might, but also to the indispensable contributions of the demon sovereign himself. Within the ancient Nyojiang kingdom, few would dare to challenge the sovereign's divine authority. After the 3 guardians were settled in a small courtyard, Guardian Mo withdrew into seclusion, remaining alone indoors, while the dexterous Nenhuiren seemed to have vanished without a trace. After Qiye settled in, he did not waste a moment. He immediately immersed himself in the rigorous practice of the Qimen blade. He understood that the 9 holy demon sect would not easily let him off the hook, and he needed to be adequately prepared. Qiye practiced his swordsmanship repeatedly, demanding that each move be executed to perfection, without a trace of error. Qiye practiced relentlessly, his garments drenched in perspiration, only to dry and become soaked once more. In the end, his nerves were nearly numb, yet he persevered in his arduous training. Countless trials and tribulations, enduring innumerable tempests, had cultivated within Qiye an insatiable pursuit of perfection and an unyielding spirit. The swift sound of blades echoed as the short dagger slipped from his grasp, dancing through the air like a delicate butterfly, while 2 curved swords intertwined with an elusive grace. Such remarkable swordsmanship. My senior brother is truly diligent. In comparison to his efforts, I find myself utterly lacking. Just then, Nan Huiran entered, accompanied by a young man. Upon witnessing Qiye's dedicated practice, Nan Huiran couldn't help but express his admiration, his words reflecting genuine sentiment. Although he had previously harbored doubts about Qiye's potential, witnessing his relentless effort had significantly enhanced his regard for him. Nan Huiran chuckled and remarked, "I shall remember your words, senior brother, and take them to heart." He then introduced the young man beside him to Qiye, saying, "This is Brother Zhang from the Nine Sacred Demons sect, a dear friend of mine." While Nan Huiran could not be considered a prodigy in terms of innate talent, possessing only moderate abilities, he was markedly different from his master, Emma Hufa, who was taciturn and socially inept. In contrast, Nan Huiran was affable, adept in social interactions, and well-connected. As a hall master in the outer sect, he had delivered messages to the Nine Sacred Demons sect on several occasions, thereby establishing numerous acquaintances, albeit not among the prominent figures, merely ordinary disciples. The disciple named Zhang held no significant stature within the Nine Sacred Demons sect, and in his eyes, a mortal like Qiye was inconsequential. He could hardly spare a glance at him, offering only a nod in acknowledgement due to his association with Nan Huiran. To him, those who trained in martial arts were of little importance. Since it is your first visit to the Nine Sacred Demons sect, why not accompany us for a stroll to familiarize yourself with the surroundings? Nan Huiran kindly invited Qiye. Upon hearing Nan Huiran's words, Qiye couldn't help but reflect on certain matters, offering a faint smile as he replied, "Very well." Nan Huiran promptly turned to the disciple surnamed Zhang, saying, "Brother Zhang, I shall rely on you to be our guide this time." The disciple, albeit reluctantly, nodded in acknowledgement. He hardly spared Qiye a glance. Had it not been for his regard for Nan Huiran, he would have preferred not to walk alongside Qiye at all. Were it not for the promise made by the Nine Saints sage years ago, the Nine Saints Demon Gate would likely not acknowledge this union at all. It was precisely because the Nine Saints Demon Gate was averse to this alliance that they proposed to assess Qiye, aiming to dispel the notion of a union with the Xiang ancient sect. As the disciple, serving as the host, led Nan Huiran and Qiye through the various sites of the Nine Saints Demon Gate, he was evidently disinclined to engage Qiye in conversation, only occasionally exchanging words with Nan Huiran while treating Qiye as if he were invisible. However, as they traversed the mountain paths of the Nine Saints Demon Gate, they attracted the attention of numerous disciples who whispered among themselves, casting sidelong glances at Qiye. "Is that not the chief disciple of the Xiang ancient sect?" One disciple remarked, frowning upon catching sight of Qiye, a mere mortal. Others among the disciples sneered disdainfully, asserting, "The Xiang ancient sect has long fallen from grace. How can a commoner hold the title of chief disciple? Their chief disciple has become utterly worthless. Bah! For such a mundane individual to be betrothed to Sister Li, it is akin to a toad desiring to feast upon a swan. They ought to take a good look in the mirror." Some disciples expressed their contempt openly. Li Xuanyan, the heir of the Nine Saints Demon Gate, was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed unparalleled beauty. Countless young disciples within the Nine Saints Demon Gate admired her. And even throughout the ancient Yojing nation, there were countless talented youths vying for her affection. How can such a commoner be deemed worthy of being Sister Li's fiancé? It is nothing short of a daydream. Some disciples lamented, their frustration palpable, while a few even yearned to confront Qiye with scornful gestures. The disciple guiding them felt increasingly awkward, acutely aware of the disapproving gazes from his peers. Consequently, he quickened his pace, distancing himself from Qiye, adopting an attitude of disengagement. In contrast, Qiye remained unfazed, calm and leisurely, showing no concern for the opinions of those around him. As he savored the picturesque landscapes of the Nine Saints Demon Gate, "Brother, do exercise caution. The heir of the Nine Saints Demon Gate has countless admirers. Be wary of their potential enmity," Nan Huiran kindly advised Qiye in a low voice. "Just a woman, is it really that significant?" Qiye replied, casting a glance at Nan Huiran and speaking in a nonchalant tone. He had encountered many stunning and extraordinary women in his life, and paid little heed to his so-called fiancée, deeming the matter trivial and inconsequential. Qiye's words startled Nan Huiran, who hurriedly replied in a hushed tone, "Senior brother, we are in the Nine Sacred Demon Gate. We must not act recklessly." Qiye chuckled softly, disinclined to utter any further words. Since the disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect sought to test him, he too was eager to discern the remnants of their profound heritage. Unbeknownst to them, Qiye and his companions arrived at the dueling arena of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, a place accessible to all. Upon stepping into the arena, one was instantly engulfed by a sense of insignificance. The dueling arena was vast. Standing in its expansive expanse made one feel incredibly small, akin to an ant on the boundless earth. Today, the third installment is presented. As you indulge in this delightful read, kindly take a moment to cast your precious vote for the author. Chapter 8, The Nine Sacred Demon Sect, Part 2. The dueling arena was suffused with a mysterious and formidable energy, its vastness paved with black rocks, each imbued with the flowing inscriptions of great sages. The power that permeated the arena emanated from these very stones, enveloping the entire space to prevent destruction during combat. This was a dueling arena of sage-level caliber. Despite having visited this arena before, Nanhuiren was once again awestruck by its grandeur and solemnity. The disciple surnamed Zhang could not help but feel a sense of pride as he remarked, "This dueling arena was crafted by our founder, capable of withstanding the might of sage-level battles." The existence of such a dueling arena indeed showcased the deep-rooted heritage of the Nine Sacred Demon Sect. A matter of pride for many sections, I wash my face in the ancient sect that once possessed a mythical-era dueling arena, Nanhuiren could not resist saying, though his voice was barely above a whisper, trailing off as he chose not to elaborate further. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, this dueling arena had been sealed, and thereafter, no one from the ancient sect could ever unlock it again. As the four stone guardians loomed in the corners of the arena, Qiye, standing beside them, remained oblivious to their conversation. His gaze was transfixed upon the colossal stone sculptures at each corner of the dueling arena, each towering monument reaching a height of 100 feet, resembling giants. Each statue bore a unique expression, yet they were all rendered with astonishing realism. As if crafted by a master sculptor, the artistry flawless. This was what Qiye longed to behold. Since the passing of the Nine Sacred Sage, he had not returned to the Nine Sacred Demon Sect, and had little desire to do so. To his surprise, countless years had passed. Yet these four stone guardians still stood resolute. While Nanhuiren engaged in idle chatter with his companions, he momentarily overlooked Qiye. However, it wasn't long before the disciple surnamed Zhang furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What is that fool doing?" Nanhuiren turned to see Qiye attempting to scale one of the immense stone sculptures at the eastern corner. However, with his limited prowess, Qiye struggled to ascend the 100-foot-high statue, failing in his attempts time after time. At this moment, a considerable number of disciples had gathered outside the dueling arena. They observed Qiye, who, like a rustic villager, was fondling and caressing the enormous stone sculpture, even murmuring softly as if he had never laid eyes on such a grand statue before. Many of the onlookers erupted in laughter at the scene. This spectacle left Nanhuiren feeling quite embarrassed. Although the four stone sculptures were not sacred artifacts of the Nine Holy Demon Gate, Qiye's actions, touching here and there, and even attempting to climb atop the sculpture, put Nanhuiren in a difficult position. He could neither admonish Qiye nor ignore his antics. Just as Nanhuiren was grappling with his embarrassment, Qiye beckoned him over. Caught in the gaze of numerous onlookers, Nanhuiren found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he had no choice but to approach Qiye. "Lift me up," Qiye commanded, pointing at the sculpture amidst the throng of spectators. Nanhuiren was momentarily at a loss for words. He genuinely wondered whether Qiye was simply oblivious or somewhat foolish. In front of so many disciples of the Nine Holy Demon Gate, he was acting like a country bumpkin who wanted to ascend this massive stone figure. Was he to elevate Qiye or continue to let everyone enjoy this farcical display? Qiye appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he were the true spectator of this spectacle. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, what could Nanhuiren do? He reluctantly gritted his teeth and hoisted Qiye up, propelling him onto the towering sculpture. Qiye, with an air of confidence, settled himself upon the shoulder of the colossal stone figure, surveying the vast expanse of the Nine Holy Demon Gate, taking in the breathtaking scenery. Nanhuiren did not possess Qiye's fortitude. He jumped down and stood to the side. At that moment, he contemplated making his escape. Yet he could not abandon Qiye, lest he become stranded atop the sculpture and further tarnish the reputation of the Washing Face ancient sect. As for Nanhuiren's friend surnamed Zhang, he was even less inclined to remain and suffer embarrassment. He turned and left without a word. "Humph. The people from the Washing Face ancient sect are nothing but boorish country folk," scoffed some disciples of the Nine Holy Demon Gate, observing Qiye perched atop the sculpture with disdain. One disciple coldly remarked, "Pa, does he really think he is someone of importance, daring to sit up there? He should take a look in the mirror." Many disciples from the Nine Holy Demon Gate were profoundly displeased with Qiye's outrageous behavior, yet he seemed utterly indifferent, leisurely swinging his feet while chattering away as though conversing with the stone figure. Qiye's actions were perceived as sheer folly by those around him. A reckless fool unaware of his own impending doom. This scene filled Nan Huiran, who stood awkwardly by, with immense embarrassment. He wished he could vanish at that moment. Yet he could not abandon Qiye to face the ridicule alone. Meanwhile, Qiye remained unfazed, lounging comfortably and chatting amiably with the stone figure as if engaged in a casual conversation. The tension in the air was palpable, making Nan Huiran feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles until, after what felt like an eternity, Qiye seemed to grow weary of his perch and finally waved to Nan Huiran. In response to Nan Huiran's demeanor, Qiye merely chuckled and nodded lightly. The composure exhibited by Qiye incited the ire of a disciple from the Nine Sacred Demon sect, who could no longer contain himself and sneered at Qiye, declaring, "The Xiang ancient sect is merely a minor and inconsequential faction. How dare a worthless turtle aspire to court our senior sister? Pathetic. Just a foolish imbecile wishing to wed our esteemed sister." Provoked by such blatant disrespect, Qiye turned his head slowly towards the disciple and replied with deliberate calmness, "Marry your senior sister? You flatter yourselves. Even if a celestial fairy were to propose to me, I would still ponder whether to accept, let alone your senior sister." Qiye's audacious words ignited a wave of fury among the disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, many of whom harbored infatuations for Li Shuangyan, their beloved. Countless furious glares were directed at Qiye. The atmosphere grew tense, sending shivers down Nan Huiran's spine as he instinctively pulled Qiye away, desperate to avoid further confrontation. "Coward! If you have the guts, don't run," the disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect shouted in indignation. Were it not for Qiye's status as a guest, they would have pursued him relentlessly, intent on leaving him in a state of ruin. "Brother, we cannot afford to provoke the Nine Sacred Demon sect. A step back can lead to vast horizons. Sometimes, it is wise to endure," Nan Huiran urged, concerned not only for Qiye but also for his own safety amidst the brewing storm. "What is there to endure?" Qiye replied with a composed smile. "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dikes." At that moment, Nan Huiran was filled with doubt. Being entangled with such a character was undoubtedly courting trouble. He found himself regretting the assignment he had taken on. The prospect of an alliance between the Xiang ancient sect and the Nine Sacred Demon sect was met with disdain among many young disciples of the latter. Li Shuangyan, a paragon among them, was revered and admired by countless young men. The thought of her potentially being betrothed to the chief disciple of the Xiang ancient sect, a mere mortal deemed worthless, was enough to incite a tempest of anger among the young disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, who believed their esteemed sect deserved far better than a union with what they considered a declining and insignificant faction. The matter of the marital alliance has tarnished the dreams cherished by many young disciples. It is uncertain how many among the younger generation of male disciples harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Qiye. Among them, Du Yuanguang stands out as one who holds a particularly unfavorable view of Qiye. As an outer disciple of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, Du Yuanguang possesses considerable talent, earning him the title of a young genius within the sect. Having entered the sect only 5 years ago, he has already reached the pinnacle of the palace-breaking realm. If he successfully endures this year's assessment, he will be designated as a key disciple for cultivation within the Nine Sacred Demon sect. Du Yuanguang is undoubtedly one of the disciples most infatuated with the sect's goddess, Li Shuangyan. When he joined the Nine Sacred Demon sect, it was during the selection presided over by Li Shuangyan. Upon first encountering her, Du Yuanguang was utterly captivated, believing that her selection of him indicated a modicum of favor. With his impressive talent, Du Yuanguang is filled with confidence, yearning for the day when he could cultivate alongside Li Shuangyan and become her partner in the Tao. However, the sudden announcement of a marriage alliance with the Washing-Face ancient sect has ignited a fierce animosity within Du Yuanguang towards the previously unknown Qiye. Especially after hearing Qiye's disdainful remarks towards Li Shuangyan in the duel arena today, Du Yuanguang's fury reached new heights. How dare this ignorant mortal, this worthless being, speak so arrogantly without fear of consequence? It is necessary to teach him a lesson to remind him of the vastness of heaven and earth. Thus, upon hearing those words, Du Yuanguang's gaze turned icy, brimming with murderous intent. The next day, Qiye rose early and decided to take Nan Huiran to stroll around the vicinity of the Nine Sacred Demon sect. He wished to ascertain what remnants of strength the sect still possessed. Despite his reluctance, Nan Huairan felt an instinctive warning about Qiye. Sensing that he was undoubtedly a troublemaker, being associated with him would likely lead to undesirable outcomes. Nevertheless, Qiye paid no heed to Nan Huairan's hesitations and turned to depart, forcing Nan Huairan to follow with a grim expression, as he felt responsible for ensuring Qiye's safety prior to the assessment. However, not long after they stepped outside, they were confronted by Du Yuanguang, the so-called young genius of the outer sect. Moreover, Du Yuanguang was not alone. He was accompanied by a group of over a dozen disciples from the 9 Sacred Demon sect. Many disciples had long harbored grievances against Qiye but had refrained from taking action until now. With Du Yuanguang leading the charge, it was natural for others to join in punishing this so-called waste. "Ah, Brother Du, what a pleasure to finally meet you," Nan Huairan exclaimed, his expression shifting as he recognized the ill intentions of Du Yuanguang and his entourage. He stepped forward, attempting to greet Du Yuanguang amicably. However, Du Yuanguang did not spare him a glance, coldly retorting, "Nan Huairan, this matter does not concern you. Step aside, or you shall face the consequences as well." Upon hearing such words, Nan Huairan could not help but change his expression. However, being a man of considerable finesse, he quickly composed himself and bowed, inquiring, "Brother Du, what has transpired?" Du Yuanguang did not spare him a glance. Instead, he fixated his icy gaze upon Qiye, his eyes radiating a chilling intent, brimming with lethal resolve. Qiye merely cast a glance at him, then ambled forward with an unhurried demeanor, calmly asserting, "A good dog does not obstruct the path. If you do not wish to be a dog, then step aside." As soon as Qiye spoke these words, Nan Huairan immediately sensed the impending disaster. Indeed, the murderous glares from Du Yuanguang and his companions could have slain Qiye on the spot. How dare such an insignificant sect as the Washing Face Ancient School make an appearance in my 9 Sacred Demon Gate? It seems you have grown weary of life. A mere swarm of ants dares to boast so arrogantly. One disciple shouted furiously. As Qiye was about to speak, Nan Huairan clutched him tightly, urgently whispering, "Senior brother, let it go. Do not stoop to their level." Du Yuanguang, a prominent outer disciple of the 9 Holy Demon sect, was specifically groomed by the sect's protector, Su Hufa. If he passes this year's assessment, he will ascend to an inner disciple of the sect. Nan Huairan's words were a caution to Qiye, indicating that they could not afford to provoke someone of Du Yuanguang's stature, who had the backing of Su Hufa, a figure of greater authority than the elders of the Qian ancient sect. A cold glint flickered in Du Yuanguang's eyes, yet he refrained from taking action. He spoke icily. "The 9 Holy Demon sect commands the Gujiang Kingdom, while the Qian ancient sect is but a minor faction. Nonetheless, we do not neglect our guests. However, recently, we have lost a treasured item." Du Yuanguang's slow, deliberate words caused Nan Huairan's expression to shift dramatically. He could not help but exclaim, "Brother Du, what do you mean by that?" Du Yuanguang cast a cold glance at Nan Huairan and replied, "It means nothing. It merely indicates that recently, there have been no outsiders in the 9 Holy Demon sect, and in these past few days, only your Qian ancient sect has been in attendance." This statement could not have been clearer. Du Yuanguang was directly insinuating that someone from the Qian ancient sect was a thief. This was not merely a matter of personal honor, but an affront to the entire reputation of the Qian ancient sect. Even someone as diplomatic as Nan Huairan could not hide his outrage. "Brother Du, I must urge you to choose your words carefully." Nan Huairan initially sought to mediate, but given the implications for his sect's reputation, he could not remain passive. Du Yuanguang, with a disdainful glance at Nan Huairan and Qiye, retorted, "Choose my words carefully? The Qian ancient sect is already in decline, destitute, and impoverished. Who can guarantee that you won't allow petty thieves to infiltrate your ranks? Even a useless mortal can become your sect's chief disciple. It is hardly surprising if you accept some small-time crooks as your disciples." Nan Huairan's face flushed with anger. This was an insult to the Qian ancient sect. In the face of such provocation, any disciple of the Qian ancient sect with even a modicum of pride would find it intolerable. "Brother Du, we demand to see your home master, regardless of the circumstances. This matter must be addressed for the sake of the Qian ancient sect." The stakes were too high for Nan Huairan to back down. Du Yuanguang, brimming with confidence, smirked and said, "See the hall master? Nan Huairan, it is not that I am unwilling to show you courtesy. But with you and your so-called chief disciple being nothing but a waste, you lack the qualifications to meet our hall master. Huh. Your Qian ancient sect is merely an inconsequential minor faction. My hall master can command respect and renown. If your elders were to request an audience with our hall master, it might be feasible, but you, particularly the waste, are simply not worthy. He fixed a cold stare on Qiye. Indeed, what was the Xian ancient sect worth? As for that useless chief disciple, he was nothing more than a lump of mud, desecrating the threshold of the 9 holy demon sect. The other disciples surrounding Du Yuanguang jeered and mocked. Such an occurrence is a profound humiliation for Nan Huiran and the Xiang ancient sect. He trembled with rage. Only Qiye remained unfazed, glancing at Du Yuanguang and leisurely stating, "Whether this is your idea or that of your sect leader, it is of little consequence. You, young man of the Du family, are merely enamored with the heir of the 9 holy demon sect, that lady named Li Yinshuang. Although I have yet to behold the so-called goddess you all revere, it merely reflects your short-sightedness. The notion that Li Yinshuang wishes to wed me is but a futile hope from your sect. Given your 9 holy demon sect standing, I might even consider having your goddess serve as a maid beside me. As for your capabilities?" Qiye glanced at Du Yuanguang and spoke calmly. "You fool. If your goddess possessed any real talent, she would never deign to look at someone as foolish as you. Even if I, Qiye, were to find a woman unworthy, you are still unqualified to compete for her affections. Find a place where you feel comfortable and remain there. You seek death, and I shall grant it." Qiye's words instantly ignited Du Yuanguang's fury, who bellowed in rage as divine light flared from his head, wielding a divine sword in hand. "Du Yuanguang, if you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige." Qiye's audacity elicited a sense of exhilaration in the furious Nan Huiran. Yet he understood that Qiye had never practiced before and swiftly positioned himself before him. "Very well, Nan Huiran. I shall deal with you first before eliminating this wretched fool." Du Yuanguang's eyes blazed with fury. In his mind, Li Yinshuang was an unparalleled goddess, and the insult to his dreams was far more maddening than any personal affront. Qiye slowly pushed open Nan Huiran's door and remarked with deliberate composure, "Huiran, since someone seeks to take my life, I shall personally end theirs. Just watch." Very well, very well." Du Yuanguang, instead of being angered, laughed heartily, gazing at Qiye with derision. "This is the most amusing jest I have ever heard. A mere waste who has mastered only the rudimentary skills of martial arts dares to claim he can slay me, a practitioner of the palace-breaking realm. Therefore, I shall grant you the opportunity for a duel." "Ha ha." The other disciples of the 9 sacred demons, surrounding Du Yuanguang, could not suppress their laughter. They regarded Qiye with pity, and one disciple exclaimed with unrestrained mirth, "Martial prowess versus Taoist techniques? The disciples of the ancient washing face sect lack even the most fundamental understanding. How tragically arrogant and ignorant they are." Qiye, indifferent to the onlookers, casually remarked, "Very well, we shall meet at the duel site." He had no desire to utter a second word, and promptly made his way to the arena. This left Nan Huiran in a state of alarm, who hurriedly grasped Qiye's arm, whispering, "Senior brother, you must not. Du Yuanguang has already reached the pillar level of the palace-breaking realm. You are far from his match. What's the fuss? It's merely the palace-breaking realm. Not a king or a noble. Even if it were a noble from the 9 sacred monsters, should he provoke my displeasure here, I would turn him into mere pulp." Qiye replied with a faint smile, pushing Nan Huiran aside. Momentarily stunned, Nan Huiran's first thought was that Qiye had lost his mind. Having joined the Shiyuan ancient sect for only a few days, he had yet to even practice the most fundamental techniques of Taoism. He had merely dabbled in some peculiar knife techniques. A person who had never practiced Taoism could not possibly challenge a cultivator, for martial skills pale in comparison to the profound arts of Tao. Not to mention, Du Yuanguang was a master of the palace-breaking realm. As Nan Huiran stood dazed, Qiye had already walked far ahead, his voice echoing back, "We shall meet at the duel arena." "Ah, the ignorant are truly pitiable," Du Yuanguang coldly declared. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige. I do not mind using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Brother Du, a single strike will suffice to deal with him," chuckled one of Du Yuanguang's disciples. Whether it was Du Yuanguang or the disciples of the 9 sacred monsters, they all regarded the notion of a mere martial artist challenging a cultivator as nothing short of folly. In the face of Taoism, martial skills were but trivial pursuits, utterly inconsequential. Moreover, Du Yuanguang was a young genius of the palace-breaking realm. Dispatching someone like Qiye, deemed a waste, would be but a simple matter. Chapter 10. Unflinching in the Face of Death, Part 2. The news of Qiye challenging Du Yuanguang swiftly spread to many disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect. thanks to the intentional promotion by those close to Du Yuanguang. A challenge to Du Yuanguang? Within the Nine Sacred Demon sect, Du Yuanguang had already gained a modest reputation. After 5 years of training, he had reached the palace-breaking realm, marking him as a prodigious talent. Such qualifications, if placed within the Qiye ancient sect, would indeed classify him as a true genius disciple. Even the senior disciples, who had entered the sect before him, were astonished upon hearing this news. They remarked, Du Yuanguang is a disciple favored by Protector Su. Although his golden wolf physique is an acquired body, it is nonetheless a fierce constitution. What realm has the chief disciple of the Qiye ancient sect attained? Some recently emerged senior disciples, unaware of Li Qiye's circumstances, curiously inquired further. Senior Sheng, you are overthinking it. Do not speak of the Qiye ancient sect, a sect of little renown, being capable of producing any formidable experts. Moreover, you may not yet be aware that the chief disciple of the Qiye ancient sect is a waste, an ordinary body, ordinary wheel, ordinary fate. He has only been in the sect for a mere 2 days and has reportedly practiced only martial skills, without even cultivating the most fundamental Dao techniques. One disciple laughed, conveying the news. Upon hearing such information, the senior disciples, unaware of Li Qiye's true nature, found it hard to comprehend. A martial artist challenging a cultivator? Was this not a reckless pursuit of death? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. How pitiful, one senior disciple remarked, losing interest in witnessing the event. As it seemed an utterly foregone conclusion, Du Yuanguang could dispatch a martial artist with a mere stroke of his sword. Meanwhile, some disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, of similar age to Du Yuanguang, were excited by the prospect. One disciple exclaimed, "Come, let us watch Brother Du slaughter this chick." The people of the Qiye ancient sect are utterly clueless, a bunch of uncultured bumpkins daring to provoke our Nine Sacred Demon sect. They must be tired of life. This news soon reached the ears of several hall masters and protectors of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, prompting one hall master to shake his head and declare, "This is sheer nonsense." Yet another protector, harboring ulterior motives, remarked nonchalantly, "Perhaps this incident could be advantageous. Killing a waste holds little significance." But the ignorance of the Qiye ancient sect's young ones challenging our Nine Sacred Demon sect is an affront to our honor. Should this escalate, they must pay the price. Such words caused the eyes of various hall masters and protectors to flicker with intrigue. The Qiye ancient sect may have fallen from grace, yet it was still an imperial sect, rumored to possess celestial techniques and the legacy of the Mingren celestial emperor. Countless individuals covet such power, and some have long been poised to take action. For the Nine Sacred Demon sect today, even a protector's intervention might yield imperial techniques from the Qiye ancient sect. However, the demon emperor of the Nine Sacred Demon sect had never expressed a stance on this matter, and the elders within the sect remained silent. Otherwise, with a mere command from the demon emperor, there might have already been attempts to seize the imperial techniques of the Qiye ancient sect, let alone discussions of potential alliances. As the mid-level and high-ranking members of the Nine Sacred Demon sect pondered their motivations, Li Qiye had already taken his place in the duel arena, where numerous young disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect gathered to witness the spectacle. For the younger generation of disciples within the Nine Sacred Demon sect, the slaughter of a worthless individual like Li Qiye was a foregone conclusion. Many among them merely sought to witness how Du Yuanguang would mercilessly torment such a feeble being. As Du Yuanguang stepped into the duel arena, a disciple from the Nine Sacred Demon sect shouted, "Senior Brother Du, behead him with a single stroke." Others echoed, "A mere beheading would be too lenient. He has insulted Sister Li and disrespected our sect. He deserves to have his flesh sliced piece by piece." Particularly incensed were the admirers of Li Yinshuang, the sect's heir, who, upon hearing that Li Qiye had dared to insult her, seethed with a desire to see him brutally torn apart. Anyone who dares to offend the Nine Sacred Demon sect shall face annihilation. Another elder disciple declared, Do not be hasty in killing him. First, sever his hands and feet, and let the Xiong ancient sect come to negotiate for his release. Let the central domain and the entire empire know that opposing the Nine Sacred Demon sect leads to dire consequences. The disciples erupted in fervor, viewing Li Qiye merely as meat on a chopping block, ready for Du Yuanguang to butcher. In the arena, Li Qiye cast a sidelong glance at Du Yuanguang and remarked, "Are the disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect merely silver-plated spears, all bark and no bite? Ignorant little wretch, my first sword shall pin you to the ground." Du Yuanguang retorted coldly, his demeanor darkening. "Prepare to meet your end." Li Qiye's disdainful attitude made Du Yuanguang tremble. as a budding genius. He could hardly fathom being looked down upon by a mere martial artist. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a sword strike that cleaved through the air with the ferocity of thunder, aimed directly at Li Qiye's heart, a manifestation of Du Yuanguang's fury. Li Qiye advanced without retreat, stepping forth with a grace that belied the ferocity of his intent. His left hand wielded the blade, akin to a sinuous serpent, and in an instant, it coiled around, slightly deflecting Du Yuanguang's long sword. With a sharp sound, amidst the flicker of lightning, though the sword did not pierce Li Qiye's heart, it swiftly penetrated his left shoulder. Du Yuanguang, smug and self-satisfied, was abruptly silenced. At the very moment the blade struck Li Qiye's shoulder, Li Qiye's right wrist flicked with an uncanny swiftness, so stealthy that even Du Yuanguang failed to perceive the emergence of Li Qiye's right-hand blade. The stroke was astonishingly rapid, its path almost imperceptible. The disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate, witnessing Du Yuanguang's sword piercing Li Qiye's shoulder, erupted into cheers. Yet, at that very moment, blood seeped from Du Yuanguang's throat as his body fell backward. However, Li Qiye, embodying unrelenting ferocity, unleashed two peculiar blades in a heartbeat. As Du Yuanguang's long sword pierced Li Qiye's shoulder, Nan Huairan finally managed to summon Mo Hufa. From a distance, Mo Hufa saw Li Qiye's left shoulder pierced and exclaimed in alarm. In an instant, as Du Yuanguang's body collapsed, the two short blades, in an exquisitely intricate dance, sliced through Du Yuanguang's form, reducing his body to 5 pieces upon impact with the ground, blood spilling profusely. Mo Hufa rushed to the scene, intent on saving a life. Yet upon arrival, his voice was choked in disbelief. Du Yuanguang's eyes widened in horror. He died without ever comprehending how he had met his demise. How could he have known that Li Qiye's peculiar blades were techniques honed by the immortal Emperor Mingren? Even a casual refinement by such a master rendered them terrifyingly formidable. Techniques polished by an immortal emperor are of an incomprehensible caliber. Even if not comparable to imperial arts, they far surpassed ordinary methods. More astonishing was the fact that Li Qiye had grasped the ultimate essence of this blade technique. Throughout the ages, aside from the immortal Emperor Mingren, only Li Qiye understood its profoundest secrets. It is said that when this technique is mastered to perfection, it can slay kings and nobles. Underestimating Li Qiye, Du Yuanguang, in his arrogance, could not evade this unparalleled blade technique. A single strike was fatal, a cost Li Qiye willingly paid in exchange for the piercing of his shoulder. In that moment, the duel arena fell into an eerie silence. All mocking laughter ceased abruptly, and every gaze was fixed in disbelief upon this scene. Nan Huairan's mouth hung agape. He had summoned reinforcements to save Li Qiye, yet he never anticipated that Li Qiye would, with a single stroke, dismember Du Yuanguang. It was an inconceivable feat for martial skills to slay a cultivator, unless Li Qiye were a master, yet he was decidedly not. This was nothing short of impossible. At this juncture, Li Qiye methodically withdrew the sword embedded in his shoulder. The grating sound of the blade scraping against bone was excruciatingly sharp. However, he did not flinch, for he had endured far greater agony before. What was this pain compared to his past trials? With a swift motion, he withdrew the divine sword, blood gushing forth as Li Qiye casually tossed it aside. Casting a glance at the crowd, he lamented, "It seems my swordsmanship still lacks refinement." A lesson learned with each strike. Nan Huairan's jaw could accommodate an entire goose egg, yet it remained stubbornly shut, unable to articulate his disbelief. To sever Du Yuanguang into pieces and still feel regret was nothing short of inconceivable. This surpassed the limits of his understanding. How could it be possible? The Qimen blade was merely an ordinary martial technique. How could it possibly vanquish a master of the palace-breaking realm? After tending to Li Qiye's wounds, Nan Huairan remained troubled by the earlier events. In truth, he had perused the Qimen blade before. To him, it was just a martial skill, one he had no inclination to practice. "It is merely because you have yet to grasp its essence," Li Qiye mused, reclining comfortably in the master chair. Presently, however, the ancient Sex Qimen blade manual was lacking, yet the complete technique and all its profound truths vividly materialized in his mind. Had Li Qiye spoken such words prior to this moment, Nan Huairan would undoubtedly have deemed him insane, a braggart. Chapter 11, My Arrogance. My Domineering Nature, Part 1. Though Nan Huairan was not a prodigy, his innate talent was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have risen to the position of Hall Master. He had once studied the Qimen blade, and in his eyes, it was merely an ordinary martial art. Yet today, in the hands of Li Qiye, it wielded a transformative power, turning decay into the miraculous. Qiye expressed his thoughts, which left Nanhuiren somewhat incredulous. However, seeing is believing. And he couldn't help but remark, no matter how formidable martial skills may be, they cannot be compared to the profundity of Tao. Martial prowess is merely a branch, a mere offshoot. In truth, even he found it hard to believe that a mere technique like the Qimen swordsmanship could slay a practitioner of Du Yuanguang's caliber. Yet, it was a fact he had witnessed with his own eyes. In response to Nanhuiren's skepticism, Qiye offered no lengthy explanations, but calmly replied, "It all depends on whose martial skills and whose Tao we are discussing." Nanhuiren, of course, was unaware that although the Qimen swordsmanship originated from the mortal realm, it had been refined by the immortal Emperor Mingren. While this sword technique could not rival imperial arts, it certainly surpassed ordinary Tao techniques. Nanhuiren was filled with uncertainty. Had this been earlier, he would have deemed Qiye arrogant and ignorant. However, it was now evident that Qiye was neither arrogant nor ignorant. His casual demeanor spoke volumes of his confidence and certainty of victory. This left Nanhuiren regarding Qiye with an odd expression. As someone skilled in diplomacy and astute in reading people's intentions, he found himself perplexed by the 13-year-old Qiye. At such a tender age, Qiye was merely a novice disciple in the Xiang ancient sect, typically full of youthful exuberance. Yet, this 13-year-old exuded a depth akin to an abyss. Calmness reminiscent of still waters, evoking an indescribable aura. Just days prior, Qiye had wielded the Xiang ancient order bestowed by the three ghosts to become the chief disciple of the sect. As an ordinary mortal, he seemed to have no future prospects, not even in the eyes of the six elders, let alone Nanhuiren himself. Initially, Nanhuiren had perceived Qiye as slightly deranged, perhaps even a bit egotistical and foolhardy. However, upon reflecting on their recent interactions, what he once considered folly in Qiye now appeared entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, as Nanhuiren wrestled with uncertainty, his master, Imohufa, was in a state of despair after the death of a disciple from the Nine Sacred Demon Gate, particularly since Du Yuanguang was a favored disciple of Su Hufa. This incident could spell disaster for the Xiang ancient sect. This was but a trivial matter, and there was no need to flee. Yet, the unperturbed Qiye lounged in an armchair with an air of authority, slowly stating, "In my view, there is no place more secure than the Nine Sacred Demon Gate." Imohufa shot a fierce glare at Qiye, wishing to chastise him for his arrogance. But with calamity looming, he found little inclination to reprimand the youth. "You know nothing." Even Imohufa, typically taciturn, couldn't suppress a curse, exclaiming, "Do you think that by luck you have slain Du Yuanguang, you are truly invincible? You still do not comprehend the might of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate, not to mention their elders or demon sovereigns. Even a single protector from their ranks could rival the 6 great elders of our Nine Sacred Demon Gate. The 9 Holy Demon Gate seeks our demise with an ease that surpasses the crushing of an ant. Indeed, the words of Protector Imo ring true. The 6 elders of the Xiang ancient sect, while formidable within the realm of the Upper Kingdom, merely stand as figures of renown. Conversely, the Hall Masters of the 9 Holy Demon Gate possess the prowess of the esteemed, and as for their elders, it requires no further elaboration. The Demon Emperor of the 9 Holy Demon Gate, who has achieved astonishing feats over the past 30 millennia, is said to be unfathomable. There is no need for Protector Imo to be alarmed. Qiye calmly remarked, "The 9 Holy Demon Gate is but a trifling concern, were it outside their domain. I might indeed feel a twinge of trepidation, yet within the confines of the 9 Holy Demon Gate, the question remains, who will ultimately prevail? The might of nobles and kings is hardly worthy of mention." Qiye spoke with audacity, provoking a tremor in the usually composed Imohufa. The 6 elders of the washing-face ancient sect could only regard him as a mere boastful figure. Now, a newly initiated disciple, utterly ignorant of the Tao, dared to belittle the grandeur of kings and lords. Imohufa felt an overwhelming urge to slap this arrogant fool across the face. Imohufa's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up abruptly. At that moment, several individuals entered from outside, with the leader being the visibly agitated Fu Tangzhu. "Brother Fu, there seems to be a misunderstanding between our sects." Upon seeing Fu Tangzhu's frigid demeanor, Imohufa realized he was inescapably trapped. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to confront the situation. "A misunderstanding? If so, you should address it with our disciple Su." Fu Tangzhu retorted coldly, stepping aside to reveal a young man beside him. This youth, clad in golden robes, exuded vitality, and a faint golden light shimmered from behind his head. Although he appeared to be no older than 20, he possessed an astonishing aura. Mo Hufa could not help but feel a chill at the sight of this youth, for he feared this young man had truly reached the fated realm. Achieving such a level at such a tender age was indeed remarkable. It had taken Mo Hufa himself 5 to 6 decades to attain similar prowess. As Su Hui stepped forward, his eyes glimmered with golden light, radiating an overwhelming presence akin to a sword unsheathed, exuding a fierce energy as if he were a predator ready to pounce. Indeed, Su Hui was far superior to Du Wangguang. While he may not be regarded as an extraordinary genius within the 9 sacred demon sect, he was nevertheless a highly accomplished disciple capable of standing on his own. Those who take a life must pay with their own. Blood debts must be repaid. Su Hui declared ominously, fixing his gaze on Qiye with the intensity of a ferocious beast, as if he intended to tear him apart. Mo Hufa hastily intervened. Su Daoyu, there is a misunderstanding here. Our sect's disciple did not intentionally kill Du Xianzi. It was merely an unfortunate accident. Those who kill must pay with their lives. Su Hui reiterated sternly, emphasizing there was no room for negotiation. You washing-face ancient sect must immediately surrender the culprit. Otherwise, you will be courting your own demise, risking the extinction of your clan. Despite being merely a third-generation disciple, Su Hui was assertive, while Mo Hufa, at least, shared the same status as Fu Tangzhu and stood on equal footing with his master Su Huzhu. It was audacious for a third-generation disciple to adopt such an aggressive stance. More importantly, as a protector, Mo Hufa could not possibly hand over his disciple to be slaughtered by another. Thus, his expression darkened as he replied gravely, Su Shitzi. Right and wrong must be judged fairly. Judgment? Su Hui's expression turned icy, and he chuckled sinisterly. In my 9 sacred demon sect, there is no judgment. Those who harm our disciples must pay with their lives. It was no wonder that at this moment, Qiye leisurely stood up, exuding an air of calm and composure as he stepped forward. He merely glanced at Su Hui and remarked, no wonder the 9 sacred demon sect is shrouded in chaos. It is filled with fools like you. The words of Qiye rendered Nan Huiran and Mo Hufa speechless. In his heart, Nan Huiran could not help but lament, oh, ancestor, speaking less would not lead to your demise. To point at Su Hui and call him a fool is akin to pouring oil on a raging fire. With such words, one could die 1,000 times. Su Hui, consumed by fury, felt a murderous intent surge within him like a tidal wave. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a formidable hand reached out towards Qiye. As the protector of the Xian ancient sect, Mo Hufa could not allow Su Hui to succeed. He stepped forward, effortlessly catching Su Hui's massive hand with his own. Mo Hufa, you are but sealing your own fate. At that moment, Fu Tangzhu, standing nearby, coldly interjected. He emanated a radiant aura, advancing a step to block Mo Hufa. The oppressive force of his presence left Mo Hufa gasping for breath. Mo Hufa's complexion shifted dramatically. Fu Tangzhu's strength was formidable, far surpassing his own. Unless an elder were to arrive, no one within the Shan ancient sect could rival him. Yet, at this moment, Mo Hufa found himself with no path of retreat. Fu Tangzhu, is this the manner in which your 9 holy demon gate receives guests? Mo Hufa could not yield, regardless of his character. He was resolute in defending his own against adversaries. Fu Tangzhu spoke ominously. If Mo Hufa were to surrender the criminal, you would still be regarded as a distinguished guest of the 9 holy demon gate. Should you mistakenly believe that the Xian ancient sect can stand against us and continue to shield the wrongdoer, I fear it will not only jeopardize your own safety, but could also bring about calamity upon your entire sect. Both Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran shot a fierce glare at Qiye, for the threat of death loomed before them, and yet he continued to speak brazenly. Qiye's audacious and tyrannical life has only just begun, and he requires the support of your votes. Chapter 12, My Arrogance, My Tyranny, Part 2, A Mere Novice. Having just joined the 9 sacred demon sect, daring to proclaim its annihilation was nothing short of madness. Nan Huiran had previously found Qiye to be somewhat enigmatic, however. He now regarded him with utter disdain, perceiving his ignorance as outrageously absurd. Nevertheless, Qiye paid no heed to the likes of Deputy Hall Master Fu or Su Hui, striding forth with an air of nonchalance, declaring, regardless of who presides over the 9 sacred demon sect, the demon emperor or the true man, if you wish to adhere to the rules, then let us engage in a fair contest. I shall oblige. Should you choose to disregard the principles, I shall equally respond in kind. Today, I stand here to lay waste to your 9 sacred demon sect and send you to meet the old rooster. Huh, a foolish child. Today I shall flay your skin and draw your tendons. Let us see how you dare to extinguish my 9 sacred demon sect. Su Hui laughed in rage, finding this to be the most ridiculous jest he had ever heard. He had never encountered someone so brazenly ignorant before. Both Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and hide, for Li Qiye had never even practiced the arts. Yet he audaciously claimed he would destroy the 9 sacred demon sect. Such ignorance was astounding. In this present era, the 9 sacred demon sect was an immensely powerful faction in the central domain, capable of commanding a nation. How many could truly hope to annihilate them? Yet, Li Qiye paid no mind to Su Hui's words, nor did he cast him a glance, continuing on his path. Su Hui, enraged by Li Qiye's audacity, spat blood in fury and shouted, "Brat, prepare to meet your end." As his words fell, he swung his sword towards Li Qiye. "Stop!" At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the skies above the 9 sacred demon sect, resonating like rolling thunder, imbued with unparalleled authority, a voice that demanded compliance. This magnificent proclamation instilled a tremor in both Su Hui and Deputy Hall Master Fu, causing their legs to weaken. The elders, upon hearing this voice, shuddered, astonished that such a trivial matter had drawn the attention of the elders. In a fair duel, should one be killed, it is merely a result of inadequate skill. The voice of the elder of the 9 sacred demon sect reverberated through the air. This announcement left many disciples, and even mid-level hall masters and protectors of the 9 sacred demon sect in shock. Such an incident had necessitated the involvement of the Grand Elder, indicating that this was no ordinary affair. Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran felt a shiver run through them. The Grand Elder of the 9 sacred demon sect was a figure of legend, rumored to be a true man. Over the years, the Xiuan ancient sect had engaged with the 9 sacred demon sect numerous times, with the Grand Elder and even the sect master personally visiting. However, it was exceedingly rare for elders of the Xiuan ancient sect to encounter individuals of the status of the 9 sacred demon sect's elders, let alone the Grand Elder or the Sun Monarch Demon Emperor. The fact that such a situation had caught the attention of the chief Grand Elder of the 9 sacred demon sect, Elder Yun, indeed signified something of great importance. The marriage alliance between the 9 Saints demon sect and the Xian ancient sect is a matter of regulation. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the 9 Saints demon sect refrained from mentioning Du Yuanguang, his voice resonating like thunder as he declared, however, such a significant union should not be taken lightly. If the Xian ancient sect wishes to claim the heir of the 9 Saints demon sect, they must first demonstrate their capability. At last, a figure of responsibility emerged from the 9 Saints demon sect. In response to the Grand Elder's words, Li Qiye calmly remarked, "Certainly, you adhere to the rules, and I shall do the same. Is it not your intention to assess me? Very well, I shall oblige. There is no better day than today, let it be so. Whether or not I marry the heir of your 9 Saints demon sect is my own affair. Yet should someone underestimate me, I shall not hesitate to teach them a lesson." With that, he strode forth. Li Qiye's arrogance was so pronounced that even Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran wished to kneel and implore him to cease his boasting. If he continued, he would surely burst the very fabric of his own bravado. At that moment, both Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran longed for a hole to hide in. Utterly embarrassed by the spectacle, they deeply regretted accepting this mission. After all, it was a rare occasion when the Grand Elder of the 9 Holy Demon sect intervened to quell the uproar caused by Du Yuanguang. Others would have seized this opportunity to gracefully retreat, diminishing the matter and mending ties with the 9 Holy Demon sect. Even if they could not marry Li Shuangyan, it would have been of little consequence. Yet, Li Qiye audaciously boasted of teaching the 9 Holy Demon sect a lesson, demonstrating a recklessness that was beyond comprehension. At this juncture, both Nan Huiran and Mo Hufa deemed Li Qiye to be woefully ignorant and egregiously arrogant. Today, the Grand Elder of the 9 Holy Demon sect had proclaimed a decree, and after uttering his words, silence enveloped the room. Su Hui, seething with rage, trembled at Li Qiye's insolence. He longed to be rid of Li Qiye, wishing to incapacitate him for his insolent provocation. However, the Grand Elder's decree left him with no choice but to endure his fury. "I shall await you. I will ensure that you wish for a fate worse than death." Su Hui spat bitterly before departing with his entourage. "Is it truly necessary to be so jittery, Mo Hufa?" Li Qiye remarked, exasperated, as he pushed aside Mo Hufa's hands upon being dragged into the courtyard. Mo Hufa, trembling with indignation, shot a fierce glare at Qiye, wishing to chastise him thoroughly. Yet he stifled his anger for the sake of the impending assessment. You foolishly court your own demise. Mo Hufa exclaimed in frustration. If you wish to perish, so be it, but do not drag the Xiang ancient sect into your folly. Mo Hufa, still agitated, struggled to articulate his thoughts, as Qiye's audacity left him breathless. Nan Huiran, equally speechless, considered Qiye to be utterly deranged, his ignorance and arrogance reaching an insurmountable level. He felt compelled to deliver a resounding slap to Qiye's face. My good sir, do you have any notion of the formidable strength of the 9 holy demon sect? Many of their guardians are qualified to become lords, not to mention their elders and the Lunri demon emperor. Should the Lunri demon emperor intervene, a mere flick of his hand could obliterate our Xiang ancient sect, Nan Huiran lamented. Earlier, when the Grand Elder of the 9 holy demon sect had diffused the situation with Du Yuanguang, you should have taken the opportunity to step back gracefully. Whether or not you could marry the princess of the 9 holy demon sect is trivial. Establishing a good rapport with their elders would not only benefit you, but would also serve the entire Xiang ancient sect. You could have achieved a significant accomplishment, reaping lifelong rewards. The astute Nan Huiran could not help but analyze the situation for Qiye. And what of it? Qiye replied languidly. I much prefer to resolve matters with my fists. Qiye, of course, could not divulge the secrets residing within his heart. Should the 9 Saints Demon Gate operate outside the bounds of propriety, he would seize the opportunity to unveil their true foundation. Although he had once pledged allegiance to the Sage of 9 Saints, the fate of his descendants was of no concern to him. He was more than willing to utilize this chance to cleanse the 9 Saints Demon Gate. Moreover, he intended to draw upon all the resources that the 9 Saints Demon Gate possessed. Nan Huiran could not help but roll his eyes, weary of further discourse. He felt as though he was playing the lute to a cow, as he deemed Qiye to be a fool unworthy of his attention. Engaging with such an ignorant waste of breath was a mere squandering of words. Internally, Nan Huiran scoffed at the notion that Qiye, with his meager martial skills, could ever hope to triumph over Du Yuanguang. Even if he were fortunate enough to slay Du Yuanguang, it would be a trifling feat in the presence of the 9 Saints Demon Gate. With such limited prowess, how could he dare to boast that he would resolve matters with mere brute force? Nan Huiran believed that Qiye's confidence had swelled to an unbearable degree after his chance encounter with Du Yuanguang, leading him to mistakenly believe himself invincible. If the 9 Saints Demon Gate is not secure, then all other places are even more perilous, Qiye remarked with an air of calm amusement. The Law Protector Mo was incensed to the point of spitting blood. He had no desire to continue conversing with such a simpleton. Engaging in dialogue with him was akin to playing music before a cow. Unless this fool faced some consequences, he would remain oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. In the midst of Mo and Nan's frustration, the examination took place atop one of the main peaks of the 9 Saints Demon Gate. In a surprising turn of events, not a single elder from the 9 Saints Demon Gate made an appearance. Instead, 2 guardians were designated to preside over the proceedings. One was Su Hui's master, the Law Protector Su, and the other was the most formidable chief guardian, Yu He. Law Protector Su emanated a terrifying brilliance, his presence akin to that of a being forged from divine gold. The chief guardian, however, was even more imposing, radiating a noble aura that was both vast and overwhelming. At such a level of power, one could manipulate the very elements at will. The 9 Saints Demon Gate was judged by Law Protector Su and Chief Guardian Yu He, while the Xiang ancient sect was overseen by Law Protector Mo. At this moment, the main peak was surrounded by throngs of young disciples, eager to witness the spectacle unfold. The union between the 9 Saints Demon Gate and the Xiang ancient sect was met with vehement opposition from the younger male disciples. Their discontent was palpable, as Li Shuangyin was regarded as a goddess among them, and Li Yinshuang was the princess of the 9 Saints Demon Gate. The likes of the Xiang ancient sect, a mere small faction, were deemed unworthy of such an alliance, especially not someone like Qiye, who was viewed as an inept mortal without any significant merits. Such a person was not even fit to carry the shoes of their princess. Chapter 13. The Tumultuous Heartwood, Part 1. However, this gathering of the younger generation from the 9 Saints Demon Gate was charged with fervor, their emotions running high. It was impossible to ascertain how many of them were driven by righteous fury, particularly when they beheld Qiye's entrance. Their eyes blazed with indignation. Eliminate him. How dare he come to the 9 Saints Demon Gate with such arrogance? One disciple roared. Some disciples spoke harshly, declaring that executing him would be a mercy. and that they should cripple him and use him as a lantern for their sky lanterns. To insult our 9 holy demon sect, he deserves to die 1,000 deaths. They exclaimed, using him as a lantern? Too merciful. We, the 9 holy demon sect, hold dominion over the ancient Buljiang kingdom and instill fear in the central region. How dare this insignificant ant brazenly insult our princess? He should be imprisoned atop the eagle cliff, subjected to the pecking of eagles for a century. Howling in agony for 100 years, and his blood should wash the eagle cliff for 100 years. One disciple raged further. We shall not only rid ourselves of this wretched creature, but we shall also obliterate the Xiyang ancient sect. Another disciple shouted fervently. In that moment, the cries for blood echoed through the air, a wave of fury crashing upon them, with some disciples itching to shred Qiye to pieces. The audacity of Qiye, who dared to insult the princess of the 9 holy demon sect and threatened their very existence, ignited a deep-seated hatred within them, a desire to see him torn apart. They wanted the world to know that the might of the 9 holy demon sect was not to be trifled with. Both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran felt a shiver run down their spines. If the protector of the 9 holy demon sect spoke, the disciples would undoubtedly rend Qiye limb from limb. The uproar of fury surged, threatening to engulf the space, yet Qiye remained unfazed. Strolling leisurely as if in a tranquil garden, exuding arrogance and audacity. Though Protector Mo and Nan Huiran deemed Qiye mad and hopelessly arrogant, they could not help but admire his courage. In such a tempest of rage, most would have been paralyzed with fear, let alone walk out with such nonchalance. At that moment, the chief protector Yuhi coughed, a sound that reverberated like thunder, instantly silencing the cacophony of cries. The overwhelming aura of nobility stifled everyone's breath. When the chief protector spoke, the disciples dared not act recklessly, falling silent, though countless fiery gazes bore down upon Qiye, capable of drowning him in their wrath. If mere glances could kill, Qiye would have perished countless times over. This assessment, if you succeed, will unite our 2 sects in marriage, as per ancestral decree. Should you fail, or if you lose your life, you have only your lack of skill to blame. At this juncture, Protector Su's eyes glinted like cold blades. Fixating on Qiye as he spoke frostily, Protector Su was undoubtedly displeased with Qiye. As a guardian, he was reluctant to strike at him. Yet if given the chance, he would not hesitate to crush this arrogant ant. Qiye sat majestically upon his seat, slowly casting a glance at Guardian Su. A smile gracing his lips as he shook his head and remarked, "One can only say that your 9 Saints demon sect has greatly diminished in stature. What was the promise made by your esteemed 9 Saints of yore? When your sect allied with the Washing Face Ancient Sect, what was your intent?" Back then, the Washing Face Ancient Sect was revered across the realm, with the 9 realms bowing before it. Your 9 Saints demon sect merely sought the protection of the Washing Face Ancient Sect to secure a more advantageous position. Qiye found it tedious to delve into the trivial matters of the past, as his own state during that time had not been particularly stable. The intention of the 9 Saints demon sect to ally with the Washing Face Ancient Sect was not solely the will of the esteemed 9 Saints or the Mingren Immortal Emperor, but rather a proposition put forth by the disciples of both factions. At this juncture, Qiye glanced at Guardian Su and continued, "The times have changed. Thus, you have reneged on the promises of yesteryear. It appears your generation is indeed inferior to the last." Guardian Su let out a cold huff, retorting, "You have already stated that the times are different. If we speak of generations being inferior, then it is your Washing Face Ancient Sect that is to be blamed. Today, the 9 Saints demon sect commands a nation, and the imperial powers seeking to ally with us are numerous. Our princess is not a mere trifling fool." Before the gathered disciples, the disparagement of the Washing Face Ancient Sect left Guardian Mo and Nan Huiran feeling uneasy. However, the reality was that the 9 Saints demon sect surpassed the Washing Face Ancient Sect in strength today. Let bygones be bygones. Boasting cannot alter the past. Chief Guardian He interjected coldly, stating, "The 9 Saints demon sect offers the Washing Face Ancient Sect a chance precisely because we honor the promises of the past. Should you feel apprehensive and wish to withdraw, we shall not impose upon you, and the promises made will be rendered void. Since I am here, let us engage in a challenge," Qiye said languidly. "I wonder how you intend to assess me? Bring forth your trials, and I shall oblige." Such arrogance! Guardian Su scoffed coldly, while the disciples of the 9 Saints demon sect glared at Qiye with disdain. A mere martial arts practitioner dared to speak so boldly, utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. Some disciples seethed with indignation, wishing they could strike Qiye down had it not been for the presence of the guardian. You are still inexperienced. Our Lord has decreed that you shall be granted a chance. The first round will be a literary examination, followed by a martial evaluation. Chief Guardian Yuhi announced. 2 rounds will suffice, Qiye interrupted. What will the literary and martial examinations entail? Pray, enlighten me. Impudent. Guardian Su bellowed. His aura surging forth like a colossal wave, pressing down upon Qiye. What? You wish to engage before the examination? Qiye narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Guardian Su. At that moment, Chief Guardian Yuhi coughed, interrupting the overwhelming pressure emanating from Guardian Su. This incited Guardian Su to glare fiercely at Qiye, regarding him as a reckless and ignorant child, one he could easily crush with a mere finger. How had it come to pass that such an insignificant being dared to prance before him? The literary examination is rather straightforward. Those who venture into the heart of the chaotic forest and traverse further shall emerge victorious. As for the martial examination, it is even simpler, a decisive contest of strength. There will be 3 rounds of assessment, and should you prevail in 2, a union between the 2 factions shall be forged. With a commanding gaze, Yuhi spoke slowly. Very well, let us proceed. Qiye, unperturbed, rose to his feet and declared, whether it be the literary or martial examination, I shall witness the extent of your princess's prowess. At that moment, Su Hui scoffed dismissively. You are hardly worthy of provoking senior sisterly to engage personally. To dispatch someone of your caliber is more than sufficient. Yuhi nodded in agreement. It has come to my attention that you have recently joined the Qiye ancient sect. Thus, I shall not impose too harshly. Within our 9 sacred demon sect, should His Highness take matters into his own hands, you may find yourself deprived of even the opportunity to compete. In terms of talent, our prince stands unmatched, and among the younger generation, our esteemed disciple, Cold Master, reigns supreme. Whoever among them assesses you, it is likely you shall be unsatisfied with the outcome. Su, as a disciple of our 9 sacred demon sect, possesses moderate talent. With his strength, assessing the chief disciple of the Qiye ancient sect would not tarnish your reputation. The 9 sacred demon sect has refrained from sending our strongest disciple to oversee this, granting the Qiye ancient sect a glimmer of hope. If it were Li Shuangyan or our most formidable disciple personally overseeing, not even the chief disciple of the Qiye ancient sect would stand a chance, let alone the elders or the sect leader. Disregarding Su Hui's taunts, Qiye barely cast a glance in his direction. Instead, he focused on Yuhi, nodding solemnly. Thus, it appears your 9 sacred demon sect retains a semblance of hope, despite your reneging on past promises. At the very least, you have not entirely cast aside your dignity. Very well, should you concede a little, I shall grant you a measure in return, lest you accuse me of bullying your 9 sacred demon sect. Qiye once again spoke with reckless bravado, causing both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran to blush with embarrassment. They felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground. Both were inclined to implore Qiye, Dear sir, a little less boasting would not be fatal. The depths of ignorance displayed were truly lamentable. At this moment, the enraged disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect found the situation both infuriating and amusing. Some disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect, filled with indignation, scoffed, remarking, The washing face ancient sect is not only on the decline, but has also lost its wits, allowing a lunatic to become their chief disciple. Is this truly the realm of celestial supremacy? It is a disgrace to the lineage of 18 generations. Many furious disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect could not help but burst into laughter at Qiye's blind arrogance. This was not merely ignorance, but insanity. The mockery from all the disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect rendered Protector Mo and Nan Huiran unable to hold their heads high, even too ashamed to look up at others. Protector Su sneered, finding such ignorant creatures truly pitiable. A figure like you he had weathered countless storms, yet now, gazing upon Qiye, he felt as though he were looking at an oddity. He could hardly fathom the extent of such ignorance. It was the epitome of utter incompetence. Could Qiye truly be unaware of the formidable strength of the 9 sacred demon sect? Did he lack a clear understanding of power? This thought brought a smile to Yuhi's lips. Today, he had encountered a paragon of ignorance. As the assessment commenced, everyone gravitated towards the chaotic heart forest, and soon, the periphery of the forest was teeming with disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect. Can a mere fool from the washing face ancient sect truly enter the chaotic heart forest? A disciple from the 9 sacred demon sect coldly remarked from outside the forest. Another disciple chimed in, Senior Brother Su, during his assessment, once penetrated to the 5th layer of the chaotic heart forest. Now, having reached the true fate realm, he is on the cusp of the Huagai realm. Both his skills and resolve have vastly improved since then. I believe reaching the 7th layer poses no challenge for him. The realms of cultivation, from lowest to highest, are as follows: Knock Palace, expand territory, cultivate body, open palace. Strengthen longevity, true fate, Huagai, nirvana, heavenly origin, nurture spirit. Upon achieving true invincibility and bearing the heavenly mandate, one becomes an immortal emperor. While no one has ever heard of an immortal, let alone a sovereign of all immortals, there exists a saying: my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. The heavenly mandate is a singularity, and in this grand era, becoming an immortal emperor is also a singular achievement. At this moment, countless disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect gathered outside the chaotic heart forest, fervently discussing the matter at hand. In the eyes of all, it seemed that during this literary examination, Qiye was utterly outmatched. A practitioner of martial arts, yet devoid of a Tao heart, what merit does he possess to even step into the chaotic heart forest? Someone couldn't help but sneer. The chaotic heart forest serves as a testing ground for the disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect, evaluating their talent, wisdom, and Tao heart. Here, the Tao heart is of paramount importance. The forest comprises 14 layers, appearing no different from an ordinary woodland at first glance. However, it was meticulously crafted by the founder of the 9 sacred sect, the venerable 9 saints. Upon entering the chaotic heart forest, one would be ensnared by illusions that feel astonishingly real. Even the keenest of eyes cannot pierce through these visions unless one possesses strength surpassing that of the 9 saints. Otherwise, the illusions manifested here are indistinguishable from reality. For instance, upon entering the forest, one might be engulfed in the illusion of a raging inferno, feeling as though one is truly ablaze, experiencing the excruciating agony that intensifies the deeper one ventures. Of course, during this ordeal, one may also employ techniques to fend off the torment or utilize unparalleled skills to withstand the searing flames. Nevertheless, such measures will not guarantee a safe passage through the entire chaotic heart forest. Only those who exceed the power of the 9 saints can definitively shield themselves from these phantasms and traverse unscathed. You ignorant child, you may enter first. Outside the forest, Su Hui scoffed derisively at Qiye. His confidence in this literary examination was unshakable. He firmly believed that he could reach at least the 8th layer of the chaotic heart forest without difficulty. Observing the forest, Qiye couldn't help but smirk. The chaotic heart forest, crafted by the ancient master, is indeed a place that tests one's Tao heart. Me? Qiye replied leisurely. This so-called chaotic heart forest poses no challenge for me. If I were to enter first, I fear you may not even have the chance to showcase yourself. You go ahead. I wouldn't want to be accused of denying you an opportunity. Qiye once again spoke with reckless arrogance, provoking both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran to the point where they wished to seal his mouth. Must you boast so incessantly? Will it kill you to refrain from such bluster? The ignorant fool. Su Hua let out a cold snort and remarked icily. A waste who knows not the essence of the Tao dares to speak so brazenly. Su Hui trembled with rage. How could a mere mortal, a waste of flesh, so disdainfully regard him? He laughed in anger, exclaiming, very well, such grandiose claims. I shall see how far you can go. How far? Such a lack of challenge. Passing through 14 layers is hardly a feat, Qiye replied leisurely. Thus, I shall let you go first, so as not to shatter your fragile spirit. His audacious words left countless disciples of the 9 holy demon sect exasperated. One disciple coldly remarked, is it a trait of the Xiang ancient sect to be so shameless, boasting without a shred of preparation? Protector Mo and Nan Huiran were left speechless, genuinely considering leaving Qiye behind, for his boasts grew increasingly outrageous. They were all too aware of the tumultuous heart disturbance forest. Merely entering the 7th layer was already an impressive achievement. For the younger generation of disciples, reaching the 7th layer required either an unyielding heart or remarkable cultivation. Even the chief grand protector, Yu He, could not help but shake his head. How could the Xiang ancient sect take such a prodigy as their chief disciple to traverse through the 14 layers of the heart disturbance forest? It was nothing short of absurd. He lacked the strength to accomplish such a feat. 14 layers? Su Hui could not suppress a derisive laugh, gazing at Qiye with mockery. If you can pass through 14 layers, I shall call you father. I have no son as unfilial as you. Qiye responded, unfazed, casting a casual glance at Su Hui, exuding an air of calm. Su Hui. flustered and infuriated by Qiye's taunting, glared at him with icy disdain and proposed, "Very well, since you speak so arrogantly. Dare you to wager with me?" "Wager? What shall we wager?" Qiye chuckled. Su Hui sneered darkly. "If you can traverse 14 layers, I shall concede. If you fail, you must crawl beneath me on your knees." Such a wager caused Protector Mo and Nan Huiran to exchange glances, their expressions shifting. This was not merely a test. It was a veiled humiliation directed at Qiye and the Xiang ancient sect. Yet, they could only shake their heads in resignation. This was Qiye inviting his own disgrace. "And if I do pass through the 14 layers, must you then crawl beneath me?" Qiye shot him a sidelong glance, a faint smile playing on his lips. Su Hui's face flushed with anger at Qiye's provocation. "If you pass through 14 layers, you shall crawl beneath me. If you fail, you shall crawl beneath me." At that moment, Protector Su spoke coldly. Having harbored a desire to kill Qiye for slaying Du Yuanguang, he would settle for humiliating him instead. Qiye cast a glance at Protector Su and then nodded earnestly, saying, "Very well, since you are so eager to gamble, I shall acquiesce. Brother Su, let him see what he is up against. Let us wager." The disciples of the 9 sacred demons' gate clamored. Su Hui shot a cold glance at Qiye, chillingly stating, "I await your crawling beneath my legs on your knees." With that, he turned and strode into the chaotic heart forest. This time, the Xiang ancient sect has truly lost face. Their chief disciple will crawl beneath Brother Su. The disciples of the 9 sacred demons' gate snickered. Protector Mo and Nan Huiran averted their gazes, unwilling to witness further. Should Qiye miraculously triumph over Su Hui, it would indeed be a marvel to behold. Traversing the 14 layers of the chaotic heart forest? Such a notion was utterly absurd. They wished to depart immediately. For if Qiye truly crawled beneath Su Hui's legs, the Xiang ancient sect would lose all dignity. At that moment, Protector Mo could not help but harbor resentment towards Qiye, wishing to teach him a harsh lesson. As Su Hui stepped into the chaotic heart forest, darkness enveloped him. He had unwittingly entered a realm of phantoms, an expanse of land shrouded in ghostly energy, where the clattering of countless bones echoed, and corpses began to rise from the earth. Su Hui took a deep breath, channeling his energy to maintain his resolve, disregarding the spectral realm as he ventured deeper. All eyes outside the first layer were fixated on Su Hui within the chaotic heart forest, and it was no surprise that he swiftly passed through the first layer. In the second and third layers, Su Hui demonstrated remarkable prowess. Both his cultivation and resolve were exceptional, allowing him to traverse the third layer with great speed. However, upon reaching the fourth layer, his pace began to wane as the malevolent spirits of the ghostly domain launched their assaults. Initially, he could ignore them, but after several assaults that left him with torn arms, he cried out in pain, instinctively retaliating. By the time he entered the fifth layer, Su Hui found himself fully ensnared in the ghostly domain. With a furious roar, he summoned his treasured artifact, raising his divine sword skyward, releasing his true weapon, which fell like cascading laws, sweeping through the surroundings. A life wheel manifested behind Su Hui, his vitality surging as he unleashed unparalleled laws, charging forward with ferocity. Su Hui had indeed mastered the flame slaughter sword technique, a grand practitioner's art. Witnessing Su Hui's formidable prowess as he conquered the fifth layer of the chaotic heart forest, some disciples of the 9 sacred demons' gate felt a mix of envy and awe. The arts of cultivation and life often spoke of longevity, and with body techniques. The life arts focused on slaying, especially those grand techniques left behind by the 9 sacred grandmasters, which were even more potent. Observing Su Hui breach the fifth layer, Qiye shook his head gently. Chaotic heart forest, he mused. They say it leads to confusion. To conquer it with sheer force is to stray from the path. The 9 sacred grandmasters established the chaotic heart forest to temper the hearts of their disciples. As Su Hui entered the 7th layer, his performance astonished countless disciples. Even Protector Su was quite pleased. As his disciple, Su Hui indeed filled him with pride. Although Su Hui's talent pales in comparison to Princess Li Shuangyan, and his cultivation is far inferior to that of his senior disciple, Lang Shifeng, he is nonetheless content with his current achievements as a mentor. With a resounding thud, Su Hui had scarcely ventured far into the 7th layer when he could no longer endure the overwhelming power of the chaotic heart forest and was abruptly ejected from it. In Chapter 15, A Miracle at My Hands, Part 1, the guardian Su Hu consoled his disciple, saying, "You have performed admirably. There is no need to push yourself further." Yui nodded in agreement, stating, "At such a young age, To reach the 7th layer is already remarkable among our sect's younger generation. Hey, it's not too late to concede, jeered a disciple of the 9 sacred demons sect, mocking, for someone like you, who hasn't even begun to practice the path. Merely passing through the 1st layer is already a miracle. Su Hui spread his legs, fixing a gaze on Qiye with a sinister smile. If you crawl through on your knees now, I won't make things difficult for you. However, if you wait a while and then attempt to crawl, that would be quite another matter. Nan Huiran and Protector Imo turned away, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene. There was no doubt that Qiye was destined to lose. Even if by some miraculous chance he were to traverse the chaotic 7th layer, he would still have to crawl beneath Su Hui's legs. Yet, Qiye remained unfazed, responding leisurely, "No, I am waiting for you to crawl under me," as he stepped into the chaotic heart forest. Upon entering, he was met with an inferno, plunging into a world of erupting magma. The hissing sounds echoed around him, and the heat scorched his feet, causing smoke to rise from them. The pain was excruciating. However, Qiye did not utter a single groan and continued onward. To him, the chaotic heart forest held no significance. He had endured countless tortures over millions of years. In the primordial era, transformed into a shadowy crow, he could not yet scheme against the world, having faced innumerable hardships. He had fallen into the hands of heavenly demons and ancient fiends, been imprisoned for millennia without seeing the light of day, and suffered countless tortures. Although the shadowy crow's form grants immortality, the torment experience did not lessen in the slightest. Over eons, he had traversed burial grounds, entered celestial realms, and navigated demonic domains. Those were the true perilous places of the world. Compared to them, the chaotic heart forest was utterly trivial. The insignificant trials of the chaotic heart forest could not shake Qiye's resolve in the least. What can a mere mortal, who has not even begun to practice the path, accomplish in the 1st layer? Sneered a disciple observing the chaotic heart forest. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, he found himself at a loss for words. In the blink of an eye, Qiye had already passed through the 1st layer, within the realm of illusions. Amidst the fiery inferno of failure, Qiye found himself plummeting into the coldest, most desolate world encased in ice. Outside the fractured heart forest, countless disciples of the 9 sacred demons sought to witness Qiye's appearance. However, the ensuing spectacle left them all agape in astonishment. Both the Law Guardian and Nan Huiran turned away, unwilling to witness Qiye's impending disgrace. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, so profound that even the sound of a falling silver needle could be heard. Perplexed by the stillness, they turned to behold an astonishing sight. The 8th layer. At that moment, a disciple shivered and stammered. The 1st layer, the 2nd layer, the 3rd layer. Another disciple stood in a daze, his gaze following Qiye's steps, murmuring to himself, the 9th layer, the 10th layer, the 11th layer. An incredible event unfolded as Qiye traversed the fractured heart forest with an ease akin to a leisurely stroll in his own garden. His pace unimpeded as if he were not walking through a treacherous forest, but rather along a tranquil path. Finally, he sauntered through the 14th layer of the fractured heart forest, emerging effortlessly from the other side, exuding an air of relaxed contentment. At that moment, all present were petrified, having witnessed the passage through the 14th layer. Such a feat was utterly inconceivable. Throughout the ages, no young disciple of the 9 sacred demons had ever been known to traverse the 14 layers of the fractured heart forest. Even Li Shuangyan, who was hailed as the most gifted and resolute disciple in the history of the 9 sacred demons, had never achieved such a thing. Impossible, impossible. This was simply unfathomable. Su Hui was utterly bewildered. It was a feat beyond belief, yet it lay starkly before his eyes. Su Hui's master, the Law Guardian, stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it. To pass through the 14 layers of the fractured heart forest was an accomplishment even their leader, the Sun Demon Emperor, could not achieve. What fortitude of heart must one possess to accomplish such a feat? How about it? Crawl over here, Qiye said, casting a casual glance at Su Hui. No. This is absolutely impossible, Su Hui exclaimed, his voice a cry of disbelief. At that moment, it was not only Su Hui who found it hard to accept. All present were in disbelief. Such a thing was inconceivable. Even Su Hui's master could not fathom it, questioning. Could it be that something is amiss with the fractured heart forest? It must be. The restrictions of the fractured heart forest have failed, Su Hui exclaimed, clutching at this notion like a lifeline. This round doesn't count. It must be that the fractured heart forest has malfunctioned. Yuhi, indeed, was formidable, deserving of his position as the chief guardian. He passed through the first 9 layers with ease, his heart steadfast. But it was only upon reaching the 10th layer that his pace began to falter. With a resounding thud, Qiye found himself unable to traverse the entirety of the chaotic heart forest. Before he could even complete the 11th layer, he was abruptly ejected. His Tao heart unable to withstand the disturbances of the forest. The chaotic heart forest remained unyielding. Ultimately, Qiye shook his head and stated with unwavering certainty. At that moment, he gazed at Qiye with an expression of utter incredulity, unable to fathom such a reality. Qiye was merely a 13-year-old youth. Yet he managed to traverse the 14 layers of the chaotic heart forest. This could either imply a ghostly presence or an unwavering resolve in his Tao heart, impervious to any external influence. However, it is fundamentally inconceivable for a boy of such tender age to possess a Tao heart of this caliber. The trials one must endure to cultivate such conviction are immense. Even with the most mediocre of talents, achieving greatness would simply be a matter of time and opportunity. The crux of the matter is that a 13-year-old boy could not possibly possess such a Tao heart. At that moment, everyone present was left dumbfounded, some at a loss for words. Do you possess a valuable treasure? At this juncture, Protector Su glared fiercely at Qiye, utterly disbelieving that a mere boy could navigate through the chaotic heart forest. It seemed utterly impossible. It must be so, Su Hui exclaimed. The Xiong ancient sect is a celestial lineage. Perhaps he harbors an imperial treasure of the celestial emperor. Countless gazes turned toward Qiye, with many disciples of the 9 sacred demons considering the possibility. After all, the Xiong ancient sect was founded by the illustrious celestial emperor Mingren, and it was conceivable that they still possessed a relic or two from that era. If he truly possessed an imperial treasure, cheating through the chaotic heart forest would indeed be plausible. Using a treasure to cheat renders this match invalid, Protector Su remarked coldly, firmly asserting that Qiye had resorted to deceit. Cheating with a treasure, of course, is unacceptable, Protector Su reiterated with a chill in his tone. Protector Mo, however, was compelled to defend Qiye. He spoke earnestly, regardless of whether he used a treasure to pass through the chaotic heart forest. That is of no consequence. The 9 sacred demons have not stipulated that one cannot employ treasures in this endeavor. Our disciple has successfully traversed the forest, which signifies victory in this contest. Shameless cheaters. The Xiong ancient sect is a den of dishonor. At this moment, the disciples of the 9 sacred demons were incredulous, unable to believe that Qiye could have traversed the chaotic heart forest, leading many to jeer at him. Protector Mo, unwilling to engage further, turned to Qiye and said, You Protector, did our disciples not win this round? Qiye found himself in a quandary. He had doubts about Qiye's ability to navigate the forest, yet the 9 sacred demons had not prohibited the use of treasures in this challenge. I walk with integrity and sit with dignity, unashamed before heaven and earth. At this moment, Qiye spoke with serene confidence, unlike the followers of the 9 sacred demons, who gamble without the fortitude to accept defeat. If you believe I possess a treasure, then find it. Should you uncover such a treasure, it shall rightfully belong to you. After a moment of contemplation, Qiye raised his gaze and addressed Qiye solemnly. If you truly seek to clear your name, the 9 sacred demons possess a method. Our ancestor left behind a treasure known as the celestial bone mirror, which can reveal all origins. If you are willing, we can invoke the mirror's power. Should you indeed carry an imperial treasure, this mirror will certainly unveil it. I concur, let us use the celestial bone mirror. Protector Su was the first to agree, stating, If the mirror reveals nothing, it indicates the absence of a treasure. Indeed, refusal to reveal is tantamount to cheating. The other disciples of the 9 holy demon sect chimed in, expressing their sympathy. Qiye glanced at the crowd, smiled, and said, Very well. Since you have all expressed your concern, I shall grant you a glimpse. He then commanded, Bring it forth. Upon Qiye's consent, Qiye promptly dispatched someone to retrieve the celestial bone mirror. The celestial bone mirror of the 9 holy demon sect bore a significant legacy, rumored to have been inherited from the primordial era and refined by celestial emperors. This mirror could unveil the essence of one's being, far surpassing the ordinary mirror of true form by countless magnitudes. The celestial bone mirror was unveiled, its smooth surface adorned with flowing celestial inscriptions, exuding a terrifying aura. Even someone of Qiye's stature felt a sense of reverence in its presence. The mirror cast its gaze upon Qiye, revealing his life wheel and destiny palace in full display. The life wheel gradually rotated, pulsating with vitality, while the Destiny Palace remained dormant, indicative of an unawakened fate. A mortal body, a mortal wheel, a mortal destiny. The Destiny Palace lay unopened, and he bore no treasures of the celestial emperors. Ultimately, Yuhi reached his conclusion. The opening of the Destiny Palace was the most rudimentary threshold for cultivators, even those of the least talent, with dedication, could awaken their Destiny Palace within a few days at most. However, Qiye's unopened Destiny Palace indicated a lack of cultivation. Under the scrutiny of the celestial bone mirror, Qiye was laid bare, his essence unveiled before all. Are you satisfied now, Protector Su and Protector Yu? Protector Mo remarked coldly. Being compelled to confront the celestial bone mirror was indeed a disgrace for their ancient sect. My apologies, Yuhi, displaying a measure of grace, nodded and stated. Qiye has not engaged in any deceit. With Yuhi's acknowledgement, all present were rendered speechless. Yet, disbelief loomed large. How could a mere 13-year-old boy traverse the chaotic heart forest, a mortal body, a mortal wheel, and a destiny yet to commence? To every cultivator, such a being was deemed inconsequential. Yet, this very inconsequential individual had indeed crossed the chaotic heart forest. But this cannot be. Su Hui struggled to accept such a reality. Qiye cast a glance at him, speaking slowly. It seems you are not convinced, but I shall make you crawl on your knees in due time. What is so remarkable about the Chaos Heart Forest? Only a fool like you would reach the 7th layer. Open your eyes wide. I shall traverse it once more before your very eyes. With that, he turned and stepped into the Chaos Heart Forest. The 1st layer, the 2nd layer, the 3rd layer. At this moment, Nan Huairan's gaze followed Qiye's progress, counting layer after layer. The 14th layer. Ultimately, Nan Huairan exclaimed, and though he witnessed the miracle once again, he remained astonished. This was nothing short of monstrous. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Even Yuhi, a person of such stature, fell into a long silence. Through the divine mirror, Yuhi discerned that Qiye's innate talent was nothing extraordinary. However, he now possessed an unparalleled Dao heart, an unwavering resolve. A 13-year-old youth wielding such an indomitable Dao heart. What trials had he endured? Yuhi could scarcely believe it. After cultivating for a millennium, he could never attain such a heart. Su Hui trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen. Before countless witnesses, he was to crawl beneath Qiye's legs. Where would he find the courage to show his face again? We, the 9 sacred demon sect, can afford to lose. Since we have wagered, we must accept the outcome. Yuhi nodded and said, Su Hui, the bet was your proposal. Now fulfill your promise. Su Hui nearly fainted. Now that even the protector you had spoken, not even his master could save him. His complexion fluctuated from red to pale, and finally, gritting his teeth, he knelt before Qiye. His body became stiff, enduring what was the most humiliating moment of his life. In the end, Su Hui had no choice but to crawl beneath Qiye. Once he passed, Qiye placed his foot upon him, looking down and declaring, If others respect me an inch, I shall honor them a foot. If they offend me an inch, I shall retaliate a foot. In my eyes, a genius disciple is nothing, and the 9 sacred demon sect is likewise insignificant. With that, he turned and departed, leisurely striding away. Su Hui trembled all over, spitting blood from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, overcome with rage. Protector Su hurriedly lifted Su Hui, attempting to soothe him. At this moment, all present were dumbfounded. The audacity of a mere mortal waste was utterly incredible. Such a feat seemed entirely impossible. Yet here was Qiye, a mortal, still spouting such arrogance, daring to disregard the 9 sacred demon sect without even having practiced the Dao arts. Upon returning to the main peak, Protectors Su, Yuhi, and Mo took their seats, while Qiye sat at the lower end, calm and composed, exuding an air that left many disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect yearning to strike him. Protector Su fixed his gaze upon Qiye, a terrifying malice flickering within his eyes. As a master, he felt a profound sense of shared enmity for his aggrieved disciple. Qiye's humiliation of his disciple is tantamount to humiliating himself. At this moment, both Protector Mo and Nan Huairan felt a peculiar unease. Qiye, a mere newcomer to the 9 Saints demon sect, displayed arrogance that led others to perceive him as foolishly reckless, courting his own demise. Yet, upon closer reflection, it seemed he was not arrogant at all. His words appeared to merely articulate the truth. This left Protector Mo and Nan Huairan perplexed, unable to fathom Qiye's true nature. A mere mortal, unrefined in the ways of cultivation and lacking any powerful backing. What could possibly empower him to exhibit such audacity? What resources did he possess to stand against the Nine Saints demon sect? The literary examination has been passed. Let us proceed swiftly to the martial assessment, Qiye remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his demeanor calm and his smile serene. Qiye's words were undeniably audacious. Had it not been for his earlier display, the disciples of the Nine Holy Demon Gate would have likely drowned him in a torrent of scorn. Yet, in light of his recent performance, silence enveloped the disciples. For not only had he humiliated Su Hui, but he had also dealt a resounding slap to the Nine Holy Demon Gate. Yuhi regarded Qiye with a perplexed expression. As a formidable figure qualified to ascend to the ranks of nobility, he had weathered countless storms. Previously, he deemed Qiye to be frightfully ignorant and arrogantly deluded, almost to the point of insanity. However, upon deeper reflection, it appeared that Qiye possessed some form of capital. What grounds did an ordinary person, who had yet to cultivate any Taoist arts, possess to challenge the Nine Holy Demon Gate? Could it be that the Xiang ancient sect harbored some hidden ace? As the chief guardian, Yuhi swiftly dismissed such notions. The Nine Holy Demon Gate was all too familiar with the state of the Xiang ancient sect over the years. Had the Xiang ancient sect possessed any means to provoke the Nine Holy Demon Gate, they would not have found themselves in their current predicament, nor would they have been relegated to the realm of the Baoxing Empire. Moreover, the Nine Holy Demon Gate was well aware of Qiye's situation within the Xiang ancient sect. He was merely the chief disciple holding the Xiang ancient token, and even the 6 elders of the sect held him in low regard. What extraordinary powers could a person devoid of support and backing possibly possess? This left Yuhi utterly bewildered. Regaining his composure, Yuhi spoke slowly. Given that Su Shizizi is in poor condition, if you wish to partake in the martial examination, the Nine Holy Demon Gate can arrange for a different opponent. Humiliated by Qiye, Su Hui vowed to personally eliminate him, seeking to make him suffer beyond measure and cleanse his own shame with Qiye's blood. Standing tall, Su Hui clung to the last vestiges of his confidence, lifting his head defiantly and asserting to Yuhi, "Guardian, I can fight again." Yuhi could not help but furrow his brow. He understood Su Hui's determination all too well. He replied gently, "Su Shizizi, now is not the time for you to enter the fray." This matter held great significance for the Nine Holy Demon Gate, especially since Qiye had already secured one victory. "You brother, this child Su Hui possesses a steadfast spirit. Despite his setbacks, he will not succumb to despair. He is one who rises to the challenge. Let us grant him this opportunity." Su Hui's mentor interceded on his behalf. Gritting his teeth, Su Hui resolutely declared, "Guardian, should I falter in the martial examination, I shall repay the sect with my life." Thus, he pledged his solemn vow of military service for vengeance. Yuhi contemplated for a moment. Among the younger generation of disciples, Su Hui had achieved the true fate realm and was on the path to Huagai, making him an exceptional talent within the Nine Holy Demon Gate. Few among the younger disciples surpassed him, especially considering he practiced the esteemed Great Sage level technique, the Li Ti sword art. Yuhi was acutely aware of the formidable power of this sword technique. If Su Hui were to fight with his life on the line, defeating him would not only be a challenge for the Xian ancient sect, but even among the younger generation of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, few could rival him. Only true geniuses like Long Chenfeng possess the capability to overcome him. "Brother Yu, Su Hui has always been exceptionally strong. He will not falter. Let us grant him this opportunity," urged Guardian Su. After careful contemplation, Yuhi concluded that if he himself could not prevail, then their only hope lay in having a talent like Long Chenfeng intervene or allowing Princess Li Yinshuang to personally engage, which would provide a certainty of victory. Moreover, he could not fathom how Qiye, who had yet to cultivate any Taoist arts, could possibly defeat a true master in the realm of destiny, especially one who practiced techniques of the Grand Sage level. "Very well, you shall take on the challenge." Yuhi ultimately acquiesced to Su Hui's request for battle. Chapter 17. The Demon Emperor of the Rotating Sun, Part 1. In anticipation of this martial confrontation, Yuhi and his companions were present on site, holding their breaths as they focused intently on the two combatants. At that moment, neither Guardian Mo nor Nan Huiran believed that Qiye could triumph over Su Hui. After all, Su Hui was a formidable being in the realm of true destiny, and what was even more daunting was his mastery of Grand Sage-level techniques. Qiye had only recently joined the Xian ancient sect and had yet to even practice Taoist arts. The prospect of defeating Su Hui seemed utterly impossible. Could he truly overcome senior brother Su? Qiye had just traversed through the chaotic heart forest, leaving the disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect filled with doubt. One senior brother shook his head, declaring, "It is impossible. A mortal cannot surpass a cultivator. Such a feat has never occurred throughout the ages, unless he possesses a true artifact of the immortal emperor." Yet, such a scenario was equally improbable, for even if he were to possess an immortal emperor artifact, he would lack the formidable vitality required to wield it. Indeed, a person who had yet to cultivate any Taoist arts could not possibly activate an immortal emperor artifact, even if he truly owned one. Senior Brother Su's fiery slaughter sword technique was exceedingly formidable, profound, and unmatched in its ferocity. If he were to fight with all his might, within the 9 sacred demon sect, only the princess or the eldest senior brother could contend with him. Otherwise, no one could defeat him. A senior brother who had sparred with Su Hui nodded in agreement. The disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect also expressed disbelief that a mortal such as Qiye could vanquish Su Hui, stating, "Although senior brother Su's golden eagle body is said to be an acquired physique, his attributes are remarkably swift and fierce. In terms of speed and attack, senior brother Su is renowned among our peers." Cultivators place great emphasis on physical constitution, which can be categorized as innate or acquired, with varying degrees of quality: mortal bodies, acquired bodies, innate bodies, royal bodies, sacred bodies, and immortal bodies. Mortal bodies are the most common in the world, with ordinary beings predominantly possessing them, as is the case with Qiye, who possesses a mortal body. Mortal bodies, whether in terms of vitality or constitution, are the weakest of all. With a resounding roar, Su Hui's voice echoed, and in an instant, streams of sword radiance surged forth from his being. A myriad of sword radiances converged, transforming into an expansive arena of blades, each beam swirling around him like divine swords. The portal stood as a formidable fortress, impenetrable and daunting. At this moment, Su Hui opened his mouth and unleashed a divine sword, which instantly multiplied into 8 towering blades, each reaching a height of 100 zhang, capable of cleaving the earth itself. The fierce slaughter sword technique and the flame gold divine sword. One disciple couldn't help but express envy, exclaiming, "Su Shixiang's true artifact is forged from the complete Tao patterns of the flame gold divine stone." The flame gold divine sword excels in offense, while the fierce slaughter sword technique provides defense. Among our 9 holy demon sect, aside from the senior brothers, it is unlikely anyone could easily defeat Su Shixiang. In the realm of cultivators, there exists a distinction between true artifacts and life artifacts. True artifacts refer to those of genuine life, while life artifacts are merely ordinary. The power of true artifacts surpasses that of life artifacts. Witnessing this spectacle, even the protector, Mo, fell silent, and Nan Huiran let out a soft sigh. With such profound cultivation, such extraordinary techniques, and such a true artifact, Qiye stood no chance. In Su Hui's current state, neither Nan Huiran nor even Protector Mo could breach his defenses with a mere attack. If the initial assault failed to penetrate Su Hui's defenses, they would soon face the tempestuous onslaught of the great sage's techniques, a far more terrifying scenario. Qiye spat lightly into his palm and rubbed it together, a gesture starkly contrasting his usual nonchalant demeanor, appearing rather crude. Yet, astonishingly, he chose not to wield the enigmatic blade but instead brandished a firewood stick. Was this not courting death? Such a stick, with a mere graze from Su Hui's flame gold divine sword, could be easily severed. As for Protector Mo, the prospect of Qiye's survival seemed utterly bleak. His only plan now was to ensure Qiye's rescue, regardless of the circumstances. The Xiang ancient sect had indeed fallen into decline, daring to confront Su Shixiang's flame gold divine sword with a mere broken stick. A disciple from the 9 holy demon sect scoffed disdainfully. Due to Qiye's passage through the chaotic heart forest, he left a profound impression on Yuhi, who focused intently. Opening his heavenly eye to scrutinize the wooden stick, he genuinely feared it might be a treasure forged by an immortal emperor. However, no matter how he examined it, the stick remained just a stick, unrefined by Taoist rituals and devoid of any enhancement from techniques. It was simply an exceedingly ordinary piece of wood. At this moment, Yuhi couldn't help but wonder, how could a mere stick dare to compete against a true artifact of life level? Such audacity was nothing short of ignorance, a path to self-destruction. Protector Su chuckled coldly. Recognizing Qiye's actions as a reckless gamble, his apprentice could easily slice him down with a single strike. "Come here, boy. Let me give you a thrashing that will leave you raw and bleeding." Qiye, unfazed and audacious, pointed the firewood stick defiantly at Su Hui, seeking death. With a thunderous roar, Su Hui transformed 8 divine swords into one singular blade. With a resounding clang, the sword sang to the heavens, cleaving downwards with an inferno of flames that threatened to incinerate the vast duel arena. Upon witnessing this strike, even Nan Huiran averted his gaze, for he feared that with this blow, Qiye would be reduced to mere ashes. Su Hui's intention was clear, to eliminate Qiye with a single stroke. Contrary to expectations, Qiye remained unfazed. With a wild cry, he charged forward, casually brandishing his snake-whipping rod, displaying an utter lack of concern. "Senior brother Su, eliminate him." The disciples of the 9 holy demon sect could hardly contain their excitement at Qiye's reckless pursuit of demise. If Su Hui succeeded in slaying Qiye, it would be a moment to wash away their disgrace with his blood. Yet, with a resounding thud, the outcome was far from the anticipated carnage. It did not unfold as everyone had envisioned. The sword did not cleave down to leave Qiye in ruin. As Qiye brandished his snake-whipping staff, it astonishingly struck the most vulnerable point of the flame gold divine sword, hitting the sword's spine with a resounding clang. Su Hui's flame gold divine sword was knocked to the ground, akin to a venomous serpent struck at its most sensitive spot, rendered limp and powerless. "You brat. I shall turn you into a pig's head." Su Hui could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet, at that moment, Qiye surged forward, casually swinging the snake-whipping staff towards him. With a furious roar, Su Hui did not retreat. Instead, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, transforming his body into a sea of blades, charging at Qiye with unyielding defiance. However, even his formidable fiery butcher sword technique proved ineffective. The snake-whipping staff descended with brutal precision, exploiting the flaw in the fiery butcher sword technique, and struck Su Hui squarely in the face, blood gushing forth. Dazed and disoriented, Su Hui was left seeing stars. In the blink of an eye, Qiye unleashed a flurry of strikes, each aimed at Su Hui's most vulnerable spots. Su Hui found himself utterly defenseless. Akin to a snake stripped of its bones, his vitality waning, his techniques unraveling, and his body growing weak. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground, bloodied and battered, having suffered multiple blows. The snake-whipping staff was neither a treasure nor a divine artifact. It was merely a wooden stick. With its aim to strike at the core weaknesses of its target, it was a bane to most cultivators. This 3-foot staff was a rare item, acquired by Qiye from the treacherous depths of ancient lands, having traversed through the ghost forest at great cost. Let it be said that even the once mighty Su Hui would face challenges akin to those experienced by the immortal Emperor Mingren before his ascension, who had endured torment beneath the strikes of this very staff. In their youth, the invincible generals under immortal Emperor Mingren had been left howling in agony, their flesh torn and raw from its relentless blows. Avoiding the snake-whipping staff was not an insurmountable task. Once one reached the celestial origin realm, evasion became significantly easier. Until then, facing this staff meant enduring punishment. The staff itself was crafted from a small tree that had withstood the trials of time in the perilous realms. Despite the potential for grievous wounds, the snake-whipping staff was not lethal, which is precisely why Qiye, having transformed into the Raven of Shadows, painstakingly procured it to teach a lesson to the likes of immortal Emperor Mingren and his contemporaries. As Su Hui lay on the ground, battered and broken, Qiye showed no mercy, relentlessly striking him with the staff. In that moment, Su Hui was left with lacerated skin and bruised flesh, unable to rise. This spectacle left the onlookers in utter disbelief. Yuha was taken aback, immediately wielding the snake-whipping stick. However, it remained merely a wooden staff, devoid of any signs of divine power, lacking the flow of laws, and utterly free from any forbidden techniques. It was simply an ordinary stick. In Chapter 18, The Demon Emperor of the Rotating Sun, Part 2, Yuha, of course, was unfamiliar with such an artifact as the snake-whipping stick. Throughout the ages, those who had truly encountered this item were exceedingly few. Were it not for Qiye's extensive lifetime of millions of years, having traversed numerous perilous realms and uncovered countless astounding secrets, he would not have been privy to the mysteries of the snake-whipping stick. Those unaware of its secrets would merely perceive it as an ordinary piece of wood. "I will slay you," Su Hui roared fiercely, even as he lay incapacitated, his skin torn and flesh exposed. Suddenly, 2 incredibly sharp claws emerged from beneath his ribs, lunging towards Qiye's chest with ferocity. These claws could effortlessly pierce through Qiye's torso. Su Hui possessed the body of a golden eagle, his lineage tracing back to a father who was an eagle cultivator. Within him lay a pair of extraordinarily sharp eagle claws, capable of delivering a lethal blow at any moment. The snake-whipping stick struck the golden eagle claws with ease. Upon impact, it was as if the snake had been struck at its vital spot, rendering the once razor-sharp claws feeble and ineffective. Seeking your own demise. Qiye's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, two short blades pierced Su Hui's shoulders, pinning him to the ground and rendering him immobile. To think you would attempt to kill me today? I shall strike you down, Qiye declared coldly, gripping the snake-whipping stick. Enough. At that moment, Su Hufa could no longer bear to watch. He descended into the dueling arena and shouted vehemently. Qiye merely cast a glance at him, casually remarking, "What? The young can't prevail. So the elder chooses to intervene personally? The younger generation, do not be arrogant." Su Hufa's gaze was lethal, chillingly declaring, "Release him, or I shall personally slay you today." Upon hearing such words, Qiye slowly directed his gaze towards Su Hufa, remarkably calm, and leisurely responded, "If I could have spared his life earlier. Now that you threaten me, I shall take it." As soon as he finished speaking, he deftly grasped a dagger. With a horrified scream, Su Hui felt the dagger pierce his shoulders, swiftly cleaving his body apart, and in the blink of an eye, he was dismembered into 5 pieces, blood staining the earth crimson. Su Hufa was taken aback, never having imagined that Qiye would so readily take a life, displaying a complete lack of restraint, even to the extent of killing his own disciple before him. "You wretched creature, prepare to die," Su Hufa bellowed, his fury surging to the heavens, as he summoned a colossal divine sword to strike down at Qiye's head. At that moment, Mo Hufa was paralyzed with fear, even with his strength. It was too late to save Qiye. In an instant, as the sword rent the skies, a gigantic foot descended, unstoppable by any. Whether they be valiant heroes or noble lords, even the true sage emperors would be reduced to mere ants beneath such a foot. Su Hufa let out a cry. Crushed on the spot, his body reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. At this juncture, all present stood in stunned silence. For the foot that had descended was not Qiye's, but that of one of the immense stone statues towering in the duel arena. This statue's foot had crushed Su Hufa, a figure of considerable power, with a single stomp. The chief protector, Yuhi, was taken aback, his blood surging as he charged towards the statue in an attempt to rescue Su Hufa. However, at that very moment, the statue that had just crushed Su Hufa lifted its foot and kicked out, with a resounding thud, sending even the formidable Yuhi crashing into the main peak, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. "Do not be arrogant." A thunderous voice resounded, as if a celestial waterfall of law enveloped the realm, divine light permeating the heavens. A figure appeared in the skies above, radiating boundless divine brilliance. The Grand Elder, suddenly taking action, left all within the 9 sacred demon gate astounded. He pressed down with a seal, seeking to suppress the 8 directions with his unparalleled might against the statue. However, with a resounding crash, the statue raised a hand and struck down fiercely. Under that palm, the treasure seal shattered, and the immensely powerful Grand Elder of the 9 sacred demon gate was sent flying, blood staining the heavens. Even the Grand Elder could not withstand the force of the statue's blow. This scene left everyone in shock. The Grand Elder was sent hurtling away. In that fleeting moment, all within the 9 sacred demon gate were left in disbelief, whether protectors or elders. The stone statue in the duel arena of the 9 sacred demon gate had unexpectedly acted, crushing Su Hufa with a single foot, kicking Yuhi away, and sending the Grand Elder flying with a single strike. Such power was truly terrifying. After the stone statue sent the Grand Elder flying with a powerful strike, it resumed its position as if nothing had transpired. I have stated before that should the 9 sacred demon gate act irrationally, I would not hesitate to dismantle it entirely. Qiye, standing in the arena, appeared utterly unfazed, as though the events had not occurred at all. Both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran were left dumbstruck. They had never envisioned such a scenario. A mere stone statue, exhibiting such terrifying prowess. And even more alarming was the fact that it had struck down an elder of the 9 sacred demon gate, completely defying their understanding of reality. The Grand Elder, injured and seething with rage, momentarily ascended to the heavens, eager to confront the stone statue once more. In truth, even he, as the Grand Elder, was considerably shaken. Their own stone statue had turned against them. "Elder, restrain yourself. This is the guardian deity of our 9 sacred demon gate." At that moment, A commanding voice resonated from the depths of the 9 sacred demon gate. Upon hearing this voice, everyone within the gate recognized it belonged to none other than the gate's leader, the sun-wheeled demon emperor, a figure of extraordinary talent and prowess. The Grand Elder halted abruptly, his gaze fixed on the stone statue, filled with uncertainty. Indeed, as the leader spoke, all disciples of the 9 sacred demon gate were left in disbelief. Even the senior elders were reluctant to accept the reality. They had never heard of a guardian deity for their sect, and even more terrifying was the notion that this deity had turned its wrath upon them. Elder, Protector Yu, please invite young Master Li to the Heavenly Hall for a discussion. I wonder what young Master Li's thoughts may be. The authoritative and regal voice of the sun-wheeled demon emperor echoed once more. In response to the emperor's words, Qiye remained relaxed and composed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Since there are discerning individuals present, what harm could there be in a discussion?" Finally, the chief protector, Yu He, approached to invite Qiye, and at that moment, he could not help but shiver at the sight of the 13-year-old boy before him, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from him. The Heavenly Hall is a sacred ground for the 9 sacred demon gate, where significant decisions are made, and only elders are permitted to attend. Neither Protector Mo nor Nanhuiren had the qualification to enter, and the Heavenly Hall floated above the very heart of the 9 sacred demon gate. While Qiye could not fly today, the powerful noble Yu He personally bent down to carry him. Within the Heavenly Hall, all the elders of the 9 sacred demon gate were present, including the Grand Elder. Each elder radiated an aura of divine light, their essence fluctuating as if they were the embodiment of a world unto themselves. These were not mere nobles. They were true transcendents. A single noble could potentially eradicate the Qiye ancient sect, but a true transcendent was an entirely different level of terrifying power. The depth of the 9 sacred demon gate was truly formidable. No wonder they wielded such influence over the ancient territory of Gunyo. Such strength rendered the Qiye ancient sect incapable of competing. A true transcendent from the 9 sacred demon gate could effortlessly subdue the Qiye ancient sect. Even in the presence of living deities, Qiye remained tranquil and composed, sitting leisurely within the celestial hall. Throughout the ages, no one has ever been able to converse with the guardian deities of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. The voice of the Sun Demon Emperor echoed once more. Yet his presence was nowhere to be seen. Qiye shook his head and remarked, "I do not engage in conversation with those who hide their intentions. It is not that I am unwilling to meet young Master Li, but rather that I am currently within the confines of the inner realm, making a meeting inconvenient." The Demon Emperor Lunri, a figure of such lofty stature who wields dominion over the entire ancient Nyojin kingdom, surprisingly did not express anger, but instead explained patiently, "Very well. I shall not press you further. At the very least, I am a reasonable person," Qiye replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Qiye's audacious demeanor incited a swell of frustration among all the elders of the 9 sacred demon gate present. Their demon emperor, a figure of lofty stature, commanded such reverence that even the nobility and true immortals of the ancient Nyojin kingdom would not dare to act with impunity in their presence. Yet, here stood a mere 13-year-old youth, brazenly exhibiting such insolence before their emperor. "I am curious to hear how young Master Li communicates with our guardian deity of the 9 sacred demon gate," spoke the Lunri Demon Emperor. At that moment, the elders were enveloped in uncertainty, for they had never heard of a guardian deity associated with their sect. As elders, they were entirely oblivious to the existence of such a protector. The Lunri Demon Emperor then elucidated, "Our 9 sacred demon gate is safeguarded by 4 guardian deities, represented by the 4 stone statues in the duel arena, summoned by our forebear to protect us. Furthermore, beneath the duel arena lies the very essence of our sect's earthly veins, vigilantly watched over by these guardian deities. However, since the inception of the 9 sacred demon gate, these guardians have never manifested their powers until today." As he spoke, even the Lunri Demon Emperor's voice turned grave. All the elders now gazed at Qiye, unable to fathom that the guardians, who had remained dormant throughout the ages, would take action at the behest of Qiye. This was utterly astonishing. Chapter 19. Arrogance Knows No Bounds. Part 1. The elders of the 9 sacred demon gate surveyed Qiye, their hearts brimming with indignation. How could a mortal, with an ordinary body, life, and fate, engage in discourse with their guardian deity? This defied all natural order. If Qiye were a disciple of the 9 sacred demon gate, it might be understandable. However, he had explicitly refused to be one of their disciples. The notion that their own guardian deity would protect an outsider, first by trampling the law protector Qiye, and subsequently gravely injuring He and the Grand Elder, was enough to stoke the ire of the elders. Could you share the secret of how young Master Li communicates with our guardian deity? The voice of the Lunri Demon Emperor resonated once more. Qiye could not help but chuckle, shaking his head as he remarked, "Communication secrets? I possess no particular tricks. Being your guardian deity, you should be more aware of this than I. In truth, the profound secret was one Qiye could not divulge to the likes of the Sun-Will Demon Emperor and his ilk. In the chaotic era, he transformed into the Shadow Crow, investing immeasurable effort to devise a grand strategy that ultimately freed him from the clutches of the immortal demon cave. However, throughout the countless millennia that followed, he endured innumerable tribulations and traversed through endless ages, acquiring a singular insight to seize control of his own fate. One must possess formidable strength. Later, the founder of the Nine Holy Demon Sect, the Venerable Nine Saints, served the Mingran Celestial Emperor, accumulating countless merits in the process. The Nine Saints had long coveted Qiye as Four Symbols' stone guardian, pestering him on numerous occasions for its possession. Eventually, when the Mingran Celestial Emperor bore the heavenly mandate and ruled over the 8 desolations, Qiye, in recognition of the Nine Saints' unwavering loyalty and significant contributions, including several instances of saving the Emperor, granted the Four Symbols' stone guardian to the Nine Saints for the protection of their sect and its descendants. Upon acquiring the Four Symbols' stone guardian, the Nine Saints stationed it atop the ley lines that brimmed with the essence of heaven and earth, allowing the guardian to nurture itself through that vital energy. Nonetheless, an agreement was established between the Nine Saints and Qiye. Unless the Nine Holy Demon Sect faced extermination, the Four Symbols' stone guardian would remain dormant. It was not a mere enforcer for the Nine Saints and would not serve to protect the descendants of the sect. The Nine Holy Demon Sect flourished, initially under the protection of the formidable Xiyang Ancient Sect. Even after the decline of the Xiyang Ancient Sect, the Nine Holy Demon Sect stood independently and did not suffer decline as a result. Thus, despite experiencing ups and downs, the Nine Holy Demon Sect never encountered extermination. It was precisely for this reason that the Four Symbols' stone guardian remained at rest atop the ley lines, never revealing its extraordinary powers. The Four Symbols' stone guardian was a relic that Qiye had unearthed from the ancient earth, and he certainly knew how to communicate with it. The last time he ascended the guardian's shoulder for a casual chat, he was indeed conversing with it. Of course, the monumental secrets behind this interaction were unknown to outsiders. If young Master Li is willing to share with us the secrets of communication, the Nine Holy Demon Sect would undoubtedly treat you with utmost respect. Whatever you desire, simply speak, and we shall oblige without hesitation. The Sun-Will Demon Emperor, undeterred, recognized the immense value of the four guardian deities if he could establish communication with them. It would be an unparalleled advantage. At that moment, the elders of the Nine Holy Demon Sect gazed intently at Qiye, envisioning the ease with which a single stone guardian could effortlessly vanquish Elder Yun. If four were to unite, the implications were unimaginable. If the Nine Holy Demon Sect could indeed communicate with the four deities, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. There are no profound secrets, merely casual conversation, discussing mundane matters and reminiscing about the past. That is all, Qiye replied with a smile. While his words held a kernel of truth, he refrained from revealing the deeper reality. The elders of the Nine Holy Demon Sect and the Sun-Will Demon Emperor, of course, could not accept Qiye's assertions. Yet they found themselves powerless to compel him, for the consequences of such actions would be unfathomable. However, there is one matter that I must bring to your attention. I need to engage in a blood oath with the four guardian deities. As the Demon Emperor of the Rotating Sun fell silent, Qiye spoke in a calm manner. Upon hearing Qiye's words, both the Sun-Will Demon Emperor and the elders present felt a tremor in their hearts, for the implication of the guardian deity shedding blood carried a different weight. This is the guardian deity of our Nine Holy Demon Sect, the Sun-Will Demon Emperor pondered aloud. Qiye waved his hand and spoke softly. They will continue to be the guardians of your 9 sacred demon gate, steadfastly presiding over the ley lines of your 9 sacred demon veins. However, on occasion, I may require their assistance. One elder could not contain his discontent and interjected, the 4 divine statues are the protectors of our 9 sacred demon gate. It is unacceptable for them to be lent to outsiders, for only our disciples should have access to our guardians. The notion of lending their protectors to others was simply intolerable. Qiye cast a fleeting glance at him, exuding an air of nonchalance, and remarked, "This matter is beyond your control. Should you find it unsatisfactory, You may address your guardian deity. Had it not been for my prior commitment to the 9 saints, I would have taken the 4-symbol stone men with ease, and even the 9 saints demon gate could not have obstructed me. The elder, unable to contain his rising ire, felt particularly displeased. Since young Master Li could communicate with our guardian deity, and our deity could awaken and emerge, this was not entirely unfavorable. At this moment, the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor pondered deeply. In truth, the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor had no alternatives. It was abundantly clear that the 4 divine statues were shielding Qiye, a circumstance beyond their influence. Although the 9 Saints Demon Gate was undeniably formidable, possessing vast resources, a single divine statue could effortlessly strike the Grand Elder aside. Even someone as gifted as the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor felt a sense of uncertainty. Such is the wisdom of the astute. Qiye smiled lightly and said, "Do not assume that my communication with your guardian deity is detrimental to the 9 Saints Demon Gate. If I truly intended harm upon your sect, you would not have the opportunity to sit here today. If I were to decisively advance against the 9 Saints Demon Gate, unless your ancestor were to be reborn, who could possibly withstand my advance?" The 9 Saints Demon Gate, a bastion of strength, governed the ancient bull territory, where countless sects bowed in submission. The elders of the 9 Saints were immensely powerful. Their footfalls could cause the very heavens and earth to tremble. As for the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor, it is needless to say that after the cataclysm 3 millennia ago, achieving the status of a true immortal was no small feat. Yet the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor defied the odds, ascending to an astonishing realm. However, before the elders of the 9 Saints, and in the presence of the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor, Qiye's audacious declarations were nothing short of brazen. Qiye's words undoubtedly displeased the 9 sacred demon sect, provoking the ire of the elders who cast him furious glances. Yet, Qiye remained composed, sitting leisurely with a serene smile, exuding an air of confidence. If that is the case, young Master may proceed to drop his blood. The Sun Wheel Demon Emperor acquiesced to Qiye, for he was a figure of remarkable talent. He sensed that should he refuse Qiye, the guardian spirit of the 9 sacred demon sect might choose to depart with him. Although he could not fathom why a guardian spirit would favor a mere mortal youth, it was undeniably a matter of great significance. "You shall conduct your affairs according to the rules, and I shall do the same," Qiye remarked with a smile. "The 4 guardian spirits shall remain your guardians." This outcome left the elders of the 9 sacred demon sect feeling a sense of suffocating frustration. Yet they found themselves powerless to alter the situation, unless they chose to sever ties with Qiye. However, they were entirely uncertain regarding the 4 guardian spirits. Surely, their most senior elder possessed sufficient strength, yet a single strike from the guardian spirit could send him flying. What if all 4 guardian spirits were to act simultaneously? The consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. If all 4 were to strike together, it was likely that no one within the 9 sacred demon sect could withstand them. At this moment, the Sun Wheel Demon Emperor pondered deeply before finally speaking. "Our 9 sacred demon sect possesses a sacred ground that has remained sealed for an extended period. I wonder if young Master has any interest in taking a look." "Your Majesty, that would not be advisable," one elder promptly interjected. "Allowing young Master to take a glance would be harmless," the Sun Wheel Demon Emperor asserted, his voice imbued with authority. Upon hearing these words, Qiye's eyes brightened, and he remarked, "It must be the sacred cave left behind by our ancestral 9 saints." At that moment, he recalled an event from the past. Long ago, the old rooster had mentioned this matter, which occurred after the Mingren immortal emperor had assumed his divine mandate. At that time, he was in a rather unstable state and was about to enter a deep slumber. The old rooster had half-jokingly alluded to it, yet back then, as he had the capability to nurture even an immortal emperor, he showed little interest in the matter and thus did not provide a definitive response. Presently, all the elders of the 9 Saint Demon sect gazed intently at Qiye, for this issue was known to very few. Indeed, Qiye's words invigorated the Sun Wheel Demon Emperor, who declared, "If young Master Li can unseal the sacred cave, our 9 Saint Demon sect will show our utmost gratitude." This statement caused the Sun Wheel Demon Emperor to ponder momentarily, prompting one elder to speak up, "Your Majesty, perhaps this matter requires further deliberation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The authoress every achievement necessitates the support of every reader. I kindly ask all readers to bookmark, vote, and reward this book, adding their own bricks to its foundation." In Chapter 20, "The Overbearing Do Not Require a Place," Part 2, the Sun Wheel Demon Emperor decisively stated, "Very well, should the sacred cave be opened, Young Master Li may take whatever he desires from within. After Qiye departed, one elder could not contain himself and said, "Your Majesty, the matter of the sacred cave seems rather hasty." "Not necessarily," the Sun-Will Demon Emperor replied. "Since the establishment of our Nine-Saint Demon sect, who has ever opened the sacred cave? It has remained sealed, with no one having succeeded before. Perhaps this is a rare opportunity." Aligning with the words of our ancestral master, the Grand Elder nodded in agreement with the Sun-Will Demon Emperor, stating, "It is worth a try. Since your Majesty has made the decision, let us allow Qiye to attempt it." "Your Majesty, why have we not heard of the guardian spirit?" Another elder interjected. "Is our Nine-Saint Demon sect's guardian spirit a celestial beast or a longevity essence?" "I am uncertain," the Sun-Will Demon Emperor admitted. "Records regarding our sect's guardian spirit are scant. Only in the Ancestral Master's secret tome is it briefly mentioned that the guardian spirit reveals its powers solely when our Nine-Saint Demon sect faces annihilation. This secret tome is accessible only to the successive sect masters. Yet, it has manifested its powers this time," another elder remarked. "This is indeed a mystery to me." The Sun-Will Demon Emperor replied, "The guardian spirit's choice of him must hold a deeper significance." "This lad is truly extraordinary," Elder Yun, the Grand Elder, commented. As per Yu's account, he traversed the heart-rending woods with ease, not once, but twice. Such feats are utterly implausible. Now, the guardian spirit has chosen him. It simply defies reason. These words left the other elders in contemplative silence. They were all too familiar with the heart-rending woods, having conquered its 14 layers. They understood the implications of such an achievement. "This is indeed perplexing." An elder could not help but exclaim, "Our Nine Holy Demon sect is flourishing today." Among the younger generation, in terms of Taoist practice, none surpasses Disciple Long, and in terms of talent and potential, the princess reigns supreme. Yet, the guardian deity has neither chosen Disciple Long nor the princess, but rather selected a junior who has yet to cultivate, a mere mortal with an ordinary fate. Upon reaching this point, the elder could not restrain his grievances, lamenting that the guardian of their sect chose an outsider. To take it a step further, even if their guardian had chosen an outsider, one would expect it to be an unparalleled genius, which would at least earn their respect. Instead, it has chosen a youth deemed a waste. Matters of eternity are beyond our comprehension. Ultimately, even the Sun-Will Demon Emperor had to concede. The events of today were undeniably bizarre. He, a figure of great renown who had witnessed countless significant events, found today's occurrences equally inscrutable. "Your Majesty, assuming for a moment that Qiye truly opened the sacred cave, would he indeed be allowed to select a treasure?" Another elder could not help but inquire. "Indeed, Your Majesty, it is rumored that within the sacred cave, there may lie an artifact of the immortal emperor." Many elders felt a sense of discontent. For this was indeed an immortal emperor's treasure. If he could truly open the sacred cave, it would be destiny's decree. The Sun-Will Demon Emperor remarked. Elder Jian has stated that in this lifetime, none can open the sacred cave. Qiye may well be a miracle. Since it cannot be opened, why not allow him to attempt it? Upon hearing the Sun-Will Demon Emperor mention Elder Jian, the elders of the Nine Holy Demon sect fell silent. For there was no one more authoritative than Elder Jian within their ranks. A decree was issued, from this day forth. No disciple shall divulge even a word regarding sect affairs or face severe consequences. This is an ironclad rule. Ultimately, the Sun-Will Demon Emperor issued such an order. Wishing to keep matters regarding the guardian deity of the Nine Holy Demon sect from outsiders. This treatment left Nan Huiran and Guardian Mo both astonished. It was not merely that they were insignificant figures, but even the elders or the sect leader of their own Xiang ancient sect had never received such treatment. Now, both Guardian Mo and Nan Huiran understood that this privilege stemmed entirely from Qiye. At this moment, even Guardian Mo dared not inquire about what Qiye discussed with the Sun-Will Demon Emperor within the Heavenly Hall, for such matters were beyond his station. Currently, both Guardian Mo and Nan Huiran could only remain speechless. Over the past 2 days, Qiye had spoken with unfathomable audacity, first slaying Du Guang, then dismissing Su Hui, even boasting of extinguishing the Nine Holy Demon sect. Particularly today, Guardian Mo felt time and again that Qiye was utterly deranged, alarmingly ignorant. Yet upon reflection, upon calming their minds to reconsider, they now realized that Qiye was not ignorant at all, nor was he merely boasting. He was simply stating a fact, one he had long been prepared for. Nan Huiran and Mo Hufa found themselves perplexed. Unable to comprehend how Qiye traversed the chaotic, heart-wandering forest of the 14 levels of the 9 sacred demon gate with such ease. They were equally baffled by the presence of the formidable stone guardian, who chose to protect Qiye. At this moment, however, Nan Huairan began to grasp a certain truth. On that day, when Qiye ascended the colossal shoulder of the stone guardian, it was not merely an act of whimsy, but rather an endeavor meticulously prepared for. Reflecting upon it now, Nan Huairan could not help but feel the shallowness of his own understanding. Speak your mind freely, he urged. Noticing that Mo Hufa and his disciple hesitated, words trapped within them. Qiye, with a casual demeanor, sat confidently at the head of the table, as if nothing unusual had transpired. Mo Hufa opened his mouth to speak, but faltered, uncertain of what to say. Being a man of few words, he eventually chose to sit quietly to the side, saying nothing. In contrast to Mo Hufa's reticence, Nan Huairan was more agile in his thoughts. He glanced at Qiye, hesitating before mustering the courage to inquire, "So, has that matter come to fruition?" "What matter?" Qiye was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Nan Huairan referred to. The matter of the alliance, the marriage to Princess Li," Nan Huairan stammered. "You mean Li Shuangyan, correct?" Qiye chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I have not inquired about it, nor do I wish to. She is merely a woman. Why should I trouble myself?" Qiye's audacious words left Nan Huairan momentarily speechless. One must understand the caliber of Li Shuangyan. She is the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, the future demon empress, and a princess of the ancient Nyojiang kingdom. Her unparalleled beauty aside, her regal physique, royal wheel, and sacred destiny have left many in awe. It is worth noting that not just in the ancient Nyojiang kingdom, but throughout the vast central region, young elites aspiring to marry Li Shuangyan could be lined up from the east to the west. Now, however, this goddess, adored by thousands and admired by countless others, was casually dismissed by Qiye as an inconsequential woman. Such arrogance and dominance were unparalleled. Yet, at this moment, Nan Huairan no longer perceived Qiye's arrogance as outlandish. Even the most audacious statements from him now seemed entirely justified. What Qiye accomplished today utterly shattered his preconceived notions and overturned his understanding of reality. Reluctantly, Nan Huairan fell silent, though his eyes could not help but be drawn to the snake-hitting stick in Qiye's possession. This seemingly inconspicuous wooden stick had struck Su Hui, a master of true fate, to the point of rendering him unable to rise, a sight that left an indelible impression on him. "If you wish to see, take a look," Qiye said generously, noticing the peculiar gaze from Nan Huairan. He then removed the snake-hitting stick and tossed it to him. Nan Huairan received it eagerly, cradling it in his hands and examining it closely. At that moment, even his master, Protector Mo, leaned in to investigate the stick alongside him. However, regardless of their analysis, it remained merely an ordinary wooden stick. Is this truly the firewood stick from the ancestral hall? Nan Huairan could not refrain from questioning Qiye, incredulous that such a simple stick could have bested Su Hui so thoroughly. Indeed, Qiye affirmed with a nod. Nan Huairan swallowed hard, summoning his courage to inquire of Qiye. "Senior brother, may I try my hand at it?" "Look at you, so timid," Qiye chuckled in response. "Go ahead and give it a try." With Qiye's encouragement, Nan Huairan began to wield the snake-hitting stick. Protector Mo watched intently, eager to witness the stick's wonders. However, after a series of attempts, Nan Huairan found that, in his hands, the stick lacked the formidable power it exhibited when wielded by Qiye. It did not possess the same precision and potency in his grasp. "Senior brother, why does it transform the mundane into the extraordinary in your hands?" Nan Huairan pondered, utterly perplexed as to why this ordinary wooden stick became so formidable in Qiye's possession. Qiye cast a glance at him, and then slowly uttered, "Sincerity brings forth spirituality." He spoke with deliberate restraint, for he could not easily divulge the true essence of the snake-whipping staff to others. In the hands of Nan Huairan, the staff could hardly unleash the formidable power that Qiye wielded. After all, the snake-whipping staff was a treasure he had retrieved from the ghost forest, and no one understood this remarkable weapon better than he. Today, as the midnight hour approached, a brief surge of excitement stirred, and everyone was reminded to cast their votes. In the following chapter, the elders of the 9 sacred demon sect were well prepared and summoned Qiye to their presence. The chief guardian, Yuhi, served as Qiye's charioteer, escorting him deep into the heart of the 9 sacred demon sect's territory. Yuhi, a figure of noble stature, possessed strength comparable to that of a sovereign. His prowess was such that even within the 9 sacred demon sect, he was a formidable presence, capable of shaking the very earth with a mere stomp. However, today, even this esteemed individual found himself in the role of a humble driver for Qiye, an inconceivable notion that would be hard for anyone to accept. The 9 sacred demon sect, founded by the illustrious Sage of 9 Saints, has flourished through the generations, becoming a force to be reckoned within the central region. The sect's vast and majestic terrain was saturated with the essence of heaven and earth, enveloped in a mist that lingered long and was particularly dense within the sacred grounds, creating an atmosphere that was almost palpable. Deep within the sanctum of the 9 sacred demon sect lay a solitary mountain, upon which rested an ancient cave, long sealed and shrouded in mystery. The gnarled vines at its entrance twisted like dragons, and the purple fungus towered like umbrellas, while the cave itself bore the marks of time, worn and weathered through countless ages. This place was a forbidden zone within the sect, accessible only to those of elder rank or above. The sacred cave had long been an object of intrigue for the sect, for it was rumored to harbor astonishing treasures. This cave was bequeathed by the founder, the Sage of 9 Saints, and for millennia, no leader or elder of the 9 sacred demon sect had succeeded in unlocking its secrets. Legends tell that although the Sage of 9 Saints established the sect and imparted countless teachings and secret arts to his disciples, he still chose to seal away certain artifacts within the sacred cave. There exists a belief that the sage feared the ingratitude of his descendants, thus preserving a legacy within the cave, ensuring that should the 9 sacred demon sect ever face decline, the existence of the sacred cave would allow for a resurgence. Speculation regarding the treasures contained within the sacred cave remains one of the enduring mysteries pondered by the disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect. However, it is widely believed among the sect's leaders and elders that within the sacred cave lies an artifact of the immortal emperor. According to legend, after the immortal emperor Shun Ren ascended to power, he bestowed a celestial treasure upon the Sage of 9 Saints in recognition of his monumental contributions to the path of righteousness. However, the illustrious 9 Saints sage never bequeathed this celestial emperor's treasure to his disciples, leading the successive disciples of the Mingren celestial emperor to speculate that within the holy cave, there undoubtedly resides a celestial emperor's artifact. This celestial emperor's treasure, crafted by the hands of Mingren himself, is an unparalleled weapon that once accompanied him in battles across the vast heavens and earth. Such a divine artifact far surpasses the might of the true treasures of the sages. Although it is not a true artifact of the celestial emperor, the mere existence of such an artifact already instills awe in everyone. Before the holy cave, the elders of the 9 Saints demon sect held their breath. The ancient and weathered cave stood as a testament to time, while the towering old tree outside reached for the heavens, its bark shattered like dragon scales. On the left side of the venerable holy cave, there remains an inscription. Despite the cave's age, these words still shimmer with brilliance. Heavenly demons, only I. This phrase, etched into the stone, radiates grandeur, each stroke flowing like a dragon, transcending the cosmos. Though eroded by countless ages, it still exudes the essence of the great sage. These words, left by the 9 Saints sage himself, are believed by the disciples of the 9 Saints demon sect to be the key to unlocking the holy cave. While the left side bears the inscription Heavenly Demons, only I, the right side remains blank, leading the disciples to speculate that this could be a couplet, if matched correctly. It would open the holy cave. Yet, there are those who believe that the phrase Heavenly Demons, only I harbors profound Taoist principles. For each stroke and character resonates with the great Tao. By comprehending the true essence of these words, one could unlock the cave. Regardless of the theory, disciples of the 9 Saints demon sect have made attempts throughout the ages. The most gifted among them have sought enlightenment here, yearning to grasp the ultimate meaning of the phrase, while past leaders of the sect have ventured to the mortal realm to summon the most talented scholars, hoping to complete the couplet on the right. Yet, despite countless efforts over millennia, no one has succeeded in opening the holy cave. Upon seeing the words Heavenly Demons, only I, Qiye, could not help but smile, memories of a bygone era flooding his mind. In those days, he had invited the 9 Saints sage to emerge from seclusion to protect the Mingren celestial emperor. At that time, the sage did not yet bear his illustrious title, calling himself the 9 Saints Heavenly Demon, exuding an air of arrogance. When Qiye, the ominous crow, extended his invitation, the sage had resolutely declined, boasting, Heavenly Demons, only I. Thus, seeing this again today brought a smile to Qiye's face. After the Mingren celestial emperor embraced the heavenly mandate, his condition became unstable. and he prepared to enter a deep slumber, sealing himself away. At that time, the Nine Saint Sage had hoped for the longevity of his sect, leaving behind the holy cave and entrusting Qiye with a wish that he would look after the Nine Saints demon sect in the future, out of gratitude for their bond. Upon seeing these four characters, Qiye instantly grasped how to unlock the holy cave. However, under the watchful eyes of the elders of the Nine Saints demon sect, he could not reveal his knowledge immediately. Qiye approached the sacred cave, examining every nook and cranny with an air of utmost seriousness. After toiling for quite some time, he shook his head, adopting an expression of profound contemplation as he pondered the four characters' heavenly demon, only I. Despite his extensive efforts, the sacred cave remained eerily silent, causing the elders of the Nine Holy Demon Gate to grow increasingly restless. However, they refrained from uttering a word, holding their breath as they fixated on every movement of Qiye. Ultimately, he decided to sit down before the sacred cave, adopting a posture of deep meditation. Time flowed steadily, transitioning from morning to afternoon, until the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of crimson at dusk. Qiye sat there for an entire day, and finally, even the esteemed elders of the Nine Sacred Demon sect could no longer remain composed. Is this feasible? One elder murmured, unable to contain his skepticism. This fellow, could he be merely putting on an act? As Qiye remained unperturbed, the other elders felt a sense of uncertainty, yet they had to concede the enigmatic nature of Qiye. He had traversed the chaotic heart forest and communicated with the guardian deity, which was utterly incomprehensible, an utter anomaly. Perhaps he is merely fortunate for the moment. One elder commented with discontent. After all, the sacred cave was a forbidden ground of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, and allowing an outsider to seek enlightenment therein had already stirred discontent among some elders. Bring me ink and brush? At last. As the elders of the Nine Sacred Demon sect grew increasingly restless, Qiye arose with an air of calm assurance, having grown weary from sitting. An elder promptly provided the writing tools, but Qiye, in a manner that seemed theatrical, shook his head and said, So it is, so it is. The Nine Sacred Virtuous indeed possesses remarkable prowess. With that, he dipped the brush into the ink and began to write boldly on the right ledge. A heap of chicken feathers. Qiye's characters could hardly be regarded as masterpieces. They were hastily scrawled, lacking the majestic flair of the Nine Sacred Virtuous. Heavenly demons are unparalleled, a heap of chicken feathers. The couplet was utterly incongruous, the two styles of writing contrasting starkly, rendering it both ridiculous and comical in the eyes of others, appearing nothing short of a farce. When Qiye inscribed the four characters a place of chicken feathers, the countenance of an elder instantly transformed, for these words were a blatant insult to their Nine Sacred Demon Gate. Such a phrase was a disgrace to their scholarly pursuits, and utterly unworthy to be uttered alongside the revered words, Only I, the celestial demon, before the sacred cave. Impudent. To humiliate our Nine Sacred Demon Gate, exclaimed the elder, his expression darkening as he spoke with a commanding voice. Qiye cast a fleeting glance at him and spoke with an air of nonchalance. You, a mere warrior, grasp not the profound intricacies of language. You are utterly oblivious to the conscience of your ancestors. What right have you to make a fuss here? Qiye's audacity flushed the elder's face crimson, and his gaze sharpened, almost on the verge of erupting in indignation. Just as the elder was about to lose his temper, a deep rumble resonated, and the sacred cave began to slowly unveil itself. In that moment, the eyes of the elders of the Nine Sacred Demonic sect widened in disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend what they were witnessing. Throughout their lineage, the sect leaders and elders had endeavored to guide their most gifted disciples in deciphering the essence of the phrase Heavenly Demon, Only I, and had summoned the most talented scholars to compose couplets in response to it. Yet, none of these methods had succeeded. Today, however, the seemingly nonsensical phrase A mess of feathers inexplicably unlocked the sacred cave, a reality so astonishing it defied belief. The phrase A mess of feathers, in every conceivable aspect, bore no resemblance to Heavenly Demon, Only I, yet this utterly improbable occurrence had indeed opened the sacred cave. The elders of the Nine Sacred Demonic sect were left utterly flabbergasted. How can this be possible? One elder murmured, unable to trust his own eyes. As the absurdity of the situation overwhelmed him, Qiye smirked, a casual smile gracing his lips as he remarked, That is because your ancestor was a chicken essence. Hence the chaos of feathers strewn about. Qiye would undoubtedly refrain from divulging the secret to them. In the past, the Nine Saints, filled with pride and arrogance, outright rejected Qiye's invitation. Yet, This audacious and formidable 9 saints ultimately fell into the hands of Qiye, who subdued them, forcing them to reveal their true form, stripping them of all their feathers and mockingly declaring it a ground strewn with feathers. Today, we present the second update, Chapter 22, The Sacred Cave Part 2. Indeed, the 9 saints was but a mountain chicken in his pursuit of cultivation, yet he ascended to become one of the most powerful sages of that era. He once swept across the vast lands, basking in glory and arrogance. However, in the end, he too succumbed to Qiye, ultimately agreeing to emerge from seclusion to protect the Tao of the Mingren immortal emperor. The motto, "Only I, the celestial demon," belonged to the 9 saints, while the term "a ground strewn with feathers" was a derisive remark made by Qiye at that time. The truths hidden within this tale remain unknown to the world. Such an absurd scene left the elders of the 9 saints demon sect in disbelief. Generations of leaders and prodigies from the 9 saints demon sect have pondered the ultimate meaning behind the phrase "Only I, the celestial demon." Yet they never anticipated that the final revelation would be simply a ground covered in feathers. Qiye referred to their ancestor as chicken essence, a remark that may seem irreverent. However, upon reflection, the elders realized there is a kernel of truth in it. Indeed, their progenitor, the 9 saints, was a remarkable figure who attained enlightenment akin to a mountain chicken. What treasures have your forebears left for you? Qiye chuckled leisurely, disregarding the reactions of the elders from the 9 saints demon sect, and stepped into the sacred cave. Within the cave, there existed only a treasure chamber. Upon entering the chamber, one was immediately enveloped in divine radiance, with ethereal lights swirling about, illuminating the space and leaving onlookers dazzled. The chamber housed precious artifacts, concealed celestial metals, and divine stones, alongside ancient boxes containing treasured scriptures. In an instant, the kaleidoscope of colors within the chamber rendered one spellbound. The old chicken essence indeed possessed a considerable trove of treasures. Qiye surveyed the room and murmured to himself, "The 9 saints were truly one of the most formidable sages of their time, and the treasures they amassed throughout their lives are astonishing beyond measure." "What did you say?" inquired the eldest elder, closest to Qiye, upon hearing his words. Qiye shook his head and remarked, "I have said nothing, merely engaging in self-reflection." His words, however, prompted the grand elder to gaze at him with suspicion, for he found this 13-year-old youth exceedingly enigmatic. The elders of the purple dragon twin swords were momentarily entranced by the treasures suspended within the treasure chamber, the demon extinguishing tower, the 9-star river spoon, the holy celestial wood boat. These are relics chronicled within our sect's annals. It is the ancient secrets of the Qingshan. One elder, upon noticing the tomes on the shelves within the chamber, gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the elders of the 9 holy demon sect found themselves momentarily lost in reverie, realizing that their ancestral master may have only transmitted half of the treasures and techniques. In truth, the treasures of the 9 holy sage were indeed abundant. Aside from his own lifetime acquisitions, the Mingren celestial emperor, having embraced the heavenly mandate, diligently safeguarded the path and bestowed upon him numerous treasures. Celestial, the artifacts of the celestial emperor. At this juncture, the grand elder's gaze fell upon a jade table at the center of the treasure chamber, upon which rested an extraordinarily ancient box. Although the box was locked, it could not contain the celestial aura emanating from within. The faint celestial essence escaping the box, though but a wisp, soared higher than the heavens. It was as if the weight of the 9 skies bore down, the destiny of the world teetered, and all beings in existence bowed beneath this single wisp of celestial presence. At this moment, the elders of the 9 holy demon sect trembled internally, overwhelmed with excitement. The artifact of the celestial emperor, a treasure bequeathed by the celestial emperor himself. "Do not forget, I shall first select a treasure." Qiye spoke leisurely as the elders of the 9 holy demon sect were swept away by fervor, his words landing upon them like a bucket of cold water. The elders, with their fervent eyes fixed upon Qiye, realized that if he were to choose the celestial emperor's artifact, their dreams would not be in vain. Undeterred by their intense gazes, Qiye remained composed and unyielding, unafraid of any potential reversal by the 9 holy demon sect. Even with all the elders present, he exhibited an unparalleled calmness. Eventually, the grand elder took a deep breath and stated, "The 9 holy demon sect stands by its word. Since our sovereign has agreed, we shall not go back on our promise." As he spoke, a hint of bitterness tinged his words, for this was indeed a treasure of the celestial emperor. Yet the decree of the solar demon emperor loomed over them, leaving them no choice but to uphold their commitment. You possess a modicum of fortitude, Qiye remarked, his demeanor unperturbed, as he slowly added, I find myself somewhat admiring your solar demon emperor. Qiye's audacious remarks left the elders of the Nine Holy Demon Gate utterly speechless. Their demon emperor was a prodigious talent of his generation, unparalleled in his innate abilities. Not only did he shine in the vast territories, but he was also a remarkable figure throughout the entire imperial realm. Today, however, a mere 13-year-old boy had the audacity to claim admiration for their esteemed demon emperor. To any outsider, such a statement would be utterly laughable. This was not the first encounter the elders of the Nine Holy Demon Gate had with Qiye's arrogance. Faced with his brazen words, they could only remain silent, devoid of any retort. Just as the elders were at a loss for words, Qiye clapped his hands thrice, and with that sound, an ancient box soared into the air within the treasure chamber, descending gracefully into his grasp. Qiye cast not a glance back, casually tucking the ancient box into his bosom, and remarked, Is it truly necessary to be so agitated over an artifact of the immortal emperor? Having spoken, he turned and departed. In that moment, the elders of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate found themselves momentarily at a loss, their confusion stemming from two reasons. First, the spectacle of Qiye clapping thrice, after which the ancient box inexplicably soared into his grasp, was utterly bewildering. Secondly, the term Immortal Emperor's artifact seemed to lose its gravitas when uttered by Qiye, who spoke of it so nonchalantly that it bordered on audacity. 3 days later, after the elders of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate had concluded their affairs, they had extended the highest courtesy to Qiye and his companions during this time. On the third day, Yuhi returned to invite Qiye once more, this time bearing the title of Chief Great Protector. He once again bore Qiye to the Celestial Hall, despite his esteemed status that could elevate him to nobility. Today he found himself reduced to the role of a mere charioteer, yet he bore no resentment, fully aware of Qiye's significance to the Nine Sacred Demon Gate. Within the Celestial Hall, the elders of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate were present, yet the Sunwheel Demon Emperor had yet to make an appearance. The gaze of the elders upon Qiye was peculiar, their thoughts echoing the sentiment that it was indeed a strange occurrence. Once Qiye took his seat, the voice of the Sunwheel Demon Emperor resounded once more. I regret that I could not meet young Master Li during my seclusion. The Sunwheel Demon Emperor, a figure of considerable stature, commanding respect across the vast realms, addressed a mere 13-year-old boy with such deference. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the empire. Time is ample, there is no need for haste, even in the presence of a formidable demon emperor. Qiye remained composed and unperturbed, seated with an air of ease. After a prolonged silence, the Sunwheel Demon Emperor spoke again. How would young Master Li fare in remaining with my Nine Sacred Demon Gate? What the Wash-Face Ancient Sect can provide, my Nine Sacred Demon Gate can offer in equal measure. The gravity of his words evoked a calm from the elders, indicating that the Sunwheel Demon Emperor had already conferred with them regarding this matter. Qiye paused, contemplating the Emperor's proposition. Undoubtedly, the Nine Sacred Demon Gate possessed advantages far surpassing those of the Wash-Face Ancient Sect, which had grown immensely in power over the years. For any practitioner, especially those among the younger generation, the choice between the two would favor the Nine Sacred Demon Gate without question. Ultimately, Qiye smiled gently and shook his head, saying, I appreciate your kind offer, Emperor, but I have a bond with the Wash-Face Ancient Sect. As the chief disciple, I shall remain a disciple for life. Though the Nine Sacred Demon Gate was indeed more powerful than the Wash-Face Ancient Sect today, both had their merits and drawbacks, and moreover, he cared little for the reconstruction of the Wash-Face Ancient Sect. He chose not to remain in Tiankai Town, nor could he possibly decide to stay with the Nine Sacred Demon Sect. Instead, he opted for the Shiyuan Ancient Sect, and there lies his reasoning. How could the insignificant Shiyuan Ancient Sect ever compare to my Nine Sacred Demon Sect? One elder scoffed discontentedly. It is indeed understandable for the elders of the Nine Sacred Demon Sect to feel displeased. Today, they command the ancient Nojin kingdom, issuing decrees to various sects and delineating boundaries for kings. Countless individuals aspire to join the Nine Sacred Demon Sect. However, today, even when the Demon Emperor himself personally invited Qiye, he chose to leave without hesitation. Such a slight is simply intolerable. In response to the elder's remarks, Qiye merely curled his lips in a subtle smile and calmly stated, True strength is indifferent to the might of a sect. Genuine invincibility is unaffected by noble lineage or humble origins. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the nine sacred demon sect were momentarily taken aback. His composed words, delivered in an unassuming tone, conveyed the most domineering and self-assured sentiment. Yet, such declarations emanated from a mere 13-year-old boy. However, Qiye's tranquility and poise were far from the hubris of an ignorant fool. As the elders of the nine sacred demon sect were left speechless, Qiye nonchalantly continued, "Now that this matter is settled, let your disciple come forth. In my eyes, no matter how prodigious a talent may be, there is no need for pretentiousness." Qiye's audacious words prompted the elders to exchange glances. A mere 13-year-old lad uttered such brazen remarks. Yet they came forth from his lips with an air of naturalness that left them somewhat speechless. "Frost, meet young Master Li at last." The Sun Demon Emperor issued this decree. When the heir of the nine sacred demon gates, Li Shuangyan, graced the heavenly palace with her presence, she instantly captivated all eyes. A paragon of beauty, she was a breathtaking maiden at the tender age of 29, her appearance a masterpiece of artistry, her dark brows reminiscent of distant mountains, her bright eyes akin to the moon, and her crimson lips a tantalizing shade of red, enchanting all who beheld her. Yet, this strikingly beautiful woman exuded an icy demeanor. A subtle air of haughty aloofness lingered in her brow. Dressed in flowing white garments, she resembled a proud plum blossom defying the snow, exuding an imposing presence. Li Shuangyan, true to her name, is a descendant of the nine holy demon sect and can be regarded as the most beautiful woman in the ancient Neojin kingdom. Moreover, her innate talents are as remarkable as her beauty, gifted with an imperial physique and an imperial lifespan. What is even more striking is that her fate palace is of the sacred level, often referred to as a sacred destiny. A young cultivator possessing an imperial body, imperial lifespan, and sacred fate can undoubtedly be considered an extraordinary genius, with no room for criticism regarding her physique, innate talent, or comprehension. For such a celestial beauty to decline the marriage proposal from Qiye, the foremost disciple of the declining aesthetic sect, who possesses a mundane body, mundane lifespan, and mundane fate, is entirely understandable, especially given the current decline of the declining aesthetic sect. As for Qiye's reaction to Li Shuangyan's unparalleled beauty and her impressive talents, he was not overtly astonished. Having witnessed countless beauties over millennia and endured the passage of endless years, he pondered how many women throughout history could rival the likes of the Xiao Immortal Emperor or the Bingyu Immortal Emperor in terms of talent and beauty. With a thoughtful glance at Li Shuangyan, Qiye gently nodded his head. The initial words of Qiye sparked a modicum of admiration in Li Shuangyan. However, his subsequent statement ignited a tempest within her. After casting a fleeting glance, Qiye did not linger, calmly stating, "To become my wife, you still fall short. Your qualifications, akin to a holy mandate, are indeed commendable. I find myself in need of a sword attendant. Why not serve as my sword attendant?" Such audacious words from Qiye not only provoked Li Shuangyan, but also unsettled the elders of the nine holy demon sect, who could no longer maintain their composure. Li Shuangyan was not merely the heir of their sect. She was a source of immense pride, and great expectations rested upon her shoulders. Today, Qiye's brazen proclamation, suggesting that she serve as his attendant, was nothing short of an affront. Before the elders of the nine holy demon sect could voice their outrage alongside Li Shuangyan, Qiye leisurely continued, "I do not wish to impose. Take your time to contemplate. Should you choose to accept, come to the Xiang ancient sect to seek me." With that, he cast another glance at Li Shuangyan. Qiye's words left Li Shuangyan trembling with anger. As a paragon of the heavens and a favored child of destiny, she possessed ample pride, bolstered by her beauty and prowess. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. With suitors from the eastern to the western reaches of the ancient Neojin kingdom vying for her hand. Yet today, an unkempt 13-year-old dared to utter such outrageous claims, suggesting she serve as his maid. Though the boy appeared somewhat endearing, at that moment, Qiye was nothing short of loathsome in Li Shuangyan's eyes. A visage she found utterly detestable. "You are exceedingly audacious," an elder from the nine sacred demon sect admonished sternly. How could their esteemed lineage be relegated to serving a mere 13-year-old child? Such insolence was an affront to the dignity of the nine sacred demon sect. Opportunities must be earned through one's own efforts. I have already presented you with a chance. Whether you seize this opportunity depends entirely on your own fate. Qiye paid no heed to the elder's words, casting a glance at Li Shuangyan before turning on his heel and departing. Li Shuangyan felt her cheeks flush with indignation, cold as frost, as she listened to Qiye's audacious words. Her chest heaved with emotion. She had encountered many brash individuals in her time, but none quite as brazen as Qiye. What infuriated her further was the fact that he was merely a 13-year-old child, 5 years her junior. Yet he spoke with an air of unwarranted sophistication. This was utterly maddening. While it is often said that children possess an endearing quality, today, in Li Shuangyan's eyes, Qiye was the most detestable child in existence. Your Majesty, he has insulted our 9 sacred demon gate and must not go unpunished, an elder exclaimed, filled with indignation. However, the Sun Demon Emperor remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. A true dragon must eventually soar to the heavens. A divine phoenix will inevitably sweep across the realms. We shall see whether he is a dragon or a phoenix. At that moment, even Protector Mo regarded Qiye with keen interest. Given the 9 sacred demon gates' current emphasis on Qiye and his successful completion of their trials, they believed there might indeed be potential for a union between him and Li Shuangyan. Today, the 9 sacred demon gate had formally extended an invitation to Qiye, and they all felt it was to discuss the matter of his marriage to Li Shuangyan. Marriage? Qiye calmly glanced at Nan Huiran and remarked, I never stated that I would marry her. Should she be willing, I might accept her as a handmaiden. Handmaiden. Nan Huiran stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, utterly taken aback by such a declaration. Not only was Nan Huiran stunned, but even Protector Mo found himself rendered speechless by the audacity of Li Qiye's words. Li Shuangyan, who is she? A descendant of the 9 holy demon gate, a paragon of celestial beauty, and the princess of the ancient Nojin kingdom. Though still in her youth, she is already renowned throughout the central domain, with countless suitors vying for her affection. Such an extraordinary woman has undoubtedly inspired many a gallant young man to seek her hand in vain. Today, however, Qiye has audaciously proclaimed that she should serve as his maid, a notion that would be unthinkable for anyone else. Could it be that you have lost your senses? In times past, Protector Mo would have chastised Qiye for such insolence. Yet now he finds himself feeling diminished in the presence of this 13-year-old boy, whose aura is unsettlingly formidable. Hence, Protector Mo refrains from admonishing Qiye in a tone befitting an elder. After all, she is merely a woman. Why should there be such an uproar? Qiye remains indifferent, having merely spoken a single sentence. While Li Shuangyan is indeed worthy of investment, she pales in comparison to the ice feather immortal emperor of yore. Qiye's audacious remarks left Nan Huiran and Mo Hufa speechless for a considerable time. Nan Huiran found himself utterly bewildered. Li Shuangyan, a goddess in the eyes of many, was reduced to merely a maid in the perception of Qiye. Nan Huiran gazed at Qiye as if he were a creature from another realm, utterly unable to fathom the depths of Qiye's confidence. How could a mere 13-year-old boy, significantly younger than himself, possess such audacity? During this time, the elder of the 9 holy demon gate did not show himself again. Nor did Li Shuangyan, the heir of the 9 holy demon gate, make another appearance. As for her intentions, Qiye showed no interest in inquiring. Qiye gazed at Protector Mo, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a sense of leisurely contentment. The choice lies before you. Will you stand by my side, or will you align yourself with the elders? Qiye's words struck a chord within Protector Mo's heart. Although spoken with an air of nonchalance, the implications of his statement were profound. Protector Mo was no fool, having attained the esteemed position of protector. He had certainly encountered numerous formidable situations. In that moment, Nan Huiran glanced at his master, fully aware of his own adeptness in navigating social intricacies, often surpassing even his mentor in discerning the thoughts of others. It dawned upon Nan Huiran that not only he, but also his master, stood at a pivotal crossroads. Qiye's declaration signified a choice. Either they would ally with him or remain loyal to the 6 elders. As a hall master of the outer sect and a protector, both held respectable ranks within the Xian ancient sect, particularly Protector Mo, whose status was undeniable, one of the 12 protectors, second only to the 6 elders. The notion that a protector would pledge allegiance to a mere novice disciple was absurd. Mo remained silent, yet in that fleeting moment, Nan Huiran felt a glimmer of hope. As if a door had swung open before him. Master, he inhaled deeply, softly addressing Protector Mo. The latter's heart trembled. He knew his disciple well. However, the idea of a protector aligning with a fledgling disciple seemed utterly preposterous, unless he had lost his senses. With a resolute breath, Mo made what would be the most significant decision of his life, an extraordinary choice. At that instant, he felt as though he had indeed gone mad. A protector. whose master was one of the 6 elders, choosing to side with an inexperienced disciple while concealing the truth of the matter. Such a revelation, if exposed, would lead to disgrace and betrayal of the sect. Only a madman or a fool would undertake such a course of action. Yet, an instinct within him whispered that following this 13-year-old boy could lead to an extraordinary future. Nan Huiran too felt a tremor within. This was an immense crossroads in his life, and he understood the weight of his master's words. As long as my senior brother gives the command, I shall charge forth without hesitation, he declared earnestly. Previously, he had referred to Qiye as senior brother due to the constraints of sect rules. However, today, that title bore a wholly different significance. A 13-year-old lad daring to challenge the 9 sacred demon gate, dismissing its elders who could bestow titles of nobility, and even regarding the demon emperor with indifference. Such audacity was truly remarkable. If it were anyone else, it would be ignorance, arrogance, and overconfidence. It would be a lack of self-awareness. However, as Qiye traversed the heart-piercing forest and vanquished the guardians of the 9 sacred demons, Nan Huiran came to realize that Qiye was far from ignorant or arrogant. He was anything but lacking in self-awareness. At merely 13 years of age, hailing from the esteemed Xiang ancient sect, he had slain the protector of the 9 sacred demons and reduced the princess of that sect to the status of a servant. What tremendous audacity this demonstrated. From the moment he set foot in the 9 sacred demons, he was already assured of his success. Nan Huiran, ever astute, pondered deeply in that fleeting moment. Throughout his life in the Xiang ancient sect, he had strived tirelessly to reach the pinnacle, yet that merely placed him among the elders. Perhaps the emergence of Qiye would herald a breakthrough. Regarding the allegiance of Protector Mo and Nan Huiran, Qiye nodded gently and remarked, "One day, you will come to understand that the choice you made today is the most sagacious decision of your lives." Qiye gazed at Protector Mo, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Since Elder Yun has already conferred with Protector Mo, I trust that Protector Mo possesses a well-thought-out plan." Qiye's words left Mo Hufa in a state of profound shock. Indeed, prior to his departure, the Grand Elder of the 9 sacred demon sect had approached him, expressing a desire to keep the matter of the guardian deity confidential. However, Mo Hufa did not concede directly to Elder Yun's request. In earlier times, as the protector of the Qian ancient sect, he would have never had the opportunity to meet with the elders of the 9 sacred demon sect, let alone the Grand Elder. In reality, even the elders of the Qian ancient sect would likely only be received by the protectors of the 9 sacred demon sect. I understand. Ultimately, Mo Hufa formulated a comprehensive rationale in his heart, one that would prove advantageous not only to Qiye, but also to himself. Eventually, Qiye and his companions departed from the 9 sacred demon sect, with Yuhi, the chief great protector, personally seeing them off. As one of the most formidable nobles of his time, Yuhi's personal farewell to Qiye and his companions was indeed a rare honor for the Qian ancient sect. The events of the past few days felt like a fleeting dream, an ephemeral illusion, utterly astonishing. Yet, this was no dream, it was a veritable reality. Standing atop a solitary peak and gazing out over the expansive territory of the Shan ancient sect, he fell into a deep silence. In those days, when the Mingren immortal emperor still reigned, the territory of the Shan ancient sect spanned 1,000,000 miles, its spiritual essence abundant as an endless ocean. Regrettably, the Qian ancient sect has now fallen into decline, lacking the vitality to guard its vast domain. Consequently, its territory has continually shrunk, and the spiritual essence has withered to a mere shadow of its former self. Anyone standing within this land can perceive the stark scarcity of its once rich spiritual energy. Today, the Qian ancient sect resembles a flickering candle in the wind, akin to a decrepit elder, poised to meet its inevitable end at any moment. In his heart, Qiye could not help but let out a soft sigh. He did not choose the city of Jintian, nor did he select the Battle God Hall. And even the 9 sacred demon gate was not among his choices. Instead, he opted for the fallen Qian ancient sect. Throughout the ages, he held a certain disdain for the successive leaders of the Qian ancient sect. In the past, he had hoped that another disciple of the Mingren immortal emperor would take the helm of the Qian ancient sect. Although that disciple's talent did not match that of the eldest disciple, Qiye had a greater appreciation for this disciple's innate qualities. Unfortunately, after his long slumber and subsequent return to the world, the Qian ancient sect came under the control of the eldest disciple of the Mingren immortal emperor. From that moment on, the sect adhered to the principles of the Great Tao, adopting a facade of righteousness. Qiye stood atop the solitary peak, lost in thought for an extended duration, contemplating a myriad of matters, so much so that he failed to notice the arrival of Nanhuiren. Qiye nodded and followed Nanhuiren to the ancestral hall. Within the hall, the 6 grand elders were present, all fixated on Qiye. The atmosphere became eerily tense. Mo Hufa had already reported to the 6 grand elders regarding the impending union. His report was ambiguous. He merely mentioned that Qiye had passed the assessment, emphasizing in detail his passage through the chaotic heart forest. As for the duel with Su Hui, he glossed over it, neglecting to mention the snake-hitting stick or the 4-stone man, ultimately attributing Qiye's victory over Su Hui to mere coincidence and luck. Have you truly passed the assessment? The eldest elder fixed his gaze upon Qiye, speaking in a grave tone. In truth, the 6 grand elders held no hope for this union. However, in a turn of events that defied belief, Qiye had indeed passed the assessment, and even more astonishingly, he had traversed the chaotic heart forest. There will be rewards. Yet certain matters require your elucidation, the eldest elder continued solemnly. As far as I am aware, Su Hui is a standout among the younger generation of disciples in the 9 Holy Demon Gate, his prowess comparable to that of our own home master. You have just entered our sect, without any mastery of the arts. How could you possibly defeat him? Absurd. Elder Xiong, one of the 6 grand elders, coldly interjected, expressing his discontent with Qiye. Previously, he had been a supporter of Qiye, but today his demeanor was icy, revealing a stark contrast in his attitude. Qiye cast a glance at Elder Xiong and remarked, Elder, what I speak is the truth. The inability of others does not imply my own limitations. With that, he turned to the 6 esteemed elders present, addressing them with a calm demeanor. Honorable elders, today I stand as a benefactor of the Qiye ancient sect. Should there be any suspicion of my integrity, rest assured that the Guardian has witnessed everything firsthand, as have the members of the 9 sacred demon gate. The elders understood the gravity of the situation. The impending union was fraught with peril. Venturing to the 9 sacred demon gate was akin to courting death. Yet, for the honor of the Qiye ancient sect, I willingly embraced this fate. Now, having returned as a benefactor, do the elders still harbor doubts against me? Is this the manner in which the Qiye ancient sect treats its benefactors? If so, it would indeed be disheartening. Who would be willing to serve the sect or sacrifice themselves in the future? Qiye spoke slowly and with a heavy tone. Before this union, the elders and I reached an agreement. Are the esteemed elders now having second thoughts? If that is the case, I can only conclude that joining the sect was a mistake. Our Washing Face ancient sect is an imperial lineage of eternal significance. If the esteemed elders cannot uphold their word, how can we discuss credibility? The integrity of our sect does not require your reproach. An elder retorted coldly. In response to the elder's fury, Qiye remained calm and composed, gazing at the 6 elders as he continued. I risked my life to enter the 9 Holy Demon Gate, achieving remarkable merit. If the esteemed elders honor the promise made that day and do not doubt the contributions of the worthy, then the rewards I am entitled to should be granted without the need for me to voice my grievances. If not, then I have every right to express my dissatisfaction, as this was earned with my life. At this point, he fixed a cold stare upon the 6 elders. These words carry weight. An elder coughed, his demeanor somewhat awkward. The grand elder also spoke. Qiye, we harbor no doubts about you. It's merely that the situation is rather peculiar. While Su Hui's demise could be seen as a stroke of luck, the matter of the chaotic heart forest warrants your insight. With that, his gaze intensified, as if attempting to penetrate Qiye's very being. Chapter 25, The Divine Crow Peak, Part 1. At this moment, not only the Grand Elder, but indeed all 5 elders focused their attention on Qiye. If slaying Su Hui could be deemed a miracle, after all, even the most adept may stumble, one could concede that Su Hui's arrogance left him unguarded, allowing Qiye to strike successfully. However, the chaotic heart forest was an entirely different matter. The 6 elders knew that for countless eons, no disciple of the younger generation from the 9 Holy Demon Gate had ever traversed the chaotic heart forest, save for the most exceptional of sages. As the 6 elders scrutinized him, both Protector Mo and Nanhuiren could not help but feel a bead of cold sweat for Qiye. You, a mere mortal, think you can possess a resolve stronger than that of nobility? Elder Xiong scoffed, his dissatisfaction palpable. Qiye lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at him, saying, Elder, what relevance does the steadfastness of one's Tao heart have with one's Taoist cultivation? High cultivation does not necessarily imply a resolute Tao heart. Throughout the ages, How many true immortals and holy emperors have ultimately succumbed to the perils of their own wavering hearts, falling into madness and playing with fire? Do you truly believe you possess the authority to comment on true immortals and holy emperors? Elder Xiong rebuked sternly. Qiye, with a dismissive air, stated, "What I have articulated is merely an account of the truth. Should the esteemed elders doubt my words, they may seek verification from the 9 sacred demon gate." The moment Qiye dared to retort openly, Elder Xiong cast a furious glance, ready to unleash his ire. However, just as he was about to do so, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and interjected, "Let us put this matter to rest. What is the status of your engagement with Princess Li? While the incident involving Su Hui may be somewhat justifiable, traversing the chaotic heart forest is an entirely different matter. Even the Holy Emperor cannot navigate through it, let alone a mere mortal." Yet, for the Grand Elder and the others, such concerns had diminished in significance. The paramount issue was the potential alliance between the 9 sacred demon gate and the Xiong ancient sect. The Xiong ancient sect, at this juncture, required a formidable ally such as the 9 sacred demon gate as a bulwark. This is a matter for the 9 sacred demon gate to decide. It is not within my purview, he continued. At this point, Qiye had lost interest in further discourse and chose to remain silent. Very well, the Grand Elder conceded. Recognizing his limitations, he could not compel Li Shuangdan to wed Qiye, for the Xiong ancient sect lacked the standing to negotiate with the 9 sacred demon gate. Nodding, the Grand Elder remarked, "You have accomplished a significant feat this time. As per our prior agreement, what is rightfully yours will be granted." Upon hearing this, Elder Xiong's expression changed, and he hastily interjected. However, the Grand Elder gently raised his hand to silence Elder Xiong. Turning his gaze to Qiye, the Grand Elder continued. "Firstly, once you attain the body-nourishing realm, the sect will prepare a royal body bomb for you. Secondly, within the sect, you may select one technique each from the realms of life, body arts, and longevity methods. Of course, you may opt for others, but your selection must not exceed 3 techniques. Does this arrangement meet your satisfaction?" "Indeed, but I have one more condition. The sect had previously promised me 3 requests." Qiye replied with a nod. The Grand Elder acknowledged, "Very well, speak your mind." "I require a protective weapon, thus. I wish to choose a treasured artifact or a true instrument from the sect," Qiye stated solemnly. The Grand Elder nodded. "You may select one treasured artifact or true instrument from the lower 3 tiers, or even choose a longevity treasure." "Thank you, Elder." In conclusion, Qiye bowed respectfully and then turned to depart. "Huiran, accompany Qiye," the Grand Elder instructed Nan Huiran as Qiye exited. After Qiye's departure, Elder Xiong spoke in a grave tone. "Brother Gu, I fear this young man may pose a threat. He could very well be a spy sent by the 9 sacred demon gate." "What leads you to such a conclusion, Brother Qiao?" An elder gently shook his head, replying, "In my view, this is unlikely. The 9 sacred demon gate is far more powerful than we can fathom. They have already established dominion over the ancient Nyojin kingdom, becoming an overwhelming force. Why would they need to infiltrate our Xiong ancient sect?" "Brother Sun makes a valid point," another elder chimed in. "Does the 9 sacred demon gate still covet anything from our Xiong ancient sect?" "Not necessarily. It is possible that the 9 sacred demon gate covets our imperial techniques, particularly the secret arts of destiny," Elder Xiong responded solemnly. Elder Xiong's words prompted the other 5 elders to exchange glances, for they were acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the Xiong ancient sect. "I deem it unnecessary," Elder Sun, the 4th among the 6 elders, remarked with a shake of his head. "Qiye possesses the Xiong ancient order. If he truly sought to seize our imperial techniques, he need only voice his desires, and we would have to comply, regardless of our wishes. Conversely, should the 9 holy demon gate genuinely attempt to take our imperial techniques, with the Sun Monarch personally intervening, I dare say no one within our sect could withstand such force." Elder Sun's statement rendered the other elders taciturn, for if the 9 holy demon gate were intent on appropriating the Xiong ancient sect's imperial techniques, annihilation would be inevitable, with the Sun Monarch at the helm. Who among them could stand in opposition? Indeed, even if an elder from the 9 holy demon gate were to act, the 6 elders would prove no match. "Brother Gu, I believe we must remain vigilant. Caution is prudent," Elder Xiong finally intoned solemnly. "This matter requires reporting to the sect leader," he added, his tone resolute, leaving no room for further discussion. To such remarks, Elder Xiong merely huffed lightly, perhaps indicating his dissatisfaction with the sect leader. The elders harbored suspicions that their senior brother might be a spy sent by the 9 Holy Demon Gate. After departing the ancestral hall, Nan Huiran whispered to Qiye. He was adept at discerning the thoughts of others and could easily fathom the 6 elders' considerations. Let them think as they please. Qiye replied with a light smile and a subtle shake of his head. The decline of the Xiyang ancient sect was not without reason, despite their esteemed positions. The 6 elders lacked the prowess to ascend to nobility, and more critically, they could not stand alone against adversity. On the subject, Qiye inquired, "What of Elder Xiong? When I aspired to become the chief disciple, he was supportive. However, his current demeanor is markedly different. Exercise caution around Elder Xiong." Nan Huiran advised quietly after a furtive glance. The second elder, Chao Xiong, has long sought to contest the leadership position with the sect leader, but has yet to succeed. He previously endeavored to have his disciple, He Jian, appointed as chief disciple, only to be rebuffed by the sect leader. His ambition for the leadership position remains unquenched. Even if he cannot attain it himself, he wishes for his disciple to do so. Moreover, Chao Xiong has the backing of guest elders. I understand now. If I am deemed worthless, becoming the chief disciple would afford me no chance at leadership. However, should I form a union with the Shuangyan, the outcome may differ. Qiye mused with a smile, grasping the reason behind Chao Xiong's stark change in demeanor. Nan Huiran nodded gently, stating in a low voice. Chao Elder has been vigilant regarding the sect leader, fearing the emergence of a talented disciple. The position of chief disciple has remained vacant, and he has conferred with several elders, consistently advocating for He Jian's appointment, yet the sect leader has remained steadfast in his refusal. And what of the sect leader? Qiye inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone, for since joining the Xiang ancient sect, he had yet to encounter the sect leader, Su Yongwang, who seemed to exist as an almost ethereal presence. Nan Huiran shook his head and remarked, the sect leader has never resided within the sacred grounds. He has always been engaged in solitary cultivation outside. In truth, I have scarcely encountered him on a handful of occasions. At this juncture, noticing the absence of others nearby, Nan Huiran lowered his voice and added, there are whispers circulating within the sect, suggesting that the leader was compelled to depart by the elders. The precise circumstances remain shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, it is evident that the leader seldom dwells within the sect, and upon his departure from the sacred grounds, he took with him several guardians and hall masters. Qiye unconsciously stroked his chin and remarked, so it appears that our faction is divided into several groups. The intricacies of the Xiyang ancient sect are more complex than I initially presumed. Some suggested there were 4 factions. Nan Huiran explained. A portion of the protectors and hall masters follow the sect leader, while another group of hall masters aligns with Elder Xiong. These individuals have long aspired for Elder Xiong to ascend as the sect leader. Additionally, there are those who hail from the lineage of the Grand Elder. It seems that most of the other 4 elders adopt a neutral stance. Does the Grand Elder seek the position of sect leader? Qiye inquired. Nan Huiran shook his head and replied, no one truly understands the Grand Elder's thoughts. It is said he may not necessarily support the sect leader, yet he has never actively contended for the position. However, the Grand Elder wields considerable influence within the sect, as he oversees the law enforcement team. And he is exceedingly strict, causing many disciples to harbor a measure of fear towards him. With this insight from Nan Huiran, Qiye gained a clearer understanding of the dynamics within the Xiang ancient sect. Amused, he smiled and refrained from further comments. Xinyu Peak is the sacred ground of the Xiang ancient sect, a place that could even be deemed a forbidden zone. Without the permission of the sect leader or the elders, no disciple may ascend Xinyu Peak. Moreover, it serves as the highest and most significant peak of the sect, housing a triangular ancient courtyard where all of the sect's techniques, secret manuals, precious weapons, and divine stones are meticulously stored. The defenses of Xinyu Peak are incredibly stringent, with guards stationed every few steps, ensuring that not even a mosquito could penetrate its sanctity. The elite disciples of the Xiang ancient sect vigilantly guard the peak, with 2 of the 6 elders rotating duty there at all times. For the Xiang ancient sect, Xinyu Peak holds paramount importance. Indeed, everything that constitutes the sect is enshrined within its confines. Additionally, there exists a legend surrounding Xinyu Peak. It is said that before the Mingren immortal emperor embraced his destined role, he received a divine directive when a celestial crow descended from the heavens and alighted upon this peak. Thus, the Mingren immortal emperor established the Xiang ancient sect here. Chapter 26, Xinyu Peak, continued. As Nan Huiran recounted the tale of Xinyu Peak, Qiye could not help but smile at the story. Realizing that the so-called Qiye Peak was merely a name bestowed by several divine generals under the command of the Mingren immortal emperor to commemorate this celestial crow. The triangular ancient courtyard atop Qiye Peak, though modest in size, is shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, as if forged from black iron, exuding an immense weight. In truth, disciples of the Xiang ancient sect throughout the ages have been oblivious to the divine materials used in its construction. As Qiye and Nan Huairan stood before the dark triangular ancient courtyard, Qiye gazed upon it with a sense of profound reflection. Countless years have elapsed. Yet this ancient courtyard remains steadfast. Undoubtedly, the mysteries surrounding this structure far surpass the imagination of the ordinary world. Few could even begin to fathom the origins of this triangular ancient courtyard. As Qiye found himself lost in contemplation, his attention was inevitably drawn to the magnificent shrine situated before the ancient triangular courtyard. In his recollection, this grand edifice had not been present when the triangular ancient courtyard was originally constructed. Qiye's gaze fell upon the shrine, where to his astonishment sat a man of formidable stature. At this moment, the man's age was indiscernible, his hair was unkempt, and his beard, excessively long, obscured his visage entirely. This man had been seated within the shrine for an unfathomable number of years, as wild grass had taken root upon his form. With his eyes closed, one might mistake him for a corpse were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his breath. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly captivated attention was the fact that his hands and feet were bound by thick iron chains, while others might overlook its significance. Qiye recognized the chains to be forged from the rare and precious black spider cold iron, an extraordinary material. What manner of individual could be deemed worthy of such confinement with black spider cold iron? And curiously, the man appeared to be willingly ensnared, rather than coerced. Noticing Qiye's interest in the man within the shrine, Nan Huairan leaned in and whispered, "This is the guardian of the triangular ancient courtyard, and no one knows his true origins. Why is he imprisoned here?" Qiye inquired, still fixated on the man who remained seated with closed eyes. Nan Huairan shook his head and replied, "No one knows. It is feared that within our esteemed sect, no one possesses that knowledge. It is said he has been confined here for an exceedingly long time. Even my master is unaware of the duration of his captivity. Some claim he was once a disciple of the sect, a sinner who committed unspeakable crimes, and thus remains shackled in this place." Qiye nodded gently, ultimately saying nothing, as he walked into the ancient triangular courtyard with Nan Huairan. Upon entering the triangular ancient courtyard, Qiye and Nan Huairan were met with the startling sight of a figure locked within the divine altar suddenly opening his eyes. In that fleeting moment, his gaze was terrifying beyond measure, as if it could transcend time itself and cleave through the chaos of existence. One could imagine that even the mightiest of kings and true immortals would tremble under the weight of his stare. However, after that brief encounter, he quickly closed his eyes again, as if nothing had transpired. From the outside, the triangular ancient courtyard appeared modest in size, yet stepping within revealed an entirely different realm. The courtyard was vast, sprawling over 10,000 acres, with 3 magnificent ancient towers converging to form this triangular sanctuary. Undoubtedly, the immense expanse of the triangular ancient courtyard belied its appearance from without. It was fashioned through unparalleled divine prowess. As they entered the triangular ancient courtyard, Nan Huairan introduced the various chambers to Qiye. "This is the Sutra Pavilion. Over there is the Armory Pavilion. And finally, we have the Treasure Pavilion." Each of the 3 ancient towers housed the secrets, artifacts, and divine materials of the Xiang ancient sect. Nan Huairan explained that each tower was overseen by a dedicated guardian, ensuring that any disciple wishing to borrow manuscripts, artifacts, or divine materials must first be scrutinized by the guardian. At this juncture, Nan Huairan inquired of Qiye, "Which shall you choose first?" "Let us begin with the Sutra Pavilion," Qiye replied casually after a fleeting glance at the 3 ancient towers. Upon entering the Sutra Pavilion, they found it presided over by 8 formidable disciples of the Xiang ancient sect, along with a guardian overseeing their activities. It was only after Qiye and Nan Huairan presented their elder's decree that the guardian permitted their entry. Stepping into the Sutra Pavilion felt akin to entering a vast library. Its expanse was immeasurable, stretching endlessly before them. The sheer size of the pavilion hinted at the illustrious past of the Xiang ancient sect, once a beacon of grandeur. Within the Sutra Pavilion, they soon discovered that they were not alone. Numerous other disciples were present, diligently selecting the martial arts manuscripts available to them. Nan Huairan, ever the affable diplomat, greeted each of his fellow brothers with warmth and familiarity, showcasing the strong relationships he had cultivated within the Xiang ancient sect. Qiye found himself in a precarious position. In truth, he had only recently joined the sect, yet he was met with disdain from the disciples of the Xiang ancient sect. Although this sect had fallen from grace, it remained a prestigious imperial lineage. For a mere mortal to gain entry into such an esteemed order was indeed an impressive feat. To complicate matters further, a talentless individual, possessing nothing but a common physique, a mundane fate, and an unremarkable life, had been appointed as the chief disciple. The title of chief disciple was immensely prestigious. Being the elder brother of all third-generation disciples, countless gifted third-generation disciples, who had achieved remarkable accomplishments, aspired to this coveted position but had never received the approval of the sect leader. Now, a worthless individual wielding an ancient decree had unexpectedly ascended to this esteemed role, igniting a wave of indignation among many disciples. Though they might not dare to question the elder's decision, their disdain for Qiye was palpable. They regarded him with the same scrutiny one might afford a curious anomaly. It was well known that many had attempted to seize the ancient decree, yet none had succeeded. Suddenly, the notorious old rogue, Yi, had bestowed this treasure upon Qiye, an act that struck many as profoundly bizarre. Rumors began to circulate. Some claimed he had entertained Yi in the Cuihong building for 10 consecutive days and nights. Others, appearing more informed, asserted that he had not merely indulged the old rogue for 10 days, but had also procured a pair of twin sisters for him, fresh arrivals in the establishment. It was said that he had financially supported these sisters for 3 years, which explained why Yi had so willingly given him the ancient decree. As these tales grew increasingly ludicrous, the whispers evolved. Some suggested that Qiye had rented out the entirety of the Cuihong building for a decade, allowing Yi to revel in endless pleasures. Regardless of the nature of the rumors, they all pointed to the belief that Qiye had resorted to ignoble and shameless tactics to earn the ancient decree from Yi. Such a disgrace for our Xiang ancient sect to have a shameless and worthless individual as the chief disciple. One disciple exclaimed, filled with indignation. Another scoffed. Surely he did not pass the assessment. How could a waste like him hope to succeed in the trials of the 9 holy demon gate? Dream on. Does he truly believe he can marry Princess Li of the ancient Nyojin kingdom? He is no more than a toad yearning for swan meat. While the murmurs of his fellow disciples reached him, Nan Huiran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Aware of their disdain, but unable to divulge the matters of the 9 holy demon gate. In contrast, Qiye remained unfazed, strolling leisurely as if oblivious to their words, perusing the various manuals and secret texts lined upon the shelves. The tiger roar technique, the celestial silkworm longevity method, the fiery sun wheel art, the iron bull royal body technique. A plethora of secret manuals are meticulously arranged upon the shelves. Each of these tomes of martial arts contains original texts, handwritten copies, and even duplicated versions, as well as stone rubbings. They encompass a diverse array of practices, including physical techniques to enhance one's constitution, longevity methods to fortify vitality, and formidable arts for offense and defense. The collection is astonishingly eclectic, embodying a rich tapestry of skills. And merely perusing these texts reveals the illustrious heritage of the Xiang ancient sect. Among these manuals, some were conceived by the esteemed ancestors of our sect, while others were acquired from rival sects or different lineages. Nan Huiran addressed Qiye, stating that if his senior brother seeks techniques related to imperial arts, he must ascend to the 3rd level. The techniques on the 1st floor are the most rudimentary, accessible to many ordinary disciples. It is only from the 2nd level upward that the arts are reserved for hall masters or disciples of notable merit. Qiye was not in a hurry to choose a cultivation method. He simply examined each and every technique before him, for in his heart, he had already established a clear objective. Qiye ascended from the 1st floor to the 3rd, and upon reaching the 3rd level, he encountered the imperial techniques known to a select few. However, these were merely peripheral arts, not the core imperial techniques. During his perusal, Qiye observed a curious phenomenon. As he ascended, the number of martial arts texts on the shelves diminished markedly, with many shelves left barren, bearing only titles that indicated the former presence of certain techniques now conspicuously absent. It was unlikely that all the empty volumes had been borrowed. After surveying the 3rd level, Qiye remarked. Nan Huiran shook his head and replied, "It is said that our Xiang ancient sect has lost a great many martial arts manuals." At this point, he glanced around, noting that they were alone on the 3rd floor, and lowered his voice. I have heard from my master that, in truth, our Xiang ancient sect possesses very few imperial techniques. If any exist, the core imperial arts likely number no more than 3. If they do exist, they are probably hidden within the last 3 levels. Should those levels prove barren as well, our sect would merely be a hollow title among imperial sections. The Millennia-old emperor, carrying the mandate of heaven, created countless martial arts during his lifetime, particularly after attaining the status of an immortal emperor. He devised techniques that could commune with the cosmos, including the fabled techniques of destiny. Have they been seized? Qiye pondered, fully aware that the Xiang ancient sect held far more than just the imperial techniques of the Millennia-old emperor, as it also encompassed the techniques acquired through past raids alongside other ancient arts. These ancient techniques, some tracing back to the primordial era, drew from the legacies of various races, including the celestial demons, blood clan, stone people, enchanting spirits, and the ancient netherworld, among countless others. The specifics elude me. Nan Huiran whispered. It is said that 50,000 years ago, our sect's unparalleled genius ancestor faced defeat, leading to calamity. Furthermore, 30,000 years ago, a cataclysmic event transpired, resulting in severe losses for our sect. Rumors circulate within the sect that our imperial techniques have been sealed by the ancestral priest in the last 3 levels, while others claim that we suffered a significant defeat to the Holy Heaven sect, who absconded with a great many of our imperial techniques. Is it the young Emperor Mo? Upon hearing Nan Huiran's words, Qiye recalled the genius of the Xiang ancient sect from 50,000 years past, though he had not closely followed the events of that time due to his own circumstances. Yes, indeed, it is the ancestral priest. Nan Huiran's voice brimmed with fervor at the mention of the young Emperor Mu. Legend has it that 50,000 years ago, the ancestral priest was the most likely candidate to succeed the Mingren immortal emperor after him, and he was once the strongest rival of the Void Emperor. I have heard that during their contest for the Mandate of Heaven, they achieved a record of 3 victories and 3 defeats. Even the unparalleled genius of the Void Emperor fell to the ancestral priest's prowess on 3 occasions. In those years, our Xiang ancient sect reached an unparalleled pinnacle, arguably the most powerful since the illustrious Ming-Ren patriarch. We once swept across the world, and no one dared to provoke us, not only within the great middle domain, but throughout the entire realm of the human emperor. When it comes to the esteemed Mu Xiaodi, Nan Huiran speaks with fervor, for Mu Xiaodi was the greatest pride of the Xiang ancient sect following the illustrious Ming-Ren immortal emperor. However, in the end, he still fell short of the celestial mandate bestowed upon the immortal emperor. Regarding Nan Huiran's excitement, Qiye merely responded with a calm demeanor. Qiye's words fell upon Nan Huiran like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fervor in an instant. With a heavy heart, he lamented, I have heard that after the final battle between the Master of Pastures and the Void Immortal Emperor, he never reappeared. Some say he perished in that conflict, while others claim he achieved enlightenment within our sect. There are even elders who speculate that the Master of Pastures withdrew a significant amount of imperial techniques from our sect, sealing them within the last 3 floors. Are there no imperial techniques in the middle 3 floors? Qiye inquired, casting a glance upward. With the elder's consent, he was permitted access only to the lower 3 floors. Nan Huiran also glanced at the upper 3 floors, shaking his head as he replied. My master mentioned that he ascended twice, but the secret texts above can be counted on 10 fingers. Qiye said nothing, merely shaking his head gently. The Xiang ancient sect had long lost its former glory. As an imperial lineage, it possessed but a scant few of the revered imperial arts. Thus, it was hardly fitting to still refer to it as an imperial sect. The decline of the Xiang ancient sect was, therefore, not without justification. Ultimately, Qiye selected a tome on combat and protection from the bookshelf in the 3rd floor pavilion, and then chose another on longevity and blood nurturing from the 2nd floor. In an inconspicuous corner of the ground level, he unearthed a considerable collection of secret manuals. Upon witnessing the array of manuals Qiye had retrieved from the lowest level, Nan Huiran counted them. There were a total of 120 volumes. He was momentarily rendered speechless and could not help but murmur, Senior brother, these are merely martial techniques, hardly worth mentioning. Within the sect, anyone may peruse them. Should we consider exchanging for other secret manuals? I have my own plans. Qiye replied, shaking his head with a sense of assurance. Observing Qiye's confidence, Nan Huiran refrained from further comment and promptly assisted him in transporting the manuals for registration. In the past, Nan Huiran would have deemed Qiye ignorant for choosing over 100 volumes of martial techniques, believing it a futile pursuit. However, his perspective had shifted. As Qiye and Nan Huiran carried the 120 volumes of martial manuals for registration, all the disciples present regarded him with incredulity, as though he were a fool. Even the second-generation disciple responsible for registration looked upon Qiye as though he were a curiosity. Elders have stipulated that you may select 3 secret manuals, one of the registering disciples remarked after glancing at Qiye's token. Qiye, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, "I'm aware of this. I have selected a method for refining my fate, as well as a technique for prolonging life and nourishing blood. As for the third, I shall refrain from making a selection." Huiran interjected, "All disciples within the sect may peruse these martial arts texts, so I should be permitted to borrow them, correct?" The disciples responsible for registration exchanged glances and then turned to the seated protector, who, upon giving his assent, prompted the registrars to remain silent. One of the registrars examined the 120 tomes of secret manuals presented by Qiye and stated, "The compendium of martial arts consists of 44 volumes. Miscellaneous martial techniques, 36 volumes, and iron skin and copper muscles, 40 volumes. As he spoke, the disciple regarded Qiye with a look of incredulity. These martial arts were all of a low caliber. Not only did they pale in comparison to the Taoist arts, but among martial techniques, these 120 volumes were equally subpar. The layer of dust accumulated on the tomes was indicative of their lack of readership. Upon hearing that Qiye had chosen such an extensive array of martial arts, the other disciples present burst into laughter. A fool unaware of true worth. Even if you mastered every martial technique in existence, you would still be inconsequential. One disciple scoffed. Another added mockingly, "Brother Wang, this demonstrates a certain self-awareness. With his ordinary physique and fate, practicing Taoist arts is far from easy. Perhaps it will take him a decade just to grasp the foundational techniques. Thus, he wisely opts for the path of martial arts." In truth, the martial arts housed within the ancient sect's scripture pavilion had been stored for countless years, with only a scant few disciples having ever perused them, let alone completed all 120 volumes. In response to the scornful remarks, Qiye merely cast a cold glance at them, causing Nan Huiran to break into a sweat, genuinely concerned for his fellow disciples. While they might be oblivious, he was acutely aware that Qiye was capable of ruthlessness, having dismembered figures like Du Guang and Su Hui without a flicker of hesitation, making the current disciple seem insignificant by comparison. At that moment, a second-generation senior disciple furrowed his brow and addressed Qiye, saying, "Martial techniques should be approached with moderation. One should not delve too deeply." Graciously acknowledging the senior disciple's concern, Qiye smiled and replied leisurely, "The first technique I practiced, the Qimen blade technique, is indeed a martial art of considerable might. Thus, if I train in 300 to 500 martial techniques, I may very well become invincible in this world." Qiye's words instantly provoked a hearty laughter among those present. One disciple, chuckling, remarked, 300 to 500 martial techniques may not render one invincible across the world. But if one were to master 30 to 50,000, perhaps that claim could hold true. With this, he laughed derisively. Another senior disciple shook his head and solemnly stated, "Nonsense. Martial techniques are merely peripheral branches. To learn, one need only master a few. Over 100 tomes are nothing but a waste of energy and a distraction from cultivation. Little uncle, he is blind to your good intentions. Why trouble yourself with him? Let him be." A third-generation disciple, grinning, chimed in, "A fool is merely a fool, like mud that cannot support a wall. Your good intentions may well be taken as a donkey's heart." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Qiye. Martial techniques were regarded with contempt. Cultivators seldom practiced them, and now Qiye had audaciously requested over 100 volumes, making him appear foolish in the eyes of others. Nevertheless, Qiye was resolute in his desire to borrow the 120 volumes, and the well-meaning senior disciple had no choice but to register them for him. When Qiye presented the second secret manual for registration, the kind senior disciple nodded approvingly, saying, "Now this is commendable. You have chosen wisely with this technique, the Kunping Minor Intent 6 forms. It is a lesser technique of our Xian ancient sect's imperial arts. Even as a lesser technique, it remains profound and formidable." The guardian sitting nearby also nodded in agreement, adding, "You must practice this technique diligently. Do not squander its illustrious reputation. The Kunping Minor Intent 6 forms is a lesser skill of the core imperial art, Kunping 6 transformations, If you master this technique well, it will lay a solid foundation for you. Should the opportunity arise to practice quimping 6 transformations in the future, you will find it much easier. Upon hearing this, the other disciples present could not help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. After all, this was an imperial art. Even as a lesser technique, its power far surpassed that of ordinary skills. Imperial arts, even the techniques of great sages, could not compare. Humph, just a fool. The depths of imperial arts are unfathomable. Even if quimping minor intense 6 forms consists of merely 6 moves, he will likely never succeed in mastering them. One disciple scoffed with a hint of bitterness. Others, unwilling to accept this, could not restrain themselves. Why should he be the one to practice imperial arts? Yet, under the guardian's fierce gaze, those dissenting disciples had no choice but to obediently silence themselves. Qiye possessed a hand order recognized by the 6 esteemed elders. Unless they intended to challenge the elders' decision, they could only gaze enviously at Qiye as he practiced this imperial technique. In the end, Qiye produced the final secret manual, an ancient tome of immeasurable age. Its pages crafted from an unknown material, showing no signs of wear despite being turned countless times. The Moon Whirlpool Yangwell technique. Upon seeing this method, the senior disciple cast a peculiar glance at Qiye, then turned to look at the guardian. The guardian, stationed there, furrowed his brow slightly. The name of the Moon Whirlpool Yangwell technique elicited disdain from some disciples present, who coldly remarked, "Another fool seeking quick success. Humph, in the realm of cultivation. Where is there such a thing as instant achievement? Ah, does he wish to become a genius overnight?" Another disciple sneered. Even if one practices the Moon Whirlpool Yangwell technique, it's impossible to attain invincibility in a single night. Geniuses are destined, and so are the inept. No matter what hastily learned technique a fool practices, they shall never become a genius. This technique is best left unpracticed. It will ultimately bring you harm. The guardian shook his head and said, "While this method may accelerate one's cultivation in the early stages, for someone of your ordinary caliber, you will reach no higher than the robust longevity realm. Beyond that, you will find it impossible to continue your practice of this technique." In the past, a genius of the sacred level longevity within the sect also halted at the heavenly origin realm, ultimately harming himself and missing the prime years of cultivation. The Moon Whirlpool Yangwell technique is notorious within the Qiye ancient sect for its promise of rapid success. In the initial stages, it harnesses blood energy to invigorate life force, allowing for a meteoric rise in cultivation. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, as one's cultivation deepens, the blood energy can no longer sustain the technique, leading to stagnation and frustration in further practice. Thus, while it is known as a quick success method, it is also referred to as a technique for the inept. Many talented individuals within the Qiye ancient sect have attempted to practice this technique, only to ultimately fail. "Thank you for your guidance, Guardian. I am fully aware of my own limits," Qiye replied with a smile, unfazed by the Guardian's counsel. Observing Qiye's obstinacy, the Guardian snorted and closed his eyes, unwilling to speak further. In the Guardian's eyes, Qiye was merely a waste of potential, a being of ordinary physique and life, unworthy of further discourse. Had Qiye displayed exceptional talent, the Guardian would have undoubtedly prohibited him from practicing this technique. Nan Huiran readily agreed, though he too did not understand why Qiye chose so many martial arts manuals. With over 100 volumes, mastering them would require at least 3 to 5 years. A significant waste of time. Nevertheless, seeing Qiye so assured, Nan Huiran did not press further, stating, "With so many manuals, I will request a Qianquan bag from the Outer Affairs Hall tomorrow for you, making it more convenient for your travels." Qiye merely nodded, offering no further commentary. As Nan Huiran prepared to depart, Qiye inquired, "What is the name of the senior disciple at the Sutra Repository?" With remarkable dexterity, Nan Huiran promptly responded, "Chu Daily. He was originally one of our 3rd-generation disciples. However, due to his exceptional talent and desire to remain at the Sutra Repository, he has been promoted to the 2nd generation." Qiye smiled faintly, remaining silent. Only then did Nan Huiran take his leave. After Nan Huiran departed, Qiye closed the courtyard, prepared his writing materials, and laid out the 120 volumes of martial arts secrets, arranging them in an order that others could not comprehend. Qiye exhibited a demeanor of utmost seriousness as he meticulously arranged all the secret manuals. He then opened the first page of each tome, diligently transcribing a single character from each. Subsequently, he proceeded to the second page of every book. Qiye approached each step with utmost seriousness and caution. For he alone possessed the knowledge of the comprehensive martial arts canon, the eclectic techniques, and the seemingly inconsequential secret manuals of inferior martial skills, which concealed a breathtaking secret, one he had personally embedded within. If there exists anything more formidable than the Destiny's secret techniques, it is likely beyond the imagination of the common folk, or perhaps only known to figures of ancient lineage. Should there be any practice surpassing the Destiny's secret techniques, it must undoubtedly be the 9 great heavenly books. In the primordial era, a legend spoke of a time before the heavens and earth had come into being, when the universe was akin to an unhatched egg, chaos giving birth to the primordial, which in turn birthed the 9 characters, leading to the formation of the 9 treasures, inscribed within the 9 books. These 9 tomes are the fabled 9 great heavenly books. However, throughout the ages, scarcely has anyone been reported to have laid eyes upon these illustrious texts, nor the 9 supreme treasures. Yet, Qiye stands among the few who have beheld one of the 9 great heavenly books. By a twist of fate during the primordial era, Qiye, transformed into a shadowy crow, encountered one of these sacred tomes, the body book. Subsequently, through countless stratagems and immense toil over the span of 100 millennia, he faced innumerable trials and tribulations, ultimately securing the body book in his possession. However, it was precisely due to the body book that he endured even greater hardships, as countless pursuers, including figures of the celestial emperor caliber, relentlessly sought him. Even for these celestial emperors, the body book was a coveted treasure. Upon acquiring the body book, Qiye delved into its profound mysteries of the cosmos. Consequently, even when he could not cultivate, he remained remarkably defiant against the heavens. This tome eventually intertwined his fate with some of the most formidable beings, such as the Sun-Eater Celestial Emperor and the Dominator Celestial Emperor, not to mention Mingren Celestial Emperor, whom he personally nurtured. For instance, regarding Mingren Celestial Emperor, many in later generations believed him to be a natural day celestial body, a notion even upheld by the disciples of the ancient Xiong sect. The day celestial body, a remarkable constitution in one of the 12 celestial bodies, is a rarity that could not possibly be innate. Mingren Celestial Emperor's day celestial body was cultivated through rigorous practice, and the very techniques he employed were derived from Qiye's body book. Qiye understood that the body scripture had captivated hearts throughout the ages. Therefore, he concealed the body scripture with great care. Simultaneously, he feared that one day he might lose the body scripture and have his memories of the profound techniques erased. To safeguard against such a calamity, Qiye employed a method to ensure that the secrets of the body scripture would endure through time. Qiye devoted considerable effort to concealing the mysteries of the body scripture within martial techniques that all cultivators regarded with disdain. At that time, he divided the secrets into 3 segments, each intricately hidden within 3 unrelated martial arts treatises. These 3 volumes comprised a total of 120 books, encompassing tens of thousands of martial arts techniques and ancillary skills. The mysteries of the body scripture were intricately embedded within, arranged in a sequence known only to Qiye. Without his specific order, even if one were aware of the body scripture's concealment, it would still be impossible to extract the complete essence of the body scripture. At that time, the 3 martial arts treatises harboring the secrets of the body scripture were printed across 3 distinct eras, thus transcending time and remaining unrelated. Throughout these 3 eras, Qiye's 3 martial arts texts were published in over 100,000 copies, widely disseminated. Following these 3 epochs, their influence extended beyond the realm of the human emperor, reaching even the other 8 realms. For countless ages, no cultivator has diligently read through all 120 volumes of these martial arts secrets. Even those who practiced martial techniques could not simultaneously possess all 3 treatises. The Xiao ancient sect was fortunate to possess these 3 martial arts texts, a gift from Qiye himself, offering them a chance. Should a truly insightful individual decipher his secrets, perhaps the Xiao ancient sect could give rise to another figure of the caliber of the enlightened immortal emperor. Even if they could not produce an immortal emperor, they could still manifest an immortal body. Regrettably, few descendants of the Qiye ancient sect have ever perused these 3 treatises, let alone grasped the profound mysteries within. Consequently, since the era of the enlightened immortal emperor, the Qiye ancient sect has not produced another immortal body. Qiye devoted an entire night to meticulously extracting the profound secrets of the body scripture from the 120 volumes of martial arts manuals. As he gazed at the written revelations, a satisfied smile graced his face. He slowly perused the organized secrets, and as he imprinted the essence of the body scripture in his mind, memories that had been erased gradually resurfaced. Ultimately, the complete body scripture re-emerged in Qiye's consciousness. Once the intricate secrets of the body scripture were firmly etched in his mind, Qiye incinerated the copied incantations. Having endured countless tribulations, he understood the invaluable nature of the body scripture and recognized the calamity that would befall him should others discover its existence in his possession. Therefore, he chose to retain the essence of the body scripture solely within the confines of his mind. In fact, Qiye had concealed the original text of the body scripture. Apart from him, no one else would ever be able to retrieve it. However, Qiye was not in a hurry to extract the original, for it entailed more than just the secrets of the martial techniques. "Brother, I fear I cannot accompany you to the armory today. The elders have dispatched me to report the matters of the alliance to the sect leader," said Nan Huiran upon meeting Qiye. As a steward esteemed by the elders, Nan Huiran often bore the responsibility of conveying crucial messages. "Go ahead. I am not in haste to select treasure artifacts," Qiye replied with a gentle nod, seizing this opportunity to thoroughly organize the martial manuals. After Nan Huiran departed, Qiye did not linger in slumber. He retrieved the manual for the Kunping 6 styles. The Kunping 6 styles held a prestigious place in the hearts of the third-generation disciples of the Xiang ancient sect, being the culmination of imperial techniques. Although it was a final technique of imperial arts, its power was astonishingly formidable. Throughout history, celestial emperors have established remarkable martial techniques, including longevity and blood-nurturing methods, life-preserving and combat techniques, as well as body refinement arts. Additionally, there existed secret arts of destiny that only those celestial emperors destined for greatness could create. The Millennia-old celestial emperor, who had established countless martial techniques throughout his life, was familiar to Qiye in every aspect of his arts, whether longevity methods, life techniques, or body arts. The Millennia-old celestial emperor was a figure he had personally nurtured, and Qiye had been involved in most of the techniques developed by him, even participating in the secret arts of destiny created by the Millennia-old celestial emperor. The Kunping 6 styles corresponded to the core imperial technique known as the Kunping 6 transformations, one of the most powerful life techniques devised by the Millennia-old celestial emperor throughout his life. Qiye gradually immersed himself in the understanding of the Kunping 6 subtle techniques. In truth, these 6 techniques consist of merely 6 movements, scarcely qualifying as life-preserving or combat skills. However, Qiye comprehended more profoundly than anyone else that the Kunping 6 transformations, conceived by the illustrious Emperor Mingren, were rooted in these very movements. In his youth, when Emperor Mingren was still but a fledgling, it was the shadowy figure of Qiye, transformed into a raven, who guided him to observe the magnificent Kunping. Ultimately, this inspired Emperor Mingren to distill the essence of the Kunping 6 movements, leading to the creation of the renowned Kunping 6 transformations, which later became a celebrated technique of the Celestial Emperor. As Qiye contemplated, the 6 movements of the Kunping 6 subtle techniques gradually evolved within his mind. At times, the great rock soared through the 9 heavens, its wings striking across 3,000 miles. At other moments, it soared through the abyss, piercing the earth with its beak. At times, the great rock would plunge into the vast depths, transforming into a colossal kun, stirring up waves with its tail. It oscillated between the forms of the rock and the kun, the metamorphosis accelerating with each passing moment, until the distinction between the two became indistinguishable. Ultimately, a fish became a bird, leaping into the 9 heavens, treading upon the great path, as kun and rock transformed, akin to the shifting of the sun, harmonizing with the rhythm of the universe. With a resounding crash, the Kunping stirred the waves, and in that fleeting instant, Qiye felt a tremor coursing through his entire being. The colossal waves summoned by the Kunping dissipated, and gradually, everything transformed into the essence of the Tao. The profound nuances of the Tao unfolded, operating within the great path, until once-forgotten memory runes resurfaced in Qiye's consciousness. These runes fluctuated between the forms of the rock and the kun, embodying boundless profundity, until they ultimately coalesced into a complete Kunping. The entirety of the Kunping 6 transformations was finally imprinted within Qiye's mind. Having grasped the mysteries of the Kunping 6 transformations, Qiye did not indulge in idleness or pride. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. In terms of physique, longevity, and destiny, he could not measure up to those brilliant prodigies. Therefore, He understood that he must exert 100-fold effort in his cultivation. On the path of enlightenment, he must be unwavering. Only in this way could he embrace his celestial fate and sweep across the realms of heaven and earth. As a mentor who had once nurtured an emperor and guided countless luminaries, he possessed a profound understanding of the principles of cultivation. Although his physique, longevity, and destiny were lacking, he possessed a complete set of cultivation philosophies, which constituted his advantage. Qiye opened the Moon Swirl Yang Will technique and began to study it. The Moon Swirl Yang Will technique is a method of longevity, focusing on the cultivation of the longevity wheel to extend life and nourish the blood. Every practitioner, even an ordinary mortal, possesses a longevity wheel. Any sentient being endowed with wisdom has 3 essential components. 1. Physique. 2. Longevity wheel. 3. Fate palace. The physique requires no elaboration. It is the vessel of life itself. Without a physique, there is no life, and even the most mundane mortal possesses a mortal body. The flesh and blood form is the finest carrier of life. As for the longevity wheel, there is a saying, trees have growth rings, and humans have longevity wheels. The longevity wheel resides within the body, yet it is not a physical entity. It manifests as radiant circles of light, visible only to practitioners who can perceive their own longevity wheels. Once one practices methods of longevity, the longevity wheel manifests behind the head, with each circle of light symbolizing the vitality and lifespan. For an ordinary person, barring any calamities throughout their life, the number of years they live is determined by their longevity wheel. For instance, a mortal like Qiye, if he were to live as a regular person without practicing any Taoist arts and avoiding accidental misfortunes, could expect to live to around 60 years of age. The longevity wheel, physique, and fate palace all possess levels, ranked from low to high: mortal, postnatal, prenatal, imperial, saint, and celestial. Although the levels of the longevity wheel, physique, and fate palace are the same, there is one distinction. The levels of the longevity wheel and fate palace are fundamentally immutable. They are innate. Only the physique can be altered through cultivation. For example, an individual with a prenatal physique may cultivate to the imperial level, thereby elevating their physique to that of an imperial body. In Chapter 30, The 12 Celestial Bodies, Part 2, it is noted that the longevity wheel and fate palace remain fixed. If you are born with a prenatal longevity wheel, it will remain so. And if you are born with an imperial fate, it will stay that way, no matter how powerful you become, even if you ascend to celestial emperor status. This cannot be changed unless you undertake a fate alteration. Cultivation, physique, longevity wheel, and fate palace are indispensable. Each one holds immense significance. The physique determines the strength of one's bones and body. The longevity wheel dictates the vigor of one's life force, while the fate palace influences one's innate talent and comprehension. For instance, if you belong to the saint wheel category, your vitality is as abundant as a vast ocean. When practicing the same techniques, you not only progress more swiftly than others, but also wield greater power. In the ancient and untamed era, both human and demon races were frail beings. To survive, countless sages pressed forward, creating innumerable techniques, which ultimately led to a flourishing era. In that distant and wild epoch, there existed an extraordinarily gifted sage who established a rapid cultivation method of longevity, known as the Moon Swirl Yang Will technique. This genius was truly remarkable, and this technique indeed allows for swift advancement, utilizing the practitioner's own vitality to propel the fate soul, thus accelerating the path of cultivation. However, the Moon Swirl Yang Will technique possesses a fatal flaw. In its initial stages, the vigorous vitality indeed serves as an engine, propelling one's cultivation. Yet, as one's cultivation grows stronger, personal vitality can no longer sustain the practice of the soul technique. At this juncture, it can lead to a depletion of vitality and stagnation in cultivation. If one persists in practicing forcefully, it may even result in a shortened lifespan. During the primordial era, Qiye acquired this technique and had previously imparted it to numerous individuals. However, none achieved perfection in its practice. To enhance this technique, Qiye devoted immeasurable effort. Ultimately, he sought the collaboration of several celestial emperors in the refinement of this technique, such as the Blood Seal Celestial Emperor, the Mingren Celestial Emperor, and the Sun Eater Celestial Emperor, among others. In the end, a complete understanding of the Moon Swirl Yang Will technique crystallized in Qiye's mind. After he carefully stored away the secret manual, he could not help but take a deep breath. Although this process was relatively brief, How could the world comprehend the countless efforts Qiye had invested in the moon's swirl yang will technique over millennia? How many would know of the numerous ancestors of the human race who endeavored tirelessly in pursuit of its mastery? In truth, after Qiye left this secret manual at the Xian ancient sect, many of its talented disciples attempted to practice this technique, yet ultimately, none succeeded in achieving perfection. Qiye has meticulously organized the techniques of Shou Fa and Ming Gong. Once everything was in order, he commenced his practice. In the realm of cultivation, Qiye possesses unparalleled experience. Although his innate talent may be lacking, his extensive knowledge and practice set him apart from others. However, despite having acquired the extraordinary techniques of Kunping's 6 transformations in the Moon Whirlpool Yang Wheel, he is not one to rush towards success. He understands that hastiness in pursuit of advancement may sow seeds of peril along his lengthy path of cultivation. Qiye concurrently cultivates both the Kunping's 6 transformations and the Moon Spiral Sun Wheel technique. However, these two practices remain entirely distinct and do not intersect or communicate with one another. The Kunping's 6 transformations is a life-preserving and enemy-defeating technique, while the Moon Spiral Sun Wheel is a longevity and blood-nourishing method. One focuses on the Palace of Life, while the other concentrates on the Wheel of Longevity. Both can be practiced independently in the initial stages. The techniques can be categorized into 4 types. Firstly, the longevity and blood-nourishing methods. Secondly, the life-preserving and enemy-defeating techniques. Thirdly, the body-refining and marrow-cleansing arts. And fourthly, the secret arts that carry one's destiny. Additionally, there exists a method referred to as the Foundation Heart Method or the Basic Heart Method, which is deemed universal. This method integrates blood-nourishing, life-preserving, and body-refining practices into one. Through this singular technique, one can cultivate the Wheel of Longevity, the Palace of Life, and physical constitution. Though this heart method is considered universal, it is often regarded as a relatively low-level practice possessing limited power. Mastering this method makes it challenging to attain unparalleled strength. There is a hierarchy among techniques, for instance. The progenitor of the 9 sacred demons, the 9 sacred celestial demon, is an unmatched sage. The techniques developed by such a figure are termed sage techniques. Conversely, the techniques created by celestial emperors are referred to as celestial emperor techniques or imperial arts. Even with identical physical constitutions and innate talents, if the techniques practiced differ, the paths taken will surely diverge. Those who cultivate imperial arts will undoubtedly surpass those practicing sage techniques within the same time frame. As for the secret arts that carry destiny, they are beyond description, possessing the power to defy the heavens in unimaginable ways. Of course, techniques are not insurmountable. Without a resolute heart for the Tao, everything ultimately becomes ephemeral. Throughout the ages, numerous prodigies have faltered due to their pursuit of defiant techniques, sailing smoothly along the path of cultivation only to fall into madness. Likewise, some exceptionally gifted individuals, born with the ability to practice celestial emperor techniques, ultimately find themselves unable to forge their own destiny when contending with the heavens, becoming a generation of failures. Qiye understands these profound truths of cultivation better than anyone else, which is why, even with the mastery of countless secrets, he proceeds with his practice in a methodical and gradual manner. Qiye diligently cultivated his dual arts, as he deftly employed the true essence of the Moon Whirlpool Yang Will technique to invigorate his life wheel. The effects were striking gradually. A series of luminous rings began to manifest behind his head, akin to the annual rings of a tree, each layer revolving in harmony. As the life wheel spun, the vital essence surged and ebbed within it. The flow of vital energy resembled the waters of a river, ceaselessly animated by a water wheel, gurgling and flowing endlessly. This vital essence is the fundamental indicator of one's health. Should it wane, the specters of aging, illness, and death inevitably follow. Qiye, by nature, is an ordinary mortal, possessing a rather feeble innate advantage in this regard. His vitality can merely be described as a trickle, thus when his life cycle ebbs and flows, his essence is but a continuous, gentle stream. In contrast, those endowed with a congenital life wheel or an imperial wheel experience a vitality that surges forth like the mighty waters of a great river, unceasing and relentless. Particularly, individuals of the saintly life will possess a vitality that roars forth akin to the tumultuous sea. Qiye, with the force of his will, invoked the true essence of the Kunping 6 transformations, persistently tapping upon his fate palace. Each individual possesses their own fate palace, a sanctuary of true destiny. which is also the abode of what mortals refer to as the 3 souls and 6 spirits, hidden within the depths of the Mud Palace. The Fate Palace gradually surfaced as Qiye continued to resonate with the Kunping 6 transformations. When it emerged, the ancient and elegant structure of the Fate Palace shimmered like jade. As a mere mortal, Qiye's Fate Palace emitted only a faint glow. In contrast, a person of imperial destiny would have a Fate Palace radiating a robust and elongated golden light, a symbol of undeniable dominance. Qiye, being an ordinary mortal, could not compare to those of saintly destinies, whose innate advantages far surpassed his own, as the Fate Palace remained sealed and the spirits lay dormant. It was imperative to awaken them by opening the Fate Palace and connecting to the life force in order to cultivate the path to transcendence. Thus, the first realm for cultivators is the Palace Tapping Realm, which is further divided into 3 sublevels: the first tap, the awakening, and the blood surge. Such individuals belong to the elite echelon of genius. However, Qiye did not belong to this stratum of prodigies. Hence, he needed to exert relentless effort. For only through countless endeavors could success be attained. In truth, Qiye possessed alternative methods to open the gates of his Fate Palace in a single attempt. He could harness the power of the Moon Whirlpool and Sun Will technique to galvanize his entire vital essence, using it as a conduit to propel the Kunping 6 transformations and forcefully breach the gates of his Fate Palace. However, he refrained from doing so, recognizing the potential hazards that such actions could incur. Being immortal, his vital essence was inherently weak. Forcibly stimulating it could jeopardize his life cycle, and such an aggressive approach could startle his soul. While this method promised a rapid cultivation pace, it would ultimately pose risks for his future path of enlightenment. Writing, much like cultivation, requires steady perseverance, and every vote is immensely valuable to Xiao Clan. Thus, I kindly urge you to cast your vote for this work. Chapter 31, Kunping 6 Transformations, Part 1, Thud, Thud, Thud. Qiye continued to strike the gates of his Fate Palace, having lost count of the innumerable times he had done so. Yet, the palace remained unresponsive, its gates firmly shut. For many cultivators, such a situation would not be considered optimistic. Prolonged attempts without success could indicate severely lacking aptitude. Nevertheless, Qiye possessed an unwavering heart. Even if he had to strike 1,000,000 times, he would persist until the gates of his Fate Palace finally opened. Once the gates were breached, a surge of life force emanated from within the palace. However, Qiye, being merely a mortal, found his life force to be limited. Had he been a genius, the vitality would have been overwhelming. At this moment, the true essence of the Kunping 6 transformation surged into the Fate Palace like a tidal wave, with Qiye's will following suit, flooding into the sanctuary. The realm of destiny is boundlessly vast, an expanse without limits. At the heart of this immense domain, the profound essence of the Kunping 6 transformation circulates around a luminous orb. The runes of this sacred art entwine with the radiance, as if to awaken the very light itself. This orb of brilliance is what is commonly referred to as the soul of fate, known by some as the 3 souls and 6 spirits, yet more often called the true destiny. It fundamentally determines the course of an individual's life, regardless of the being. Only through the practice of the earth can one awaken their true destiny and the 3 souls and 6 spirits. It is only when the true destiny is awakened that one may possess supernatural abilities. Only after such awakening can one harness the vital forces of life, commune with the myriad entities of heaven and earth, and confront adversaries against fate. The Kunping 6 transformations represent the art of destiny. It must awaken the true destiny, building upon it to cultivate the unique path of Qiye. Thus, the profound runes of the Kunping 6 transformations are inextricably linked to the true destiny, flowing ceaselessly. These ever-circulating runes occasionally manifest as celestial birds soaring through the skies, at times transforming into the mighty Kun leaping forth, and yet again taking the form of a creature that is neither fish nor bird, merging into the true destiny. As the Kunping, shaped by the runes of profundity, continually integrates with and then emerges from the true destiny, the essence of Qiye's true destiny resonates like the depths of the ocean, shimmering with vibrant fluctuations. This process is known as awakening, marking the second tier of the palace realm. Only when the true destiny is awakened can one truly engage in cultivation. Should one possess natural talent, particularly those of imperial or sacred lineage, the awakening of their true destiny is often a straightforward endeavor, achievable in a mere half-day. Qiye is but a mortal being, and naturally, he cannot be compared to the prodigies of divine or imperial lineage. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed. Approaching his cultivation with a tranquil demeanor, he allows the transformation of the Kunping to flow ceaselessly, an endless source of energy. For Qiye, as long as the Kunping's transformations continue unabated, there will come a day when his true fate will awaken. Within the realm of fate, vast and boundless, an immeasurable expanse unfolds, rendering it impossible to perceive its entirety. In truth, the vastness of the realm far exceeds human imagination. Before Qiye, the realm appears as an endless void. Even after the awakening of his true fate, he would still be unable to grasp the full scope of this domain. Although he cannot yet fathom the entirety of the realm, he can still faintly sense other presences within it. In the far-off eastern expanse of the realm, he perceives the existence of a great spring, albeit currently dry, with no water flowing forth. The spring of life, one of the four symbols of the fateful realm, is steeped in legend. Some sages believe it to be the very source of life's essence. In the distant western reaches of the realm, Qiye senses the presence of an immense furnace, yet this grand furnace remains cold and devoid of warmth. The furnace of life. A saying echoes throughout the myriad realms. The great Tao is like a furnace, capable of refining all. This furnace, revered since ancient times, is often thought to refer to the furnace of life. Many believe that the flames of life it ignites originate from one's true fate, from the soul, also known as the soul fire. In the southern expanse of the realm, a colossal tree towers skyward, standing resolute within the realm of fate. Yet, at this moment, the great tree emits no vibrations of life force, resembling a lifeless entity. The tree of life has always been an enigmatic presence within the realm, said to bridge heaven and earth, capable of seizing creation. In the distant northern reaches, an immense pillar rises between heaven and earth, inscribed with countless mysterious runes, seemingly standing there since time immemorial. The pillar of life, said to be the root of existence. Without it, all would cease to be. The four symbols of the realm, the spring of life, the furnace of life, the tree of life, and the pillar of life, are the most profound mysteries in existence, and the most arcane elements of the realm of fate. Throughout the ages, countless sages have sought to unravel the true profundities of these four symbols. It is said that whoever can grasp the genuine essence of the four symbols of fate shall bear the heavenly mandate, achieving the status of an immortal emperor, and perhaps even attaining eternal life. Qiye commanded the Kunping to transform and flow endlessly, orchestrating the celestial cycles of the moon and sun, allowing his entire being to ascend to an enigmatic and marvelous state. As he commenced his cultivation, Qiye advanced steadily, unperturbed by haste. For he possessed unwavering confidence in himself. His resolve was unshakable, impervious to any external influence. It's merely a trivial matter, Qiye stated calmly. Upon mentioning the second senior brother, Nan Huiran cast a peculiar glance at Qiye, remaining silent. What is the matter with the second senior brother? Qiye inquired. Noticing Nan Huiran's odd expression, yet he remained unfazed. Nan Huiran chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he replied, "To be frank, senior brother, I cannot quite articulate it. You will understand once you encounter the second senior brother. His situation is somewhat unique." He added this final remark. Qiye merely smiled and did not inquire further. To him, these matters were of little consequence. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding his second senior brother, he remained indifferent. Whether his brother came to offer guidance on his cultivation or to oversee him. For Qiye, the resolve to revive the ancient sect of Xiong was as steadfast as iron. No one could sway him. When the time was ripe, he would rebuild Xiong. And on this path, anyone who dared to obstruct him would face ruthless retribution. Be it Buddha or deity, he would eradicate them all. In the early years of the imperial reign, he established the Xiong sect, sweeping across the 9 realms. In this lifetime, he would once again reconstruct Xiong, and one day, he would lead it to conquer the 8 desolations and obliterate the realms of immortals and demons. His determined stride could not be hindered by anyone. However, Nan Huiran had grown accustomed to Qiye's tranquility. Even when faced with the Sun Demon Emperor, his senior brother remained composed, and as for the second senior brother, it was even less of a concern. Nan Huiran couldn't help but steal a glance at Qiye, only to find that he had already begun his cultivation. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Senior brother, you have already opened the door to the Palace of Fate. How long did it take you?" "Not long, just 5 days and 5 nights. Qiye replied leisurely. This statement left Nan Huiran at a loss for words. 5 days and 5 nights was considered trivial? In any sect, if a disciple took 3 days and 3 nights to knock on the door, they would certainly be chastised as a fool, deemed incapable of enlightenment. As for 5 days and 5 nights, there was no need to mention it. Such a delay would mark one as the greatest fool. If it were known that Qiye had taken 5 days and 5 nights, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule within the Xiong sect. Even the least capable disciple of Xiong typically took only about 3 days and 3 nights. Yet Qiye had taken 5 days and 5 nights. Nevertheless, from Qiye's demeanor, it was evident that 5 days and 5 nights were of no significance to him. He spoke of it with a nonchalant elegance, as if it were as effortless as dining. While other disciples would feel deeply inadequate after such a delay, Qiye exhibited neither shame nor arrogance. To him, this was as natural as a daily meal. Of course, Nan Huairan could not believe that Qiye was a fool. Anyone who thought him foolish was truly the simpleton, like Du Yuanguang, Su Hui, and the protector Su, who all presumed themselves more astute than Qiye, only to meet their demise at his hands. Du Yuanguang and Su Hui, in particular, had been dismembered by him. Contemplating this, Nan Huairan shuddered. To take 5 days and 5 nights, yet remain so composed. This seemingly foolish individual possessed an air of confidence that towered over the 8 desolations and an unwavering resolve that could not be shaken. The thought of such a person was indeed terrifying. Ultimately, Nan Huairan refrained from saying more and accompanied Qiye in selecting treasures. Chapter 32. The 6 Transformations of Kunpeng, Part 2. Within the Hall of Hidden Armaments stood a statue, not of the founding ancestor of the Xiong sect, the immortal Emperor Mingren, nor of any distinguished ancestor, but rather a colossal crow. A colossal raven unfurled its wings, yearning to soar and reach the heavens. Yet, this great raven, poised for flight, clutched a short blade in each claw. These blades were the ordinary Qimen knives, forged from mundane iron rather than being divine artifacts. The blades bore the marks of time, rusting along their edges, giving them a weathered and antiquated appearance, as if they were on the verge of crumbling into pieces. Upon gazing at the imposing statue of this gigantic raven, Qiye found himself momentarily entranced, as memories from the past flooded his mind. The stance and movement were once familiar to him, though now forgotten, yet the immortal Emperor Mingren had not forgotten them. Noticing Qiye's entranced demeanor while observing the grand statue, Nan Huairan gently elucidated, "Senior brother, this is the legendary divine raven. It is said that in his youth, our ancestor received guidance from the divine raven when it descended upon this peak. Later, our ancestor established the Xiong ancient sect here as a tribute to the raven after achieving his destiny as an immortal emperor." Upon hearing Nan Huairan's words, Qiye merely smiled. The so-called divine raven referred to this very shadowy raven, and the tale of the raven alighting upon the peak leading to the establishment of the Xiong ancient sect was mere folly. The true reasons behind his choice to found the sect here were known only to him. Nonetheless, the statue's posture was indeed accurate during their first encounter. The young Mingren had been a passionate and martial youth, and he had snatched the Qimen short knife from Mingren's grasp with a single claw. It was both surprising and amusing that Mingren, having fulfilled his heavenly mandate and become an immortal emperor, still remembered that incident. Within the Sombing Pavilion lay numerous treasures and longevity artifacts, particularly on the first floor, which housed an abundance of weaponry. However, most of these weapons were of lesser quality, primarily crafted from treasure iron and imbued with divine gold. Even if there were treasures or longevity artifacts present, they were of a relatively low grade. Weapons for cultivators are categorized into 4 main types. First, ordinary weapons. Second, longevity treasures. Third, ordinary life artifacts. And fourth, true life artifacts. Ordinary weapons are typically wielded by novice disciples and are plentiful, forged from treasure iron combined with various divine metals. Although these weapons might appear as legendary blades to ordinary mortals, they hold little significance in the eyes of cultivators, as they cannot harness the power of the great loss. Longevity treasures, on the other hand, are not categorized as weapons. Rather, they are treasures that serve the purpose of extending life and nourishing the blood. It can be said that every cultivator possesses a longevity treasure, as it nurtures their life wheel, prolonging their lifespan and invigorating their vitality. Additionally, in the heat of battle, longevity treasures can play a supportive role, replenishing the vitality that has been depleted during combat. Ordinary life weapons and true life weapons are indispensable armaments for every cultivator. Whether it be an ordinary life weapon, also known as a life weapon or treasure weapon, or a true life weapon, referred to as a true instrument, both serve the purpose of safeguarding life and vanquishing foes. A cultivator may possess numerous treasures throughout their lifetime, and even inherit the treasures of others. However, a true life weapon is singular in its nature, as a cultivator can only have one throughout their existence. This is because a true life weapon is intricately linked to one's true destiny, complementing it in profound ways. Moreover, each cultivator forges their true life weapon through personal refinement, rendering it impossible to inherit another's. Although it is stated that a true instrument must be self-forged and accompany one throughout life, the might of a true instrument far surpasses that of an ordinary life weapon. A true instrument of the same rank can effortlessly annihilate an ordinary life weapon. Within the first level of the Armory Pavilion, countless treasures abound, including the Qiye Iron Sword, the Cold Moon Blade, and the Flying Star Claw, alongside treasures such as the Mountain River Tower, the Demon Suppression Wheel, and the Jiangjiao. Additionally, there exist some true instruments, such as the Azure Treasure Divine Stone, the Crimson Blood Celestial Rope, and the Fiery Sun Ink Pen. These treasures and true instruments are of relatively low rank, primarily selected by third-generation ordinary disciples. Any disciple who has achieved merit will ascend to the second level for treasures. In the first level of the armory, where thousands of weapons are housed, Qiye walks amidst them, feeling the chill emanating from the weapons and the profound force of the treasures and true instruments that resonate with the principles of the Tao. Qiye meticulously examined the treasures and weapons, traversing from the first level to the second. The second level housed no ordinary weapons. Instead, it was adorned with exquisite treasures and authentic artifacts, each evidently more sophisticated than those found on the first. However, after a thorough inspection, Qiye found none of the treasures or authentic artifacts to his liking. Ultimately, accompanied by Nan Huiran, he ascended to the third level. As Qiye stepped into the third level of the Armory Pavilion, a sense of intrigue swept over some disciples present, who were in the midst of selecting treasures. One disciple could not suppress a disdainful snort and remarked, "I ventured to South Iron Mountain and vanquished a formidable beast, earning substantial merit to gain entry into the second level to select genuine artifacts. Yet here he is, a mere novice with neither accomplishments nor contributions. How can he possibly be deserving of access to the third level?" It is worth noting that the third level of the Armory Pavilion is reserved exclusively for disciples who have achieved significant feats or hold positions of Hall Master or higher. The fact that Qiye, a recent initiate, could enter the third level only served to exacerbate their resentment. Qiye's words infuriated the disciples present. Their faces flushed with indignation. Among the third-generation disciples, they held considerable status, yet today they found themselves belittled by a seemingly worthless individual, which left them trembling with rage. "Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. One day, I shall teach you a proper lesson." One disciple could no longer contain his resentment and vented his frustration. However, Qiye paid them no mind and stepped into the third floor of the Tsombing Pavilion. Nan Huiran silently shook his head, recognizing the ignorance of these disciples. They could only see the surface and truly believed Qiye was inept. Upon entering the third floor of the Tsombing Pavilion, an overwhelming radiance enveloped him. Waves of profound power surged like a tide, and the sounds of weapon chants emanated from various treasures, as if each artifact possessed a life of its own. Undoubtedly, the artifacts and treasures stored in this level were of far superior caliber compared to those in the lower two levels. Each item held a remarkable legacy. "Brother, the artifacts here are of a much higher grade than those below. The least among them are of the Zhuangshou level, while the finest reach the Tianyuan level. And there are even true artifacts of the Yushan level," Nan Huiran eagerly explained to Qiye. "The level of the artifacts and treasures is directly correlated to the cultivation of the practitioner who forged them. For instance, a practitioner at the Zhuangshou realm would craft artifacts and treasures of the Zhuangshou level. Behold, this is the 9-Deer Longevity Wheel," Nan Huiran introduced with enthusiasm. "This longevity wheel is forged from the annual rings of a 3,000-year-old Iron Deer Longevity Essence. It embodies the virtues of the Iron Deer Longevity Essence. Nurturing one's own longevity wheel with it will undoubtedly refine the longevity blood. And this is a Flying Flood Dragon-esque sky rope." With the familiarity of a connoisseur, Nan Huiran continued to present artifacts to Qiye. This treasure was crafted from the Dao bone of a heavenly beast comparable to the Huagai realm. It is said that this beast is a two-headed flood dragon, and once this treasure is cultivated to a certain extent, it can invoke the Dao principles of the two-headed flood dragon. This is a shattered earth axe forged from a fragment of star god gold. Nan Huiran seemed well versed in the treasures of this third level, recounting each one with great enthusiasm. Observing Nan Huiran's excitement, Qiye glanced at him and remarked, "It seems you are quite familiar with this place." Faced with Li Qiye's inquiry, Nan Huairan awkwardly chuckled a few times and replied in a hushed tone. Every time my master came, I shamelessly followed along, so I learned a bit. I have only been to the 4th floor once, when my ancestor took me there. In contrast to his master, Imo Hufa, who was adept at social maneuvering, Nan Huairan enjoyed a certain affection from Elder Sun, one of the 6 elders of his lineage. What other treasures are there on the upper floors? Li Qiye casually inquired. The Sombing Pavilion has a total of 9 floors, but for now, I can only access the 3rd floor. I have only been to the 4th floor once, the best treasures there are of the Waho level, but beyond that, I'm not very clear, Nan Huairan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Are there any imperial treasures on the 9th level? Li Qiye inquired. The illustrious Emperor Mingren had forged far more than a single imperial treasure throughout his lifetime, and as far as he knew, the Emperor had bequeathed several such artifacts to protect the Qiye ancient sect. At this moment, Nan Huairan glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice to a whisper, stating, It is rumored that our Qiye ancient sect no longer possesses any imperial treasures, let alone true imperial artifacts. None at all. Li Qiye expressed his surprise upon hearing this, for he was aware that Emperor Mingren had left behind more than one imperial treasure. Surely, even the most ungrateful and prodigal descendants of the Qiye ancient sect could not have squandered them all. Nan Huairan shook his head and replied quietly, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. In fact, even my master is unaware. It is said that during the battle with the Holy Heavenly Sect 3,000 years ago, we not only lost control over our ancient kingdom that had endured for millions of years, but also the last of our imperial treasures. With just 3 days left for the rankings, I kindly ask everyone to cast their votes in support. Thank you. Chapter 33. The Mysterious Blade, Part 1. Imperial treasures are not merely significant for all cultivators. They are indeed extraordinary artifacts, serving as the treasures of the sections. Emperor Mingren, the founder of the Qiye ancient sect, had left behind these imperial treasures to safeguard and protect it. However, after countless millennia, the present-day Qiye ancient sect astonishingly finds itself devoid of even a single imperial treasure. Now, Li Qiye comprehended that the decline of the Qiye ancient sect was not without reason. The loss of imperial techniques, the disappearance of imperial treasures, and the absence of a leader for revitalization all contributed to the sect's downfall, which seemed an injustice to the heavens. Brother, will you select longevity treasures, or perhaps artifacts? Or are you in search of true artifacts? As Li Qiye fell into a trance, Nan Huairan posed the question. However, after perusing the collection of weapons on the 3rd level, Li Qiye shook his head, finding no artifact worthy of his interest. It was the longevity treasures that caught his eye. Nan Huairan could not fathom why Li Qiye dismissed the armory on this level. Although the collection on the 3rd level was not the most exceptional, it was still highly coveted among the disciples of the Qiye ancient sect. Even Nan Huairan himself coveted several pieces from the 3rd level, yet lamentably, he lacked the merits to exchange for them. Li Qiye did not find any of the concealed weapons appealing, and Nan Huairan dared not voice his thoughts, aware that Li Qiye had his own judgments. Thus, he followed Li Qiye down from the 3rd level of the weapons pavilion. The disciples who had mocked Li Qiye moments ago were still present. Upon seeing him descend empty-handed, one disciple, unable to suppress his envy, remarked, Oh, our senior brother possesses such lofty standards that the mere treasures of the 3rd floor fail to capture his attention. Little do you know, in our senior brother's eyes, only the treasures of the immortal emperor hold any worth. He dismisses ordinary artifacts with disdain. Another disciple, with a mocking tone, retorted, Yet, you should take a moment to reflect on his own appearance, with his inadequate capabilities. Being allowed to select treasures from the 3rd level is already a generous act by the elders. Deeply incensed, some disciples felt bitterness at the notion that a mere fool was permitted to choose from the 3rd floor, igniting their jealousy. One disciple spat dismissively, declaring, With such a useless individual, even if the treasures of the immortal emperor lay before him, he would merely perceive them as worthless scrap, a blind fool. How could he recognize true value? The blatant ridicule from these disciples caused Nan Huairan to frown, while Qiye cast them a sidelong glance and calmly remarked, It appears you harbor considerable dissatisfaction with me. Humph, a useless fool unworthy of being the senior brother of the Qiye ancient sect. One disciple scoffed. Regrettably, I remain the senior brother, Li Qiye replied languidly. Since you dare to be insubordinate as the senior brother, I would be remiss if I did not put you in your place. Upon hearing Li Qiye's words, the disciples straightened their postures, retorting with cold laughter, Oh, our senior brother is here to impart lessons. As junior disciples, We must learn from his esteemed skills. Their laughter echoed, filled with disdain, as they regarded Qiye, a mere mortal in their eyes, as someone they could easily vanquish with a single hand. Nan Huiran, expel them, Qiye commanded, barely sparing them a glance. While others may misunderstand Qiye, Nan Huiran was well aware of his true nature. He recalled how Yuanguang and Su Hui had met their demise. At that moment, he felt a wave of anxiety for these disciples. Should Qiye be provoked, he would undoubtedly tear them apart. With Qiye's command, Nan Huiran breathed a sigh of relief. He approached the group of disciples without hesitation, surveying them with a cool gaze as he stated, "To show disrespect to the senior brother, I must carry out my orders. Nan Huiran, you." As Nan Huiran took a stand, many disciples felt a mix of anger and frustration. One disciple boldly exclaimed, "Senior brother Nan, you are well regarded among the elders. To pledge your loyalty to a fool is to tarnish your reputation." Before he could finish, the disciple was swiftly struck away by Nan Huiran. Although Nan Huiran may not possess the highest qualifications in the ancient cleansing sect as a disciple of the revered guardian, it is an effortless task for him to teach a lesson to a few ordinary disciples. Your words are excessive, and your tongue too lengthy, which may invite peril upon yourself. In a mere few moments, Nan Huiran sent the disciple flying, then beckoned the others with a flick of his finger, saying, "You few, come forth together, lest it be said that I bully the weak." The disciples, taken aback and filled with fury, charged forward with a loud shout. But Nan Huiran showed no mercy, swiftly sending them sprawling. Though his actions appeared ruthless, he ultimately saved their lives. The injuries inflicted upon these ordinary disciples were but superficial. Had Qiye taken action personally, Nan Huiran understood that he might have dismembered them with just a few strikes. What were a handful of ordinary disciples from the ancient cleansing sect compared to the prodigious Du Yuanguang of the 9 sacred demons, or Su Hui, the favored disciple of Guardian Su? Even Guardian Su himself had been reduced to a mere pulp. It is feared that, in Qiye's eyes, slaying 3 or 5 such ordinary disciples would be as effortless as a meal. Thus, Nan Huiran's decisive kicks rendered these disciples incapable of rising, sparing them from Qiye's personal wrath, thereby saving their lives. As for the skirmish, the guardians of them merely raised their brows. For their duty was to protect this place, and they turned a blind eye to the conflicts among the disciples. "I desire those 2 peculiar short blades." As Nan Huiran hurled the ordinary disciples from the Qiye addressed the guardian stationed here. The 2 short blades grasped by the divine crow. The guardian furrowed his brow at Qiye's request. This statue of the divine crow had stood for countless millennia, and those 2 iron short blades had been placed there for an indeterminate age, never before having attracted anyone's interest. "Indeed," Qiye replied leisurely. "I specialize in the art of peculiar blade techniques, and I find those 2 short blades quite suitable for my needs, thus I shall claim them." The request made by Qiye elicited peculiar glances from not only the guardians stationed here, but also from other disciples tasked with overseeing the armory pavilion, as if they were observing a madman. The 2 short blades grasped by the raven statue were merely rusty ordinary iron daggers. Undoubtedly, these were far inferior to any weapon of the 1st tier, let alone the treasures of the 3rd tier. Choosing these worthless short blades over the exquisite treasures of the 3rd tier could only indicate one of 2 things. Either he was insane or utterly ignorant of value. At that moment, Nan Huiran, who had just expelled several ordinary disciples, felt a jolt at Qiye's words. The sudden selection of such mundane iron daggers reminded him of another item, the snake stick. Back in the ancestral hall, Qiye had requested that inconspicuous fire would stick. And even he, not to mention the 6 elders, had deemed Qiye a fool for considering such a useless object as a treasure. Yet, that seemingly worthless firewood stick had proven capable of defeating a genius like Su Hui without resistance, leaving him battered and bruised. Now, with Qiye's unexpected desire for these 2 short blades, it seemed unlikely to be a mere whim. Perhaps he had set his sights on them the moment he entered the armory pavilion. "Nan Huiran, do you dare strike me? I will report you to the elders." One disciple, thrown out by Nan Huiran, exclaimed in shock and fury. "Silence! I shall strike you until you cease your complaints," Qiye remarked coolly. This calm statement, however, resonated with a palpable anger that Nan Huiran, skilled in reading people's thoughts, immediately discerned. Offending Qiye was not an option. Without hesitation, Nan Huiran delivered several resounding slaps to the disciple, not only to preserve the disciple's life, but also to demonstrate his understanding of Qiye's test. After Qiye uttered these words, he ceased to pay any further attention to him and addressed the guardian stationed here, saying, "The elders have consented to my selection of a precious weapon. May I choose these two short blades?" The guardian regarded Qiye as though he were a curious creature. No matter how one looked at him, Qiye certainly did not appear to be a fool, yet he was inexplicably engaging in such foolishness. Ultimately, the guardian hesitated for a moment, nodded, and replied, "Very well. After all, these two mere short blades of ordinary iron were not particularly valuable treasures, since Qiye had come with the elder's decree in hand. Granting him two ordinary iron short blades was entirely unproblematic. Qiye personally removed the two short blades, and the guardian recorded them for him. While registering, he couldn't help but feel that Qiye was peculiar. Amidst a treasury filled with exquisite artifacts, he chose instead two mundane iron daggers. Ultimately, Qiye secured the two iron short blades and exited the armory. As he stepped out, he cast a glance at several ordinary disciples who were wailing after being reprimanded by Nan Huiran, and with a calm demeanor, he remarked, "You ought to be grateful to Huiran for saving your lives. Should you harbor any grievances against me, feel free to lodge a complaint with the elders. However, if I were to intervene personally next time, the outcome would be far less favorable." Caught off guard, Nan Huiran forced a few awkward chuckles. Meanwhile, the severely beaten ordinary disciples shuddered at the sight of the 13-year-old boy before them. Regardless of his age, he presented an intimidating presence, far from resembling a mere child, leaving them feeling unsettled. Chapter 34, The Unusual Blades, Part 2. Upon returning to the solitary peak, Qiye glanced at Nan Huiran and tossed the two iron short blades to him, casually stating, "Since you wish to see, then observe closely." Having had his thoughts laid bare, Nan Huiran felt somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't fathom why Qiye had chosen these two iron short blades. His curiosity about their extraordinary qualities was palpable, yet he hesitated to voice it. At this moment, with the blades in hand, Nan Huiran no longer held back and scrutinized the two daggers meticulously. However, no matter how he examined them, he could discern no remarkable features. The two unusual blades were rusted and worn, crafted entirely of ordinary iron, lacking any semblance of the mystical, a fact that left Nan Huiran utterly perplexed. Why did his senior brother insist on selecting these peculiar blades? He firmly believed that the moment Qiye entered the armory, he had his eyes set on these very daggers. Qiye chuckled softly and remarked, "If you could truly see through it all, these two blades would not remain here." "What treasures are these?" Nan Huiran earnestly inquired, utterly perplexed by the enigma of the two swords. "They are no treasures," Qiye replied with a faint smile. "Merely two peculiar knives forged from mundane iron. In terms of materials, such blades are hardly worth a few taels of silver." However, Qiye's words only deepened Nan Huiran's confusion. If these two peculiar knives were indeed so ordinary, why would Qiye choose them? Yet, Qiye interrupted Nan Huiran's bewilderment, stating, "Severing the weapons of kings and the treasures of the true ones is as effortless as slicing through tofu." "How can that be?" Nan Huiran gasped in astonishment. "After all, kings represent a level of prestige, and the true ones are even more exalted. Legend has it that the Xiao ancient sect has not seen a figure of such caliber for 30 millennia. In response to Nan Huiran's astonishment, Qiye merely smiled. Looking at him and speaking slowly, "You are quite astute and perceptive. Follow me, and I shall not treat you poorly. The imperial arts and sacred treasures are insignificant. If you work diligently, I will grant you the opportunity to cultivate the core imperial arts." Upon hearing such words from Qiye, Nan Huiran felt a tremor within. For such promises were beyond what even his master, let alone his ancestral elders, would dare to guarantee. Given that the core imperial arts of the Xiao ancient sect have become exceedingly rare. After Nan Huiran departed, Qiye picked up the two peculiar knives. Ordinary short swords crafted from common iron, devoid of any remarkable features. He gently caressed the dull, rusted blades and let out a soft sigh, pondering the irretrievable past. Even the invincible existence of the celestial emperor ultimately succumbed to the passage of time. Mingren, the lad he personally nurtured, destined for greatness. An unparalleled figure who mastered the daytime body, ultimately faded away within the currents of time. Qiye polished away the rust from two extraordinary blades. After the rust was removed, the blades still appeared rather unremarkable, the only quality that caught the eye being their rustic elegance. Qiye gently caressed the blade, slowly absorbing its chilling aura. Indeed, as everyone has asserted, these two extraordinary knives are forged from mere mortal iron, and in terms of materials, they are practically worthless. However, these two remarkable blades possess a breathtaking legacy. They were once wielded by the young Emperor Mingren during his formative years. Although the quality of these blades is indeed unimpressive, they have remained steadfast companions of the Emperor throughout his journey. Later, as Qiye guided Emperor Mingren in his path of cultivation, the Emperor could never bring himself to part with these two peculiar knives, keeping them close at all times. This attachment became particularly profound once Emperor Mingren embraced his celestial destiny and ascended to the rank of immortal emperor. Instead of reforging these two blades, he chose to carry them with him, often running his fingers along their surfaces. What manner of being is an immortal emperor? A bearer of divine mandate, a master of the cosmos, a ruler over the 9 realms, and a conqueror of the vast wilderness. The vitality and essence of an entire generation of immortal emperors resonate within these blades. Despite being crafted from mere iron, they are anything but ordinary. Having been carried by Emperor Mingren throughout his lifetime and fondled countless times, these two knives now embody the Emperor's imperial essence and celestial intent. The true value of these two extraordinary knives lies not in the blades themselves or in their material composition, but rather in the imperial essence and celestial intent they harbor within. The essence of an immortal emperor is a formidable force. While these knives may not rival the treasures of the immortal emperors or true artifacts, they far surpass the possessions of kings, nobles, and even ancient sages. A mere thread of the emperor's essence can obliterate all in its path. Qiye gently caressed the blade, sensing the imperial essence of immortality concealed within it, faintly perceiving the ferocity hidden in its core. Naturally, in such a brief span of time, it was impossible to fully attune himself to the imperial essence of immortality. This required time and skill. However, Qiye was in no rush. He simply took his time to feel and gradually capture the imperial essence of immortality within the blade. If one were to ponder who in the world was most familiar with the essence of the Mingren immortal emperor, it could only be Qiye, for he was the one who nurtured him. The profundities of the imperial essence of immortality were most intimately known to him. In the days that followed, Qiye proceeded with a steady pace, methodically practicing the lunar whirlwind sun technique and the Qiye 6 transformations, while each day he continued to comprehend the imperial essence of immortality within the Qi Min blade. Although Qiye is regarded as the chief disciple of the ancient sect of Xiang, his presence within the sect has gone largely unnoticed, with few inquiring about his well-being or progress in cultivation, save for the duo of Master Nan Huiran and his disciple. Qiye had become almost invisible within the Xiang ancient sect, as not only the elders showed little interest in his affairs, but even others were indifferent to his presence. To the Xiang ancient sect, Qiye appeared to be an inconsequential existence. The only frequent visitor to the solitary peak was Nan Huiran, who would often come to see Qiye whenever he had the time. In fact, everything that Qiye required was arranged by Nan Huiran, be it daily necessities or essential items for every cultivator, such as the Qingquan bag. Once, Famo visited with the intention of offering guidance on Qiye's cultivation. However, upon noticing that Qiye seemed to possess a profound understanding, fully in control of his path, Famo wisely abandoned his intention to instruct him. Finally, after 3 months, on a day of quiet contemplation, a sudden tremor coursed through Qiye's body. In that fleeting moment, his life palace emitted radiant bursts of light, and his eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. At that instant, dramatic changes unfolded within his life palace. In the eastern section, a spring of life gushed forth, flowing incessantly like a gentle stream. To the west, flames erupted skyward as the furnace of life ignited, the legendary soul fire blazing fiercely, seemingly capable of refining all within the 3 realms. In the south, an immense life tree radiated beams of light, its branches swaying as if it had awakened with boundless vitality, akin to a slumbering dragon roused from its dreams, brimming with immense power. In the north, the sounds of Tao resonated, and at that moment, the pillar of life appeared to bridge heaven and earth, the patterns upon the colossal column seemingly imbued with life, flowing ceaselessly. At that juncture, Qiye distinctly sensed something awakening within him. Upon introspection, it felt as if the true destiny within his life palace had opened its eyes, akin to a sleeping infant gazing upon the world for the first time. Awakening. The second tier of the threshold of the palace, awakening. Qiye's true destiny had finally emerged from slumber, a process that had taken him 3 months. At this moment, the runes of the Qiye 6 transformations resonated with immense joy, transforming into a Qiye, at times circling around the true destiny, at times merging with it, and at times leaping into the air like a fish breaking through the water. Qiye felt a surge of joy within, taking a deep breath as his true destiny finally awakened. This transformative journey consumed 3 whole months of his life. Were it anyone else who took such an extensive period to realize their true calling, it would hardly be a cause for celebration. One might even equate it to foolishness. However, for Qiye, this was indeed a moment of great elation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and the awakening of his true destiny marked a splendid commencement. Yet, after this awakening, Qiye allowed himself only a fleeting moment of happiness before he continued his cultivation, resolutely progressing towards the next level. Qiye was acutely aware that his innate gifts were lacking. However, through diligence and perseverance, he believed he could compensate for this deficiency. With a steadfast heart and unwavering resolve, he was certain he could reach the pinnacle of his potential, fulfill his destiny, and sweep through the 9 realms. The adage that the slow bird must fly first rings true. Hard work can indeed make up for shortcomings. Having witnessed countless years and observed many formidable individuals who, despite average talents, rose through steadfast dedication and rigorous practice, he also saw the tragic downfall of numerous prodigies. This realization led Qiye to understand better than anyone else that innate talent does not dictate one's fate. As long as the heart remains steadfast and persistence prevails, there will come a day when he would emerge victorious and ascend to the heights of greatness. Chapter 35, The Divine Body of the Abyss, Part 1, Blood Surged, a culmination of the final tier of the Palace Realm, marking its 3rd level. As the name suggests, blood surged forth, akin to a raging river. When the life essence crystallizes into the first drop of longevity blood, this level achieves completion. Among cultivators, there exists a saying, the body strengthens blood, blood nourishes longevity, longevity nurtures life, life forges the body. The triad of constitution, longevity wheel, and life palace are interdependent, each vital to the other. A robust constitution can amplify one's blood essence, and a vigorous blood essence can extend one's lifespan. The longer the lifespan, the stronger the fate. A powerful fate can forge an even more formidable constitution. Simultaneously, the life palace governs the longevity wheel, while the longevity wheel transforms into longevity blood. Strong longevity blood fortifies the constitution, which in turn safeguards the life palace. Whether it be the life palace, the longevity wheel, or the constitution, the bond that ties these 3 is the blood essence. However, as one's cultivation deepens, ordinary blood essence cannot sustain a powerful constitution, longevity wheel, or life palace. Thus, one must refine blood essence into longevity blood. For any cultivator, longevity blood is an invaluable treasure. Each drop is the result of repeated refinement, embodying not just the essence of blood, but also the profound mysteries of the Tao. Among cultivators, a saying circulates, a myriad of blood for a single longevity, a single blood for myriad longevity. Interpretations of this phrase vary widely, yet many understand it as follows. A single drop of longevity blood is distilled from countless drops of blood essence. Moreover, a single drop of an immortal emperor's longevity blood may grant a mortal a lifespan of 10,000 years. Although no one has attempted to verify whether a drop of immortal emperor longevity blood can indeed extend a mortal's life by such an extent, it suffices to illustrate the extraordinary value of such blood. For many cultivators, attaining the blood surge level is no simple feat. Ordinary practitioners may achieve it in merely 3 to 5 months. The blood surge level, refined through longevity methods, was no exception for Qiye. Qiye's head radiated a luminous glow, as a ceaseless wheel of vitality revolved tirelessly. In the midst of this pulsating energy, an unexpected vortex formed within his wheel of longevity. The moment this vortex emerged, his vital essence surged forth with formidable strength, akin to an erupting fountain of fury. Qiye's constitution and lifespan wheel are of the mortal level, and his vital energy is not particularly formidable. However, at this moment, the vigor of his blood seems to rival that of an innate body or a person with an innate lifespan wheel. The blood surged like a river, ceaselessly flowing. When the blood first circulated through his meridians, it was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the blood surged forth effortlessly within his meridians, accelerating in speed and intensity, transforming into a colossal vortex throughout Qiye's entire being. At that instant, it resembled a blood moon rising and falling within him. This is the extraordinary nature of the lunar vortex yang wheel technique, as well as its terrifying aspect. It possesses the ability to compress blood energy into an immensely powerful current. Indeed, the marvels of the lunar vortex yang wheel technique extend far beyond this. As it propelled the blood energy into a fervent rush, the true fate within his life palace responded instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Qiye's true fate seemed to awaken completely, akin to a great whale consuming the swirling blood energy, driven by the lunar vortex yang wheel technique. The speed at which his true fate absorbed and expelled the blood energy was astonishing, like a giant whale, and in the blink of an eye. His true fate radiated brilliance. At this juncture, the runes of the Qiye 6 transformations activated vibrantly. His true fate ingested the blood energy, then erupted forth like a great whale, and during this process, the foundational runes of the Qiye 6 transformations ground the surging blood energy, refining the essence expelled by his true fate, as if striving to grind it to a finer and more delicate form. As his true fate inhaled and exhaled the blood energy, it grew even more formidable, and concurrently, the foundational runes of the Qiye 6 transformations flourished. Each rune transformed into a tangible entity, the profound runes morphing into small kunpings, soaring gracefully around his true fate, appearing as if they were living beings filled with blood and flesh. The entirety of this process was so natural, so harmonious, as everything operated in a seamless flow. The lunar vortex yang wheel technique is a formidable longevity art, an extraordinary cultivation method that transforms blood energy into a powerful engine, propelling the foundational runes within the life palace towards refinement. For countless millennia, the Xiang ancient sect has witnessed innumerable individuals aspiring to master the lunar vortex yang wheel technique. Yet it has always harbored imperfections, never achieving completeness. Qiye devoted countless years and immense effort to mend its flaws. Were it not for the contributions of countless ancestral sages of the human race, including celestial emperors such as Emperor Mingren, Emperor Teniri, and the Black Dragon King, he would have found it impossible to rectify the deficiencies of this technique. As Qiye's blood energy circulated for a day and night, he sensed a weighty presence dropping into his lifespan wheel. In that fleeting moment, he felt invigorated and at ease throughout his body, and amidst this subtle sensation, a faint radiance enveloped him, while the lifespan wheel behind his head shimmered, its blood light growing ever more brilliant. Qiye was deeply introspective, and at that moment, he discovered a droplet of life essence within his longevity wheel. This life essence was crystal clear, a fiery red, and exquisitely beautiful, resembling a divine creation. Without a doubt, this single droplet signified that Qiye had transcended the blood surge level and entered the boundary of expansion. The cultivation realms, ascending from the lowest to the highest, are as follows: knocking the palace, expanding the territory, nurturing the body, opening the palace, strengthening longevity, true fate, Huagai, nirvana, heavenly origin, and nurturing the spirit. Awakening true fate in merely 3 months and condensing life essence overnight is a feat that would leave others in disbelief. Yet, it is a testament to the terrifying prowess of the moon whirlpool yang wheel technique. While a genius might awaken true fate within a day, the first droplet of life essence typically requires at least 10 days, but Qiye achieved this in just a single day and night, a truly astonishing accomplishment. This remarkable phenomenon is attributed to the extraordinary nature of the moon whirlpool yang wheel technique, which has attracted countless geniuses from the Washing Countenance ancient sect over millennia. Yet tragically, many have ultimately met their demise. The following day, upon encountering Qiye, Nan Huiran was taken aback, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you have reached the boundary of expansion? You just stepped into this realm last night." Qiye, however, remained unperturbed, recounting the event with a tone of utmost simplicity. Had it been anyone else, they would have basked in the glory of such an achievement. Condensing life essence in just a day and night is undeniably the hallmark of an extraordinary genius. Nevertheless, Qiye recognized that this was merely the result of the moon whirlpool yang wheel technique, offering no cause for pride. Upon hearing Qiye's words, Nan Huiran was momentarily speechless, stammering, "Senior brother, I recall that just a few days ago, your true fate had not yet awakened. It awakened 2 days ago." Qiye replied with unwavering calm, You awakened true fate in 3 months and condensed your first droplet of life essence in just a day and night?" Realizing the implications, Nan Huiran was left in a daze, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He lamented, "Alas, the flaws of the moon whirlpool yang wheel technique are indeed fatal. For countless millennia, many geniuses from the Washing Countenance ancient sect have sought to rectify these flaws, yet none have succeeded. The moon whirlpool yang wheel technique is, without a doubt, a miracle, and its creator stands among the most remarkable geniuses of all time. However, its shortcomings are not easily remedied. Were it not for Qiye's transformation into a shadowy raven, achieving immortality from the primordial era to the present, and his relentless efforts to mend this technique, along with his invitations to formidable figures such as the Mingren Immortal Emperor, the Sun Eater Immortal Emperor, and the Black Dragon King to assist in the restoration, this accomplishment would have remained unattainable. Ultimately, Nan Huiran was compelled to confront a pressing question, softly inquiring, "Senior brother, at what realm do you intend to transition to a different longevity technique?" Nan Huiran understood that the Moon Whirlpool Yangwell technique could not be cultivated to its zenith, given its irreparable flaws. Although it is said that for cultivators, regardless of whether it is the longevity technique or the life skill, when it comes to foundational practices, it is best to adhere to one longevity technique and one life skill from beginning to end if one wishes to traverse further along the path. While it is indeed possible to change longevity techniques and life skills midway, doing so leaves significant hidden dangers on one's path. Should the day come when one's longevity wanes and misfortune strikes, such latent risks could prove fatal. However, for many cultivators, this is often beyond their control. As few are fortunate enough to encounter the finest techniques at the outset, this journey necessitates accumulation. If a cultivator dedicates their entire life to practicing merely one foundational longevity technique and one life skill, unless they are powerful ancient secrets of imperial arts, their potential may ultimately be limited if they are based on inferior techniques. Of course, there are those who refine a low-level technique to its utmost limit, transcending its confines to unearth the ultimate truths, and such individuals may eventually become legendary figures who traverse the heavens and the earth. It is evident that Qiye has practiced the Moon Vortex Yangwell technique. In the eyes of Nan Huiran, he will inevitably need to change his longevity technique in the future. Otherwise, he risks being consumed by the Moon Vortex Yangwell technique. Thus, Nan Huiran cautions Qiye, saying, "Senior brother, the sooner you change the Moon Vortex Yangwell technique, the better. Otherwise, once you reach a higher realm and find yourself ensnared, it will be challenging to extricate yourself from its control over your vital essence." Xiao participates in the Dream Cup competition, and those with tickets are encouraged to cast their votes for him. In Chapter 36, The Divine Body of the Abyss, Part 2. Such scenarios have occurred countless times in the Xiang ancient sect. Many prodigies initially embraced the notion of practicing the Moon Vortex Yangwell technique to sprint through the early stages, intending to switch to other longevity techniques once the Moon Vortex Yangwell could no longer support their foundational practices. However, many prodigies, once ensnared, find themselves unable to escape the influence of the Moon Vortex Yangwell technique, as its method of circulating vital essence is distinctly unique. Consequently, the Xiang ancient sect later disapproved of its disciples practicing this technique, especially those with exceptional talents, and issued a decree forbidding it entirely. "I have my own plans." Qiye chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. He certainly could not disclose the true secret. If discerning individuals were to learn that he possessed the flawless Moon Vortex Yangwell technique, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nan Huiran understood that Qiye was neither ignorant nor arrogant, yet he could not fathom the source of Qiye's confidence. "I heard that our second senior brother is coming soon." Nan Huiran's visit today was primarily to bring news to Qiye. Qiye nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. In truth, he had never been particularly interested in the second senior brother mentioned by Nan Huiran, the disciple of the sect leader, Zhou Yonghuang. After bidding farewell to Nan Huiran, Qiye immersed himself once more in his cultivation, believing that diligence could compensate for shortcomings, and that the earnest must strive ahead. Although he had already mastered unparalleled techniques such as the Moon Swirl Yangwell and the Kunping 6 transformations, he could not afford to be the slightest bit indolent. The realm of expansion consists of 3 tiers, ascending from the lowest to the highest. First, the establishment of foundational techniques. Second, the absorption of vital energy. And third, the expansion of territory. Upon achieving perfection in the Palace realm, it signifies that the foundational techniques of both the Life Wheel and the Fate Palace have been firmly established. At this juncture, one may choose to continue cultivating other techniques, whether they pertain to life, longevity, or even secret arts for combat or physical prowess. Subsequent techniques are all cultivated based on the foundational techniques, thus designating the first tier as the establishment of foundational methods. Currently, Qiye was honing his martial arts, particularly the extraordinary knife techniques. He was not in haste to practice other techniques. Rather, His immediate focus was on refining his physical constitution, striving to enhance his strength. For a cultivator, the might of the life wheel and the fate palace is far from sufficient. A robust constitution is equally essential. While the life wheel and fate palace are innate and immutable, the constitution can be transformed and strengthened through rigorous training. Constitutions can vary significantly. The most inferior is termed the mortal body, while the most exalted is the celestial body. The hierarchy, from inferior to superior, is as follows: mortal body, acquired body, innate body, royal body, sacred body, and celestial body. Regardless of whether one possesses a mortal body, acquired body, innate body, royal body, or sacred body. These can be naturally occurring, yet the celestial body is unattainable by birth. It represents the pinnacle of all constitutions, and thus, it is rare to find anyone born with a celestial body. In terms of constitution, the innate body serves as a watershed. Should someone be born with an innate body? It indicates the potential to cultivate into a royal body, sacred body, or even a celestial body. With respect to constitutions, an innate body can advance to become a royal body, sacred body, or celestial body through cultivation. However, an acquired body cannot achieve such heights. For instance, Su Hui's golden eagle body belongs to the acquired body category, classified as a formidable raptor type, which is considered commendable among acquired bodies. Su Hui's golden eagle body can be refined into a heavenly eagle body or even a divine eagle body through formidable physical techniques. Although this ultimate form may not necessarily be inferior to a royal body, an acquired body can never transcend to the ultimate state of a celestial body. The transformation of a golden eagle body into a heavenly eagle body is termed enhancement, while the ascension of an innate body into a royal body is referred to as promotion. Both the innate body and sacred body are bound by various limitations. For instance, the golden savage bull body within the innate body category can be cultivated to ascend into the overlord body of the royal body tier. However, it is impossible for one to cultivate into a different constitution. Even achieving a constitution of the same level is unattainable. One's innate constitution remains fixed, and it cannot be altered by any techniques or bodily essences. Yet, the wonders of creation are truly remarkable. Regardless of whether one possesses the golden eagle constitution or the golden bull constitution, no amount of extraordinary cultivation can transcend the boundaries of one's innate constitution. Nevertheless, there exists a unique constitution that defies this limitation, the often dismissed ordinary body. The ordinary body possesses the remarkable ability to cultivate into the celestial eagle constitution or the golden bull constitution, and indeed, it has the potential to evolve into the legendary immortal body. Prior to cultivation, the ordinary body is free from any constraints. Thus, there are no limitations in the selection of techniques during its cultivation. In contrast, a postnatal body with a constitution inclined towards fire must choose fire-related techniques for cultivation. Opting for water-related techniques could result in catastrophic flaws within one's constitution. The ordinary body, however, imposes no such requirements, allowing anyone to select any technique at the outset. Of course, aspiring to cultivate an ordinary body into a postnatal or innate constitution is no trivial endeavor. Firstly, one must possess sufficiently powerful techniques. Secondly, relentless dedication is required, necessitating tenfold the effort of others. Thirdly, a substantial quantity of bodily essence is essential, with a higher quality of essence being preferable. Transforming an ordinary body into an innate constitution is an exceedingly arduous task that demands immense dedication and effort. Individuals like Qiye, who possess an ordinary body and an ordinary fate, are often overlooked, and few would be willing to invest their efforts in such a person. For those with such qualifications, whether imparting techniques or refining the body with essence, it is deemed a waste. Qiye was acutely aware of the arduous journey that mortals faced in their quest to cultivate other physiques. Nevertheless, his resolve remained unshaken, for he possessed the illustrious physique scripture, coveted even by celestial emperors throughout the ages, one of the 9 celestial tomes. Furthermore, with a heart as steadfast as iron, he believed that if others had succeeded, so too could he. The illustrious Mingren, a celestial emperor of the Shiyong ancient sect, was often hailed by countless descendants as a natural-born celestial physique. Many asserted that his diurnal celestial body was indeed a divine endowment. Qiye was undoubtedly aware that such words were nothing but utter nonsense. The Mingren immortal emperor, whom he had meticulously nurtured, was a matter of which he was fully cognizant. Possessing the day sky body, The Mingren immortal emperor was neither an innate body nor a sacred royal body. He was indeed a mortal body. This reality, one would fear, would be difficult for the Xiang ancient sect to accept. Yet, it is the truth. In his youth, the Mingren immortal emperor was a mortal body. Transformed into the shadowy crow, Qiye possessed one of the 9 celestial scriptures, the body scripture. He imparted the character of Yang from this scripture, ultimately leading the Mingren immortal emperor to cultivate into one of the 12 celestial bodies, the day sky body. Today, the body scripture unfurled within Qiye's mind, revealing all its profound mysteries. Throughout the ages, no one had ever comprehended more secrets contained within the body scripture than he. The enigmas within this scripture had allowed him to create countless legends. From the primordial era to the present, he had engaged in the study of the body scripture, particularly during the time of the Black Dragon King, when he delved into its depths with unparalleled thoroughness. It was only when his state began to falter that he instructed the Black Dragon King to erase all the mysteries of the body scripture from his mind. Originally, the body scripture contained merely 6 characters, born from the chaos. Through countless years of contemplation, Qiye ultimately unraveled all the mysteries of this scripture. The 6 characters of the body scripture are yin, yang, hard, soft, pure, and impure. Although the body scripture comprises only 6 characters, it encapsulates the ultimate principles of all living beings' physiques. In distant epochs, the concept of the 12 celestial bodies was already in existence. In truth, few throughout the ages have known that the notion of the 12 celestial bodies originated from the body scripture. If the 6 characters of the body scripture were cultivated to their ultimate form, each character would yield 2 types of celestial bodies. However, any individual could only cultivate into one of these celestial bodies. For instance, the Mingren immortal emperor, when Qiye imparted the character of Yang to him, found that the ultimate limit of Yang produced 2 celestial bodies, one being the day sky body and the other the solar body. The Mingren immortal emperor chose to cultivate the day sky body, one of the 12 celestial bodies, embodying the supreme essence of Yang. Through generations of deduction and countless years of reflection, Qiye understood that while the body scripture could cultivate any physique, the 12 celestial bodies remained the most formidable. Once, Qiye had taught the character of Yang to the Mingren immortal emperor, but now, having mastered the ultimate principles of the 6 characters, he chose to cultivate not the Yang character, but the character of Han. Moreover, Qiye had fixed his sights on a specific goal. He would cultivate the character of Han, striving for the utmost purity of Han. His ambition was to cultivate one of the 12 celestial bodies, the Jinyu divine body, from this character of Han. Qiye was acutely aware that the path to perfecting the Jinyu divine body was a protracted journey. No one of the 12 celestial bodies could be cultivated overnight. It typically required several hundred, if not thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Nevertheless, with a heart as steadfast as iron, Qiye, though born of mortal flesh, remained resolute in his belief that through perseverance, he would ultimately achieve the mastery of the Jinyu divine body. The profound mysteries of the body scripture materialized within his mind. As the essence of the Hunyuan character and the runes surged into his life palace like a torrent, at that moment, Qiye's true life force pulsated with blood energy. Absorbing the essence of the Hunyuan character, through the refinement of his true life, the secrets of Hunyuan were seamlessly integrated into his vital essence. Suddenly, Qiye felt a tremor throughout his being. In an instant, everything seemed to slow down, as if time itself had decelerated. In the 37th chapter, The Silent Butcher, Part 1, the wheel of life turned, and the blood energy roared. The Moon Vortex Sun Wheel technique was an exceedingly rare and remarkable skill throughout the ages, one that stirred the blood energy into a fierce vortex. However, upon the infusion of the Hunyuan character's runes into his blood energy, Qiye's blood became heavy, akin to 1,000 tons, bringing the once thundering energy to a gradual halt. Yet, the miraculous nature of the Moon Vortex Sun Wheel should not be underestimated. Influenced by the Hunyuan essence, the blood energy slowed, but soon surged forth with renewed vigor. Akin to a power-laden engine, propelling the wheel of life with a thunderous reverberation that shook the heavens and the earth. Under the impetus of the Moon Vortex Sun Wheel, the once weighty blood energy surged forth once more like a colossal dragon, unstoppable and ferocious. It is vital to note that at this juncture, the blood energy infused with the Hunyuan essence bore the weight of 1,000 tons. With the Moon Vortex Sun Wheel's fervent propulsion, this blood energy became a force capable of leveling mountains, unimpeded by any barrier, threatening to obliterate Qiye's very essence in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Qiye's body began to shatter. His mortal form could not withstand such divine might. The overwhelming blood energy, in a heartbeat, ravaged his meridians, shattered his bones, and destroyed his vital points. This relentless energy wreaked havoc upon his physical form, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood, the agony too great to bear. In that fleeting moment, fissures appeared across his body, and he began to fragment, resembling a shattered porcelain vessel. The essence of the Hunyuan character was indeed far mightier than the world could conceive. Once the blood energy merged with the Hunyuan essence, it became unbearably heavy, possessing the weight of 1,000 tons. Under the influence of the moon vortex sun wheel, the potency of this blood energy was such that it could obliterate all in its path, capable of annihilating Qiye's essence in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his body was reduced to fragments, his mortal constitution utterly incapable of enduring such divine power. Yet, the Hunyuan essence was not merely intended to bring about Qiye's demise. If the profundities of the body scripture were limited to this, it would not be the supreme celestial scripture that countless beings, even celestial emperors, have coveted throughout the ages. Under the relentless destruction wrought by the blood energy, Qiye's body was utterly obliterated, both his sinews and his very essence reduced to naught. Yet, at the moment of his disintegration, the resonant sounds of the great Tao chanted, as boundless mysteries flowed ceaselessly within Qiye's life palace, his true fate exhaling endless runes, invigorating his very essence with a sudden surge of vitality. At this juncture, within the life palace, propelled by the profound meaning of the character HN, the fountain of life erupted, unleashing a torrent of life-giving waters, surging forth like a mighty tide. In an instant, the furnace of life ignited a conflagration of soul fire that seemed to set the heavens and earth ablaze. The myriad branches and leaves of the tree of life unfurled, cascading down with brilliant radiance, transforming into the most exuberant force of vitality in existence. Subsequently, the tree of life shed its leaves, while the entire tree itself took root deep within Qiye's life palace, its roots penetrating into his very being, binding together his shattered form. The pillars of life connected heaven and earth, as the enigmatic Tao patterns, under the influence of the character HN, revolved endlessly, utilizing the profound mysteries of the cosmos to extend Qiye's body to the heavens above and the depths below. In this moment, the waters of life, the soul fire, the leaves, and the pillar inscriptions, under the refinement of the character HN, merged with the blood energy, transforming into a murky chaos that enveloped Qiye, sealing his fragmented body within. In an instant, the blood energy within Qiye surged like 1,000 mountains, while the chaos outside confined him, as if he were ensconced in clay, tormented from both within and without. The entire ordeal was excruciatingly painful. However, no matter how intense the suffering, Qiye endured it resolutely. Amidst such turmoil, the blood energy, infused with the essence of HN, repeatedly honed his body, while the chaos encased him, preventing his shattered form from fully collapsing. The blood energy shattered Qiye's body time and again, while the essence of HN relentlessly ground away at him, a process akin to a colossal hammer mercilessly smashing his form. Yet, the runic-infused blood energy melded into his fragmented body, as the chaos born from the waters of life, soul fire, leaves, and pillar inscriptions continuously reconstructed Qiye's shattered self. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The fountain of life, the tree of life, the furnace of life, and the pillars of life, these four entities collectively known as the four symbols of the life palace. Throughout the ages, innumerable sages have pondered the ultimate mysteries of the four symbols, but it is said that only the immortal emperors could grasp their profound essence. Never has there been any record of outsiders comprehending such ultimate truths. Yet, today, a mere 13-year-old boy communicates with the four symbols of the life palace, an utterly inconceivable occurrence. In truth, across the annals of time, none have traversed the path of understanding the four symbols as far as Qiye has, perhaps even surpassing the immortal emperors themselves. To study the body book, he has devoted countless years. Can anyone else claim to wield such profound understanding? Time and time again, he endured torment, repeatedly refining his essence, with no clear sense of how long this arduous process lasted. The pain had rendered Qiye numb. Yet, the outcome was well within his control. Entering the ancient sect of Xiyang, he chose the moon swirl sunwheel technique and subsequently practiced the body scripture. All of this was part of his grand design. although he could have practiced the body scripture without the moon swirl sun wheel. Only this technique could madly stimulate the blood vigor infused with the profound essence of the word chaos. His decision to cultivate the divine body of suppressing the abyss required the moon swirl sun wheel to unleash a frenzy that could match the weight of his blood vigor, heavier than the might of 10,000 mountains. This process was not merely about shattering his body, it was about remolding it in a wild and transformative manner. After what felt like an eternity, Qiye sensed a peculiar itch throughout his body, signaling the successful remolding of his form. The shattered remnants of his body had been rejoined. Time passed, and he finally felt a wave of relief, the torment dissipating entirely. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself unscathed. Witnessing this scene, one might find it difficult to believe that Qiye's body had been utterly fragmented just moments before. Now, it appeared completely intact, a spectacle that defied comprehension. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a hierarchy, with each technique possessing its unique sculpting process. Yet, no technique in existence could achieve what the body scripture accomplished, completely dismantling and remolding the body without a trace of damage. As Qiye stood up, a mere thought set the stones beneath his feet cracking, forming intricate fissures. Qiye did not manipulate his blood energy or employ any martial techniques. He merely moved his body and effortlessly shattered the stone bricks. This was merely the initial phase of his practice of the suppression of the abyss divine body. The term harmonious, one of the 6 characters in the body scripture, refers to the cultivation of physical arts. When one attains the profound essence of harmony, 2 celestial bodies exist beneath its ultimate limit: the suppression of the abyss divine body and the shattering sky axe body. Although both derive from the ultimate essence of the harmonious character, the suppression of the abyss divine body and the shattering sky axe body are entirely distinct. The former is as weighty as 1,000 mountains, once cultivated to the legendary level of one of the 12 celestial bodies. This perfected suppression of the abyss divine body can crush all in existence, having the power to shatter galaxies and continents merely through its physical presence. There is a saying, the suppression of the abyss divine body is of immeasurable weight. With a mere step, it can obliterate gods and demons. One can only imagine the enormity of its might. In contrast, the shattering sky axe body is endowed with boundless strength. Once cultivated to this form, tearing apart the heavens and earth or grappling with true dragons becomes an effortless endeavor. Qiye resided upon a solitary peak, diligently honing his martial arts. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. The moon whirlwind yang will technique was indeed extraordinary, propelling the overwhelming blood essence within him and allowing Qiye to transcend both the realms of essence absorption and territory expansion in just a month. Behind the territory expansion realm lay 2 additional levels: essence absorption and territory expansion. Throughout Qiye's cultivation, these 2 stages presented no formidable challenge. During the essence absorption phase, the moon whirlwind yang will technique drove the life will into a frenzied rotation, the immense blood essence roaring forth, transforming into a colossal vortex where the blood moon floated within. This immense vortex of blood essence voraciously drew in the essence of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was not solely the moon whirlwind yang will technique that absorbed the essence. The Kunping's 6 transformations also played a significant role. The Kunping's 6 transformations had already established its foundational path within the life palace, resembling the Kunping, the largest creature in existence. When it opened its mouth to consume the essence of heaven and earth, it could only be likened to a whale swallowing its prey. In an instant, Qiye could devour all the essence from the surrounding area of the solitary peak. Fortunately, there were no other souls in the vicinity. Otherwise, they would have been utterly astonished by the spectacle. The absorbed essence was assimilated by his true destiny, and the more essence he ingested, the more potent his true destiny became. As his true destiny grew stronger, so did his foundational path, elevating his cultivation level. Once his true destiny had sufficiently absorbed the essence, it radiated brilliance, wielding immense power to tear apart the surrounding dense fog. This was the endeavor of his true destiny to expand its territory, to rip apart the mist, and transform the vast space into its dominion. A process known as territory expansion. The fact that Qiye managed to break through the realms of essence absorption and territory expansion within a month left Nan Huiran utterly astounded. To achieve the body-nourishing realm in such a brief span was nothing short of astonishing. Nan Huiran could not help but feel envious. Such a pace of cultivation could easily rival that of a genius. Unbeknownst to Nan Huiran, had it not been for Qiye practicing the suppression divine body, which bore the weight of blood essence like mountains, The speed at which the moon whirlwind yang wheel propelled his blood essence would have been even more outrageous. As the third update of the day had been completed, those with votes in hand were encouraged to support Chapter 38, The Silent Slaughter, Part 2. Despite his envy, Nan Huiran did not wish to become a casualty of the moon whirlwind yang wheel technique. It was well known that once one immersed themselves in this practice, it was exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself, ultimately leading to a state of uselessness. In response to Nan Huiran's astonishment, Qiye merely smiled and said nothing further. The following day, Qiye arose early, as was his custom, to continue his training. However, upon opening the door, he was unexpectedly greeted by a figure standing silently outside. This sudden presence startled even the composed Qiye. An elderly man, likely in his 50s or 60s, stood before him, clad in a simple garment of coarse fabric. His face was gaunt and beardless, with a pair of bright, aged eyes. Despite his advanced age, the old man stood upright, exuding vitality. "Good morning, senior brother," he greeted respectfully, bowing to Qiye. Qiye was momentarily at a loss for words. Typically composed and unperturbed, he found himself taken aback. If Nan Huiran had referred to him as a senior brother, it would have been somewhat acceptable. However, the elderly man before him, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, addressing him, a mere boy of 13 or 14, as senior brother, felt utterly absurd. The old man glanced around, and then turned his gaze towards Qiye, saying, "This is goofing, is it not? You are the esteemed chief disciple of our Xiang ancient sect, Qiye." The old man continued to look at Qiye, affirming, "Indeed, this is goofing. And as you are the chief disciple, you must be my senior brother." Qiye could now ascertain that the man had not mistaken his identity. Yet the notion of a man of such advanced years calling him senior brother left him feeling rather uncomfortable. "My apologies for my tardiness." At that moment, Nan Huiran appeared, breathless as he hurried over, chuckling awkwardly. Upon arriving, he noticed Qiye and the elderly man frozen at the entrance, prompting a nervous chuckle from him. He proceeded to introduce them, saying, "Senior brother, this is second senior brother. Second senior brother, this is—" "I know, he is senior brother," the old man interjected, his tone firm and sincere before Nan Huiran could finish. Qiye, the second junior brother, found himself at a loss for words, momentarily unable to process the situation. The old man nodded, smiling kindly as he introduced himself. "Senior brother, I am Taboo, the second disciple under our master. You, as the chief disciple of our Xiang ancient sect, are the senior brother to all third-generation disciples." The warmth of the old man's smile made Qiye's skin crawl. He felt an overwhelming urge to lament. "Good sir, I am merely 13 or 14 years old. Please refrain from pretending to be youthful and calling yourself my junior. Senior brother, he is indeed Master S' second disciple, Taboo," Nan Huiran asserted with confidence. In fact, Taboo is the only disciple under the master. Qiye had only recently become a disciple of the master himself. Qiye found himself momentarily speechless. Up until now, he had yet to encounter Su Yongwang, who bore the title of his master. While he had not met his master, a 60-year-old junior disciple suddenly appeared. However, this was the reality. He could not deny the existence of this junior brother, Taboo. As the chief disciple, he held the esteemed position of elder brother among the younger generation of the Xiang ancient sect. Regardless of age, all must address him as elder brother. How many such senior-junior disciples does our Xiang ancient sect possess? Qiye cast a glance at Nan Huiran and commented. The image of a 13 or 14-year-old boy surrounded by a group of elderly men, all calling him elder brother, was almost unbearable to contemplate. "Just this one?" Nan Huiran replied with a dry chuckle. Qiye interrupted Taboo's words and remarked, "Junior brother, you are a venerable elder in your 50s or 60s. Your modesty could very well shorten my lifespan." With a sudden clap, Qiye was taken aback by such a statement, nearly losing his balance and staggering, almost tumbling to the ground. It was not only Qiye who was on the verge of falling. Nan Huiran also stumbled in surprise. What did you say?" Qiye was nearly choked by his own saliva, for a man over 1,000 years old had just called him senior brother. While he appeared no older than 13 or 14, could there truly be such an aged junior? "My little brother is 1,675 years old." Taboo continued earnestly and amiably. Upon hearing such a staggering age, Qiye shot a glare at Nan Huiran, who looked utterly innocent. He had no prior knowledge of Taboo's advanced years, having always assumed that the second senior brother was merely in his 50s or 60s. "Senior brother, are you all right? Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?" Seeing Li Qiye's choked demeanor, Tu Buyu spoke with genuine concern and kindness. Li Qiye's exasperation elicited a chuckle from Nan Huairan, for it was a rare sight to witness Li Qiye, who was usually composed and unflappable, in such a state of frenzy. However, under the piercing gaze of Li Qiye, which hinted at lethal intent, Nan Huairan had no choice but to suppress his amusement. Internally, he found the situation utterly hilarious, but it was also the first time he realized the advanced age of his second senior brother. Since the elder brother had issued a command, the younger brother, no, he would humbly comply. Tu Buyu, too, readily acquiesced, his amiable smile ever present. Tu Shitty's decision was indeed sagacious. Li Qiye expressed his satisfaction with Tu Buyu's compliance with a nod. Tu Buyu responded with a smile, stating, in matters of wisdom and insight, I cannot compare to my elder brother. Tu Buyu's words left Nan Huairan speechless. He prided himself on his adeptness at discerning the thoughts of others, only to find that Tu Buyu was far more skilled in flattery. It appeared he had met his match. Nevertheless, no individual could escape the keen eyes of Li Qiye. Having encountered countless souls, few could evade his discerning gaze. Otherwise, he would not have nurtured an unparalleled existence like Emperor Mingren. If Tu Buyu's emergence left Li Qiye both bemused and entertained, the news brought by Nan Huairan the following day took him by surprise. On the morrow, Nan Huairan, accompanied by his master, Imo Hufa, arrived at the solitary peak, bearing tidings for Li Qiye. Princess Li Shuangyan of the Nine Sacred Demon sect would be visiting the Xiong Ancient sect the next day. As the overseer of the alliance between the two sects, Imo Hufa had been responsible for this matter, and the Nine Sacred Demon sect had sent word to him regarding the princess's visit. It is fortuitous. Clarity is preferable, yet if not, it matters not, Li Qiye mused. Somewhat astonished that the Nine Sacred Demon sect would not wait a decade or more, as he had anticipated, but rather, within less than a year, Princess Li Shuangyan would come to the Xiong Ancient sect. Of course, had the Nine Sacred Demon sect truly intended to wait a decade or more, they would find themselves irrelevant in the future. By that time, he would have grown strong enough to no longer require their accompaniment. What he sought were allies who provided timely assistance, rather than those who merely adorned his endeavors. Imo Hufa, hesitant to directly inquire of Li Qiye, exchanged a glance with Nan Huairan. Under his master's silent command, Nan Huairan, albeit apprehensive, mustered the courage to ask, Elder brother, what if, perchance, Princess Li wishes to remain with us at the Xiong Ancient sect? Would you truly have her serve as a sword attendant? Chapter 39, The Arrival of the Princess, Part 1. In response to Nan Huairan's inquiry, Li Qiye replied with an air of nonchalance, of course. Once the words have been spoken, why should they be retracted? Nan Huairan and Imo Hufa exchanged glances, and Nan Huairan stammered, But she is the heir of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, the princess of the ancient Nyojin kingdom. And so what? Li Qiye responded, his demeanor calm and steady, as if the matter was of little consequence, just as Nan Huairan had suggested. As for Nan Huairan and his master, they found themselves at a loss for words, pondering the implications of the situation. Such words may seem lighthearted, yet they require an astonishing level of arrogance and an extraordinary degree of confidence. Li Shuangyan, the heir of the Nine Sacred Demon sect and the princess of the ancient Nyojin kingdom, is hailed as one of the greatest talents of her generation, embodying the imperial physique, the royal wheel, and the sacred mandate. Such extraordinary gifts are truly remarkable, regardless of her innate abilities or her beauty. Li Shuangyan's attributes stand unparalleled within the vast expanse of the central region and even throughout the entire realm of the human emperor. The number of suitors for Li Shuangyan could stretch from the eastern territories to the southern lands of the ancient Nyojin kingdom. Ultimately, Nan Huairan and Protector Imo found themselves at a loss for words. They had witnessed Li Qiye's arrogance and confidence before. All they could do was sigh softly, relieved that they had not disclosed such matters to the six elders, for it would surely leave them astounded. Do the elders know? Li Qiye inquired of Nan Huairan. Protector Imo shook his head and replied, I have yet to report this to the elders. After informing you, I will relay the message to them. Now, the master and disciple had made their choice, opting for Li Qiye over the six elders. Such a decision may seem astonishing to outsiders. Yet Protector Imo had come to understand it. Then let us report to the elders, Li Qiye nodded, not overly concerned. To him, such matters were trivial after countless years of existence. Although the world revered the Nine Sacred Demon sect and esteemed Li Shuangyan, to Li Qiye, these accolades held little significance. Despite Li Shuangyan's excellence, could she truly surpass the Ice Feather Immortal Emperor of yore? Upon leaving the solitary peak, Protector Mo promptly conveyed the news to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing the announcement, Elder Gu, the Grand Elder, could hardly contain his excitement. What? The princess is coming? In stark contrast to Qiye's calm demeanor, the Grand Elder reacted with fervor, immediately rising to his feet in exhilaration. After a while, the Grand Elder calmed himself and instructed, "Send word to Qiye," instructing him to prepare to receive the princess in the best possible manner. "Understood," replied Protector Mo, refraining from mentioning his earlier discussion with Qiye. "Issue my orders to notify all elders, protectors, and every disciple within the sect to prepare for the most grandiose welcome for the princess. During this time, no mistakes are to occur. Do you understand?" The Grand Elder spoke with a solemn tone. Protector Mo accepted the command without protest. In truth, the Xiaoyuan ancient sect's emphasis on its relationship with the 9 sacred demon sect was entirely justifiable, a viewpoint Protector Mo had previously shared. However, influenced by Qiye in recent times, his perspective had begun to shift. Just as Qiye perceived, relying solely on the 9 sacred demon sect was not a sustainable strategy. Only by strengthening oneself could one ensure lasting prosperity. Of course, Protector Mo was acutely aware that the current Xiaoyuan ancient sect lacked a formidable leadership to revitalize its stature. With the princess visiting our sect, could there be a discussion of a potential union between our two factions? After issuing his commands, the Grand Elder could not help but inquire. He was acutely aware that the Xiang ancient sect had grown increasingly weak. In this new era of awakening, for the Xiang ancient sect to endure, it was imperative that they secure the protection of a formidable entity such as the 9 holy demonic gate. Thus, the Grand Elder placed immense importance on the impending union between the two sections. Should this alliance be realized, it would afford the Xiang ancient sect an additional layer of security. As for the Law Protector, he found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had gleaned some insights from the elders of the 9 holy demonic gate. Had Qiye chosen to remain there, his union with Princess Li would have been a foregone conclusion, an arrangement only the princess and the Lunar Sun Demon Emperor might fully comprehend. The Law Protector could only express himself in such vague terms, as there were certain matters he could not divulge. The Grand Elder's directive left the Law Protector momentarily speechless. In reality, Qiye had no intention of marrying Li Shuangdian. If she were willing, she could at most serve as his sword attendant. Naturally, he could not disclose such sentiments to the Grand Elder, for if the Grand Elder were to learn of Qiye's true thoughts, he would surely be beside himself with rage. Ultimately, the Law Protector acquiesced to the Grand Elder's wishes. He would convey the message to Qiye, yet he anticipated that Qiye would dismiss it with a mere chuckle. Over the course of a single night, the news of Princess Li Shuangyan's impending arrival at the Xiang ancient sect spread like wildfire, igniting unparalleled excitement throughout the sect. The younger male disciples, in particular, were electrified by the news. The princess of the ancient Gunyozhong kingdom, a scion of the 9 holy demonic gate, possessed unmatched talent and breathtaking beauty. Many of the younger disciples had never laid eyes on Li Shuangyan, but had heard tales of her renown. It was no exaggeration to say that countless hearts among the younger male disciples were captivated by her. In their eyes, she was a goddess, the object of their deepest reverie. Upon hearing of her arrival, throngs of male disciples erupted in fervor. Some seniors, brimming with excitement, murmured, "The Fairy Li is undoubtedly the most exquisite beauty in our middle domain. 5 years ago, during my visit to the Gunyozhong kingdom, I caught a fleeting glimpse of her. She is the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered." Others, lost in daydreams, proclaimed, "In terms of talent and appearance, I too hold a certain reputation within the Xiang ancient sect. If I could garner the princess's favor, my ascent to greatness would be assured, and I would eventually lead the Xiang ancient sect without question." As a result, many male disciples became animated, with several going to great lengths to adorn themselves. Particularly among the more distinguished disciples of the Xiang ancient sect, they meticulously dressed in fine garments, adorned themselves with precious accessories, all in hopes of capturing the princess's attention. On the following day, all disciples of the Xiang ancient sect gathered outside the Dao platform. The 6 Grand Elders attended in person, accompanied by various law protectors and hall masters. Everyone within the sect was present for this grand celebration. The disciples attending today's grand event are all adorned in splendid attire, with even the female disciples dressed in vibrant and extravagant garb. Naturally, those who stand upon the ceremonial platform are the esteemed members of the Xiang ancient sect. However, aside from the high-ranking officials, Two individuals are also privileged to stand upon the platform to personally welcome Li Shuangyan. One of them is Qiye, one of the protagonists of the day, and the other is He Yingjian, who is renowned as the prodigy of the Xiyang ancient sect. He Yingjian, in his early 20s, possesses a handsome visage and a confident smile that exudes the aura of a true genius. As the prized disciple of the second elder, Xiao Xiong, he is regarded as the most gifted among the disciples, claiming the title of the most talented individual among the third generation of the 9 holy demon sect. His reputation is well-deserved. Having been under Xiao Xiong's tutelage for 2 decades, he has now attained the Huagai realm. At such a young age, his achievement in reaching the Huagai realm is indeed remarkable within the waning Xiyang ancient sect. In the past, Xiao Xiong, as the second elder, harbored ambitions of becoming the sect leader. However, he was thwarted by the emergence of Su Yonghuang, which prevented him from seizing the opportunity. This matter has lingered in Xiao Xiong's mind as a source of discontent. Today, with Su Yonghuang's lineage extinguished, Xiao Xiong is fully committed to cultivating He Yingjian, aspiring for him to ascend to the position of sect leader. For years, Xiao Xiong has sought to have He Yingjian recognized as the chief disciple. Yet his aspirations were met with rejection from Su Yonghuang and lack of support from the first elder, adding another layer to his grievances. Although Qiye has now become the chief disciple, Xiao Xiong regards him, a mere mortal with an ordinary fate, with contempt. Believing he lacks the qualifications to contest for the leadership position against his disciple, He Yingjian. Thus, when Li Shuangyan visits the Xiyang ancient sect, Xiao Xiong has specifically instructed his disciple, He Yingjian, to seize this rare opportunity. If He Yingjian can win Li Shuangyan's favor, ascending to the sect leadership would be a trivial matter, and at that time, neither the first elder nor Su Yonghuang could impede his ascent. Consequently, today, He Yingjian has taken particular care in his appearance, donning a magnificent robe that shimmers with celestial light, and wearing boots that seem to float upon clouds. Adorning his waist is an 8-treasure pendant that faintly resonates with the sounds of the Tao, complemented by other treasures that exude a formidable aura. It appears as though he is eager to display all his most powerful artifacts, perhaps in a bid to ensure others recognize him as the foremost genius of the Xiyang ancient sect, not only possessing immense strength but also an abundance of formidable treasures. In truth, He Yingjian is not the only one dressed in such finery today. Many disciples have similarly adorned themselves, seemingly anxious for others to notice their wealth of treasures. As one of the protagonists today, Qiye could not help but shake his head at the scene before him, remarking to the nearby protector Mo, "Is this some sort of monkey show? Everyone is adorned in extravagant attire." Nan Huiran had yet to earn the privilege of standing among the first welcoming ranks. Only Protector Mo remained by Qiye's side, and upon hearing his words, this typically taciturn individual could only manage a dry chuckle. At that moment, Qiye was clad in plain cloth, unassuming and unadorned, resembling an ordinary mortal in every respect. Initially, He Yingjian had stood in the same row as Qiye, but he scorned the idea of associating with such a worthless individual and chose to step forward. "The presence of Her Highness the Princess is indeed an honor," murmured a male disciple, unable to contain his excitement during the wait. To such disciples, He Yingjian regarded them with disdain, believing that these individuals, with their mediocre skills and talents, had no right to aspire to earn the favor of Princess Li. It was akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. As for Qiye, that inept fool, he was not even worthy of consideration. With this thought, He Yingjian cast another contemptuous glance at Qiye. Although the Xian ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate had a hereditary agreement, which theoretically allowed Qiye, as the chief disciple, to wed Li Shuangyan, He Yingjian was confident that as long as he had the opportunity to be near Li Shuangyan, he could surely win her favor. He possessed immense self-assurance, believing that he, the foremost prodigy of the Xian ancient sect, was not merely a figure of empty reputation. Before Li Shuangyan's arrival, within the sect, a number of young male disciples engaged in hushed discussions. One junior disciple inquired softly, "What brings the princess to our Xiyang ancient sect this time?" It was rumored that our chief disciple had a betrothal agreement with the heir of the 9 holy demon gate. An elder disciple, possessing more knowledge, pondered and replied, "A betrothal?" Upon hearing such words, some disciples cast a disdainful glance at Qiye, who stood on the platform, clad in simple garments. Perceiving him as nothing more than an inept fool, one junior remarked derisively, "Is he truly the one? I suspect the princess has come to annul the engagement. A mere mortal with a trivial existence is hardly worthy of her regard." Regardless of the princess's true intentions, another disciple excitedly suggested, "Perhaps this presents us with an opportunity to draw closer to her." However, Qiye remained indifferent to their chatter. Within his limits of patience, he could occasionally play along. But beyond that, his interest waned. At that moment, a resonant hum echoed as the portal to the Tao manifested, shimmering with crystalline brilliance. Finally, the gateway between the Xiang ancient sect and the 9 holy demon gate swung open, and from within emerged a group, led by none other than Li Shuangyan, the heir of the 9 holy demon gate. Accompanying her were the chief protector Yuhi, well known to Li Qiye, and several elite disciples from the 9 holy demon gate. Li Shuangyan, adorned in a flowing white garment, exudes a beauty that is both ethereal and frigid, her countenance as cold as frost. With an air of aloofness that subtly graces her features, a girl of unparalleled beauty, she possesses a visage that eclipses the sun and moon, captivating all who gaze upon her. At this moment, even the 6 esteemed elders are moved by her presence. They had anticipated her solitary arrival, yet were taken aback by the attendance of the chief guardian, Yuhi. It is well known that Yuhi is a formidable figure, a potential sovereign among lords, and undoubtedly a paragon of strength among the elite. Typically, even the elders of the Xiang ancient sect would seldom encounter the chief guardian during missions to the 9 sacred demon gate. The very fact that Yuhi has graced the Xiang ancient sect with his presence is a significant honor. The presence of Princess Li and Guardian Yu illuminates our humble sect. It is indeed a privilege, the elder declared, leading the other elders to bow in respectful greeting. Witnessing this scene, Li Qiye couldn't help but sigh softly. The Xiang ancient sect had truly fallen into decline, with even its 6 elders unable to uphold its former grandeur. The once mighty imperial sect had been reduced to such servility, a situation that elicited a sense of helplessness. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the time when he commanded the Xiang ancient sect alongside Mingren, when they had established its prominence. Never had they been subservient like this. He had once ruled a sect, sweeping through the 9 realms. What could mere sages or ancient deities do to obstruct the rise of the Xiang ancient sect? None dared to defy its ascendancy, not even the heavenly demons or the blood clan. Even the favored ones of the heavens, the alluring spirits, had to pay their respects. Across the vastness of the universe, who possessed the merit to compel the Xiang ancient sect to bow in deference? Please, esteemed elder and honored guests. There is no need for such formalities, Li Shuangyan remarked with a subtle nod. Yuhi, as the chief guardian, stepped forward to engage in polite discourse with the elder and his companions. At this juncture, Li Shuangyan's gaze fell upon Li Qiye. Despite her frosty demeanor, her enchanting allure remained undeniable. Meanwhile, Li Qiye stood at ease, exuding an air of calm confidence. As Li Shuangyan approached, Yui trailed behind with several disciples. Countless disciples held their breath, enraptured by Li Shuangyan's presence. The elder, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief, regardless of the circumstances. Li Qiye had passed the trials of the 9 sacred demon gate, and now, with Li Shuangyan advancing towards him, it heralded a promising beginning. Observing this interaction, many disciples of the Xiang ancient sect couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, yet they begrudgingly acknowledged that he Yingjian, as the sect's foremost talent, indeed deserved Li Shuangyan's attention. I am He Yingjian, honored to make your acquaintance, princess, he declared, bowing deeply and presenting himself in what he believed to be the most charming manner. However, Li Shuangyan did not spare him even a glance, passing by him to stand before Li Qiye, leaving He Yingjian momentarily frozen in disbelief. Young Master Li Shuangyan addressed him, standing poised before Li Qiye, uttering but a single phrase. One was an unparalleled beauty, while the other was rather ordinary. It seemed that when they stood together, they embodied a chasm of difference. Despite Li Shuangyan's extraordinary allure, Li Qiye merely offered a tranquil smile, exuding an air of unruffled composure, devoid of any semblance of arrogance. He casually nodded and remarked, "If one can come to an understanding, that would be most splendid." Of course, only a select few present could truly grasp the essence of this statement. "Fortunate am I to see you again, young master." Yui stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "His Majesty sends his regards and hopes you will grace our sect with your presence. Upon his return, he shall personally welcome you. Since the Demon Emperor has extended such an invitation, I shall not be coy," Li Qiye replied with a nonchalant smile. Nodding in agreement. "A visit to my Xiang ancient sect requires no formality. Should there be any inconveniences, feel free to consult with Protector Mo and Nan Huiran." Yui comprehended the young master's words. He inclined his head slightly towards Protector Mo and Nan Huiran. Yet, this simple gesture sent a shiver down the spines of both Mo and Nan. Li Qiye's singular utterance had the power to alter their fates significantly. Despite the fact that Qiye had yet to provide them any substantial advantages, his words were capable of transforming their status. As they prepared to receive guests, with the elders taking the lead, Yuhi's standing was such that even the Grand Elder appeared diminished in stature before him. Yet, with one phrase from Qiye, Yui found himself compelled to yield, signifying that Mo and Nan could now communicate directly with Yuhi, the chief protector of the 9 sacred demon sect. The implications of this shift were evident to any astute observer. Mo and Nan couldn't help but tremble. It was unfathomable that a single statement from Qiye could reshape their destinies. In that moment, they felt fortunate that their initial allegiance to Qiye had proven to be the wisest decision. As they stood in awe, so too did the 6 Grand Elders, who, although esteemed members of the Xiong ancient sect, would only be regarded as mere nobles in the broader realm. Yuhi, in contrast, held the esteemed title of Chief Protector of the 9 Sacred Demon Sect, a title that conferred the authority to be considered among the noblest of nobles, with the potential to ascend to the status of a true immortal. In the presence of such a formidable figure, even the Grand Elder of the Xiong ancient sect found himself diminished. In the realm of nobility, the distinction between a noble and a king was stark. The 6 Grand Elders showed Yuhi considerable respect, yet today, it was Yuhi who bowed deeply to Qiye, an act that was nothing short of astonishing. Even more remarkable was the message he brought from the Sun-Will Demon Emperor, indicating that should Qiye visit the 9 Sacred Demon Sect, the Emperor would extend a personal welcome. Who was the Sun-Will Demon Emperor, you may ask? A dominant force, an unparalleled sovereign in the vast realms, reigning supreme in the current age, not to mention the other members of the Xiong ancient sect. Even their 6 esteemed elders lacked the privilege to meet the Radiant Sun Demon Emperor. Yet, astonishingly, the Radiant Sun Demon Emperor was personally coming to welcome Qiye, an utterly unimaginable event. As for the other disciples, the thought was beyond their comprehension, leaving them momentarily petrified. However, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. Qiye merely extended his left arm, and Li Shuangyan, with a cold gaze fixed upon him, ultimately uttered not a word. Instead, she gently entwined her arm with his, displaying an air of submission as she departed alongside him. As for you, Protector Yu, I shall not entertain you, Qiye remarked casually as he took his leave, to which Yuhi, the chief Grand Protector, simply bowed in response. Li Shuangyan cast him a cold glance, her demeanor remaining haughty as she said icily, "Are you satisfied now?" In response to Li Shuangyan's attitude, Qiye merely shot her a dispassionate look. Comfortably seated in the Master's chair, and with an air of indifference, he replied, "In the gaze of the multitude, you clasp my arm. Do you truly believe I would be so vain as to ascend through your assistance? If the astonished admiration of a throng of ordinary cultivators could satisfy my vanity, then I, Qiye, have wasted my life. Allowing you to rest your arm upon mine merely grants you a modicum of face." At this juncture, his gaze turned frosty, and he stated coldly, "I have always been protective and affectionate towards those by my side. As long as you remain with me, I shall extend you a measure of goodwill. To permit you to hold my arm in public is simply to shine a light upon your countenance. As a sword attendant, when have you ever possessed the right to walk arm in arm with me?" Li Shuangyan trembled with indignation, her frost-kissed cheeks flushed crimson. This time, she had come at the behest of another, setting aside her status to publicly walk arm in arm with Qiye, which was already a considerable concession. Today, however, Qiye's words incited her fury. "You possess your pride, and I can comprehend that," she retorted. Yet, Qiye remained unfazed by her anger, leisurely continuing, "You are undoubtedly here under the command of the Sun Demon Emperor, and you surely harbor resentment in your heart. You consider yourself a daughter of destiny. Looking down upon a mere mortal like me, that is but natural. However, I grant you this courtesy, so ponder it well. Today, to walk arm in arm with you is to offer you a promising beginning. Should the day come when I sweep across the heavens, if you do not continue to follow me, you shall find no place beside me." A 13-year-old lad spoke such audacious words. Even the most illustrious scions of ancient royal lineages would not dare to utter such brazen declarations. Yet, here was a 13-year-old boy proclaiming such domineering sentiments. Were it another, such utterances would surely be deemed arrogant and ignorant. However, as Li Shuangyan gazed at Qiye, he appeared remarkably composed, delivering the most audacious words in the calmest and most measured tone. Had it been any other time, she would have deemed him presumptuous and conceited, yet now, she could not discern any trace of ignorance or arrogance in him. Li Shuangyan did not arrive here of her own volition. She came at the behest of the Sun-wheeled Demon Emperor. It was not only the Sun-wheeled Demon Emperor who recognized the potential in Qiye, but even the Sword Elder of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate believed that Qiye had great promise and ultimately persuaded her to come. For Li Shuangyan, this situation was an immense grievance. As the heir of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate and a princess of the ancient Nyojiang Kingdom, she was a paragon of beauty and talent, a true gem among mortals and a favored child of destiny. In this era, her admirers were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and despite the many outstanding suitors, she had never favored any. Yet today, she was to serve as a sword attendant for a mere mortal. Her master, the Sun-wheeled Demon Emperor, possessed unparalleled talents, even in the cataclysmic twilight of fate. He rose above all, a testament to his extraordinary gifts and wisdom. However, for such a formidable sovereign to have such faith in an ordinary being, one of mere flesh and fate, left her somewhat perplexed. Now, Li Qiye's words left her torn between indignation and fury. If he believed himself to be unparalleled in the world, then he should demonstrate it. Filled with a mix of anger and frustration, Li Shuangyan coldly remarked, "If you can truly achieve that, then perhaps you possess some merit. Otherwise, you are merely dreaming." After a while, Li Qiye turned his face towards her, casting a light and indifferent glance before stating, "Prove? What do I have to prove?" Li Qiye's audacious demeanor left Li Shuangyan trembling with fury. What made matters worse was that Li Qiye was merely a 13-year-old boy, younger than her, yet he spoke with an unyielding authority, as if he were a supreme emperor of an era. This young lad, at such a tender age, uttered the most arrogant and flamboyant words in the most indifferent tone imaginable. "I possess a diagram of formation. Do not merely attempt to break it. If you can unravel even a fraction of its mysteries, then perhaps you possess some merit." Li Shuangyan could hardly tolerate Li Qiye's arrogance. It was simply too outrageous. With that, she produced a fragment of ancient parchment, the nature of which remained a mystery. This parchment was inscribed with countless curves, talismans, celestial bodies, and formation points. Though it was but a small piece of ancient skin, it contained the vastness of the cosmos, as if it encapsulated all the profound mysteries of the universe. Should one gaze upon it intently, their spirit would be drawn into its depths, as if they were being enveloped by a realm of enigmatic wonders. This world was unparalleled in its profundity and divine in its essence. Even the most gifted individuals, endowed with unparalleled talents and oceanic wisdom, upon casting their eyes upon it, would find themselves irresistibly captivated, ensnared by its mysteries. Even those of extraordinary talent would find it impossible to extricate themselves from its grasp. Upon gazing at the ancient leather, Li Qiye felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It was all too recognizable. As he examined the intricate curves, the mystical symbols, the celestial bodies, and the array of points, he swiftly absorbed the entirety of the ancient hide. At that very moment, a fragment of a long-forgotten array materialized in his mind, a memory once etched deeply within him. Yet, only a portion of this complete recollection emerged, a mere fragment that had been obscured. This remnant of the array hinted at a journey through the Viper Star, traversing the 9 profound gates, retreating through the 8 lunar phases, transmuting into the 9 stars, spiraling through the Milky Way, and then entering the eternal path. With poise and composure, Li Qiye gestured nonchalantly, concluding with the assertion, "The essence of this fragmentary array resides in this location, guarded by the myriad manifestations of the universe, with the 6 beasts and 4 immortals providing protection. In this realm, the number of those capable of unraveling such a fragment is exceedingly rare." Li Qiye spoke eloquently and confidently, as if recounting treasured memories. To him, this was not an extraordinary formation but merely a trivial technique. However, Li Shuangyan was taken aback, for she was acutely aware of the origins of this fragmentary formation. Its history was astounding. Their 9 sacred demon sects founder had only obtained a mere fragment. Yet, this very piece of the formation had stumped several generations of prodigious talents and sages within their sect, who, despite their lifelong endeavors, could not fully unravel its profound mysteries. It was only in recent generations that the sages of the 9 sacred demon sect, after much toil, finally managed to decipher the intricacies of this fragment. Nevertheless, they still could not arrange this formation. In this lifetime, her master, the Lunri Demon Emperor, recognized her innate talent and sought to see if she could refine this formation. Hence the transmission of the formation diagram to her. Moreover, half of her cultivation was intertwined with the study of formations. She had begun her acquaintance with this formation at a tender age, Yet it took her over a decade to achieve a complete understanding. And that was with the guidance of the insights from the sages of the Nine Sacred Demon sect. Li Shuangyan once harbored the hope that one day she could arrange this formation, for once it was established, it would undoubtedly create a sensation, slaughtering deities and vanquishing immortals. However, she was acutely aware that, given her current cultivation, it was utterly impossible for her to manifest such a formation. On this occasion, she arrived at the Xiang ancient sect bearing this very formation, with the intention, inspired by the thoughts of the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor, to observe just how extraordinary Qiye truly was, and to gauge the depths of his inscrutability through this formation. Li Shuangyan never imagined that the so-called unparalleled grand formation, renowned throughout the world, would be effortlessly dissected by Qiye with a mere glance, as if he were recounting cherished memories. Chapter 42. The Princess Can Only Be a Maid, Part 2. Li Shuangyan could not help but harbor some doubts about whether Qiye had encountered this formation before. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts, for this fragment of the array was a unique relic of the array ancestor, acquired by their Nine Sacred Demon Gate at great cost. It could be said that, apart from the long-dead array ancestor of ancient times, only their Nine Sacred Demon Gate possessed knowledge of this fragment. Yet now, with but a single glance, Qiye spoke of it with such ease that it seemed trivial to him, merely a minor technique. This left Li Shuangyan in profound shock, rendering her speechless for a considerable time. She had spent over a decade fully comprehending the mysteries of this fragment. Guided by the insights of several generations of sages from their Nine Sacred Demon Gate, Qiye, with merely a glance, unveiled the profound mysteries of this fragmentary formation. It was utterly astonishing. Such a scenario was truly disheartening. Even a genius would find it impossible to decipher this array in a single breath. Yet, Qiye articulated it effortlessly. Is there anyone in this world who surpasses his genius? The most perplexing aspect is that Qiye is not a genius at all. Li Shuangyan was unaware that Qiye had once possessed the entirety of this formation. Upon encountering this fragment of the array today, the memories of the obliterated segment resurfaced in his mind. At that moment, Qiye beckoned to Li Shuangyan, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner. What are you doing? Li Shuangyan exclaimed, springing to her feet like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She let out a sharp cry, glaring at Qiye. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Qiye merely clapped his hands, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had accomplished something trivial. He then spoke slowly, as my maid. One must possess the awareness befitting one's role. I may indulge those around me, shower affection even upon my maids. However, remember this, do not provoke me. Do not presume that being a favored daughter of heaven grants you the power to upend the world. Li Shuangyan, both infuriated and indignant, was indeed a favored daughter of heaven, a princess of the Gu Nyojiang kingdom, who had always resided atop her pedestal, unchallenged by anyone. Yet today, she had been so thoroughly humiliated by a mere man. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. Go, find a place of your own to reside. Qiye said with a casual wave of his hand, indifferent to whether Li Shuangyan was angry or not. You, little man, you will remember this. Li Shuangyan finally exclaimed in frustration. In that moment, her anger had nowhere to be unleashed. She had always been exalted, the center of attention wherever she went. Surrounded by countless young and talented suitors eager to win her favor, Li Shuangyan, in a fit of rage, stormed off. As a princess and a young maiden of 18, she found it inconceivable that a mere 13-year-old boy could provoke such fury within her. Do not even think of attempting to practice the Slaughter Immortal Emperor formation. At that moment, Qiye's calm voice drifted from behind her. He remained composed and unperturbed, stating, the formation you possess is merely a minuscule fragment of the Slaughter Immortal Emperor formation, less than 1% of the entire array. If you forcefully attempt to cultivate it, you will surely perish within its confines. Even the ancestral formation from years past dared not to practice this array. As for you, once your understanding matures, I might consider offering you some guidance. His leisurely tone belied the arrogance of his words. Who would dare to presume to instruct someone of her exceptional talent? Yet, Qiye spoke with such indifference. This caused Li Shuangyan to momentarily freeze. The Slaughter Immortal Emperor formation was merely a legendary tale passed down through the ages, with many believing it to be almost non-existent. Yet, for Qiye, it seemed utterly commonplace. Li Shuangyan harbored a slight sense of pride within her heart. Ignoring Qiye, she let out a soft huff and turned to leave. Qiye remained indifferent to Li Shuangyan's feelings, silently seated as he beheld a fragment of the immortal slaughtering emperor array once more after countless years. For him, The immortal slaughtering emperor array was a topic he preferred to avoid. In the ancient era of the Abyss, countless souls perished within its confines, and the price paid to establish this array was immeasurable. This formation, unrivaled throughout eternity, was steeped in the blood of many from its inception. It was destined to be cleansed by endless streams of crimson. Countless sages of the human race poured their hearts and souls into its creation, himself included. During the great battle of the ancient Abyss, many sages fell within this array for the sake of the human emperor realm, and innumerable powerful beings of the human race were obliterated here. In those days, he wielded this array, causing cataclysmic chaos, the heavens and earth trembling in his wake. He could scarcely recall how many had perished, including those extraordinary warriors who once followed him. After that battle, how long did he remain in silence? Time has the power to erase all, to soothe every wound, yet some memories remain indelible, etched deep within the soul, forever unremovable. The arrival of Li Shuangyan at the Xiyang ancient sect was a momentous event, one that stirred not only the youthful disciples of the sect into restless excitement, but also garnered significant attention from the higher echelons of the Xiyang ancient sect. Li Shuangyan was filled with indignation. The fact that Li Qiye had not even arranged for her accommodation left her seething with frustration. In a fit of pique, she chose not to reside with him. Li Shuangyan did not reside in the same small courtyard as Li Qiye. Instead, she summoned a magnificent treasure tower, which descended upon a corner of the solitary peak, adjacent to the courtyard. Although she did not dwell with Li Qiye, she remained close to the solitary peak. The arrival of Li Shuangyan and Yue brought significant benefits to Imo Hufa and Nan Huiran, as they were specifically tasked with overseeing Yu He and his entourage's journey. This was no trivial matter. Yu He was a noble, and to serve at his side was a considerable advantage. More importantly, due to Li Qiye's declaration, the standing of Imo Hufa and Nan Huiran within the Xiang ancient sect underwent a profound transformation. Yu He expressly appointed Imo Hufa and Nan Huiran for this responsibility, adhering to Li Qiye's wishes. Consequently, this signified that in the future, during communications between the Xiang ancient sect and the Nine Holy Demon Gate, Imo Hufa and Nan Huiran would serve as special envoys, capable of direct dialogue with Yu He. It is noteworthy that previously, even the 6 prominent elders, or even the Grand Elder himself, might not have had the opportunity to meet with Yu He, the chief great protector. Today, the fact that Nan Huiran and Imo Hufa could have direct access to Yu He indicated a closer relationship between the Xiang ancient sect and the Nine Holy Demon Gate. The status of Imo Hufa and Nan Huiran within the Xiang ancient sect had risen considerably. Imo Hufa could now be regarded as ranking above the other protectors, while Nan Huiran's treatment was one that evoked immense envy among countless third-generation disciples and even many second-generation disciples. Amidst all this, Li Qiye remained indifferent, focusing solely on solidifying his foundational cultivation. He could not afford any missteps, as he would not permit any flaws in his foundation. Only by fortifying it could he aspire to reach the pinnacle in the future. Li Qiye possesses a profound understanding that if one's foundational cultivation is not solidified, or if it harbors imperfections, even the most formidable prowess may falter in the face of impending decline and mortality. Such vulnerabilities can prove fatal. Countless prodigies, despite their meteoric rise in their youth, have ultimately perished due to an inadequately established foundation or an overzealous pursuit of immediate success, leading to critical flaws in their cultivation. Thus, Li Qiye holds exceptionally high standards for his own foundational cultivation. Even though he practices the supreme technique of the moon swirl sun wheel, which promises rapid advancement, he deliberately decelerates his progress, repeatedly reinforcing his foundation. Were it not for his self-imposed restraint, he could have already soared into the realms of longevity and true destiny. Nevertheless, he persists in his measured approach, diligently fortifying his foundational cultivation time and again. On the 7th day of Li Shuangyan's arrival, Li Qiye and Li Shuangyan had little interaction. However, on that morning, Nan Huiran made an appearance, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Senior brother, this is Master Zhou, the head of the martial hall at Shishir Peak." Nan Huiran introduced to Li Qiye. Li Qiye cast a glance at Master Zhou, nodded slightly, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Li Qiye's demeanor, in the eyes of the sect leader Zhou, appeared to be nothing short of arrogant and unreasonable. Feeling a sense of displeasure, he let out a cold snort and refrained from uttering another word. Nan Huiran quickly interjected, stating that the elders had decided that his senior brother would temporarily take over Zhou's role in imparting teachings. The sect leader had provided his senior brother with the roster of disciples and detailed records of each student. expressing the elder's hope that he would conduct the lessons in Zhou's stead after 7 days. The sect leader, harboring a strong distaste for Qiye, chose to say little. As the leader of the sect, he felt a profound lack of respect from Qiye, which further irked him. Consequently, after leaving the roster and records behind, he turned on his heel and departed, too indifferent to offer even a word of advice or care. Chapter 43, The Grand Elder's Strategy, Part 1. Once the sect leader had left, Qiye casually perused the roster of disciples from the Washington Peak Martial Hall. The hall boasted a total of 300 disciples, with the longest-serving member approaching 5 years of tenure. Qiye cast a glance at the roster before turning his gaze to the present Nanhuiren, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Nanhuiren, ever astute and diplomatic in his speech, had already aligned himself with Qiye, firmly established in his camp. Qiye shot him a cold, sidelong glance and remarked, "If you were to channel that cunning nature of yours into your cultivation, perhaps you could ascend to a higher realm." As Qiye spoke, Nanhuiren could only manage a dry chuckle and replied, "Character is innate. One is destined to become the person they are meant to be. Now, let us dispense with the flowery rhetoric and speak your mind." Qiye waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned by Nanhuiren's verbal antics. For a person as versatile as Nanhuiren was unlikely to change. In a low voice, Nanhuiren shared, "I have heard some news. The Grand Elder wishes for my senior brother to impart teachings at Qiye Peak, yet the second elder insists that he should do so at Shishir Peak." Qiye smiled, clearly unfazed by the situation. Although Nanhuiren did not dare to show off his insights before Qiye, he nevertheless articulated his thoughts earnestly, stating, "The second elder wields considerable influence at Shishir Peak, where senior brother He Ingjian hails from. Although he is merely a third-generation disciple, he has long been on par with the hall masters of his generation." Nanhuiren was cautious in expressing his views. Knowing full well that Qiye was far from a fool, his intellect and schemes were more formidable than anyone could imagine. "Ah, what of the factions among the 6 elders?" Qiye inquired with a smile. Nanhuiren paused, pondering, for as a third-generation disciple, he could not be entirely certain about such matters. "It is quite simple. It hinges on whether the Grand Elder harbors ambitions for the position of sect leader." At that moment, a gentle voice interjected. The second senior brother, Taboo, entered the room. Despite being over 1,000 years old, he remained sprightly, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Pray, enlighten us." Qiye welcomed Taboo's presence, unperturbed by his involvement. Taboo, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Among us in the Qian ancient sect, the Grand Elder undoubtedly holds the most influence. He is serious by nature and fair in dealings. Moreover, he is the direct disciple of the previous sect leader, thus qualifying him as the most likely candidate to succeed. Is not our master the previous generation's chief disciple?" Qiye queried in surprise, having assumed that Su Yonghuang, as the sect leader, was the direct disciple of the former leader. Taboo shook his head lightly, smiling as he explained, "Master's situation is somewhat unique, unlike that of the Grand Elder. Throughout the first generation of disciples, the Grand Elder has always had the greatest chance of inheriting the leadership. In fact, among the 6 elders, aside from the second elder, Chao Xiong, the remaining 4 generally support the Grand Elder." "And what are the Grand Elder's intentions?" Qiye asked, stroking his chin with a smile. Taboo shook his head, replying, "What the Grand Elder thinks is likely known only to him. It is common knowledge that Chao Xiong aspires to the position of sect leader. Yet the Grand Elder has never made his stance clear, even with the support of the other elders. Some attitudes cannot withstand the test of time. In my view, it seems that in recent years, the stances of the other 4 elders have indeed wavered." Observing Taboo, Qiye could not help but chuckle. Speaking with a leisurely grace, "Master has been away for many years, and my junior brother is not within the Xiyang ancient sect. It appears, Master, that my junior brother is quite well informed. This presents an intriguing notion. Although Su Yonghuang does not preside over the Xiyang ancient sect, he possesses profound insights into its affairs. However, Qiye remains unfazed by the attitudes of the Grand Elder or Su Yonghuang. His determination to rebuild the Xiyang ancient sect is resolute, impervious to any obstruction. Even from his nominal master, Su Yonghuang, my elder brother jests. As disciples of the Xiyang ancient sect, this sect is our home, and naturally, we must care for our own," Taboo said with a warm smile. As Taboo spoke, Nanhuiren prudently kept silent, standing aside, having lived for over a millennium. Taboo certainly held more authority regarding the Xiyang ancient sect. Wise individuals could easily comprehend Qiye's words, and he was forthright, addressing matters directly. Tubuyu, maintaining his composure, replied with a smile. Elder brother is the chief disciple of our Xiang ancient sect, embodying its honor. His actions are his own to determine. Master will not interfere. What a masterful display of tact. Truly, a cunning old fox after living for 1,000 years. This piqued Li Qiye's interest in Tubuyu, a disciple who had lived for over a millennium. What of his master, Su Yongwang? In response to Tubuyu's remarks, Li Qiye merely smiled nonchalantly, offering no further commentary. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry to take action concerning the broader situation of the Xiang ancient sect. He would devise his plans once he ascended to a higher realm of cultivation. After listening to Tubuyu, Li Qiye refrained from comments, instead instructing Nan Huiran, please bring me the cultivation techniques practiced by the disciples of the martial arts hall. I wish to see what they are studying. Nan Huiran promptly acknowledged and hurried off, not daring to delay. However, before Li Qiye could receive the techniques, he was invited to leave by a disciple sent by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder had summoned him personally. Once a master of over 1,000 peaks, the Xiang ancient sect now truly governs only 73 peaks. And even these have begun to decline, their celestial energy waning. As the Grand Elder, Elder Goose certainly held the qualifications to monopolize a primary peak. And the celestial energy of the peak he occupied remained relatively vibrant. The Grand Elder received Li Qiye in the hall. For a third-generation disciple to be granted a private audience by the Grand Elder is an unparalleled honor for many of the younger generation within the Xiang ancient sect. Li Qiye settled himself within the hall, exuding an air of composure and ease as he faced the Grand Elder, unburdened by even the slightest sense of constraint, remaining leisurely and content. The Grand Elder, seated in a position of authority, gazed at Li Qiye in silence for an extended period, and Li Qiye reciprocated this silence, awaiting the Elder's words. After what felt like an eternity, the Grand Elder finally spoke. He regarded Li Qiye with a gentle sigh and remarked, Li Qiye, I find myself unable to comprehend you. If you are indeed a spy sent by the 9 sacred demonic sect, then your arrogance knows no bounds. The Grand Elder's initial declaration bore the weight of candor, revealing a willingness to confront the matter directly. Yet, Li Qiye merely responded with a serene smile, inquiring, what do you believe, Elder? Am I truly an agent of the 9 sacred demonic sect? The answer to that is not solely mine to determine. The Grand Elder continued to regard Li Qiye, ultimately speaking in a grave tone. Upon hearing these words, Li Qiye could not help but smile, for he already possessed an understanding of the situation. He gazed at the Grand Elder and inquired, what do the others think is inconsequential? What is your perspective, Elder? For instance, I am to assume the role of the martial arts instructor at the Washing Stone Peak. The Grand Elder rose from his seat and approached the window, standing in silence for an extended period, almost resembling a statue carved from stone. After what felt like an eternity, he finally returned to the moment, fixing his gaze upon Li Qiye, and began to speak. The affairs of the Washing Yan's ancient sect are not solely within my control, especially at this juncture. The stances of the other 4 elders have wavered. Li Qiye chuckled softly, recalling the words of Tubuyu, and comprehended the Grand Elder's predicament. Although the other 4 elders had consistently supported the Grand Elder, even endorsing his ascension to the leadership of the Washing Yan's ancient sect, a steadfast attitude cannot withstand the trials of time. Regarding the matter of seizing the leadership position, the Grand Elder's stance had always been elusive, while Chao Xiong harbored unbridled ambition. Undoubtedly, as time passed, the other 4 elders would ultimately be swayed. I have grown up within the Washing Yan's ancient sect, and my mentor's benevolence towards me is as profound as mountains. At last, the Grand Elder spoke solemnly. Within the Washing Yan's ancient sect, I am more reluctant than anyone else to witness the day of great calamity befalling our sect. Li Qiye sat quietly, awaiting the words of the Grand Elder. After a while, the Grand Elder regarded him solemnly and remarked, our enemies should not arise from within the ranks of the Xiang ancient sect, but rather from external forces, such as the Holy Heaven sect. The Elder offered guidance, and Li Qiye, rarely serious, nodded earnestly and replied, the conflict between the Xiang ancient sect and the Holy Heaven sect is well known. Even 5 decades ago, when I was still in the form of a shadow, I had some awareness of the Holy Heaven sect. However, at that time, my condition was far from ideal, and I had little interest in trifling matters. Chapter 44. The Grand Elder's Strategy, Part 2. At this juncture, the Grand Elder gazed at Li Qiye and inquired, do you comprehend the significance of my words? I am all ears, Qiye replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of tranquility that left the Grand Elder utterly perplexed. We require allies such as the 9 Holy Demon Gate. The Grand Elder sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his voice as he continued, thus, I hope you will marry Princess Li. If you can secure her hand, I shall lend you my full support in all matters. Are you not concerned about attracting wolves and ultimately being devoured? Qiye chuckled lightly. The Grand Elder managed a bittersweet smile, shaking his head gently. Some matters are beyond the control of a mere individual like me. He then fixed Qiye with a penetrating gaze and declared, thus, I am placing my bets on you. May this be a miracle. With those words, the Grand Elder's demeanor grew somewhat peculiar as he observed Qiye and stated, Many have sought the Xiang ancient order from the hands of the 3 ghosts, yet none have succeeded. However, the 3 ghosts are willing to entrust the Xiang ancient order to you. At the mention of the 3 ghosts and the Xiang ancient order, Qiye could not help but smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The intricacies of this matter were clearly beyond the understanding of others. Looking at the Grand Elder, Qiye smiled and asked, Why place your bets on me rather than on the sect master? I have heard that the sect master is the designated successor of the previous leader. In response to this question, the Grand Elder remained tight-lipped, his demeanor intriguing Qiye. What sort of person was Su Yonghuang, the current sect master of the Xiang ancient sect, and what secrets lay hidden within? This time, I propose you take on the role of the one to impart teachings, in hopes that you may achieve some merit and eventually have the opportunity to attend the higher echelons of the Xiang ancient sect. The Grand Elder diverted the conversation, avoiding any further mention of sect master Su Yonghuang. Qiye chuckled softly and remarked, The elder wishes for me to adorn myself with a veneer of gold, to ascend to the upper echelons, or perhaps to associate with a guardian or even attain the status of an elder. Only then would I be deemed worthy of the title of heir to the 9 sacred demon gate and the princess of the ancient Nozheng kingdom. Qiye effortlessly unveiled the intricacies within, leaving the Grand Elder momentarily taken aback. In truth, at the outset, he held little faith in Qiye's capabilities. However, Qiye inexplicably passed the assessment of the 9 sacred demon gate, prompting the 6 elders to speculate whether he might be a spy sent by the 9 sacred demon gate. This led the Grand Elder to reflect. If Qiye genuinely sought the imperial techniques or the treasures of the immortal emperors from the Xiang ancient sect, possessing the Xiang ancient token would render any espionage unnecessary. This token was willingly bestowed upon him by the 3 ghosts' lord, and should Qiye present this token to demand imperial techniques or treasures of the immortal emperors, the Xiang ancient sect would be powerless to resist, unless they were willing to forsake their ancestral teachings. In reality, the Grand Elder was acutely aware of the existence of the immortal emperor treasures and the extent of the imperial techniques within the Xiang ancient sect. Qiye couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, To be regarded so highly by the Grand Elder truly takes me by surprise. Of course, the Grand Elder would not take Qiye's words at face value. He clearly did not exhibit any signs of astonishment. Nevertheless, this detail had become inconsequential. Qiye chuckled and remarked, It piques my curiosity that the Grand Elder has placed his bet on me rather than on the sect leader. What could be the reason for this? It was evident that the esteemed Elder Gu was reluctant to mention the sect leader, Su Yonghuang. However, after a moment of contemplation, he gazed at Qiye and solemnly stated, Qiye, if your origins are shrouded in mystery, then the lineage of our sect leader is something I would rather not dwell upon. At this point, who occupies the position of sect leader in our Xiang ancient sect is of little consequence. We are on the verge of becoming a dilapidated house, and there is no merit in contending for the title. The Grand Elder clearly wished to avoid further discussion of Su Yonghuang, adding with a grave tone, however, I do not wish for the second elder to ascend to the role of sect leader. The Grand Elder's sudden confession intrigued Qiye, for such sentiments are typically not shared lightly even among trusted confidants. Yet, the Grand Elder had confided in him. The second elder is not without merit. I have heard that in his youth, he displayed considerable talent, second only to you among the elders, Qiye remarked nonchalantly. If Chao Xiong persists in his stance. The Grand Elder mused after a brief silence. His appointment as sect leader is not insurmountable. Alas, he has allied himself with Dong Shenglong. This will thrust our Xiang ancient sect into the abyss of annihilation. He has allowed power to cloud his judgment. Dong Shenglong, Qiye replied, slightly taken aback. Is he not a guest elder of our Xiang ancient sect? I recall Nan Huiran mentioning this matter. The Grand Elder regarded Qiye with intensity and finally spoke. As the chief disciple, I hope you will bear the responsibility of our sect. I can disclose this to you. Dong Xinglong's affiliation as our guest elder was not by my design. It was dictated by the will of the Baoxing Empire, leaving me with no option. Although Dong Xinglong is not from the Holy Heaven sect, he is a noble sanctioned by them, the Grand Elder continued gravely. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Having grasped the underlying reasons, Qiye smiled and looked at the Grand Elder, finally articulating, "So, you wish to employ my hand to remove Dong Xinglong? I understand that your cultivation is insufficient to eliminate Dong Xinglong," the Grand Elder confessed after a prolonged silence. Ultimately arriving at a decision, he fixed his gaze on Qiye and said, "However, we can assist you in this endeavor. Elder, this is indeed a perilous undertaking." Qiye chuckled, fully comprehending the Grand Elder's intentions. The Grand Elder, immersed in thought, sighed heavily and remarked, "I am aware of the risks involved. If we are to discuss danger, the Holy Heaven sect poses a far greater threat than the 9 Holy Demon Gate. For 30,000 years, our Xiong ancient sect has clashed with the Holy Heaven sect, resulting in the loss of our ancient realm. The Holy Heaven sect established the Baoxing Empire atop our former dominion. Though they did not pursue total annihilation, it was merely because they harbored certain reservations at the time. Within this territory, the Holy Heaven sect will inevitably seek to extinguish our Xiong ancient sect, the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, wielding dominion over the ancient realm of Niujing, harbors ambitions to annihilate the Shiyuan ancient sect. While such aspirations are not entirely unfathomable, it is imperative to declare war upon the Holy Heaven sect. In weighing the consequences, it is unequivocal that the Grand Elder has made a decisive choice, aspiring to expel the Holy Heaven sect from the 9 Sacred Demon Gate. Qiye chuckled softly and eventually spoke leisurely, "I understand the Elder's concerns. However, these matters are of little significance. What truly matters to me now is the Imperial Body Cream. The Elder once promised me a reward of this precious elixir. I wonder when the sect will fulfill this commitment?" At this moment, Qiye's sudden mention of the matter left the Grand Elder momentarily stunned. Qiye remarked, "Elder, for this medicinal paste, I wish to designate the beast essence of the Hell Iron Bull as the principal ingredient. I trust you have no objections to this." The Elder, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled lightly and responded, "Well, this will require a bit of time." Qiye gazed intently at the Grand Elder and earnestly remarked, "Elder, you aren't having second thoughts, are you?" The Grand Elder replied with a firm tone, "Rest assured, the sect shall not go back on its word regarding your request. However, you must understand that procuring the beast essence of the Hell Iron Bull, given the current strength of our Xiuyan ancient sect, is no trivial matter. While we do possess a royal body bomb, it is not the beast essence of the Hell Iron Bull that you seek. I require the beast essence of the Hell Iron Bull," Qiye stated with a calm demeanor. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon Qiye, and said, "I can procure the beast essence of the Hell Iron Bull for you, and I will persuade the other elders. But the condition is that you must marry Princess Li." Upon hearing this, Qiye let out a faint sigh, ultimately rising with composure and responding, "Elder, I can manage my own affairs. Whether it be a princess or a saintess, they are not an issue. As for your concerns, let me assure you that anyone who seeks to extinguish the Xiuyan ancient sect under my watch will face annihilation. Furthermore, I declare that anyone who obstructs the rise of the Xiuyan ancient sect, anyone who dares to impede my progress, shall be met with ruthless retribution. Even the gods and demons shall not be spared." With that, he turned and departed. The Grand Elder stood there, momentarily stunned. A 13-year-old boy had uttered such audacious words. Yet, at that moment, he did not perceive Qiye as arrogant or ignorant. He found himself unable to fathom Qiye's confidence, uncertain of its source. How could a mere boy of 13 possess such audacity? Perhaps, the arrival of Qiye was nothing short of a miracle. Regardless of his current beliefs, he felt compelled to take a gamble, for time was not on his side. The discontent of the other 4 elders regarding his ascension to the position of sect leader was palpable, and should this continue without the support of the other elders, the future of the Xiuyan ancient sect would be dire. Returning to the solitary peak, Qiye immediately summoned Nan Huiran and his master, Protector Mo. Once the master and disciple arrived, Qiye inquired, "What is the true background of the sect leader?" This matter piqued Qiye's interest. The Grand Elder was not one to envy the capable, and it was evident that he harbored no ambition to vie for the position of sect leader. Why then did he hold such disdain for sect leader Su Yonghuang? Nan Huiran exchanged glances with his master, realizing he knew little of the matter. He scratched his head and replied, "Well, I'm not certain. The sect leader was already in position before I joined, and I have only met him a handful of times. Qiye gazed at Protector Mo, who gently shook his head and remarked, "The origins of the sect leader remain a mystery to me. In truth, very few within the Xiong ancient sect are privy to the true background of the sect leader. It is as if he emerged overnight. Emerging overnight? Is it plausible for someone who appears out of nowhere to ascend to the position of sect leader?" Qiye pondered, intrigued by such revelations. Protector Mo reflected for a moment, deliberating carefully before continuing, when the previous sect leader was still in power. It is said that the Grand Elder had not yet passed away. The specifics elude me, but it was rumored that one night, the newly appointed sect leader summoned only the ancient elder. It was then that the new sect leader made his appearance. At that time, the previous sect leader entrusted the ancient elder with the future of the sect, designating him to oversee the Xiong ancient sect. Qiye was taken aback by Protector Mo's words, for he had always believed that his master, Su Yong Wang, was a lifelong disciple of the Xiong ancient sect. Now, it seemed that was not entirely the case. Could it be that my master was secretly cultivated as a disciple by the previous sect leader and the Grand Elder? He inquired. Protector Mo shook his head, stating, "The precise circumstances remain unknown to us. What we do know is that following the summoning of the ancient elder, the new sect leader was announced. In fact, it was not just Chao Xiong who opposed this. All four other elders vehemently disagreed as well. However, the Grand Elder exerted considerable effort to persuade the four elders. Ultimately, the Grand Elder personally intervened, suppressing the dissenting disciples and mid-level protectors. At that time, the previous sect leader was still present, and the Grand Elder had not yet passed on. The Grand Elder enjoyed substantial support from both the previous sect leader and the Grand Elder, thereby maintaining a high standing within the Xiong ancient sect. Many believed the ancient elder would succeed to the leadership, so the sudden emergence of a new sect leader caught everyone by surprise. Yet, with the ancient elder's endorsement of the new leader and his refusal to claim the position for himself, the four elders ultimately acquiesced to this decision. Protector Mo paused in silence. However, the new sect leader is not well received. Qiye could well imagine the atmosphere at that time. The abrupt advent of a new sect leader, regardless of the backing from the previous sect leader and the Grand Elder, alongside the ancient elder's personal suppression of dissent, must have left the elders of the Xiong ancient sect feeling quite discontented in their hearts. Qiye couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering the mysterious origins of the sect leader. If anyone could shed light on the leader, it would undoubtedly be Taboo Arts. Ultimately, Mo Hufa spoke softly. However, even he could not elucidate the true background of sect leader Su Yong Wang. Qiye chose not to inquire further. Instead, he decelerated his cultivation pace, redirecting his focus towards imparting wisdom at the Washing Stone Peaks Martial Hall. When it comes to being a mentor, Qiye is undoubtedly the most fitting candidate. He has traversed countless ages, honing his skills over millions of years, and has encountered a myriad of individuals. He has witnessed the rise of numerous formidable leaders and has subdued countless illustrious emperors. Not to mention, the Ming-Ren Immortal Emperor was nurtured under his guidance. And even the Black Dragon King, a supreme figure revered by 3 generations of immortal emperors, emerged from his tutelage. For a group of young aspirants, guiding them is a mere trifle for Qiye. Yet, he approaches this responsibility with utmost seriousness. His understanding of cultivation is profound. In his eyes, innate talent is insignificant. Physical constitution is inconsequential, and even the cultivation techniques themselves can be deemed unimportant. What truly matters is possessing an unwavering heart for the Tao. A heart that thirsts for knowledge, a heart that embraces all perspectives, and a heart that tirelessly seeks understanding. If one lacks talent, diligence can compensate for it. With earnest introspection, even if one's innate ability is lacking, while others may grasp insights in a day, one might take 100 days, yet ultimately reap rewards. A heart that embraces diverse wisdom allows one to gaze across horizons without being blinded by short-sightedness. Should one's cultivation methods prove inadequate, a thirst for knowledge can elevate even the most mundane techniques. Through relentless pursuit, one may refine even the simplest method to its utmost potential, thereby forging a new path. Throughout the ages, how many great leaders have emerged from the depths of ordinary techniques, discovering their own unique paths and forging their own grand avenues? The heart for the Tao is the foundation of cultivation. Across the annals of history, countless ancient realms and sacred teachings have nurtured numerous talents. However, those who ultimately ascend to become immortal emperors are not as numerous as one might think. Qiye diligently perused the introductions of the 300 disciples of the Shushi Peak Martial Hall, committing to memory the training statuses of each disciple. He also meticulously reviewed the martial techniques taught at the hall. In truth, the number of techniques practiced by the 300 disciples was rather limited, as the most seasoned among them had been training for less than 5 years. Principally, they had not yet attained the status of formal disciples within the esteemed Qiye ancient sect. Only upon passing the final assessment would they earn that distinction. The assembly of 300 disciples was evenly divided between genders, and the repertoire of techniques was scant, with merely a handful of disciplines available in the entire martial hall. Among these techniques, some were foundational methods established by the predecessors of the Qiye ancient sect, while the more archaic techniques traced their lineage back to the illustrious Mingren immortal emperor, the most ancient of which was bequeathed during Qiye's previous incarnation as Yin. These techniques, while not astonishingly formidable, were nonetheless carefully selected, serving as essential foundational practices. Although Qiye had not previously encountered many of the techniques beyond the ordinary ones he introduced to the Qiye ancient sect, the multitude of martial arts he had studied and contemplated over countless millennia far surpassed those of others. Even if all his memories of martial techniques were erased, his analytical perspective on them remained unparalleled, allowing him to possess profound insights into any technique he examined. In addition to the techniques of the martial hall, Qiye also explored a broader array of martial arts from the first and second floors of the scripture repository. He himself did not intend to practice these techniques. Rather, he aimed to identify the most suitable practices for the disciples of the martial hall. The Grand Elder, hoping for Qiye to achieve commendable results, had expressly permitted him to review these techniques. As a mentor, Qiye proved to be a responsible figure, not merely utilizing the 300 disciples to garner accolades. As a teacher, he was committed to his responsibilities, embodying his characteristic style of ensuring that his reputation would not be tarnished by his own actions. In preparation for imparting knowledge, Qiye was thoroughly equipped with confidence in his ability to instruct this cohort of disciples. He firmly believed that on the day of assessment, none of the disciples would fail to qualify as inner disciples. The lineage of Shushi Peak held considerable influence, particularly through figures like Qiao Xiong, who had garnered support from leaders such as the Hall Master Zhou. However, to Qiye, such challenges were hardly formidable. Regardless of Qiao Xiong's considerable sway, Qiye possessed the self-assurance necessary to maintain control over the Shushi Peak lineage. For him, it was not a concern. The Shushi Peak Martial Hall was established within the expansive confines of Shushi Valley, a locale characterized by its architectural splendor and interwoven courtyards. The valley housed disciples who had recently embarked on their training, totaling 300, alongside a handful of servants tending to their needs, bringing the total population of Shushi Valley to over 400 individuals. At the break of dawn, Qiye entered the Stonewashing Valley. Naturally, the leader of the sect, Zhou, would not extend any assistance to him. However, Nan Huiran was attentive and considerate, recognizing that it was Qiye's inaugural day of imparting teachings. He gathered 300 disciples from the martial arts hall upon Qiye's arrival in the valley. These 300 male and female disciples congregated in the training grounds of the hall, their gazes fixed upon Qiye. Qiye surveyed the assembly of disciples before him. Among the 300 gathered, nearly half were male and half female, the eldest barely 18, while the youngest seemed to be around 13. At merely 13 or 14 himself, the prospect of imparting wisdom to these 300 disciples caused Nan Huiran to harbor concerns about Qiye's ability to command their respect. Yet, observing Qiye, who sat calmly in his elevated position, exuding the poise of a master despite his youth, reassured Nan Huiran. Indeed, as soon as the 300 disciples convened, discontent emerged. Some among them were dissatisfied with Qiye, their esteemed instructor, regardless of his title as the chief disciple. What can someone younger than us possibly teach? Isn't this a hindrance to our cultivation? With assessments looming in less than a year, what if I fail to become an inner disciple? Would I then have to wait another 5 years? One disciple expressed his dissatisfaction. The number of discontented disciples was considerable. Another added, "Indeed. It is our misfortune to have someone younger than us placed in this role. It is utterly outrageous. Humph. A mere mortal with no exceptional qualities can become the chief disciple. This is a disgrace to our esteemed clan," scoffed a talented disciple. "Shu, senior brother Luo, be cautious lest he overhears," another disciple whispered, tugging at him. In truth, prior to this, the hall master had subtly suggested that making things difficult for Qiye would bear no consequences, and no one would come to his aid, emboldening the disciples of the martial arts hall even further. So what if he hears? This so-called senior brother Luo raised his voice defiantly, proclaiming, "He is nothing but a worthless dunderhead. Even if he has secured favor with the 9 holy demons, it should not delay our cultivation. What have we endured these past years for? It is to pass the assessments and become inner disciples. If we are to be taught by a fool, then all our efforts have been in vain." Exactly, exactly. Many disciples echoed in agreement, rallying together, clamoring for his removal. Witnessing the uproar, Nanhuiren furrowed his brow, contemplating stepping in. However, he was halted by Qiye. "Cast out this worthless fool. He has no right to instruct us." The crowd clamored. "Indeed, a newcomer who has barely entered the fold dares to instruct us." Another disciple derided. "What value does the title of chief disciple hold? It is worthless." The disciple known as Senior Brother Luo shouted, "Precisely. His understanding is inferior to ours, yet he presumes to teach us. This is an utter humiliation. Imparting wisdom to us is not a daunting task. First, one must triumph over us." Such an approach seems rather inappropriate. A timid female disciple with large, expressive eyes remarked, "To provoke a master is a grave offense." "Pa, provoke a master? He must possess the qualifications to be our master first," exclaimed Brother Luo with great conviction. "Indeed, without the requisite credentials to be our master, what merit is there in discussing the impartation of knowledge, let alone the notion of provoking a master?" Many disciples echoed his sentiments, undoubtedly indicating Brother Luo's esteemed position among them. Observing the rising tide of emotions, Qiye leisurely rose from his seat and descended towards the group of disciples. With a composed demeanor, he addressed them. "So, it appears that you harbor considerable dissatisfaction towards me, your senior brother." At that moment, as Qiye took the initiative to speak, the disciples fell silent, exchanging glances with one another. Regardless of the circumstances, Qiye was, after all, the chief disciple, sent by the elders. "Dissatisfaction, you say? I am quite an open-minded individual," Qiye remarked with a cheerful smile. Qiye's beaming smile sent an involuntary shiver down the spine of Nanhuiren, who stood beside him. The expression on Qiye's face conjured an illusion akin to that of a primordial behemoth revealing its gaping maw, glistening with formidable fangs, as it gazed hungrily upon a flock of lambs. At that moment, many disciples turned their attention to Brother Luo, undoubtedly viewing him as their pillar of support. Their gazes were fixated on his demeanor. With unyielding confidence, Brother Luo stepped forward. He appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, and, looking at the seemingly younger Qiye, he coldly proclaimed, "Indeed, we are dissatisfied. You are but a novice, having barely entered the sect. What qualifications do you possess to impart wisdom to us? Humph, if a mere fool were to guide us, it would surely jeopardize our future. And what is your name, young disciple?" Qiye inquired without a trace of anger, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Brother Luo, looking down at Qiye with an air of superiority, declared, "I am Luo Fenghua, and I will not change my name or surname. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me." Upon hearing this name, Qiye chuckled softly. Having perused the roster, he was well aware of Luo Fenghua, who had been in the sect for nearly 4 years. Endowed with commendable talent, he had advanced to the realm of palace breaking within that time. As an outer disciple, he had not been afforded the opportunity to access superior techniques. And with 300 disciples under the tutelage of a single master, achieving such a level in 4 years was commendable, if not extraordinary. Besides this, Brother Luo, how many others among you harbor discontent towards me? Qiye continued to smile. Luo Fenghua, surveying the other disciples, proclaimed loudly, "If you are dissatisfied, then so be it. It is of no consequence. We are not weaklings. We must unite to expel this fool, for our own sake. Should a fool be allowed to guide us, it would obliterate our years of hard work. If there are to be any repercussions, let them fall upon me. I shall bear them." Luo Fenghua's rhetoric was indeed persuasive, displaying a modicum of leadership. Indeed, our rights must be fought for by ourselves. Under his impassioned encouragement, numerous disciples began to rally, stepping forward in solidarity. In an instant, nearly 100 disciples rose, some inciting, "How can someone younger than us, who joined later, presume to instruct us? Get out of Washstone Valley at once." "Indeed, out with you, out with you," echoed the others. The clamor surged like a tide, and even those who had initially remained silent found themselves swept up in the fervor, joining the chorus. "It seems you are quite displeased with me," Qiye mused. Still with a smile, however, "This is a decision made by the elders, is it not? Since you are dissatisfied, I shall heed your grievances. Pray tell, What manner of individual do you deem worthy to impart teachings to you? Amidst the fervent crowd, Qiye remained unperturbed. Exuding an air of amicability that momentarily stunned the group of teenagers, all of whom appeared uncertain and turned their gazes towards Luo Fenghua, a figure of collective expectation. Luo Fenghua stepped forth, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Becoming our mentor is not a daunting task. One must at least surpass us to merit such a title. If you cannot even measure up to us, how dare you impart wisdom?" With a playful glint in his eye, Qiye responded, "So, you wish to engage in a contest of prowess?" Luo Fenghua, adopting a defiant stance, retorted, "Indeed. Should you prove victorious, you shall earn the right to guide us. However, if you fail, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I harbor no mercy for my adversaries. And should the time come, do not be surprised if I leave you writhing in pain. With a single blow, I could shatter every rib in your body." At this, a timid female disciple with wide eyes interjected, "This seems rather excessive. Let us simply engage in a friendly exchange, shall we? A gentle sparring would suffice." Qiye shook his head, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I believe that this junior brother Luo has a point. It is merely a matter of touching upon the essence. What does this even constitute as a fight? Wouldn't you all agree? If we are to engage, let us do so with our utmost effort." "Very well, let the outcome reflect each individual's prowess." Luo Fenghua stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "I shall battle you." Indeed, this Luo Fenghua possesses considerable courage. Qiye stepped forward with a smile and said, "Since you wish to engage in battle, I shall oblige." With a deliberate motion, he slowly drew out the snake-hitting stick from his waist and added, "As your senior, it would be rather improper for me to strike first. You may initiate." Humph. Overestimating oneself. Brother Luo has already attained the palace-breaking realm, and this mere wooden stick dares to challenge him. Such ignorance. Scoffed one onlooker upon witnessing Qiye brandish the snake-hitting stick. Nan Huiran shook his head, foreseeing impending misfortune for someone. Even a formidable expert like Su Hui had been left rolling on the ground after being struck by the snake-hitting stick, let alone the present Luo Fenghua. Such arrogance. Luo Fenghua exclaimed, feeling deeply humiliated by Qiye's act of drawing a mere wooden stick. With a loud roar, he unleashed a sword from his mouth, a rather inferior treasure sword. As the sword emerged, it emitted a resonant hum, instantly transforming into a torrent of sword shadows. Launching an attack upon Qiye with the technique star sword over the Milky Way. With a resounding crash, Luo Fenghua's sword was effortlessly batted away by Qiye's snake-hitting stick. Another strike sent Luo Fenghua reeling, stars dancing before his eyes as he suffered a severe blow to the face, blood-staining his countenance. He could not evade the stick's relentless assault. Qiye showed no mercy, delivering a relentless barrage of dozens of strikes that sent Luo Fenghua crashing to the ground. Howling in agony, Qiye's treatment of Luo Fenghua was particularly ruthless, each blow leaving him drenched in blood. Ultimately, when Qiye ceased his assault, Luo Fenghua was left without the strength to even scream, reduced to mere groans of pain. Beneath the heavenly origin realm, one could only expect to endure punishment before the snake-hitting stick. Nan Huiran cast a sympathetic glance at Luo Fenghua. Even Su Hui had been left scrambling for his teeth after a beating, and Qiye's actions had already been surprisingly lenient. At that moment, all the disciples stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how their strongest, Luo Fenghua, had been reduced to a bloodied mess in the blink of an eye. "Come forth. All of you, let us face him together," Qiye commanded, pointing his snake-hitting stick at a few disciples who had earlier echoed Luo Fenghua's sentiments. But, having witnessed Luo Fenghua's fate, the disciples hesitated, retreating in fear. "Do any of you possess tickets for the Dream Cup? Please cast your votes. Get over here." Qiye's gaze turned icy as he coldly declared, "Since you have dared to challenge my authority, you shall experience its true might. What is there to fear? He stands alone, while we are many. Charge." One disciple, emboldened, shouted, brandishing a treasured weapon as he rushed forward. Together, with someone leading the charge, the group of dozens found their courage, shouting as they drew their weapons and surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. However, no matter how many there were, it was of no consequence. Before the strike of the serpent's stick, cultivators below the heavenly origin realm were destined to merely be beaten. These dozens of disciples resembled little serpents, encountering their nemesis. As soon as they made a move, they were met with the force of the serpent's stick, hitting them squarely in the face. One strike left them bloodied, collapsing to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. For this group of rebellious disciples, Qiye showed no mercy. delivering a fierce thrashing, even striking those who lay prostrate on the ground. Qiye wielded his fierce strength, causing these disciples to wail in despair. Their bodies drenched in blood, sprawled upon the ground, unable to rise for the time being. Qiye's ruthlessness sent shivers down the spines of the onlooking disciples, their faces turning pale. "You all come here," he commanded, pointing his staff at the other disciples with a calm demeanor. "Master, senior brother, we have not rebelled," stammered a timid female disciple with large eyes. "I am aware," Qiye replied nonchalantly. "My first lesson is quite simple. Anyone can provoke me. But you shall witness the consequences of such provocation firsthand." With that, he charged forward without regard for whether the disciples would retaliate, knocking them down with a single blow. In truth, Qiye had already reached the realm of body refinement, and many disciples were weaker than him. Even without using his staff, he could easily handle them. Thus, he surged forward like a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep, toppling more than half in the blink of an eye. "Run!" Someone, terrified, turned to flee. For those disciples who did not rebel, Qiye's strikes were somewhat lighter. He merely knocked them to the ground, unlike Luo Fenghua and the others, who were left bloodied. Ultimately, all 300 disciples fell to the ground without exception, their faces ashen. The staff was indeed their nemesis, even without visible wounds. The pain penetrated deep into their bones. The staff was a rare treasure for disciplining disobedient disciples. Otherwise, Qiye would not have used it to teach the likes of Ming Ren and his companions a lesson. In no time, the training ground was filled with cries of pain as all disciples lay sprawled on the ground. Those who resisted faced a brutal beating from Qiye, particularly Luo Fenghua and the others, who were left battered and bruised. Looking at the scattered disciples, Qiye stated coolly, "As your master, I will take responsibility. For those stubborn ones, fret not. I shall beat them into submission. Otherwise, behave like good disciples. In my presence, you shall learn, no matter your talent. Cast aside your pretentiousness. In my eyes, talent is worthless. If you are a dragon, coil. If you are a tiger, lie low. Otherwise, I shall shatter your pride." At that moment, the disciples lay scattered, unable to rise, too intimidated to utter a word. Indeed, that very afternoon, Hall Master Zhou came to confront him. Upon meeting, Hall Master Zhou coldly stated, "As instructors, we must prioritize teaching. The disciples of the Washing Stone Peak are the future pillars of the Washing Face ancient sect. If anything were to happen to them, if Hall Master Zhou is dissatisfied with me, feel free to report to the elders," Qiye interjected, calm and composed. "As I am responsible for imparting teachings, how I choose to teach is my concern, and I do not require others to meddle. If Hall Master Zhou has no further matters, I must take my leave." The Lord of the Zhou, enraged to the point of spitting blood, seethed with fury. He ground his teeth in frustration, ultimately bursting into a cold, sardonic laugh as he remarked, "Very well, very well, very well. When the time comes for the assessment, we shall see how your disciples fare." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. As soon as the Lord of the Zhou left, Li Shuangyan emerged from the shadows, her gaze icy as she regarded Qiye. In a detached tone, she remarked, "You cultivate enmity everywhere. Are you not afraid of being slain by others?" Qiye met her gaze with calm composure and replied, "To take a life is not a daunting task. It merely depends on how one chooses to do so, and whether it is worth the effort. Speaking of taking lives," a smile crept across Qiye's face as he continued, "in the esteemed sect of Xiyang, what does it matter if there are 1,000 troops or 10,000? With mere words, how many can one slay?" Li Shuangyan gazed at Qiye and coldly remarked, "So it appears you possess considerable confidence. However, do not forget that you are my sword attendant. It is your duty to safeguard your master." Qiye, indifferent to such matters, merely reminded her of the situation. Li Shuangyan, infuriated by his demeanor, felt her cheeks flush with anger. Despite her extensive cultivation and resolute heart, she had found herself on the brink of bloodshed several times since becoming acquainted with Qiye. Li Shuangyan, ultimately a woman of exceptional stature, took a deep breath. Calming her tumultuous emotions, she gazed at Qiye and finally spoke in a cold tone, "Accepting me is not an insurmountable task. But you must provide a compelling reason for my allegiance. The being physique, one of the 24 royal bodies, is indeed a commendable constitution." Qiye regarded her with composure and replied, "Remain by my side, and in due time, I shall guide you. With diligence and my mentorship, achieving the pristine body shall be well within your reach." Such audacious claims about the pristine body. Li Shuangyan could not help but cast a piercing glance at Qiye. Retorting icily, "Do you comprehend the significance of the pristine body? It is one of the 12 celestial physiques. Throughout the ages, few have succeeded in cultivating to such an exalted state. The sacred body technique I am currently practicing is already considered among the pinnacle of martial arts. Li Shuangyan was naturally endowed with a royal physique, a fact that alone was a source of immense pride. The Biqing physique, exceedingly rare, ranked among the 24 royal bodies. Presently, the martial arts she practiced were among the pinnacle of physical techniques in existence. However, for her, the aspiration to elevate her Biqing physique to the realm of the Yuqing physique would demand an extensive passage of time. The Yuqing physique, one of the 18 sacred bodies, was immensely powerful once perfected and should not be underestimated. In an instant, without uttering a word, Qiye summoned the wheel of life, a divine halo spinning behind his head as his blood surged with fervor. In that fleeting moment, he resembled a colossal koan diving into the ocean, the very essence of life and death swirling around him. With a sudden motion, Qiye delivered a forceful kick towards Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan's expression shifted dramatically as her delicate hand rose, wielding a silver shield to intercept Qiye's formidable kick. With a resounding crash, the weight of 1,000 mountains bore down upon her. This single strike was no trivial matter for her. With a sharp crack, the shield she held shattered under the force of his blow. Although she managed to withstand the impact, she was forced to take a step back, her foot crushing the stone tiles beneath her. Instantly, this caused her countenance to pale. Qiye's kick was not merely a manifestation of profound technique or overwhelming strength. It was the sheer weight behind it, an unadulterated mass. It felt as though one of his legs bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, capable of shattering the very landscape beneath it. Such a feat seemed impossible. Qiye's cultivation was still quite nascent, and he should not possess legs of such immense weight. The title of Heaven's Chosen was indeed well-deserved, for she could endure the full weight of that kick. Her cultivation was truly remarkable. Qiye regarded her calmly and remarked, "The Jade Clarity Sacred Heart technique you practice was acquired from the Martial God Temple, correct? A commendable martial art." With that, he turned and walked away. Li Shuangyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her heart astir with profound astonishment. Ever since she had come to regard Qiye, he had merely appeared enigmatic and inscrutable to her. However, today, the sheer weight of his kick left her utterly shaken. She firmly believed that Qiye's cultivation could not surpass the realm of the body refinement, yet the force behind that single kick was staggering. She could sense that it was not merely a manifestation of the Tao's power or sheer strength. It was the weight itself that astonished her. A person's leg could not possibly possess such formidable heft, at least, not one of ordinary constitution. Why, then, was Qiye's leg imbued with such immense weight? Contemplating this, Li Shuangyan's heart quivered. If one were to possess an extraordinarily heavy physique, there were indeed several types, such as the innate body of the mighty mountain or the demon-subduing body among the imperial physiques, even the hell-subduing body among the sacred physiques. Yet, it was evident that Qiye was neither an innate body nor an imperial body, let alone a sacred body. If he were a naturally gifted imperial or sacred physique, it would be all too apparent. The only plausible explanation was that Qiye had mastered an unparalleled body technique. The weight of that kick left an indelible impression on her, bringing to mind Qiye's words. The next day, Qiye made his appearance once more at the martial arts hall, seated at a prominent position. The training ground was filled with the 300 disciples of the hall, enveloped in a profound silence. It was uncertain how many disciples had been intimidated by Qiye. The previous day, they had all been knocked to the ground by him, receiving a thorough thrashing. The pain from that encounter caused them to shudder even now. However, the peculiar nature of the snake whipping technique ensured that, despite the bruises, no bones were broken. Moreover, Qiye had shown mercy to many disciples, applying healing ointment, and by the next day, they bore no serious injuries. Having been thoroughly frightened by Qiye, many disciples felt trepidation when he cast his gaze upon them, unable to meet his eyes. "Oh, it seems some of my junior brothers and sisters possess remarkable courage to lodge complaints against me," Qiye remarked with a smile. "But I wonder if they have the fortitude to step forward." At that moment, the disciples exchanged glances, their hearts racing at Qiye's cheerful demeanor. One must bear the consequences of their actions. "I shall take responsibility for my complaint," Luo Fenghua boldly declared. Although he was now able to walk and had no serious injuries, the plaster on his face marred his handsome features. Observing Qiye's smiling countenance and the unassuming wooden stick in his hand, all the disciples present, regardless of gender, paled visibly. "Relying on treasures, what skill is that?" Luo Fenghua's face turned ashen, yet he stood tall and proclaimed, "If you have the ability, let us spar with genuine techniques." At that moment, even a fool could discern that the seemingly inconspicuous wooden stick in Li Qiye's grasp was indeed a treasure. "Do you truly wish to engage in a sparring match?" Li Qiye inquired with a twinkle in his eye, gazing at the resolute Luo Fenghua. Luo Fenghua now found himself utterly averse to witnessing the smirking demeanor of Li Qiye. The moment he laid eyes on that expression, a sense of dread enveloped him. Yet, summoning his resolve, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed loudly, "Indeed. If you possess the skill, let us engage in a genuine contest. Should you prove superior, I shall have no words left to utter." Luo Fenghua, having been thoroughly intimidated by Li Qiye, adopted a defensive stance right from the outset. Li Qiye, perceiving the meticulousness of his opponent's approach, chuckled softly. In an instant, the wheel of life manifested, his vital energy swirling, and he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, despite the rigid defense, Luo Fenghua was propelled 3 zhang away. His treasured sword shattered instantly upon impact, and he coughed up a torrent of blood. As Luo Fenghua fell, the sickening crack of a broken rib echoed, marking the fracture of one of his chest bones. He collapsed to the ground, spewing blood and succumbing to darkness, overwhelmed by the force of the blow. The divine body of the prison guardian. Li Qiye practiced the most formidable and invincible martial arts in existence. The weight of his kick was unfathomable. The onlooking disciples stood in stunned silence. Among the 300, even if Luo Fenghua was not the most accomplished, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Yet, he could not withstand even a single kick from Li Qiye. How could this be? The weight of that kick had been tempered by Li Qiye's restraint. Otherwise, had he unleashed his full strength, Luo Fenghua would have met with certain death. Meanwhile, Nan Huiran shook his head gently. Just half a year ago, the senior brother had yet to embark on his path of cultivation, having previously dismembered both Du Yuanguang and Su Hui. Now that he had cultivated, Luo Fenghua was merely courting disaster. It seemed more prudent to teach you a lesson with a snake-catching stick, which posed less risk. Li Qiye withdrew his snake-catching stick once more, casually pointing at a disciple, and said, "You, step forward. Whatever abilities you possess, feel free to display them." "Ah, senior brother. I have no complaints against you. I swear to the heavens, I have never conspired against you." The disciple, upon being singled out by Li Qiye, turned pale and stammered. Li Qiye nodded earnestly and remarked, "I am aware that you have not lodged any complaints against me. However, the content of the second lesson will still involve punishing you severely. Of course, you may attempt to flee, but should I catch you, the consequences will be tenfold worse than yesterday. You would do well to heed my warning, for the repercussions could be quite dire." With no alternative, one disciple reluctantly stepped forward and stammered, "Senior brother, please show some mercy. Instead of seeking my leniency, it would be wiser to exert more effort." Li Qiye responded, "Strike with all your might. The initiative lies in your hands." With a cheerful smile, he swung his staff. The disciple, left with no choice, prepared to confront him. Thud. 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 This disciple could not withstand more than 2 moves from Li Qiye before being knocked to the ground by the staff. Li Qiye casually administered a beating, leaving the disciple writhing in pain, though thankfully, there was no bloodshed this time, making it a slight improvement over yesterday. You. Li Qiye pointed at a few of them and commanded, "Come forth." After a brief flurry, all 300 disciples found themselves sprawled on the ground. Their cries of agony echoing, whether genuine or feigned, the pain penetrated to their very bones. Even though Li Qiye refrained from delivering a brutal thrashing today and avoided bloodshed, the torment they experienced was still a form of relentless suffering. These children are unteachable. Li Qiye shook his head and sighed lightly before turning to leave. On the 3rd day, Li Qiye once again made his appearance, summoning all 300 disciples to the training grounds. To his surprise, Luo Fenghua, who had suffered a broken rib the previous day, was also present. The content of the 3rd lesson remains the same. I shall punish you. Li Qiye descended with a smile still gracing his face. Upon the utterance of Li Qiye's words, all the disciples involuntarily shuddered. Having endured 2 severe beatings, the prospect of another left their legs trembling. Who will step forward first? Li Qiye inquired with a smile, casting his gaze over the 300 disciples present. As his eyes swept through the assembly, many disciples quivered and instinctively took a step back. To everyone's surprise, it was Luo Fenghua who ultimately stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, "I shall go." He brandished a massive shield, having cleverly brought it along in hopes of withstanding the strikes from Li Qiye's serpent-whipping rod. Such courage, indeed, accompanied by a modicum of wit. Qiye nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. However, despite his efforts, Luo Fenghua could not evade his fated punishment. If a mere shield could thwart the serpent-whipping rod, it would not have been worth retrieving it from the ghostly forest. This time, Qiye delivered a brutal beating, leaving Luo Fenghua bloodied and incapacitated on the ground, writhing in agony. The severity of the thrashing caused all the disciples to alter their expressions drastically. Yet none dared to voice their anger. While cleverness was present, its application was misguided. A touch more wisdom would have served him well. Next time, he ought to engage his intellect more thoroughly. This lesson is for you to ponder, Qiye remarked nonchalantly. That day, all disciples endured another merciless beating from Qiye, who was even harsher than the previous day. Many disciples bled and lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. As the fourth session commenced, Qiye stated with casual ease, "The content of today's lesson remains the same. It is your turn to endure. Who will be the first?" At this, all disciples turned pale, instinctively retreating several steps, none daring to volunteer, not even the previously audacious Luo Fenghua. I shall go. Finally emerged a youth of approximately 18 years, who, though appearing modest, possessed a sturdy physique. "What is your name?" Qiye inquired, recognizing this youth. He had noted that, while others sought to flee when faced with punishment, this disciple exhibited remarkable tenacity, facing each beating head-on and, despite being knocked down, always strived to rise again. His relentless spirit left a lasting impression on Qiye. "Why do you choose to step forward first?" Qiye asked with a smile. "Well, regardless of whether senior brother is pleased or displeased, he will undoubtedly punish us. Since we cannot evade it, I might as well be the first to face it." Zhang Yu stammered. "Please cast your votes for recommendations and support my aspirations." In the 49th chapter, The Most Brutal Impartation of Wisdom, Part 1. Qiye unleashed a severe beating upon Zhang Yu, who, among the 300 disciples, ranked low in cultivation and had entered the fold a year or two later than most of his peers. Although Zhang Yu's capabilities are rather limited, he possesses an unwavering resilience akin to that of an old ox, embodying a spirit of relentless perseverance. The whip strikes him with ferocity, inflicting excruciating pain throughout his body. As if his very sinews and bones are being stripped away, he finds it exceedingly difficult to remain standing. Yet, time and again, Zhang Yu defiantly resists. Fully aware that such resistance may be in vain, yet he rises repeatedly, only to be knocked down once more by Qiye's relentless blows. Qiye, with deliberate intent, sought to test Zhang Yu, mercilessly striking him time and again. Though each blow drew no blood, the pain inflicted upon Zhang Yu was excruciating, as if his very bones were shattering. Were it anyone else, they would have long since succumbed to the ground, yet Zhang Yu persistently rose, defiantly resisting Qiye's brutal onslaught. The resounding cracks of the strikes upon Zhang Yu's body sent shivers through the gathered disciples, many of whom turned pale, feeling that Qiye's treatment of Zhang Yu was excessively harsh. In the initial 3 rounds, Qiye ceased his assault once his opponent fell. But this time he seemed determined to torment Zhang Yu, relentlessly striking him down again and again. Ultimately, Zhang Yu found himself unable to rise. His body uninjured yet racked with spasms, his limbs curling in agony, trembling with pain as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his face, leaving him ashen. This vividly illustrated the depths of his suffering. Witnessing Zhang Yu's plight, many disciples trembled in fear, their hearts racing, while a greater number of female disciples, filled with compassion, dared not look on. The spirit of perseverance was commendable. Qiye glanced at the crumpled figure of Zhang Yu on the ground and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "If I were truly displeased, I would not resort to venting my frustrations on insignificant individuals such as yourselves. Moreover, should I choose to unleash my wrath upon you, I could devise countless cruel and inhumane methods to torment you at any moment." Qiye's words were directed not only at Zhang Yu, but also at all the disciples present. After delivering a severe beating to Zhang Yu, Qiye casually pointed his snake-whipping staff at a disciple, commanding, "Step forward." The chosen disciple, his hair standing on end, trembled uncontrollably, yet under Qiye's intimidating presence. He had no choice but to comply. "Do you understand why I am punishing you?" Qiye inquired with a smile, which, in the eyes of this disciple, appeared more terrifying than a devil's grin. His legs quaked, and icy dread enveloped him as he stammered, "Why yes, we have offended the senior brother." "Incorrect," Qiye replied, still smiling. "Resist, if you will." With that, he swung his snake-whipping staff again with ferocity. The sound of the strikes echoed as the disciple cried out in agony. Next, Qiye pointed at another disciple, administering another brutal beating that left him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. In a fleeting moment, the valley was filled with wails of despair as one disciple after another fell victim to Qiye's relentless strikes. "Do you comprehend why I am punishing you?" he demanded, cornering yet another disciple who, feeling utterly defeated, could only submit to his fate. After being struck until his face was bruised and swollen, he finally surrendered, cradling his head in his arms, allowing Qiye to rain down blows upon him. "The senior brother's every strike shatters our weaknesses. Perhaps he is testing the flaws in our techniques," a timid voice finally spoke up. Upon hearing this, Qiye halted abruptly and turned toward the source of the voice. It was a female disciple, whose large eyes reflected her apprehension. She was delicate in appearance, and her demeanor suggested she was not particularly bold. At that moment, under Qiye's fierce gaze, she instinctively took a step back, her palms sweating, while her fellow sisters looked on with concern and gently tugged at her. "You, come forth," Qiye commanded, pointing at the timid girl. Terrified, she hesitantly stepped forward. The scene was somewhat amusing. Qiye was merely a boy of 13 or 14, while the girl before him appeared to be older. Yet, in his presence, she approached as if a little lamb confronting a great wolf. "Do you know why I must punish you?" Qiye asked, his smile unwavering as he gazed at the girl, who turned pale and dared not draw closer. The timid girl truly feared Qiye, retreating another step. The spectacle made it seem as though he were a wicked young master preying upon innocent maidens. The young disciple gritted her teeth, her voice barely audible like a whisper of a mosquito, and timidly remarked, I believe that every strike from senior brother is aimed at shattering our flaws in technique. It is possible that he is testing me on the shortcomings of our martial arts." At this juncture, the young disciple, with her large, expressive eyes and a demeanor filled with trepidation, cast a hesitant glance at Qiye before hastily lowering her gaze, genuinely apprehensive of him. Just when she thought Qiye might erupt in anger, he leisurely inquired, "What is your name?" "Su Pei," she replied, her heart racing under Qiye's intense scrutiny. Although she was older than him, the way he looked at her made her feel as though she were being watched by a formidable beast from the primordial wilderness. "Su Pei, junior sister Su," Qiye said with a smile. "I have good news for you. Fortunately, you guessed correctly." Upon hearing Qiye's words, many disciples present were momentarily taken aback, while Su Pei couldn't help but feel an overwhelming joy within, having finally evaded a calamity. "From this moment on, you shall assume the role of senior sister, leading the 300 disciples of the Washing Stone Valley." Qiye spoke leisurely, however. "It is now your turn to take action." The sudden appointment of Qiye left all the disciples momentarily stunned, and Su Pei was no exception. However, her astonishment stemmed not from Qiye's appointment, but rather from his subsequent remark. "Senior brother, I guessed your question correctly, so, am I not exempt from punishment?" Su Pei finally mustered the courage to speak, albeit in a timid manner. Qiye squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "You are correct in your guess, yet I never stated I would spare you. I pride myself on being fair. I treat everyone equally." At that moment, the seemingly amiable smile on Qiye's face appeared more terrifying to Su Pei than that of a ravenous wolf. Ultimately, Su Pei found herself with no choice but to muster her courage to resist. As she prepared to strike, she timidly implored, "Master brother, please, no hitting the face. If you could, the desire for beauty is inherent to every woman, even among cultivators." Qiye's snake whip could inflict no lasting scars. Yet being struck and left with a swollen face was an excruciating ordeal for any young lady. "I might consider it," Qiye said with a grin. However, his snake whip had already swung towards her face. Su Pei gasped in shock and swiftly stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the blow aimed at her visage. Yet, the whip clung to her like a persistent parasite. Just as she evaded, it struck again. Su Pei, alarmed, repeatedly danced through the steps of the ancient washing face sect, attempting to evade, but Qiye relentlessly pursued her, leaving her with no escape. "If you continue to flee, do you believe I want to turn your face into that of a pig?" Qiye's voice, reminiscent of a demon, echoed ominously. This threat left Su Pei terrified and unable to retreat any longer. She turned to confront him, shouting defiantly as she swept her long sword towards Qiye. With a resounding thud, Qiye mercilessly struck Su Pei's delicate shoulder with his whip, causing her pain that brought tears to her eyes, as if her shoulder might shatter. The technique one sword sweeps just lost its potency if its force diminished even slightly. It was as formidable as its name suggested, both rigid and dense. Li Qiye's whip landed brutally against Su Pei's shoulder, prompting her to nearly weep, yet he continued to smile. Once more, he commanded, disregarding her plight, his seemingly tender demeanor betraying a ruthless intent. In a life-and-death struggle, one requires not only meticulousness, but also the audacity of the heavens. When paths converge, the brave prevail. Your heart is as clear as a mirror, discerning every detail, yet you lack the courage and resolve to fight to the death. Li Qiye was not merely pointing out Su Pei's shortcomings in technique, but also highlighting her deficiencies in combat. Su Pei had no choice but to endure the pain and continue the fight. With a fierce cry, her sword swept forth like an ocean, launching a counterattack against Li Qiye amidst his cold rebuke. With a resounding thud, Li Qiye struck her fiercely on the waist, calmly remarking, "This move, sword vast as the sea, lacks the grandeur it requires. Its essence lies in the word vast, the righteous spirit." Li Qiye meticulously studied the martial arts techniques practiced by all the disciples of the Stonewashing Valley. In truth, the 300 disciples possessed a limited repertoire of techniques, most of which were originally imparted by Li Qiye himself during his time at the Xian ancient sect. Some even originated from his teachings to the esteemed Emperor Mingren. In Chapter 50, The Most Ruthless Teaching, Part 2, having absorbed these techniques, there exists no one more familiar with or adept at them than he. Su Pei struck Li Qiye with over 20 blows, but ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground and finding it arduous to rise. Only then did Li Qiye relent. "Next," he said, casually pointing to another disciple with a playful smile. In an instant, the other disciples faced a similar fate, one after another collapsing under Li Qiye's relentless onslaught. Prompted by Su Pei's remark, while Li Qiye unleashed his punishment, the remaining disciples focused intently on each of his strikes. Even those receiving the blows were keenly aware of Li Qiye's every move. Now, each disciple yearned to discern the flaws in their own techniques. Some sought to rectify their weaknesses to avoid suffering a similar fate, while others hoped to identify their shortcomings to elevate their own mastery. Though Su Pei had enlightened the group, not all disciples possessed the acumen to recognize the flaws in each technique. Even if they did, knowing one's own shortcomings did not guarantee the ability to rectify them. The other disciples were not as fortunate as Su Pei. Li Qiye simply pummeled them without offering guidance. Ultimately, all disciples lay defeated upon the ground, their lamentations echoing in the air. Li Qiye cast a fleeting glance at them, and with a gentle smile proclaimed, "Today's lesson concludes here. You have a 3-day reprieve to reflect, lest you repeat the same foolish mistakes in the next session." With that, he turned and departed. As the 3-day holiday swiftly passed, Li Qiye reappeared in the training grounds of the Stonewashing Valley, surveying the 300 disciples with a languid gaze. "Today's lesson remains unchanged," he declared. "You shall once again receive the brunt of my teachings." Upon hearing such words from Li Qiye, many disciples present could not help but change their expressions. To speak candidly, numerous disciples had been thoroughly intimidated by Li Qiye. The experience of being struck by a serpent staff was certainly not one to be savored. That kind of pain was undeniably a form of torment. Li Qiye gazed upon the 300 disciples before him, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Will you step forward to challenge me? Or shall I take the initiative to confront you?" Without hesitation, he declared, "I shall first take on the eldest senior brother." As his words echoed through the air, the first to step forward was none other than Luo Fenghua. This was not the first time Luo Fenghua had taken the lead, yet this time, his approach was markedly distinct from previous encounters. Possessing considerable talent, he ranked among the elite within the group of 300 disciples. His skills were profound, and he was known to be quite the proud and ambitious individual. Upon his arrival, Li Qiye displayed a rebellious spirit, refusing to submit to authority. In fact, even after being soundly beaten by Li Qiye with a serpent-like stick, he remained defiant in both heart and speech. It was only after Li Qiye delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying and shattered several of his bones that he was jolted into realization. Although Luo Fenghua harbored lofty ambitions, he was not a fool. The force of Li Qiye's kick made him acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. At this moment, Luo Fenghua recognized that Li Qiye was not the inept fool depicted in rumors. With his innate talent already commendable, the words of Shui Pei awakened him from his stupor. The insights he garnered over the past 3 days proved immensely beneficial, leading him to a profound understanding of Li Qiye's earnest intentions. Unbeknownst to him, his attitude towards Li Qiye underwent a significant transformation. Li Qiye gazed at Luo Fenghua with a smile, leisurely remarking, "Though your arrogance is somewhat excessive, it does not reach the depths of ignorance and folly." The proud Luo Fenghua, unaccustomed to such humility, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he lowered his head and said, "I humbly beseech you, senior brother, to guide me." This time, Luo Fenghua was indeed sincere and earnest. "Make your move," Qiye replied, not indulging in unnecessary words. He drew forth his snake-striking staff and, with a calm demeanor, continued. "Proceed." Luo Fenghua, incensed, unleashed a powerful roar. As his words fell, he committed himself fully. With a piercing cry, brilliance surged like a tidal wave, his form resembling that of an eagle and his might akin to a dragon. In the midst of this tumult, the clash of dragons and tigers ensued. With a resounding thud, Luo Fenghua initiated his technique, yet he was met head-on by the snake-striking staff, which struck him squarely. Instantly, he was sent reeling, stars dancing before his eyes, his nose swollen and bruised, tears streaming forth. Qiye's strikes were merciless. With a single swing, he left Luo Fenghua utterly disoriented. As he delivered another blow, Qiye remarked coolly, "In the chaos of battle, amidst the flicker of lightning, it is either your demise or that of your adversary. Each move is but a lethal strike. The battlefield is not a stage for spectacle. No matter how graceful a technique may appear, it is merely a fade." The Dragon Strike's eagle technique from Flying Dragon Hand was brutally efficient, devoid of superfluous intricacies, embodying a direct and forceful approach. Qiye struck Luo Fenghua again with unrelenting ferocity, stating, "You, in your arrogance, have attempted to embellish this technique with unnecessary variations. Such attempts, though seemingly profound, are but redundancies that dilute its lethal essence." Luo Fenghua, possessing keen insight, swiftly adapted his style, unleashing a powerful and straightforward attack, raw and unrefined, akin to a craftsman wielding an axe. Despite the commendable adaptation, Qiye continued his relentless assault, landing a punishing blow to Luo Fenghua's face, leaving him bruised and battered. In the blink of an eye, Luo Fenghua endured over a dozen strikes, rendered incapacitated by Qiye's relentless onslaught. Each impact of the snake whip left him howling in pain, yet a flicker of joy remained in his heart. This brutal lesson was not in vain, for it bore significant fruit. Next, Qiye declared, unflinchingly leaving Luo Fenghua sprawled on the ground. A senior disciple stepped forward, but upon his first attack, Qiye swiftly countered, striking his legs and forcing him to kneel. The disciple's movements were sluggish, and before he could react, another blow from Qiye sent him rolling to evade the strike. In a short span, this disciple, too, faced a barrage of blows, leaving his face swollen and bruised. Yet, even under the merciless strikes of the snake whip, he gleaned valuable insights into his deficiencies. Throughout the day, Qiye unleashed a rigorous beating upon 300 disciples, dedicating more time than ever before. He meticulously pointed out the flaws in each disciple's technique after every strike, showing no mercy as they were all brought to the ground, writhing in agony. The cries of pain echoed as they struggled to rise, yet for many, the pain was a worthy investment, yielding profound gains. In the days that followed, Qiye continued his relentless regimen, delivering a fierce beating to 300 disciples daily. Each disciple bore no grievances, some even welcomed the harsh lessons. Though the pain was excruciating, the rewards were immense, rendering every ounce of suffering worthwhile. Though Qiye's method of imparting knowledge may be deemed harsh and ruthless, each disciple has reaped substantial benefits. For the disciples, particularly in terms of the nuances of techniques, just a few days have allowed them to grasp the profound subtleties of these transformations. The mistakes they made during their practice have been rectified through rigorous training. In this brief span, numerous disciples have shown remarkable progress, especially those like Luo Fenghua, who possess considerable talent. His advancement is strikingly evident. Under Qiye's guidance, Luo Fenghua has comprehended the essence of his martial arts. Thus, after just a few days, the variations in each of his moves have become as exquisite as the antelope's horns, reaching a level of unparalleled finesse. Qiye imparted his teachings in an exceedingly ruthless and brutal manner. However, the disciples of the Stone-Washing Valley bear no grievances against him. Even those initially skeptical of him, such as Luo Fenghua and several other comparatively strong disciples, now regard him with utmost respect, although his methods may appear harsh. The wisdom he imparts is undeniably profound, and each disciple has greatly benefited from it. With Qiye's responsible one-on-one instruction, the disciples express no discontent. In contrast, the previous teachings under the leadership of Master Zhou were characterized by a lack of discipline and a brief, lecture-style approach, where he merely recounted the principles of various techniques without ensuring comprehension. with 300 disciples, each possessing different talents and levels of understanding. The results of their training varied significantly. This often led to misdirection during practice, and some disciples even found themselves completely off course. Now, under Qiye's individualized guidance, he corrects each disciple's shortcomings, providing them with a clear path for improvement. They gain a deeper understanding of the intricate nuances of the techniques. In just a few days, many disciples have glimpsed the essence of these techniques, some even achieving substantial progress. This rapid advancement fills them with joy, as Qiye's brief teachings surpass their own year-long, or even 2 to 3 year, endeavors. As the clock strikes midnight, marking the final day of the month, we invite you to support Xiao Sheng with your votes. Thank you, everyone. In Chapter 51, the Celestial King speaks, while Qiye teaches in the Stonewashing Valley. The senior members of the Xiyan ancient sect convene a secret meeting. Only the 6 esteemed elders are permitted to attend. This meeting is presided over by the chief elder, Elder Gu, who sits at the head and surveys the other 5 elders before solemnly addressing them. Today, we gather to discuss matters concerning the imperial body south. Upon his words, the other 5 elders exchanged glances and fell silent. Among the 6 elders, Elder Gu stands as the most distinguished in both talent and contributions. Furthermore, he is the direct disciple of the previous sect leader, granting him an unparalleled position within the Xiyan ancient sect. Although there exists a notion that the current sect leader, Su Yong Wang, is a protege of the former leader, the 6 elders are acutely aware that the reality is quite different, except for Elder Qiao Xiong. The other 4 elders harbor no ambitions for leadership, fully aware that in terms of skill, merit, or status, they lack the qualifications to vie for the position of sect leader. Indeed, the other 4 elders privately believed that when it came to ascending to the position of the sect leader, none were more deserving than the Grand Elder. We had once pledged to Seventh Knight that if he succeeded in marrying into the 9 sacred demon sect, we would bestow upon him the imperial essence cream. The Grand Elder gazed at the 5 other elders, speaking in a deep voice. The remaining 4 elders fell silent, yet only Qiao Xiong felt particularly displeased. If Qiye truly formed an alliance with the 9 sacred demon sect, it would significantly impact his disciple He Yingjin's aspirations for the leadership position. Qiao Xiong harbored his own ambitions, though he might never ascend to the role of sect leader himself. He yearned for his disciple He Yingjin to become the next generation's leader. In truth, He Yingjin had not disappointed his expectations. The dilemma lay in the unexpected emergence of the enigmatic Qiye. If Qiye truly managed to secure Li Shuangyan as his bride, combined with his status as the chief disciple, it would be exceedingly challenging for anyone to contest his claim to leadership, perhaps even for the current sect leader, Su Yong Wang. Among the 6 elders, the 4th-ranked elder son stroked his long beard and nodded, stating, "In this matter, we must consent, since 7th Knight's endeavor has borne fruit. It is only fitting to grant him the imperial essence cream." As the 4th-ranking elder, Elder Sun found himself inadvertently supporting Qiye. His backing stemmed from a simple reason: his disciple, Mo Hufa. Elder Sun did not have only one disciple. In fact, he held Mo Hufa in lower regard compared to his other students. Though Mo Hufa's skills were not the weakest among his disciples, his character was in stark contrast to that of his fellow disciple, Nan Huiran. Mo Hufa was taciturn and socially inept, and his talent was not the most exceptional among his peers, leading Elder Sun to doubt his ability to inherit his mantle. Elder Sun had intended to support another disciple to succeed him in the elder position. However, recent developments had altered the course of events. One utterance from Qiye changed everything. Due to Qiye's words, Mo Hufa and his disciple Nan Huiran became the emissaries of the Xiang ancient sect in their dealings with the 9 sacred demon sect. All communications from the chief protector of the 9 sacred demon sect, Yu He, were conveyed through Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran to the Xiang ancient sect. It is worth noting Yu He's stature in the ancient Nyojiang kingdom. As a noble, he was a figure with whom even the 6 elders seldom interacted. Yet now, all matters were routed through Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran, significantly elevating their standing within the Xiang ancient sect, given that his disciples were reaping immense benefits. Elder Sun naturally supported Qiye. "My fellow brothers, as you are aware, we still possess a portion of the imperial essence cream in our sect," the Grand Elder remarked. Such words rendered the other elders silent, while Qiao Xiong felt a pang of regret. This portion of the imperial essence cream had been preserved for a long time, dating back to the previous sect leader, yet it had remained unused all this while. In truth, the Grand Elder had once achieved remarkable feats, and he could have long since claimed the imperial body ointment as a reward for his contributions. However, he hesitated to use it. believing that due to his advanced age and limitations in innate talent, utilizing such a precious resource would be a waste. If even the Grand Elder refrained from using the Imperial Body Ointment, it was even more inappropriate for the other elders to consider it. At that time, the 6 elders contemplated that should a highly talented disciple emerge from the Xiong ancient sect in the future, who could stand independently, the Imperial Body Ointment would be bestowed upon that disciple for body refinement. Yet, now this precious ointment was granted to Qiye, a decision readily agreed upon by the Grand Elder. The other 4 elders found themselves at a loss for words, but within Qiao Xiong, a sense of regret brewed. As he had envisioned this ointment being used for his disciple, He Ingjian, for a second body refinement. Nevertheless, Qiye demanded that the primary ingredient of the Imperial Body Ointment, the beast essence, be exchanged for the essence of the Hell Iron Bull. The Grand Elder responded gravely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 elders changed subtly. The 3rd elder, Qian, expressed astonishment, saying, "Senior brother, the Hell Iron Bull is an extraordinarily rare celestial beast. It is well known that the beast essence from the Hell Iron Bull commands an astronomical price in the market. As a primary ingredient for the Imperial Body Ointment, such a high-grade essence would likely be valued at a minimum of 100,000 years. The Grand Elder nodded lightly, stating, "I have already contacted the auction house, and coincidentally, there is a specimen of Hell Iron Bull essence available, aged just over 90,000 years, which can be considered akin to 100,000 years. The seller is willing to exchange the essence, but we must add 1,000 pieces of ancient holy essence." Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou, ranked 5th, turned pale, exclaiming, "This is extortion. 1,000 pieces of ancient holy essence could procure us a beast essence of 200,000 years. Senior brother, Qiye is being excessively demanding." Qiao Xiong seized this rare opportunity, speaking solemnly, "In matters of great significance to the Xiong ancient sect, how can he dare to haggle? He is merely a 3rd-generation disciple. Yet he audaciously negotiates with us, showing a blatant disregard for his superiors. This is utterly presumptuous." As Qiao Xiong spoke, the Grand Elder maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from further comment. Addressing the other 4 elders, Qiao Xiong continued, "You all are aware of the rarity of the Imperial Body Ointment. Bestowing it upon a 3rd-generation disciple is already a tremendous act of generosity from our sect. How can an ungrateful individual dare to negotiate? Moreover, Qiye's origins are questionable. He could very well be a spy. If we waste such a priceless ointment on a potential traitor, it would be akin to throwing meat to a dog. Should we also add 1,000 pieces of ancient holy essence, our sect would suffer a grave loss. There is a risk that one day, Qiye may turn against us after reaping the benefits of our Xiong ancient sect." This opportunity was exceedingly rare for Qiao Xiong, and he endeavored to persuade the other 4 elders, as he was determined to prevent Qiye from obtaining the Imperial Body Ointment. Elder Wu, the 6th among the 6 elders, could not help but advise the Grand Elder, saying, "Brother, our provision of the Royal Body Ointment is already a tremendous boon from the Xiong ancient sect. As a 3rd-generation disciple, Qiye ought to possess the requisite awareness. Moreover, you are well aware that the ancient holy essence we possess is exceedingly scarce. Should we allocate 1,000 pieces for this matter, it would nearly deplete our reserves. Which is a matter of great significance, brother." The other elders turned their gazes towards the Grand Elder, and though they remained silent, their expressions spoke volumes. Observing this scene, Qiao Xiong felt a sense of delight. Believing that he had made significant progress, he planned to further incite discord, perhaps leading to Qiye not even obtaining the Royal Body Ointment. 1,000 pieces of holy essence hardly seemed worth it. The 3rd elder chimed in, acknowledging the respect they held for the Grand Elder, whose esteemed position in their hearts and in the entire Xiong ancient sect was undeniable, difficult for anyone to undermine. However, over the years, circumstances had shifted. The elders had long desired for the Grand Elder to assume control of the Xiong ancient sect, harboring an implicit rejection of the current sect master, Su Yongwang. In their hearts, they envisioned the Grand Elder as their ideal leader. Yet, the Grand Elder had never publicly expressed his intentions regarding the leadership, leading to growing disappointment among the other elders as time passed. Particularly in recent years, the Grand Elder's demeanor had become one of despondency, a stark contrast to his former vigor, further unsettling the elders. In contrast, Qiao Xiong, the 2nd among the 6 elders, had never relinquished his ambition for the leadership position. His close association with the guest elder, Dong Xinglong, did not render him the ideal choice in the minds of the elders. However, if a decision had to be made between Su Yonghuang and Qiao Xiong in the future, The elders found themselves in a quandary. Especially given Qiao Xiong's repeated overtures of goodwill, the four elders found themselves increasingly swayed. Today, with the Grand Elder broaching this topic, Qiao Xiong subtly highlighted the stakes involved, causing the four elders to waver in their convictions. Just as Qiao Xiong seized the moment, the Grand Elder's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. In an instant, his aura surged, radiating brilliance. He transformed as if he were a different person, exuding an air of authority and confidence. Within that formidable presence, there was a hint of royal majesty. Ultimately, the Grand Elder was of noble stature. Having been initiated the longest and possessing the deepest cultivation among the 6 elders, his sudden display of power left the other elders momentarily shaken, acutely aware of the oppressive atmosphere. At this juncture, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. "Dear brothers, your objections are indeed justified, yet you are also cognizant of the prevailing circumstances. The 9 Sacred Demon Gate is of paramount importance to our Xiang ancient sect. Likewise, Qiye is crucial to our sect. Without him, there would be no 9 Sacred Demon Gate. Thus, I have summoned you all here, hoping that you may recognize the significance of this matter." Chapter 52. The Celestial King's Teachings. There is no greater than this. Part 2. The Grand Elder exuded a formidable presence, causing a tremor of shock among Elder Wu and the others, while Qiao Xiong's countenance shifted noticeably. The support from the 4 elders for the Grand Elder had waned over the past 2 or 3 years. However, the Grand Elder's sudden assertiveness today rekindled a sense of awe, reminiscent of the days when the senior brother held sway. In those times, the Grand Elder was the linchpin of the Xiang ancient sect, commanding authority with the same forcefulness he displayed now. Qiao Xiong's expression darkened. Over the years, his ambition to ascend to the position of sect leader had not diminished, and he had regarded the Grand Elder's despondency and aging with a degree of contempt, believing himself superior. Yet, the Grand Elder's unexpected resurgence made Qiao Xiong acutely aware that he remained a pillar of the Xiang ancient sect. "Senior brother believes that Qiye is worthy of cultivation. I stand in support of his decision," declared Elder Son, the master of Protector Mo, as the first to voice his agreement. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Son also expressed his support, stating, "If senior brother is truly determined to cultivate Qiye, I hope he does not squander your earnest efforts." This sentiment unequivocally aligned with the Grand Elder's resolution. After a brief pause, Elder Wu added, "This time, I concur with senior brother's decision." In an instant, all 4 elders unanimously approved this resolution, not due to Qiye's merits, but rather because of the Grand Elder's influence. There was a subtle recognition among the elders that the Grand Elder's ambition had not waned, and they hoped he would once again shoulder the responsibilities of the Xiang ancient sect. Previously, Qiao Xiong had been scheming in his mind, contemplating ways to prevent Qiye from obtaining the coveted imperial essence. However, this sudden turn of events rendered all his meticulous plans obsolete, leaving him momentarily stunned and filled with resentment. In the Shishir Valley, Qiye had rigorously trained the 300 disciples for over 10 days, significantly rectifying their flawed techniques. By today, the disciples of Shishir Valley had come to wholeheartedly accept Qiye's guidance. Even the proud Luo Fenghua found himself in agreement. The timid and reserved Su Pei had emerged as the senior sister among the 300 disciples, despite being considerably older than Qiye. Under the rigorous training over the past 10 days, Qiye had intentionally refined Su Pei, correcting her technique while also strengthening her resolve and confidence. In the blink of an eye, half a month had swiftly passed. On this day, Qiye ascended the high platform, accompanied not by Nan Huairan, but by Li Shuangyin. In truth, Li Shuangyin was not a stranger to accompanying Qiye to the stone-washing valley. During her inaugural visit, a considerable stir was ignited among the 300 disciples, for to those who had yet to officially enter the sect, a divine figure like Li Shuangyin was an unattainable ideal. As the heir of the 9 Holy Demon Gate, the princess of the ancient Niuzhong kingdom, a paragon of excellence, and a prodigy in cultivation, any one of her titles could leave these disciples in awe. For them, she was an exalted being. However, under Qiye's guidance, Li Shuangyin has recently been frequently seen alongside him in the stone-washing valley, which has gradually familiarized the 300 disciples with her remarkable presence. Li Shuangyin found Qiye's brutal and ruthless method of imparting knowledge quite perplexing. However, over the past few days, witnessing Qiye incisively pinpoint the flaws and inadequacies in the techniques of his disciples left her profoundly shaken. She recognized that the serpent stick was indeed a precious artifact. Yet it alone could not account for Qiye's ability to astutely rectify the deficiencies in their techniques. Undoubtedly, he had already grasped the true profundities of these martial arts. Although the techniques practiced by the disciples of the Washing Stone Valley were not of an exceptionally profound or extraordinary nature, mastering the subtleties of over a dozen techniques and truly comprehending their essence is no trivial endeavor. Furthermore, many of the foundational techniques and treasures of the Xiang ancient sect originated from the hands of the enlightened emperor, Mingren. The more straightforward the technique, the more grand and formidable it becomes. Thus, truly mastering its essence is no easy feat. It is evident that, astonishingly, Qiye, who had never practiced these techniques, possessed an understanding of their true essence. The occurrence of such a phenomenon in a 13 or 14-year-old boy of ordinary physique and fate is truly beyond belief. Qiye ascended the high platform, surveying his disciples, and began to speak. Today's lesson will elucidate the fundamental principles of the Biluoxan method, one of the most essential practices of the Xiang ancient sect. A third of the disciples have already practiced this technique. Those who have not engaged with this method may choose to refrain from attending. Suddenly, Su Pei, the head of the 300 disciples, interjected in surprise upon hearing Qiye's announcement. "Aren't we supposed to be facing punishment today?" Qiye gazed at Su Pei with a smile and remarked, "What's wrong? Is our junior sister addicted to being beaten? Does she feel unwell if she doesn't receive a thrashing for a day?" No, that's not it." Su Pei's face flushed crimson at his words as she hastily shook her head in denial. In truth, Qiye's sudden discourse took the other disciples by surprise. After enduring rigorous training for over 10 days, they had nearly become desensitized to pain. However, when Qiye began to speak, the 300 disciples present did not depart, their full attention captivated by his words. At this moment, the disciples had developed profound respect for Qiye, believing that his insights could reveal the flaws in their techniques, and they were confident that the principles he was about to expound would be nothing short of exceptional. The disciples of the Xiang ancient sect had forgotten that Qiye had joined later than them, possessed lesser innate talent, and was younger in age. Unconsciously, he had become their senior brother and the foremost disciple of the sect. Yet, when Qiye commenced his lecture, the disciples were instantly engrossed, listening with rapt attention, lost in reverie. The Biluoxan method, the most fundamental and ordinary practice of the Xiang ancient sect, was a versatile technique that encompassed longevity and vitality, widely disseminated among the sect's disciples. In truth, this method was not considered a secret. Even ordinary disciples could share it freely, for it was merely a basic introductory practice. Such techniques were as numerous as the stars in the vast domain, often dismissed by novice disciples of various sections. Nevertheless, today, when Qiye spoke of this seemingly simple introductory method, it resonated like celestial music, a cascade of golden springs erupting from the earth. He articulated its nuances with grace, transitioning from the simple to the complex, and from the shallow to the profound. The profound insights he conveyed mesmerized the listeners, leading even the most discerning to question whether this was merely a rudimentary practice. Under Qiye's interpretation, the essence of the Biluoxan method transformed into a comprehensive guide to cultivation. Indeed, the Biluoxan method serves as a foundational framework for aspiring cultivators. Although it appears rudimentary, it embodies the collective wisdom of humanity's arduous journey along the path of enlightenment. This method traces its lineage back to the ancient, untamed epochs, during which myriad races explored the vast avenues of existence. It could be said that the Biluoxan method is one of the primordial techniques through which humanity's sages began their cultivation. While simplistic, it is an excellent introductory practice, embodying balance and harmony, making it ideal for establishing a solid foundation. In the past, when Qiye founded the Xiang ancient sect alongside the immortal Emperor Mingren, he imparted this method to many disciples. However, as the sect later acquired profound imperial techniques, few were inclined to pursue such a basic practice. Currently, within the Xiang ancient sect, only those disciples who had yet to formally join the sect showed willingness to learn this method, a choice often born out of necessity. Li Shuangyin gazed at Qiye in disbelief. The spiral lotus heart method, a practice so utterly ordinary, had crossed her path before. For a prodigy of her caliber, such foundational techniques were easily comprehended after a mere glance. However, upon hearing Qiye's elucidation, she realized just how superficial her understanding of this heart method had been. Under his interpretation, this rudimentary practice transformed into a comprehensive guide for entering the path of cultivation. The profundity of such insights was nothing short of astonishing. Even her master, the sun-wheeled demon emperor, might struggle to convey such intricate nuances. Moreover, Qiye's grasp of these principles was not a mere rote recitation. It was as if he had attained the status of a grandmaster in this heart method. In the past, this technique was considered one of the essential foundational practices of the Qiye ancient sect, once mastered by some of the mightiest divine generals under the reign of the Mingren Celestial Emperor. Yet, after the Mingren Celestial Emperor embraced his divine mandate, the descendants of the Qiye ancient sect grew disdainful of this heart method, dismissing its value. Chapter 53. The Sea of Yin and Yang Blood, Part 1. Qiye expounded the teachings, leaving Li Shuangyan in awe. The tome Bilowaxenfa rendered her utterly astonished. Subsequently, Qiye elaborated on several fundamental doctrines of the Shiyang ancient sect, articulating them with an ease that suggested familiarity and depth. He wove his narrative with exquisite eloquence, transitioning seamlessly from the simple to the complex and from the superficial to the profound, his discourse enchanting and mesmerizing, akin to flowers cascading from the heavens and golden springs erupting from the earth. Qiye expounded upon several fundamental principles of the ancient cleansing sect, imparting profound insights and teachings that left an indelible impression and a refreshing sense of novelty upon his audience. As a result, Li Shuangyan diligently studied these foundational doctrines, and after a thorough contemplation, she found herself deeply astonished. Although these principles may appear rudimentary and simplistic, given her current level of cultivation and understanding, she was unable to articulate the same profound truths or esoteric wisdom that Qiye so effortlessly conveyed. This realization struck Li Shuangyan with a sense of awe. Li Shuangyan, a paragon of celestial beauty and a figure of royal lineage, was not merely a name of empty reputation. Her innate talents, physical constitution, and perceptive acuity placed her among the ranks of the most gifted individuals in the vast realm of the human emperor. However, when it came to insights into the principles of the Tao and the comprehension of profound mysteries, she found herself vastly outpaced by Qiye. Such a phenomenon, occurring within an ordinary individual of humble origins, seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet, when it transpired with Qiye, it appeared entirely natural. In this moment, Li Shuangyan could not help but lament her inability to recognize true talent. She realized that she fell far short of her master, the Lunri demon emperor. Initially, she believed her master had taken an interest in Qiye due to the matter of the Four Stone Men, but it was now clear that there was much more to it than she had initially perceived. Qiye's ability to transform the decayed into the miraculous left Li Shuangyan utterly astounded, rendering her incapable of discerning the true nature of this enigmatic individual. A young man, scarcely older than 13 or 14, possessing an ordinary physique and a commonplace fate, yet exuding an unfathomable depth. This was nothing short of astonishing, a veritable miracle. Throughout the ages, many cultivators have believed that by mastering the most extraordinary techniques, they could ascend to the pinnacle of their potential. This conviction is not solely held by numerous practitioners, but is also echoed in the teachings of many ancient and immortal lineages, as well as by revered figures guiding their disciples. However, after enduring countless vicissitudes, Qiye possesses a unique and unparalleled wisdom regarding the impartation of knowledge and enlightenment. In his perspective, for a cultivator embarking on the path of enlightenment, the paramount consideration is not the acquisition of astonishing skills, but rather an accurate understanding of righteousness and a profound grasp of foundational principles. Should one stray into misconceptions regarding morality and inner cultivation from the very beginning, it becomes exceedingly difficult to rectify such errors throughout one's lifetime, fundamentally influencing one's approach to the path of cultivation. Qiye ultimately aims to assess the foundational direction of the 300 disciples of Shishir Valley. In truth, the fundamental mental techniques practiced by these disciples are limited and rather rudimentary. Within such a narrow scope, it is exceedingly challenging to make mistakes. Nevertheless, Qiye remains unwaveringly vigilant, refusing to indulge in any carelessness. He meticulously inspects each disciple, the interplay among their physical constitution, longevity cycle, fate palace, and Tao heart is something Qiye perceives with his unique insight. In this regard, he undoubtedly stands as an unparalleled grandmaster. Thus, by examining the foundational practices of each disciple, he is capable of offering incisive insights. At the moment of inspection by Qiye, Luo Fenghua was the first to step forward with great enthusiasm. Previously, he had been one of Qiye's most vocal critics, opposing him vigorously. However, now he stands as one of Qiye's most ardent admirers. Although he had received teachings from the sect leader for several years, The enlightenment he gained from just a few days under Qiye's guidance was unparalleled. This significant shift was not lost on someone as astute as Luo Fenghua. He is no fool and clearly recognizes who his true mentor and benefactor is. Under Qiye's instruction, Luo Fenghua activated his longevity wheel, engaged his life palace, and utilized his life cultivation techniques to allow Qiye to conduct a thorough examination. Your practice is quite thorough, and there are no apparent flaws in your foundational cultivation. However, you seem a bit eager in your foundational establishment. In the future, temper your impatience. Gradual progress is not a detriment. Do not solely focus on the immediate attainment of cultivation realms, but rather maintain a long-term perspective. Qiye expressed his admiration for Luo Fenghua, acknowledging his innate talent. Upon hearing Qiye's insights, Luo Fenghua joyfully took his leave. You possess the physique of a night owl, with a foundation that leans towards agility. In your future cultivation, focus predominantly on techniques akin to those of avian creatures, pursuing a path of swiftness. While your strength may be somewhat lacking, your gentleness is abundant. As you advance in your life palace cultivation, do not merely chase after higher realms. This approach only utilizes the foundation of your life palace. You must harness your life palace to enhance your longevity wheel, forging your physique to its utmost strength. It would be prudent to momentarily pause your cultivation speed, dedicating more time to refining your physique. Girls need not exclusively practice soft techniques. Your blood vitality is robust, and your longevity wheel is rapid. Henceforth, lean towards techniques that embody strength and vigor, for your longevity wheel directly influences your physique. Qiye meticulously examined the foundational skills of each disciple, and after his thorough assessment, he would offer incisive and pointed advice. Li Shuangren remained by his side, deeply moved by Qiye's incisive advice. This moment marked another door being opened for her by Qiye. Previously, she had regarded his teachings as unparalleled in insight. However, his current understanding of the path to cultivation transcended the mere comprehension of techniques and methods. Such wisdom is not merely a product of innate talent. It requires the accumulation of time and experience, a depth of understanding that can only be forged through traversing the long and winding road of the Great Tao. If her master, the Sun Demon Emperor, possessed such insight, it would not surprise her, for he had endured countless trials, developing his own perspectives on cultivation through arduous journeys. Yet, it was astonishing that Qiye, merely a boy of 13 or 14, exhibited such profound wisdom. It made Li Shuangyin question whether this was truly his first foray into cultivation. Even if it were not his first, how could a youth of such tender years possess such a substantial reservoir of knowledge? The last to approach for inspection was Zhang Yu, who, fidgeting with his hands, spoke in a hushed tone, "Master, senior brother, do I have issues with my cultivation?" Zhang Yu had been a disciple longer than Luo Fenghua and others, and could be considered among the longest-serving of the 300 disciples. Despite his age, for reasons unknown, his progress had lagged behind over the past few years. This was not due to a lack of effort. On the contrary, Zhang Yu was one of the most diligent and hard-working disciples. Yet, his cultivation remained stagnant, naturally reticent. As his progress faltered, he became increasingly withdrawn and silent. Among the disciples of the Stonewashing Valley, many believed his talent to be lacking, including the sect leader Zhou, who had given up on imparting teachings to him and chose to disregard his cultivation, leaving him to fend for himself. When Zhang Yu revealed his life wheel and fate palace to Qiye, it was evident that his life wheel was hazy and his fate palace unstable, while only his physique emitted a faint sound reminiscent of a cow's lowing. Upon observing Zhang Yu's situation, Qiye could not help but feel a profound sense of compassion. He gazed at Zhang Yu and inquired, "How is it that you have practiced the water marsh longevity technique? Was this path of longevity chosen by you?" Zhang Yu scratched his head and replied, I was told by the leader of the Xiao Clan that I possess a postnatal constitution, specifically that of a water buffalo. Hence he selected the water marsh longevity technique for me, believing it would enhance the fluidity of my vital essence. Such ignorance. Qiye scoffed, exclaiming, "You are leading the youth astray. While it is true that you possess a postnatal constitution, you are not a water buffalo. Rather, you embody the chaos ox physique. The postnatal constitution, unlike the innate constitution or the mortal body that can ascend to the imperial, sacred, or celestial forms, does not imply weakness. The postnatal constitution has its own unique cultivation and evolution process. For instance, the water buffalo physique can evolve into the formidable Qiye ox physique through rigorous physical training. When the Qiye ox physique reaches its zenith, even the sacred forms would pale in comparison. A chaos ox physique? Is such a constitution even real? Zhang Yu pondered, momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a concept. Indeed, it exists, Qiye stated matter-of-factly. Your constitution is precisely that. In truth, the chaos ox physique is exceedingly rare. Yet it holds immense potential. Qiye cast a glance at him and remarked, you have practiced the longevity technique incorrectly. If you persist in your training, you will find yourself stagnating. Then, what shall I do? Zhang Yu, terrified, turned pale and was momentarily at a loss for words. Qiye remarked, let us start anew and cultivate the Billow-Oxen method. This heart technique embodies balance and tranquility, serving as the fundamental initial practice, encompassing the arts of fate, longevity, and physical prowess. It is most suitable for you. Yet, Zhang Yu, taken aback, exclaimed in alarm, but the assessment is less than a year away. Qiye cast a glance at him and calmly remarked, which holds greater significance, the assessment or your future path? Even if you fail this evaluation, there is always the opportunity to start anew. However, should you wish to dismantle your foundation a decade from now, you may find that you have missed the prime of your youth. Reflect upon this carefully. At that moment, many disciples looked at Zhang Yu with sympathy. After 5 arduous years of cultivation, the prospect of starting over was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow, rendering all his efforts seemingly futile. Most individuals would be reluctant to begin anew. Should they miss this opportunity, they would have to wait another 5 years, a prospect no one would willingly embrace. A new day heralds a fresh start. I urge everyone to cast their votes in support. Chapter 54. The Sea of Yin and Yang Blood, Part 2. Zhang Yu's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. The thought of having his 5 years of dedication suddenly obliterated filled him with despair. I will destroy it. I shall cultivate the Billow-Oxen method. As soon as Qiye's words fell, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, resolutely making his decision, his attitude unwavering. Qiye merely nodded, refraining from further elaboration, and instructed Li Shuangyan beside him, break his Tao foundation and start anew. Today, Li Shuangyan did not hesitate in the slightest at Qiye's words and promptly executed the directive. Ultimately, after inspecting the Tao foundations of all the disciples, it could be stated that the vast majority faced no significant issues in their cultivation. The most severe case was that of Zhang Yu. After thoroughly examining the Tao foundations of all the disciples, everything fell into place. Qiye began to relinquish control, allowing his disciples to cultivate independently. With a solid Tao foundation, a clear sense of righteousness, and the correct methodologies, the next stage relied entirely on each disciple's personal endeavor. Realizing this step, Qiye guided the disciples of the Shishir Valley into the realm of cultivation. He no longer supported them individually but instead permitted them to pursue their paths. Occasionally, he would allocate time to impart teachings and share insights with his disciples. Having traversed countless years, even having nurtured celestial emperors, Qiye understood better than anyone that regardless of a disciple's extraordinary talent, if they were not granted the freedom to grow independently, they would ultimately remain stagnant and incapable of standing on their own. Without experiencing the tempest, how could one behold the rainbow? Once he let go, Qiye redirected his energy towards his own cultivation. In truth, to impart teachings to the disciples of Shishir Valley, he had significantly slowed his own progress. Now, Qiye had reached the blood-strengthening stage of the body refinement realm, and he had achieved great perfection in this stage, poised to advance to the body-tempering level. It was indeed an opportune moment for him to refine his body once more. At this juncture, Qiye produced an ancient box. Had Li Shuangyan been present, she might have recognized it as the very box he had retrieved from the holy cave of the 9 sacred demons. In fact, even the elders of the 9 sacred demons and the Sun Demon Emperor were oblivious to what lay within this ancient box. One could only speculate that the Sun Demon Emperor was puzzled as to why Qiye had chosen this unknown ancient box over the treasures of the celestial emperors. What could possibly be contained within? In principle, when a disciple reaches the blood-strengthening stage of the body refinement realm, the sect bestows a longevity treasure upon them. However, the Shiyang ancient sect had fallen into decline, and its resources were limited. If longevity treasures were granted even to those who had yet to enter the sect, it would surely deplete the sect's reserves. The primary function of longevity treasures is to prolong life and nourish the blood. Longevity treasures and life-protecting artifacts are the 2 most vital possessions for cultivators, with the majority of practitioners owning both. Life-protecting artifacts, whether treasures or true artifacts, primarily serve the purpose of safeguarding life and combating enemies. typically utilized only on the battlefield. In contrast, longevity treasures are perpetually essential. A single longevity treasure can extend a cultivator's lifespan while also fortifying their blood vitality, even refining their lifeblood. Longevity treasures can play a significant role in combat, when blood vitality wanes and lifeblood is severely consumed during battle. One can activate a longevity treasure to temporarily replenish the lost vitality or unleash their lifeblood to enhance combat prowess. Qiye opened the ancient box, within which lay two droplets resembling blood pearls. At first glance, these two droplets appeared to be nothing of particular significance, seemingly mere. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that these two droplets were imbued with boundless vitality, resembling two immense seas of blood. Moreover, upon further scrutiny, the droplets revealed their distinctiveness. Within the depths of one blood pearl, a golden sun appeared to rise gradually, while within the other, a divine moon seemed to waver uncertainly. The yin-yang sea of blood cradled these seemingly inconspicuous droplets in its palm, and Qiye let out a gentle sigh. As memories of the blood-soaked battles of your flooded back, as if they had transpired only yesterday. In those days, the immortal Emperor Mingren had attained the great Tao and was destined to carry the heavenly mandate, commanding countless divine generals to sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, leaving none unvanquished. When the immortal Emperor Mingren first embraced his celestial destiny, the battlefield he chose was none other than a graveyard of ancient monstrosities. At that time, as the Yin Crow, his state of being had begun to waver, yet he still yearned to witness the inaugural battle of the immortal Emperor Mingren. For the first battle held paramount importance for any immortal emperor. It was an opportunity to forge their heavenly mandate. Qiye has chosen an ancient and formidable burial site for the immortal Emperor Mingren. Although Qiye did not personally lead the army, he witnessed a battle that shook the heavens and the earth, a clash that obscured the sun and moon. This battle shattered the starry dome and extinguished myriad realms. Ultimately, immortal Emperor Mingren led the charge, delving deep into the burial ground. Among the treasures unearthed from this profound depth was the ancient box before us. As Qiye was on the verge of slumber, he expressed his desire for Mingren to refine the yin-yang blood sea into his own imperial longevity treasure. However, imbued with the mandate of heaven and possessing absolute confidence in his own treasures, Mingren deemed his own sufficient and chose not to squander this invaluable artifact. Instead, he bestowed it upon the 9 holy sages, who had contributed most to the battle, as a reward. After Qiye fell into slumber, he did not inquire further, believing that the 9 holy sages had transformed the yin-yang blood sea into their own longevity treasure. It was not until he opened the holy cavern that he realized the 9 holy sages had never utilized this treasure. When Qiye unsealed the holy cavern, he recalled that the 9 holy sages had once mentioned leaving behind something extraordinary, referring to the yin-yang blood sea. As Qiye poured 2 drops of the yin-yang blood sea into the wheel of longevity, an upheaval coursed through him, as if 2 immense seas of blood were engulfing his wheel of longevity. In that instant, the blood light surged crimson, enveloping his entire being. The power emanating from the 2 blood seas was overwhelming. In that fleeting moment, it threatened to shatter his wheel of longevity, destabilizing his life palace and impacting his corporeal form, as if the relentless tide of blood sought to obliterate him. In that critical moment, the Moon Whirlpool Yang Will technique surged forth with unparalleled vigor, channeling the potent blood energies from the 2 seas into the wheel of longevity. Had it been any other longevity technique, it would have been incapable of harnessing such unmatched blood energy. It would be akin to a small horse attempting to pull a colossal cart. Yet, the Moon Whirlpool Yang Will technique defied all odds. The stronger the blood energy, the more powerful its vortex became, amplifying its strength. In that instant, the technique frantically spun the blood energy, drawing vast quantities into the wheel of longevity. However, given the immense origins of the yin-yang blood sea, even the immortal emperor was moved. Thus, the Moon Whirlpool Yang Will technique, at this level, could not fully harness all the blood energy nor draw it entirely into the wheel of longevity. For a moment, the tidal wave of blood energy engulfed Qiye's corporeal form and life palace, threatening to dismantle him entirely. In this perilous moment, the hell-suppressing divine body that Qiye cultivated finally erupted forth. The resonant sound of divine laws reverberated, akin to the chains of the underworld being dragged along. Each chain weighing countless tons, subduing the overwhelming blood energy with unparalleled might, compressing it into Qiye's corporeal form and sealing it within the hell-suppressing divine body. Meanwhile, Within the palace of his destiny, Qiye had transformed the foundational essence of the Kunping into an immense and magnificent being. The Kunping opened its maw, voraciously devouring a vast reservoir of blood energy, as if it could swallow the boundless ocean itself. The foundational essence, now a Kunping, assimilated an endless flow of blood energy, which in turn nourished his true destiny. In that moment, the brilliance of his true destiny illuminated the palace, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Under the repeated suppression of the moon whirlwind yang wheel and the formidable body of the Jinyu, the two seas of blood within Qiye's longevity will gradually calmed. These two seas embraced each other, resembling the harmonious yin-yang disk, one representing the sun and the other the moon, akin to the eternal dance of the yin-yang fish amidst the ocean of blood. At this juncture, the yin-yang sea of blood nourished Qiye's longevity wheel, fortifying his blood energy, while the essence that flowed through the wheel cleansed his entire being, permeating his bones and marrow, granting him a sensation of rebirth. Unbeknownst to him, Qiye had already ascended to the level of body tempering, utilizing the yin-yang sea of blood to refine his essence and purify his Jinyu body, elevating his constitution further still. The yin-yang sea of blood flowed incessantly within the longevity wheel. Although it appeared tranquil at that moment, Qiye was acutely aware that, with his current cultivation, he could not harness even a fraction of the blood energy contained within. Should he truly unleash the full might of the yin-yang sea of blood, it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering, causing blood to surge to the heavens, sending tremors through gods and demons alike. As Qiye concluded his practice, he unconsciously noticed that Li Shuangyin was standing outside the door, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him. "What kind of dark arts are you practicing?" she inquired, visibly moved. She had been meditating in her own pavilion when she was suddenly overwhelmed by an unparalleled surge of blood energy, only to have it swiftly suppressed. This fleeting change, though momentary, did not escape the keen perception of someone as gifted as Li Shuangyin. She recognized that the tremor originated from Qiye. The sudden fluctuation of blood energy was so profound that it even led Li Shuangyin to question whether Qiye had indeed cultivated some form of dark arts. "Do I need to practice dark arts?" In response to her inquiry, Qiye merely smiled and calmly replied. Li Shuangyin gazed at Qiye in astonishment for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from posing any inquiries, turning instead to depart. Chapter 55, The God of the Furnace, Part 1. Ah, Master Brother, your vision is truly far-reaching. Your insight's profound. You grasp the subtleties of the grand Tao and embody the mysteries of the sacred arts. Upon encountering Qiye, Nan Huiran rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Qiye cast a glance at him and said, "Since you wish to remain by my side and work, spare me the flattery. Speak your mind candidly." Nan Huiran's face flushed with embarrassment, yet his demeanor remained composed. Truly a person adept in the art of social grace. He smiled broadly and said, "I would like to request my senior brother to offer me some guidance regarding my cultivation." Qiye cast a glance at Nan Huiran and then at Imo Hufa, before calmly remarking, "This must be Imo Hufa's intention." At Qiye's incisive observation, Imo Hufa's face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He forced a chuckle and replied, "I merely wish to hear your esteemed insights." In truth, during these recent days of Qiye's teachings, while Nan Huiran was on an external mission, Imo Hufa remained within the sect. He had occasionally listened to Qiye's discourses, which left him profoundly moved. The seemingly ordinary Biluoxan method was articulated by Qiye with such profound eloquence that even his own master could not convey such profound principles. Having benefited greatly from Qiye's exposition on the Biluoxan method, it stirred something deep within Imo Hufa's heart. To him, Qiye possessed unparalleled comprehension. His insights into the Tao were unmatched within the ancient sect. He yearned for Qiye to enlighten the disciples of the Shishir Valley, to elucidate the profound mysteries of the Tao. However, being the protector of the law, he felt reluctant to seek counsel from Qiye, compounded by his own taciturn nature, which made social interactions challenging. Nan Huiran, sensing the awkwardness, quickly came to his master's aid with a grin, stating, "My master has said that the elder brother seeks the lofty truths of the Tao, thus, I shamelessly took the liberty to seek your guidance." Qiye did not glance at Nan Huiran, but instead regarded Imo Hufa with a calm demeanor and said, "Since we are allies, feel free to speak candidly." Having said this, he refrained from further elaboration and merely observed the master and disciple before him. Imo Hufa discerned the underlying implications of his words. He and his disciple were among the first to pledge allegiance to Qiye. When he visited, a mere utterance from Qiye had elevated their status significantly. And now, hearing these words again, Even Imo Hufa could grasp the subtleties embedded within. You practice the imperial technique, the purple mist art, do you not? Qiye inquired, directing his gaze at the duo. Indeed, Imo Hufa promptly nodded in affirmation. Today, I have reached the celestial origin realm. Yet refining the destiny Yuan spirit proves to be quite arduous. As the protector of the Washing Face ancient sect, Imo Hufa's innate talent was not the highest among his peers, but through relentless effort, he had ascended to the celestial origin realm. Ultimately, a rudimentary technique remains just that. Cultivating the destiny Yuan spirit is undeniably a formidable endeavor. Qiye nodded in understanding, remarking, the celestial origin realm serves as a critical juncture for cultivators. Upon reaching this level, advancing further can often be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. At this stage, one must not only rely on comprehension and innate talent, but also on techniques, celestial treasures, and various resources. Qiye remarked. The purple mist technique is a derivative of the ancient emperor's core art, purple sun 10 days technique. Upon reaching the celestial origin realm, should one cultivate the purple sun 10 days technique, it would be akin to the convergence of dragons and tigers, the harmony of water and fire, allowing one's Tao to soar to great heights. If there still exists the purple sun 10 days technique within our sect, I would undoubtedly choose this art. Imo Hufa chuckled softly, before ultimately sighing. Master, you may be unaware, but according to my ancestral master, the purple sun 10 days technique within our sect is severely incomplete, its deficiencies quite significant, and no one dares to practice it lightly. In pursuit of a higher realm, my ancestral master, upon reaching the celestial origin realm, transitioned to cultivate another esteemed technique within our sect. Nanwarin hurriedly interjected. Upon hearing such words, Qiye fell into a moment of silence. The purple sun 10 days technique, crafted by the illustrious Emperor Mingrun, is extraordinarily powerful. Yet this imperial technique has also been lost to the Xiang ancient sect. However, for the time being, Qiye had his own plans. He could not reveal the purple sun 10 days technique to Nanwarin and his disciple just yet. With a composed smile, Qiye stated, I dare wager that within a year, you shall learn the complete purple sun 10 days technique. As for you at this juncture, Qiye gazed at Imo Hufa and his disciple, smiling as he continued, the purple mist technique is impeccable. Prior to this, I have observed your dispositions. Imo Hufa, your foundation in the Tao is solid, while disciple Luo, yours is somewhat shallow. Continue to practice this technique. Once your skills are firmly established, you may then cultivate the purple sun 10 days technique, which will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Qiye's words left both Nanwarin and his disciple in a state of perplexity. His unwavering confidence in the assertion that they could master the complete Ziyang Shiri Gong within a year was bewildering to them. It was well known that there was not a single complete Ziyang Shiri Gong within the Xian ancient sect. Had it been anyone else, they would have dismissed such claims as mere bravado or empty reassurances. However, having witnessed Qiye's extraordinary prowess, Imo Hufa and Nanwarin harbored no doubts regarding his words. What truly astonished them was how Qiye had acquired the knowledge of the complete Ziyang Shiri Gong. Qiye addressed the uncertain disciples of Master Imo, saying, although Master Imo has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, there exists a method to transcend this limitation. When practicing the purple cloud technique, one should absorb the rising sun in the morning and the evening's twilight, harnessing the essence of the morning sun and the energy of the evening clouds. By refining the solar essence and the twilight energy within the vital energies of heaven and earth, one can transform it into longevity blood. This is an alternate shortcut to the purple cloud technique that both of you can undertake. Let us give it a try. Upon hearing Qiye's suggestion, the two disciples of Master Imo complied. Indeed, within a few days, although Master Imo did not arrive, Nanwarin exuberantly rushed in, excitedly proclaiming to Qiye, senior brother, this is truly extraordinary. Following your method to cultivate this technique has proven remarkably effective. A single day's practice surpasses my usual efforts over 5 or 6 days. How did you conceive such an approach, senior brother? You have never practiced the purple cloud technique yourself. The outcome left Nanwarin in awe, and his master felt equally astonished. Such results profoundly shocked both master and disciple. Qiye merely offered a few subtle insights, yet they unveiled an entirely new path previously unknown to them. It is merely a matter of calculation, Qiye said with calm composure. Qiye guided the disciples of Nanwarin, and unexpectedly, within less than a month, Imo Hufa introduced another individual seeking enlightenment. This person was none other than Imo Hufa's master, elder son, one of the 6 esteemed elders. Elder Sun, a prominent figure within the Xiong ancient sect, held considerable influence and was renowned for his formidable prowess. It was indeed astonishing that an eminent elder, possessing such remarkable strength, would seek counsel from a disciple of the 3rd generation within the sect. In truth, Elder Sun had encountered a minor setback in his cultivation recently, prompting Emo Hufa, as a devoted disciple, to seek a solution for his master. Naturally, his first thought was of Qiye. Initially, Elder Sun found his disciple's idea to be utterly absurd. Had it been in the past, he would have swiftly dismissed Emo Hufa's suggestion. However, the current circumstances had altered Emo Hufa's standing, leading Elder Sun to exhibit a greater fondness for his disciple than before. Emo Hufa shared with Elder Sun the subtle techniques he had learned from Qiye regarding the Xiao art. Upon trying them, Elder Sun was astonished to find them effective, which ultimately led him, under Emo Hufa's encouragement, to humbly visit the solitary peak to seek Qiye's insights. Despite the elder's presence, Qiye remained composed. Although Elder Sun felt a tinge of displeasure within, he chose to endure it. After all, even the heirs of the 9 sacred demon gates and the princess of the Gu Niujiang kingdom were inclined to heed Qiye's words, making it unwise for an elder to display excessive arrogance. Qiye examined Elder Sun's longevity wheel, fate palace, and constitution. After a thorough assessment, he remarked, "Elder, your foundation is relatively solid. However, during your nirvana stage, your single-minded pursuit of progress left minor flaws in your foundation. As for transitioning from the purple cloud technique to the great sage's method at the celestial origin stage, it poses no significant issue. Although the 2 techniques are not perfectly compatible, they are unlikely to prove fatal during times of decline and misfortune." Chapter 56, The Divine Furnace, Part 2. At this moment, Qiye succinctly articulated Elder Sun's circumstances, leaving him astounded. The fact that he had left a small flaw in his foundation during his nirvana stage was a secret he had never disclosed to anyone. To think that Qiye could discern the intricacies of his foundation with just a glance was indicative of a remarkably discerning eye. Such perception and insight should not belong to a mere boy of 13 or 14 years. Even as an elder, one might not possess such keen discernment. If they were of the same heroic realm, it would be impossible for him to gauge another's longevity wheel and fate palace to ascertain their depth and shortcomings so effortlessly. Such vision and understanding require time to mature and a lofty realm to accumulate. Yet, this young disciple before him, seemingly not of either category. As Elder Sun remained in a state of astonishment, Qiye cast one final glance his way and stated, "Elder, you possess the Crimson Refinement Constitution, also known as the Crimson Serpent Body. You aspire to cultivate your constitution into the highest form, the Crimson Dragon Body, correct?" Upon hearing Qiye's words, Elder Sun couldn't help but flush with embarrassment, chuckling awkwardly as he replied, "I was indeed considering giving it a try." Elder Sun was born with the Crimson Serpent Body, a postnatal constitution, yet he yearned to elevate it to the supreme Crimson Dragon Body. The crux of the issue lay with the Elder's divine furnace. Confidently, Qiye remarked, "The problem resides within your divine furnace." "My divine furnace?" Upon hearing Qiye's assertion, Elder Sun immediately shook his head in denial, saying, "That is impossible. My divine furnace has accompanied me for hundreds of years, ever since I attained the embryonic body realm. It has served me well through countless alchemical endeavors without a single issue. Elder, your constitution is robust, brimming with fiery energy, yet it also harbors consuming yin energy, leading to fluctuations in your blood and tendons at times, correct?" Qiye spoke with calm assurance. "If you do not believe me, please present your divine furnace for my examination." Upon hearing Qiye's words, Elder Sun was momentarily taken aback. Though he had not disclosed his own afflictions, Qiye astutely unveiled them, leaving him astounded. Amidst his bewilderment, Elder Sun ultimately produced his furnace spirit, a palm-sized entity entwined with 3 serpents, their tongues flickering as they held onto a furnace. The 3-serpent furnace spirit was a sight I had encountered numerous times before. As Qiye received the furnace spirit from Elder Sun, he smiled and remarked, "A furnace spirit is essential for every alchemist. Even those who are not alchemists often possess one for themselves. In simpler terms, a furnace spirit serves as an alchemical furnace. However, while mortals forge their furnaces from metal and stone, the elixirs of cultivators possess a certain sentience that cannot be contained within mere materials. Cultivators must rely on a furnace spirit, which is, in essence, a naturally occurring alchemical furnace imbued with life and spirit. This is precisely why these alchemical apparatuses are referred to as furnace spirits. The origins of furnace spirits are steeped in various legends. One such narrative suggests that in a distant, mythic era, furnace spirits were divine beings tasked with igniting flames for the alchemical endeavors of immortals. Nevertheless, this notion is largely regarded as dubious. A more widely accepted belief posits that furnace spirits are the culmination of the Earth's essence, formed from the convergence of minerals, flora, and the vital energies of the cosmos. Through enduring the trials of heavenly lightning and fire, these entities harbor the source of flames, ultimately transforming into the revered furnace spirits recognized by cultivators. Thus, each furnace spirit is a treasure of the universe, imbued with the essence of fire. Through the nurturing of cultivators or alchemists, and by offering spiritual herbs and precious flora, the furnace spirit develops its own repository of elixirs, enabling the creation of medicinal concoctions, longevity potions, and life-giving elixirs. Qiye meticulously scrutinized Elder Sun's three-serpent furnace. Finally, placing his hands upon the fist-sized furnace, he exclaimed, "Open." As his words resonated, he summoned the three-serpent furnace. Upon its invocation, it transformed from a mere fist-sized object into a magnificent treasure furnace that filled the hall, resembling a table in size. This splendid furnace was entwined by three ethereal serpents, formed from the essence of heaven and earth. Though not true serpents, they appeared remarkably lifelike. The three spiritual serpents simultaneously opened their mouths, clasping the furnace's mouth, from which waves of intense heat surged forth. The open mouths of the serpents also emanated a delightful fragrance of medicinal herbs. The three-serpent furnace was indeed Elder Sun's divine artifact, and he had utilized it to concoct countless body bombs, longevity elixirs, and life-prolonging pills. The heat waves emanating from the furnace's mouth were the source of fire within the divine artifact, crucial for alchemical processes, while the aromatic vapors were released from the medicinal treasures contained within, significantly influencing the quality of the elixirs produced. Qiye gazed into the furnace and remarked, "Elder, this furnace is inherently imbued with raging flames. This fire serves as its source, a common origin of fire." At this point, Qiye shifted his gaze and continued his observation. "Elder, this furnace often receives terrestrial flames to bolster its fire source, and various spiritual herbs are frequently cast within to forge a medicinal repository. Although you have offered a myriad of spiritual herbs to nourish the furnace spirit, it appears to me that the herb you have fed it most frequently is the flame kite grass. Am I correct in my assessment?" "How did you know?" At this proclamation, Elder Sun involuntarily trembled. "I merely calculated," Qiye replied nonchalantly, continuing to peer into the furnace. "However, it is evident that your recent offerings are not the flame kite grass. If I am not mistaken, the herb you have recently infused into the furnace spirit is the fire dragon grass. Am I right, Elder Sun?" You, how do you know?" Elder Sun was taken aback, his speech faltering. Recently, he had undergone a significant transformation in his physique, laying the groundwork for cultivating the crimson dragon body by purchasing fire dragon grass at a high price to enhance his medicinal repository. Many cultivators, even those who are not alchemists, carry a furnace spirit with them, for the furnace spirit possesses an innate fire source through the feeding of fire seeds. This fire source continues to grow. Each furnace spirit is also nourished with a plethora of spiritual herbs and medicinal grasses, and the essence of these refined herbs is stored within the furnace spirit, transforming into a medicinal repository. A suitable furnace spirit is extraordinarily beneficial for cultivators. For instance, if a furnace spirit is endowed with the solar essence of fire, a cultivator of the Xiaoyang body, one of the 24 royal physiques, could harness the solar fire from the furnace spirit to temper their constitution. Additionally, the medicinal repository within the furnace spirit can nurture the physique, replenish vital energy, and even heal injuries. It is precisely due to these myriad benefits that even those who are not alchemists find it advantageous to possess a furnace spirit. As for Elder Sun, being an alchemist and one of the two esteemed alchemists of the Qiye ancient sect, it goes without saying that he would certainly have a furnace spirit by his side. For an alchemist, the specific spiritual herbs and medicinal grasses they feed their furnace spirit are generally not disclosed lightly. Yet, now Qiye merely glanced and discerned the nature of the herbs he had fed his furnace spirit, which left Elder Sun in astonishment. Such profound knowledge of herbal properties and the intricacies of furnace spirit refinement is truly remarkable. In this case, he continued, if you suddenly feed the fire dragon grass, its vigorous yang energy will impact your furnace's medicinal repository. If the situation worsens, it could damage this fine furnace of yours, severely affecting the quality of your alchemical creations in the future. More critically, your physique has long been nurtured by this precious furnace. becoming accustomed to the essence of fire. Now, with the sudden infusion of the potent yang energy from this furnace, it will stifle the fire of your constitution, obstructing your vital energy. Qiye spoke with eloquence, as if recounting treasured knowledge, resembling a grand master in this domain. This not only left the nearby protector Mo astounded, but also Elder Sun in a state of wonder. Eventually, Qiye, with an air of calm and composure, addressed Elder Sun as one of the two esteemed alchemists of the ancient cleansing sect. You should understand that an alchemist must not only focus on their own mastery of the medicinal arts, but also provide diligent care for their furnace deity. The innate fire source of the alchemical spirit, along with the types of fire kindled thereafter, constitutes a profound aspect of our craft. Moreover, once the furnace spirit has been established, the subsequent infusion of spiritual herbs and elixirs is critically intertwined with the nature of the alchemical repository. Whether it be the life elixir or the body ointment, the quality of these creations is determined not solely by the alchemist's skill, but equally by the caliber of the treasured furnace. Furthermore, the attributes of the furnace's fire source and the compatibility of the essence of the alchemical repository with the materials for the life elixir and body medicine are of paramount importance. Qiye continued with poise, stating, "The intricate balance between medicinal materials and the furnace spirit is a profound science that necessitates long-term accumulation of knowledge. Only by treating one's furnace spirit as a second life can an alchemist truly be deemed qualified." Qiye's profound knowledge of alchemy left Elder Sun utterly astonished. At that moment, the disciple before him bore no resemblance to a mere 13 or 14-year-old novice. Instead, he resembled a grandmaster of medicinal arts. With eloquence, Qiye expounded upon the intricacies of alchemical philosophy, his words showcasing a depth of understanding far beyond that of a boastful individual. What, then, should be done? Unbeknownst to him, Elder Sun found himself captivated by Qiye's insights, and before he realized it, he could not help but seek guidance from the young prodigy. Qiye chuckled softly and remarked, "Elder Sun's issue is not grave. In fact, it can be easily rectified. If Elder Sun is genuinely intent on cultivating the scarlet dragon body, I suggest he cease feeding the fire dragon grass. Instead, he should turn to the river fire tree, whose medicinal properties are closely aligned with those of the flame kite grass, yet superior by a tier. More importantly, the river fire tree is more compatible with the scarlet dragon body." As the rankings surged, the numbers approached 200,000. Those who had yet to engage in the competition could finally join in, casting their votes and offering their support. In the 57th chapter, Pharmacist, A Mere Interest, Part 1. Elder Sun ultimately heeded Qiye's counsel, halting the feeding of the fire dragon grass and instead procuring the river fire tree at a premium price for his use. Indeed, a month later, Elder Sun arrived at the solitary peak, brimming with enthusiasm, having momentarily forgotten his status as an elder. He resembled a youthful lad, exuberantly exclaiming, "It worked. It truly worked. My blood flows freely now, and the potency of the apothecary's medicine has intensified." In response to such an outcome, Qiye merely smiled. In matters of medicinal properties, the furnace deity, and the path of alchemy, he would graciously accept second place, for he feared that throughout the ages, no one would dare to claim the first. Qiye's calm demeanor moved Elder Sun deeply. If any other disciple were to receive such praise from an elder, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. However, for Qiye, such commendation was merely commonplace. When he joined the Xiyang ancient sect, did you ever practice the path of medicine? At this moment, Elder Sun could not help but feel a surge of admiration, nurturing a sense of appreciation. He recalled the Grand Elder, who, disheartened in recent years, had suddenly become ambitious and staunchly supported Qiye. It seemed that Qiye was indeed worthy of cultivation. Prior to this, they had underestimated him, perhaps, for this disciple. The mortal body, the mortal wheel, and the mortal root were of little significance. Qiye merely smiled and remarked, "I have occasionally perused a few books. It is of little significance." Little significance, indeed? Elder Sun was left speechless. Qiye's profound understanding of medicinal properties and his insights into the alchemy god were truly unparalleled. Even he felt inadequate in comparison. Unable to contain himself, Elder Sun suggested, "Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you might consider delving into the path of medicine. Given your insights into medicinal properties, I have great faith in your potential. You could very well become the second medicine god." Elder Sun held Qiye in high regard. In his eyes, even if Qiye were deemed a failure in cultivation, the moment he chose to pursue the path of medicine, he would undoubtedly emerge as a prodigy. The mention of the medicine god, a familiar name, brought a smile to Qiye's face. Elder son, fearing that Qiye might be unaware of who the medicine god was, promptly added, "The medicine god is revered as the progenitor of our pharmacists. It is said that he established most of the rules governing alchemy and medicine, and it is even rumored that the title of alchemy god was coined by him during the primordial era. He laid the groundwork for a comprehensive system of alchemy and medicine, and his contributions to the path of medicine are unmatched. One might even assert that he is among the most accomplished figures in the history of medicine. Throughout the ages, both pharmacists and cultivators have regarded the medicine god as the pinnacle of the medicinal path, not solely due to his unparalleled mastery, but also because he created a complete system for the discipline, laying an immortal foundation for it. In truth, for millennia, few have known that the foundations of the medicinal path were not solely established by the medicine god. The system was not solely devised by him. Within this narrative lies an unknown shadowy crow, whose immense contributions to the innovation of the medicinal path and the establishment of its system are largely unrecognized. Without the shadowy crow, the medicine god would not exist. However, the secrets surrounding this matter remain unknown to future generations. Reflecting on this, Qiye couldn't help but shake his head in quiet dismay. The old fool was truly mad. After achieving the status of the medicine god, he, as the shadowy crow, had once urged him to find an apt disciple to inherit his legacy. Yet, the old fool had gone mad, leaving behind numerous precious formulas and texts for posterity. But alas, he overlooked the most coveted compendium of medicinal knowledge that would be desired through the ages. Qiye understood that this old madman was undoubtedly acting with intent. He deliberately chose not to pass down this pharmacopoeia. As Qiye reminisced about the past, his moment of contemplation led elder son to mistakenly believe that Qiye was yearning for the apothecary god, convinced that Qiye had been swayed by his words. What if you were to pursue the path of alchemy? If you are willing to embark on this journey, I shall impart to you all that I have learned throughout my life. In the future, you shall undoubtedly become the most remarkable apothecary in the annals of our fine ancient sect. Ascending to the ranks of elder or even becoming the sect leader will be but a mere formality. Elder son could not restrain his enthusiasm in encouraging Qiye, for he recognized the potential within him. In contrast, if it had been any other disciple, the mere mention of an elder taking them as a pupil would have elicited immense excitement, with them eager to bow in reverence and pledge themselves as a student. However, Qiye's response was rather lackluster. Qiye chuckled and said, "Thank you for your kind regard, esteemed elder. The path of alchemy is merely a pastime for me, a source of pleasure and solace." Qiye's words rendered elder son momentarily speechless, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat. Were it anyone else, one might easily dismiss Qiye as a braggart. However, elder son harbored no such thoughts. Instead, he felt a deep frustration. Lamenting that Qiye was squandering his innate gifts, elder son was indeed exasperated, to the point where he felt the urge to erupt in anger. Yet, he restrained himself, ultimately adopting a remarkably amiable demeanor as he said, "Take your time to ponder this matter. Should you come to clarity one day, feel free to seek me out." In response to elder son's goodwill, Qiye merely offered a faint smile. Observing Qiye's attitude, elder son could only sigh and depart. In truth, elder son was far from disheartened. Mere days later, Protector Mo appeared on the solitary peak. Upon meeting Qiye, he hesitated, faltering in his speech, struggling to articulate his thoughts, and after much deliberation, he remained silent. "Elder son must have sent you to persuade me to pursue the path of alchemy, correct?" Qiye, confident and composed, chuckled lightly and remarked. Protector Mo, feeling somewhat awkward, forced out a chuckle and replied, "My master indeed holds this sentiment. However, the decision to pursue or not is entirely yours. No one would dare to impose." In reality, Protector Mo understood well that Qiye was a person of strong convictions. He merely found it difficult to refuse his master's request. "Alchemy is merely a source of amusement. I shall contemplate it when I have the time," Qiye said with a smile. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The cultivation of the 300 disciples in Shishir Valley no longer required Qiye's constant attention, and he himself had achieved a state of consummate mastery within the refinement stage of the body cultivation realm. Upon reaching this pinnacle, Qiye surged into the third tier of the refinement stage, the baptism. This tier is of utmost significance for cultivators, especially for those with innate bodies and royal physique talents, as it represents a crucial opportunity for the initial forging of their bodies. The baptism stage necessitates not only diligent training but also the use of body essences. For cultivators, in principle, the higher the grade of body essence, the more advantageous it is for forging the body. However, various limitations arise during the cultivation process. For example, an innate body cultivator would find it preferable to select innate body essence for their first forging, as it allows for easier absorption of the essence's quintessence. Furthermore, given that it is the first forging, the essence of the same grade is better suited to their constitution. In fact, within the Xiang ancient sect, the vast majority of disciples at this level had no choice but to utilize acquired body essences during their first forging. The rationale is simple: there exists no alternative. The Xiang ancient sect had fallen into decline, facing significant financial constraints. It is likely that only the direct disciples of the elders could indulge in innate body essences. Qiye calculated the time and realized that it was nearly time for him to forge his body with the body paste. Thus, he sought out the Grand Elder. In truth, Qiye could have already forged his body, but he had postponed the process to stabilize the yin and yang energies in his life wheel. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, the latter was taken aback and astonished by Qiye's intentions. Looking at him, the Grand Elder inquired, "Have you truly reached the baptism level of the essence refinement realm?" Reflecting on the timeline, it had been less than a year since Qiye joined the Xiang ancient sect to pursue his cultivation, and he had already attained such an extraordinary milestone. Such an accomplishment would be deemed remarkable in any sect. It is important to note that Qiye possessed an ordinary body, ordinary life wheel, and ordinary fate, making this feat seemingly impossible. Therefore, as the Grand Elder processed this information, he gazed at Qiye and asked, "Are you practicing the Moon Vortex Yang-Will technique?" Given Qiye's remarkable aptitude, if he could attain such a realm within a year, the only plausible explanation would be that he has practiced the Moon Spiral Yang-Will technique. Indeed, this matter is no longer a secret within the Xian ancient sect, and Qiye has nothing to conceal, merely stating it calmly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder fell silent for a moment. Were it any other disciple, he would undoubtedly advise against pursuing such a technique. However, what choices remain for Qiye? With a mortal body, a mortal wheel, and a mortal fate, regardless of the technique he selects, the ultimate outcome is likely to be similar. Eventually, the Grand Elder spoke. "The materials for the Imperial Body Ointment have been prepared by the sect. However, you must be mentally prepared, aside from the main ingredient. The other components are over 100,000 years old, with some reaching 11 to 12,000 years. The main ingredient, the beast essence of the Hell Iron Bull, is slightly below the 100,000-year mark. Thus, you should be prepared for the potency of this ointment." At this juncture, the Grand Elder added, "For the sake of this ointment, the sect has exerted its utmost effort. I hope you do not disappoint the sect." In truth, regarding the ointment, it is more accurate to say that the Grand Elder has made a significant effort. He has poured substantial resources into securing this Imperial Body Ointment for Qiye, going so far as to spare no expense to facilitate Qiye's union with Li Shuangyan. This much, the Elder can rest assured. Qiye smiled slightly. In fact, he was also mentally prepared. Considering the decline of the Xian ancient sect today, gathering the materials for an Imperial Body Ointment is no small feat. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before continuing. "There is another matter that is rather troublesome, and that concerns the apothecary. Within our Xian ancient sect, there are two individuals who excel in the art of medicine, namely Elder Qiao and Elder Sunday." As he spoke, the Grand Elder looked at Qiye and stated, "In terms of medicinal prowess, Elder Qiao surpasses Elder Sunday. Elder Sun could refine the ointment 6 times without issue, but for a 7th time, he might struggle. Elder Qiao, however, should manage the 7th refinement with relative ease. Elder Qiao might not be inclined to refine the ointment for me." Qiye chuckled, feeling assured. The Grand Elder was reluctant to elaborate further on this matter, simply stating, "Elder Sun is quite willing to refine the ointment for you. However, he cannot guarantee its potency. As for the matter of refining the ointment, the Elder need not worry. How about this, Elder? You prepare the materials, and I will take care of the refining." Qiye asserted with confidence. It was within his expectations that Qiao Xiong would be unwilling to refine the ointment for him, but he had no need to seek Qiao Xiong's assistance. "Very well," the Grand Elder conceded, seeing Qiye's unwavering confidence and nodding in agreement. "I will have the disciples in stock prepare the materials for you. As long as you intend to refine it, simply let me know, and I will have the disciples bring the materials to you." Accompanying Nan Huiran were several disciples from the Shirshir Valley, each wearing a grim expression. "Has the sky fallen?" Qiye glanced at Nan Huiran and remarked, "Master brother, the sky has not fallen, yet your little courtyard has been dismantled. dismantled my little courtyard? Upon hearing this, Qiye narrowed his eyes and, with a smile, inquired, who possesses such an interest in tearing down my humble abode? Qiye suddenly narrowed his eyes, causing a jolt of unease among Nan Huiran and his fellow disciples. To them, Qiye's smiling demeanor felt far more chilling than a devil's grin. Yes, it is senior brother Jian, Su Pei whispered to Qiye. Senior brother, I have heard that he is pursuing the immortal Xianzi. One disciple ventured timidly. Although the disciples of the Washing Stone Valley hailed from the Washing Stone Peak, the 300 disciples of the valley now stood firmly beside Qiye, united in their allegiance to him. I also heard that senior brother he has gifted treasures to Xianzi. Another disciple expressed their concern. Senior brother, Jian is a prodigy of our Washing Yin ancient sect. He is indeed a formidable rival for you, another disciple added, worry evident in their voice. In that moment, the disciples engaged in a flurry of conversation, rallying together against a common adversary, yet their anxiety for Qiye was palpable. After all, Jian was a genius of the Washing Yin ancient sect, a direct disciple of Elder Qiao. He possessed charm, talent, influential connections, and an esteemed lineage. While the disciples hoped for Qiye to win the heart of Li Shuangyan, given their recent closeness, they could not help but feel apprehensive in light of such a formidable rival as Jian. A formidable rival? Qiye found the notion amusing, a smirk curling upon his lips. Nan Huiran cautioned, Senior brother, this matter has received the tacit approval and even strong support from Qiao Xiong. With open confrontation, one may evade, but hidden arrows are difficult to guard against. It would be wise for you to proceed with caution. Knowing Qiye's true strength, Nan Huiran did not regard Jian as a worthy competitor. What did Jian amount to? Qiye had the audacity to challenge the 9 sacred demon gate, let alone a mere Jian. Li Shuangyan's visit to the Xiyang ancient sect was solely for the purpose of encountering Qiye, no matter how exceptional Jian might be. He could never compare to Qiye, they were simply not in the same league. What right did Jian have to consider himself a rival to Qiye in matters of the heart? Come, let us observe how my most formidable rival dismantles my humble abode, Qiye remarked leisurely, as if the destruction of his own courtyard held no significance to him. As Qiye ascended the solitary peak with Nan Huiran, a resonant rumble echoed through the air. There, Jian was directing several of his disciples in the dismantling of Qiye's courtyard, which had already been reduced to a state of disarray. Meanwhile, at the foot of the nearby treasure tower, Li Shuangyan merely observed with a cold gaze, uttering not a single word. Jian spoke to Qiye in a commanding tone, as though Qiye were obliged to comply with his demands. Why must I relocate to the Little Spring Peak? Qiye surveyed the wreckage of his courtyard, maintaining a charming smile, seemingly unfazed by the destruction. Impatiently, Jian responded coldly, I command you to move, so move. There is no room for such trivialities. From this day forth, I shall reside atop the solitary peak. This wretched courtyard is an eyesore. Once it is torn down, I shall construct a divine pavilion in its place. Upon arriving at the ancient Washing sect, Li Shuangyan found herself once again the object of Jian's affections. However, each time, she had rebuffed his advances with indifference. Frustrated by his lack of success, Jian resolved to relocate to the solitary peak, hoping to dwell in proximity to Li Shuangyan and seize the opportunity to draw closer to her. As the saying goes, the pavilion by the water enjoys the moon first. His public declaration stirred discomfort among Nan Huiran and the others, for it was well known throughout the ancient Washing sect that Li Xianzi had a marital promise with the senior brother, Qiye. Jian's pursuit of Li Shuangyan in front of Qiye was a blatant disregard for him. Li Shuangyan regarded Jian with a look of disdain, as if he were a fool. It was evident that he was oblivious to the danger he courted, foolishly provoking Qiye despite his own meager abilities. During Qiye's time at the 9 Saints Demon Gate, even her master, the Sun-Will Demon Emperor, held him in considerable esteem. What was Jian in comparison? Amused by Jian's brazen antics, Qiye smiled knowingly. He was fully confident in the loyalty of the woman by his side and deemed such trivial matters unworthy of his concern. However, when Jian audaciously encroached upon his territory, Qiye could not help but cast a pitying glance at him and remarked to Li Shuangyan, Are you simply going to watch your courtyard be dismantled? Is this not an internal affair of your sect? To his surprise, Li Shuangyan responded with a charming smile that could captivate any heart. What are you still doing here? Hurry along. Is the solitary peak a fitting place for you? It shall henceforth serve as my sanctuary for introspection, and should you dare to intrude, you shall be dealt with according to sect rules. At this moment, Jian's expression darkened, and he barked a reprimand. Although Qiye remained unperturbed, Nan Huiran and the others seethed with indignation, particularly Nan Huiran, who felt it unjust that the solitary peak had been assigned to Qiye by the elders. Yet he Yingjian brazenly occupied it and threatened Qiye with sect regulations. Chapter 59, Conspiracy, Part 1. The solitary peak was designated by the elders for the senior brother's residence, Nan Huiran said, defending Qiye. Yingjian's words were not merely mocking Nan Huiran. They were also a veiled threat. Nan Huiran, adept in the art of persuasion and keenly aware of the underlying implications, was resolute in his stance. Without hesitation, he declared, "There is no need for the senior brother to worry. Our senior brother is a paragon of the ancient washing sect, and I shall follow him unwaveringly." Rejecting He Yingjian's probing overture, Nan Huiran stood firm. Qiye, indifferent to the intrigues and machinations around him, cast a fleeting glance at He Yingjian and declared, "In the spirit of our shared affiliation, I shall grant you an opportunity. Restore the dismantled courtyard, or else, come dawn, you shall find yourself unable to rise." Qiye's words instantly caused He Yingjian's gaze to turn frigid, with murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He sneered coldly and retorted, "You ignorant fool, do you truly believe yourself to be the senior brother of the washing-face ancient sect? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Humph. With you and this motley crew of rusted iron, you dare to utter such arrogance. A bunch of mere clowns. Do you really think you are worthy to be my adversaries?" As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance over Qiye and Nan Huiran. He Yingjian's words ignited indignation within Su Pei and the others. His remarks not only insulted Qiye, but also belittled them. Observing He Yingjian's recklessness, Qiye could not be bothered to respond and simply turned to leave. "What? Just a moment ago, you boasted that I wouldn't be able to rise tomorrow, and now you wish to flee?" He Yingjian mocked. "You, a coward, dare to prance about before me." As Qiye made to depart, He Yingjian sneered, "Throw him off the mountain and beat him until his parents cannot recognize him. If he does not rebuild my small courtyard, break his third leg." Qiye paid no heed to He Yingjian's tirade and walked over to stand before Li Shuangyan's treasure tower, instructing her. "Haraha." Suddenly, as Qiye directed Li Shuangyan, He Yingjian erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. He doubled over, pointing at Qiye, almost in tears from laughter, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Do you fancy yourself a demon emperor or a human sovereign? With your ineptitude, how dare you command the Fairy Li?" He continued, "Fairy Li, allow me to handle this fool for you." However, before He Yingjian could finish, Li Shuangyan stepped forward, regarding him with the disdain reserved for an imbecile, and coldly stated, "I offer you a chance to strike." Instantly, He Yingjian's smile froze, his expression grotesque as if he had just consumed something repugnant. He stood there, unable to adopt any other demeanor. At that moment, the other disciples involved in demolishing the small courtyard were also rendered speechless. As Li Shuangyan disciplined He Yingjian, her actions left him wailing in torment. This scene terrified the disciples, paralyzing their courage. Even Su Pei and the other disciples from the Washing Stone Valley exchanged bewildered glances. Though Li Shuangyan had been frequently seen in Qiye's company, they seldom engaged in conversation. They assumed her presence was due to a marital alliance between the two sects, remaining with the senior brother. Yet, they had not anticipated that the exalted Fairy of Heaven, the Princess Li of the ancient Gunyozhong kingdom, would heed their senior brother's words. Such news would be hard to believe. What was the Nine Holy Demon Gate? And what was the current state of the Washing Face ancient sect? Li Shuangyan's status was unfathomably elevated. Even the elders of the Washing Face ancient sect could not compare to her. It was utterly inconceivable that such a high-ranking individual would follow the commands of their senior brother. As Li Shuangyan disciplined He Yingjian, Nan Huiran, Qiye's most loyal subordinate, let out a cold laugh and surveyed the disciples dismantling the small courtyard. "Why are you still here? Do you wish for us to deal with you as well? Humph. As disciples of the same ancient sect of cleansing, do not overstep your bounds, thinking that by clinging to Elder Chao's influence, you can act with impunity. Do you believe you can provoke the might of our esteemed senior brother? How short-sighted you are. Even in the presence of the Demon Emperor, our senior brother remains a figure of reverence. Do not presume that with a mere patron, you can challenge his authority. Our senior brother is magnanimous and chooses not to hold your transgressions against you. Otherwise, no matter the support you summon, it would lead to your demise." Nan Huiran is not merely adept in the art of persuasion. He is astute and knows precisely what to articulate and how to navigate certain matters. The seemingly blustery declarations he makes are not only directed at the disciples demolishing the small courtyard, but also serve as a cautionary signal to Su Pei and the others present. While Su Pei's disciples were momentarily taken aback, Li Shuangyan had already descended gracefully before the treasure pavilion, delivering a stern reprimand to He Yingjian. For someone of her caliber, it was a mere trifle. Even if He Yingjian is hailed as a genius of the ancient sect of cleansing, he pales in comparison to the extraordinary Li Shuangyan. The words of Li Qiye left Su Pei and his fellow disciples utterly bewildered, while Nan Huiran felt a jolt within his heart. Although Su Pei and the others were unaware of the underlying reasons, Nan Huiran was fully cognizant. This was because Li Qiye had previously decreed that Li Shuangyan be demoted to a female attendant. Thus, Li Qiye's current instructions to Li Shuangyan instantly illuminated the situation for him. How could such a revelation not leave Nan Huiran profoundly shaken? Who is Li Shuangyan? You may wonder. She is the illustrious princess of the ancient Miujiang kingdom and a descendant of the esteemed Nine Sacred Demon sect. Yet today, she finds herself merely serving as the sword attendant to her senior brother. While Su Pei and her fellow disciples remain utterly perplexed, Li Qiye has already turned and entered Li Shuangyan's exquisite chamber. His voice, as always, emerges from within with an air of calmness and simplicity. This time, it is your negligence. I shall take temporary residence in your fragrant abode, and you are to guard my path from the side chamber. Li Qiye's words left Li Shuangyan both furious and exasperated. In the end, she merely stomped her foot and entered, uttering not a single word. This scene instantly rendered Su Pei and the other disciples utterly speechless. It was undoubtedly the most domineering spectacle they had ever witnessed. Li Shuangyan is regarded as an exalted figure in their eyes, a divine maiden of unparalleled stature, the inheritor of the Nine Sacred Demon sect, and a princess of the ancient Miujiang kingdom, trained under the radiant Sun Demon Emperor with a natural imperial physique and sacred destiny. Each of these attributes is sufficient to leave others in awe. A prodigious woman like Li Shuangyan, wherever she may go, is always the center of admiration. However, today, even a paragon such as she finds herself relegated to serving their elder brother in a side chamber. This scene is nothing short of magnificent. An overwhelming display of power that even the Emperor of Men cannot rival. Within the opulent confines of Li Shuangyan's cherished abode, she finds herself in the presence of Li Qiye, who reclines comfortably upon a splendid bed, casting a glance at the displeased expression on her face. With his hands cradling the back of his head, he leisurely remarks, "I am aware of your discontent. However, you have indeed neglected your duties. As my sword attendant, you ought to comprehend your responsibilities. Should you feel that I am unworthy of your allegiance, you are free to depart at any moment. Such matters should not be forced. A fruit that is compelled to ripen is seldom sweet." Li Shuangyan cast a glance at Li Qiye and fell silent, uttering not a single word. "Since you choose silence, I shall assume you are still inclined to stay," Li Qiye remarked with composure. With that, he refrained from further discussing the matter and addressed Li Shuangyan. "Please inform the Rounding Sun Demon Emperor that I require a pharmacist, one of considerable prowess. I will relay the message to my master. However, who my master decides to send is beyond my purview." After a considerable while, Li Shuangyan's temper had subsided. After all, she was a woman of exceptional lineage, and adjusting to this new role was not entirely comfortable. Once her anger dissipated, she confronted her own feelings anew. "I believe the Rounding Sun Demon Emperor possesses his own insights on this matter," she offered. Li Qiye chuckled lightly, having given his instructions. He chose to relinquish concern and instead drifted into a deep slumber. This scene left Li Shuangyan torn between irritation and incredulity. This boy, merely 13 or 14 years old, exuded a commanding presence far superior to any man she had ever encountered. Today, he had audaciously claimed her exquisite bed and slept soundly, as if it were his rightful place. Such a brazenly unconventional young man was a rarity in her experience. And what rendered her speechless was the fact that he was several years her junior, a mere child. Indeed, by the following day, the small courtyard had been reconstructed, the new abode mirroring the old to perfection. He Yingjian, having faced Li Shuangyan's wrath, lay incapacitated, leaving his master, Chao Xiong, seething with unexpressed fury. He had envisioned his disciple ascending to great heights alongside someone of Li Shuangyan's caliber. Yet he was dismayed to find that his most esteemed protégé had not only failed to win her favor, but had been bested by her to the point of being bedridden. This development incited Chao Xiong's rage to the point of bloodshed. What could he do? Confront Li Shuangyan to settle the score? Chapter 60, Conspiracy, Part 2. Such an idea was beyond the realm of possibility for Chao Xiong. Even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to confront Li Shuangyan. For offending her would be tantamount to incurring the wrath of the entire 9 sacred demon sect, a perilous path leading to certain doom. Curse it, Xiao Xiong muttered in frustration. His prodigious disciple had been dismissed by Li Shuangyan, while a seemingly worthless Li Qiye had managed to capture her attention. This was utterly confounding. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that Li Qiye was a spy for the 9 sacred demon sect. However, that theory was even more absurd. Far less credible than Li Shuangyan's apparent preference for Li Qiye. If the 9 sacred demon sect had dispatched such an ordinary and unremarkable individual to infiltrate the Xiang ancient sect, it was preposterous. Even more alarming was the thought that if Li Qiye were indeed a spy, he would be the most incompetent one to have ever existed. Who had ever seen such an arrogant spy? Since Li Qiye was not a spy for the 9 sacred demon sect, why then did Li Shuangyan hold him in such high regard? Was it truly due to the matrimonial alliance between their families? Or did Li Shuangyan genuinely harbor feelings for Li Qiye? Such a predicament left Xiao Xiong utterly perplexed. His countenance was grim, and ultimately, he sought refuge in a location belonging to the Xiang ancient sect. Atop one of the sect's principal peaks, a place typically saturated with the essence of heaven and earth. An unexpected scene unfolded. Within the grand hall of this peak resided not the elders of the Xiang ancient sect, nor its guardians, but rather the guest elder, Dong Shenlong. The position of a guest elder is recognized across many sects and nations. These individuals enjoy the patronage of the sect or state, remaining aloof from internal matters, only extending their aid during times of crisis. Dong Shenlong held this unique title within the Xiang ancient sect, and indeed, he was its sole guest elder. Inside the ancient hall, an aura akin to Mercury permeated the atmosphere, deterring outsiders with its overwhelming presence. The elderly figure clad in azure exuded a formidable nobility. Unmistakably a powerful sovereign, an experienced lord, Dong Shenlong, the guest elder of the Xiang ancient sect, possessed a might that rendered others awestruck, surpassing even the strength of the sect's 6 esteemed elders. At this moment, Dong Shenlong and Xiao Xiong shared a table, partaking in wine. Though Xiao Xiong maintained a demeanor of caution and respect, Xiao Xiong seems rather unsettled of late, Dong Shenlong remarked, pouring wine for him. Despite his status as a formidable lord, he appeared approachable, yet the depth of his inscrutable gaze harbored a chilling intensity. Xiao Xiong sipped his fine wine in silence. Fully aware of his purpose for coming, yet he refrained from speaking first, waiting for Dong Shenlong to present his terms. Are you here to relieve the sect master of his burdens? Dong Shenlong continued to pour wine, his smile present, yet his eyes glinting with a menacing coldness. Though he occupied the role of guest elder at the Xiang ancient sect, Dong Shenlong possessed an astonishing lineage. His title of lord was not self-appointed. It was conferred upon him by the esteemed nation of Baosheng. Born into a noble family within Baosheng, his lineage was intricately connected to the Holy Heaven sect, to the extent that it could be considered a branch of that very sect. The family from which Dong Shenlong hailed was formidable, far surpassing the current Xiang ancient sect in strength. Dong Shenlong's presence as a guest elder was not solicited by the Xiang ancient sect. That would be preposterous, given that the sect and the Holy Heaven sect were arch-rivals. 3 millennia ago, when the Xiang ancient sect experienced its decline, the Holy Heaven sect launched an offensive, resulting in the Xiang ancient sect not only losing its ancient dominion, but also witnessing the near-total annihilation of its highest elders during the conflict. In the aftermath of this battle, the Xiang ancient sect faltered, while the Holy Heaven sect established the nation of Baosheng upon the ruins of the fallen sect. As a noble of Baosheng, and having received the title of lord from the emperor of Baosheng, it would be inconceivable for the Xiang ancient sect to have invited him as a guest elder. He was designated by the imperial authority of Baosheng. Regarding Dong Shenlong, a guest elder, the Xiang ancient sect found it impossible to refuse his presence. In the current landscape, the Xiang ancient sect is unable to contend with the formidable Sheng Tianjiao and the Baosheng Empire. With the latter dispatching a guest elder, the Xiang ancient sect could only embrace him as if he were a deity. Dong Shenlong, serving as a guest elder, harbored his own mission, thus maintaining a low profile during his tenure. He seldom ventured outside and refrained from interfering in the sect's affairs, which endeared him to many of the sect's guardians and elders. Xiao Xiong, an elder of the Xiang ancient sect, had previously harbored animosity towards Dong Shenlong, similar to many of his peers. However, Xiao Xiong was also plagued by unfulfilled ambitions regarding the position of sect leader. In the past, the succession of the leadership was determined by status, The former leader either passed the mantle to the Grand Elder or to him. Yet, unexpectedly, a figure named Su Yonghuang emerged, causing him to lose the opportunity to lead. After years of waiting, Qiao Xiong had abandoned hope of ascending to the position himself and had instead placed his hopes in his disciple, He Yingjian. Consequently, Qiao Xiong attempted several times to elevate He Yingjian to the rank of chief disciple, but progress proved to be frustratingly slow. This outcome left Qiao Xiong disheartened and his aspirations unfulfilled. Amidst this turmoil, Dong Xinglong made overtures of goodwill, leading Qiao Xiong to unwittingly draw closer to him, significantly reducing his previous hostility. Dong Xinglong later hinted that his influential backers could assist Qiao Xiong in achieving a position within the Xiang ancient sect. Qiao Xiong could hardly remain indifferent to such allurements, well aware of the formidable power behind Dong Xinglong. Yet, he also understood what Dong Xinglong desired. Should he truly ally himself with Dong Xinglong, Qiao Xiong recognized that attaining the position of sect leader would not be difficult. The dilemma lay in the fact that aligning with Dong Xinglong would require sacrifices. The alliance with Dong Xinglong and the Baoxing Empire was not a trivial matter. Such a transaction would signify a betrayal of the Xiang ancient sect and its ancestors. Although Qiao Xiong harbored ambitions for leadership and was tempted by Dong Xinglong's overtures, as a long-standing elder and a native disciple of the Xiang ancient sect, he found himself unable to cross the moral threshold. After all, for him, betraying the sect and its forebears would weigh heavily on his conscience. Nevertheless, Dong Xinglong remained patient. The Xiang ancient sect was in decline, and he believed that its treasures would eventually fall into his hands. The prospect of Qiao Xiong aligning with him would only serve to enhance his position. As Qiao Xiong set down his wine cup, he remarked, "The external leadership does not require my concern." Dong Xinglong smiled, though his smile did not reach his eyes, and replied, "Brother Qiao, as a stalwart of the Xiang ancient sect, your dedication is commendable. As an elder, you ought to have a clear understanding of the current situation of our sect." Qiao Xiong arrived here, eagerly awaiting a word from Dong Xinglong. He gazed at Dong Xinglong and said, "I am rather dull. I humbly request your guidance." Dong Xinglong smiled, his expression betraying little amusement, and replied, "Qiao Xiong, while the 9 Sacred Demon Gate claims to be here for the purpose of a union between our two sects, have you considered that they may be here for certain interests of the Xian ancient sect?" Dong Xinglong was unperturbed by Qiao Xiong's demeanor. What he feared was that the fish would not take the bait. As long as the fish bit, everything would fall into place. And he doubted whether Qiao Xiong would remain unmoved. "Have you thought about it, Qiao Xiong? The truth is, it is ultimately the Baoxing Empire that will protect the Xian ancient sect. The 9 Sacred Demon Gate is far away. They are merely interested in their own gains, and they likely do not care about the fate of the Xian ancient sect at all," Dong Xinglong said earnestly. "A union between our sects is not necessarily a bad thing," Qiao Xiong replied slowly. Dong Xinglong smiled knowingly and remarked, "Of course, from my personal standpoint, I would not mind your two sects uniting. It would indeed be a joyous occasion worthy of congratulations. If, in fact, a union were to occur, it would be truly perfect if your esteemed disciple, He Yingjian, were to marry Princess Li. Unfortunately, my disciple is not the chief disciple." Qiao Xiong spoke slowly at this moment. "A union does not necessarily require a chief disciple, does it?" Dong Xinglong smiled, confident that Qiao Xiong could not escape his grasp. He cheerfully addressed Qiao Xiong. "Although there is a marriage agreement between our sects, what if something were to happen to the chief disciple? Or if your Xian ancient sect's chief disciple were to commit a grave offense?" "What do you mean by that, Dong Xiong?" Qiao Xiong's gaze sharpened as he inquired. Dong Xinglong replied with a smile, "Qiao Xiong, some individuals, having achieved a modicum of success, may become arrogant and overstep their bounds, committing acts that violate sect rules. Would you not agree? For instance, if your Xian ancient sect's chief disciple, Li Qiye, were truly to err, the Xian ancient sect should handle it fairly. Such a harmful element must be dealt with, for the sake of the sect's well-being." Qiao Xiong's expression hardened, yet he remained silent for a long while. Dong Xinglong continued to observe him, and eventually, he spoke softly, "Qiao Xiong, since you consider me in your time of difficulty, I shall certainly lend my support. Whatever thoughts you may have, feel free to act upon them. If the sky were to fall, I would be here to share the burden. Your kindness is greatly appreciated." "Dong Xiong," Qiao Xiong finally said as he rose and clasped his fists in gratitude. After Qiao Xiong departed, Dong Xinglong smiled lightly and remarked slowly, "Once you board this ship, I have no doubt you will not betray the Xian ancient sect." "Ah, Qiao Xiong, It seems you wish to contend with the old man, yet you must rely on me. Chapter 61. Displaying Divine Might, Part 1. Master Brother, Master Brother. Something terrible has happened. As Qiye was meditating quietly in the small courtyard, Luo Fenghua and several disciples rushed in, panic evident on their faces. Luo Fenghua and several of his disciples appeared utterly disheveled, their bodies marked with bruises of varying shades, unmistakably indicating that they had endured a severe reprimand. Upon witnessing their disheartened state, Qiye furrowed his brow and inquired, what transpired? Previously, Master Zhou had served as the instructor for the 300 disciples of the Stonewashing Valley, and the disciples held a neutral sentiment towards him, neither particularly fond nor overtly disdainful. Master Zhou typically conducted his teachings in a routine manner, hastily departing once the lessons concluded. Outside of his instructional duties, it was quite rare for the disciples to encounter him. Moreover, Master Zhou's teachings lacked any distinctive approach, and he did not offer special attention to any particular disciple, viewing his role merely as a task to fulfill. This very detachment led the disciples of the Stone-Washing Valley to regard him as a senior figure, neither esteemed nor criticized. However, today, Master Zhou unexpectedly arrived at the Stone-Washing Valley to assess the cultivation of the 300 disciples. Initially, the disciples perceived this as an unremarkable occurrence. Considering his previous role as their instructor, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to evaluate their progress. Yet, as he scrutinized their cultivation, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He accused one disciple of succumbing to the perils of misguided practice, condemned another for executing his techniques incorrectly, and chastised yet another for his arbitrary choice of cultivation methods. Among those most severely reprimanded was Zhang Yu, who had forsaken his previous foundational practices to undertake the Bailuo heart method, prompting Master Zhou to deliver a particularly harsh lesson. The reprimands did not end with Zhang Yu. Many disciples, including Luo Fenghua, who dared to voice dissent, also faced Master Zhou's stern admonitions. The principles imparted by Qiye are far more profound and enigmatic than those of sect Master Zhou, a sentiment unanimously shared by the 300 disciples of the Stone-Washing Valley. Following Qiye's teachings, many disciples have experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. Even those who had previously stagnated found their paths flowing smoothly under his guidance. It can be asserted that the disciples of the Stone-Washing Valley wholeheartedly accept Qiye's teachings, particularly the talented Luo Fenghua, who is acutely aware of the distinction between the good and the bad. Thus, when Sect Master Zhou dismissed the doctrines conveyed by Qiye as utterly worthless, Luo Fenghua and his companions could not help but voice their dissent, only to be met with a severe reprimand from Sect Master Zhou. This unexpected reaction immediately alerted the astute Luo Fenghua and his peers to the gravity of the situation. Previously, Sect Master Zhou had shown little inclination to reprimand them. Now, however, his sudden wrath, devoid of discernment, indicated that he was not there to test them, but rather to provoke a confrontation. With Qiye being the true target of his ire, they realized they were merely collateral damage in this unfolding drama. Seizing the opportunity while Sect Master Zhou was in a fit of rage, Luo Fenghua and his companions stealthily approached Qiye to report the incident, perhaps with the hope that Zhou had intentionally allowed them to escape. Upon hearing their account, Qiye's gaze sharpened, and a cold smile graced his lips. He bore no enmity towards Sect Master Zhou, and logically, there would be no reason for Zhou to seek him out. Moreover, the responsibility of testing the disciples of the Stone-Washing Valley did not fall upon him. What is more, given the impending union between the Qian ancient sect and the Nine Holy Demonic Gate, Qiye held a pivotal role within the Qian ancient sect. Not even an ordinary protector would dare to provoke him. Therefore, the sudden emergence of Sect Master Zhou seeking confrontation, without the backing of powerful support, seemed implausible. Let us see what kind of turmoil our esteemed Sect Master Zhou can stir, Qiye remarked with a yawn and a smile. Luo Fenghua and the others, sensing the urgency of the moment, promptly followed him to the Stone-Washing Valley, accompanied by Li Shuangyan. Although Qiye maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout their journey, Luo Fenghua and his companions were filled with trepidation, for they were not foolish. They had begun to perceive the underlying power struggles within the upper echelons of the Qian ancient sect. Upon arriving at the Stone-Washing Valley, Qiye and his companions indeed found the Hall Master, Zhou, in a furious rage. The disciples of the Stone-Washing Valley dared not utter a word, and many bore minor injuries. At the moment of their arrival, Master Zhou was still vociferously reprimanding the other disciples. Upon the arrival of Qiye, the other disciples could not help but direct their gaze towards him, seeking his assistance. Qiye, what teachings have you imparted? Before he had the opportunity to speak, the headmaster Xiao confronted him with fierce reproach, exclaiming, as a master of doctrine, how could you impart such misguided and aberrant teachings to your ignorant disciples? You have led them astray into the realm of malevolence. What are your intentions? To corrupt your disciples in such a manner is utterly unforgivable. Before Qiye could utter a word, Master Xiao hastily attributed a crime to him. Who do you think you are, Master Xiao? Qiye disdainfully regarded him, barely sparing him a glance, and languidly remarked, those with sense ought to leave. On my territory, it is not your place to dictate terms. Who do you consider yourself to be? As soon as Qiye opened his mouth, he unleashed a torrent of the most brutal and arrogant insults. Even the ever-prepared Master Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Qiye would counter his words, and had meticulously prepared a plethora of arguments to brand him with the sinister label of dark sorcery. Little did he expect that Qiye's first utterance would be a vehement and audacious tirade. You speak too much. Before Master Xiao could finish his tirade, Qiye brandished his serpent-slaying staff and struck fiercely. You ignorant fool. The moment Master Xiao saw Qiye take action against him, fury surged within him, and he bellowed, extending his hand to seize Qiye. To him, Qiye was merely a foolish disciple, and once he made his move, capturing him would be effortless. However, the outcome was far beyond Master Xiao's imagination. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on the ground, struck relentlessly by Qiye's staff, which rained down upon him with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving his face bloodied and bruised. Among the 36 masters of the Xiang ancient sect, Master Zhou's talent was mediocre, and his cultivation merely that of the Huagai realm. Below the Tianyuan realm, any cultivator would find themselves at the mercy of Qiye's serpent-slaying staff. Such a prominent figure as Master Xiao, enduring a merciless beating from the serpent-slaying staff, could no longer contain his anguish, letting out a wretched scream. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, sprawled on the ground, contorted in pain, his body smeared in blood, especially his face, which was left mangled and raw from Qiye's onslaught. Witnessing such a display of dominance left all disciples of the Shishir Valley in shock. Master Xiao, one of the 36 leaders of the Xiang ancient sect, was not only a second-generation disciple, but also a mentor to the third-generation disciples. Despite being a formidable figure of the Huagai realm, he was reduced to rolling on the ground, utterly incapable of resistance against Qiye's relentless strikes. At that moment, the disciples of Shishir Valley shivered in fear. Seeing Master Xiao, a master of such caliber, beaten mercilessly, they felt their own past sufferings at the hands of the serpent-slaying staff were indeed justified. Who protector, save me! Master Xiao cried out in desperation. Impudent fool! What are you doing? Just as Master Xiao called for help, a sharp voice rang out, and a sizable contingent stormed into Shishir Valley, their presence formidable. The sudden influx of this patrol team from the Xiang ancient sect was not only timely but also impressive. Alongside the ordinary disciples, there were 3 other masters, 1 protector. And notably, He Yingjian, the highest-ranking leader of the younger generation, was also among them. This patrol enforcement team was indeed an extraordinary sight for the Xiang ancient sect. In such a formidable team, should any disciple commit nefarious acts and be apprehended on the spot by the 3 hall masters, a guardian, and a prodigy like He Yingjian, it becomes an irrefutable fact. Regardless of the nature of the wrongdoing, the evidence stands as solid as iron, rendering any attempt to cleanse oneself of guilt futile. Guardianly, Qiye has committed treason against the sect, murdered his superiors, and conspired against me. He aims to betray our lineage and extinguish our heritage. At this moment, the fallen Zhou Hall master cried out in agony. Upon witnessing this scene, although Luo Fenghua and his companions were youthful, they were far from naive. Particularly the astute disciples among them quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. A chilling dread enveloped them as they broke into a cold sweat. Zhou Hall master lay bloodied on the ground, while Qiye was apprehended at the scene of his heinous act by the law enforcement team led by Guardian Hu. In this circumstance, the distinction between right and wrong became irrelevant, even if Qiye spoke eloquently. He could not absolve himself of the charges of betraying his teachers and murdering his superiors. What was particularly terrifying was that Guardian Hu was the eldest disciple of Elder Qiao. The 3 hall masters present were all aligned with Elder Qiao's faction. Recalling the incident from a few days prior when they had reprimanded He Yingjian, Luo Fenghua, and the others immediately recognized the perilous trap laid before them. They could not help but feel a wave of cold sweat for Qiye, for it seemed that even if he were to leap into the river, he could not cleanse himself of the accusations. The disciples of the law enforcement team swiftly surrounded Qiye, with He Engjian leading the charge, transgressing authority, betraying teachers, and murdering without mercy. He Engjian coldly fixated on Qiye, his gaze trembling with a terrifying intent to kill. Qiye smiled faintly, and before he could make a move, Li Shuangyin stepped forward with a cold snort. As she emerged, her aura surged like a phoenix awakening, and the chilling energy she emanated instantly froze everything within 1,000 miles. As Li Shuangyin stepped forward, He Engjian couldn't help but shudder, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Although he was a prodigy of the Qiye ancient sect, the disparity between him and Li Shuangyin was insurmountable. It was not merely He Engjian who trembled. The 3 hall masters present, along with Protector Hu, were also struck with trepidation. After all, she was the heir of the 9 sacred demon gate and the princess of the ancient Nojian kingdom, not someone to be taken lightly. As a paragon of excellence, her renown echoed throughout the vast central domain. Princess Li, this matter pertains to the internal affairs of our Qiye ancient sect. We are dealing with a traitor, and I urge you to reconsider your involvement in our sect's internal matters, Protector Hu said, licking his lips as he summoned his courage. Bolstered by the support of his powerful backer, Li Shuangyin's elegant eyes gleamed with a cold intensity, emanating a resolute aura akin to a sword. For her, the prospect of opposing the Qiye ancient sect held little significance. At that moment, Qiye chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes with a playful grin, and remarked, "Since someone insists on my presence, I shall make a brief appearance. With my hands untouched by bloodshed, others might genuinely believe I am a benevolent soul. Shuangyin, you may withdraw." Li Shuangyin cast a cold glance at Qiye, uttering not a single word as she positioned herself behind him. Witnessing her unwavering obedience to Qiye ignited a tempest of jealousy within He Engjian, driving him to the brink of madness. In his heart, Li Shuangyin was a celestial being, a goddess of his dreams. Yet, she had never deigned to acknowledge him, instead choosing to heed the words of a mere fool. Qiye stepped forward, a smile gleaming in his eyes as he regarded He Engjian. "Regardless of the intricacies of your schemes or the formidable backing you may possess, having reached this juncture, you must understand that I am not a mere soft persimmon to be easily squished. Betraying one's master and extinguishing one's ancestral lineage warrants universal condemnation. Execute this traitor." He Engjian commanded the encircling disciples of the law enforcement team with a cold shout. "Traitor, surrender." The disciples, surrounding Qiye, shouted in unison, instantly brandishing their treasured weapons, aimed at striking him down. Each disciple attacked with ferocity, wielding their treasures with the intent to slay Qiye on the spot, not merely to subdue him. With a chilling glare, Qiye swiftly ascended, his form akin to a mighty rock soaring through the heavens, evading the onslaught of the law enforcement team with astonishing agility. A tremendous roar echoed as he dodged the incoming weapons. In that fleeting moment, he resembled an enormous leviathan, stirring the ocean's depths with a mere flick of his tail. The immense force of the leviathans might send a thunderous shockwave through the air, overwhelming the disciples of the law enforcement team, who were unable to withstand such a colossal surge. They erupted in a spray of blood, cast aside by the mighty wave. As Qiye unleashed the final essence of the Kunping's 6 minor techniques, the 3 hall masters and guardians involuntarily narrowed their gazes. Although the Kunping's techniques were regarded as the culmination of imperial skills, grasping their ultimate profundity typically required decades of diligent comprehension, even for the most gifted disciples. As Qiye leaped, the transformation between the Tianpeng and the colossal Kun was nothing short of astonishing. With a single strike, Qiye sent the disciple of the enforcement team soaring through the air, landing on the ground. He chuckled, gazing at He Engjian, and inquired, "Will you confront me alone or alongside the hall master and protector? Do not be arrogant. Even if you have comprehended the ultimate essence, it is merely a trivial skill." He Engjian retorted, his gaze turning icy. "Today, I shall demonstrate what true mastery entails." As soon as he spoke, he unleashed the 36 heavenly gang swords, which instantly formed a sword formation, a terrifying array of lethal intent that ensnared Qiye within its confines. Upon witnessing the formation of the 36 heavenly gang swords, those such as Luo Fenghua, who had heard of this technique, could not help but turn pale with astonishment. The 36 heavenly gang sword formation was created by an ancient sage of the Shiyuan sect. It was not merely a technique of the ancient sage level, but also a formidable array possessing immense power. The disciples of Shishir Valley had not anticipated that He Engjian, as a third-generation disciple, would possess the qualifications to cultivate such a technique. Li Shuangyan's gaze sharpened as she focused intently on He Yingjian's sword formation. Being an expert in this domain, she could immediately discern that He Yingjian had yet to grasp even a fraction of the sword formation's true essence. Nevertheless, its formidable power was undeniable, for it was indeed an ancient saint-level sword formation. Li Qiye suddenly found himself ensnared within the sword formation. With a smile, he moved with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, deftly evading the sharp blades of 36 swords. Gripping the Qimen knives in both hands, he launched them forth. The sound of clashing metal resonated as the Qimen knives struck the vulnerable points of the 36 heavenly gang swords, diverting their trajectory. This scene left the three hall masters and guardians in disbelief. The Qimen knives, forged from ordinary iron, emerged unscathed upon colliding with treasured weapons, an utterly astonishing sight. Upon witnessing this, He Yingjian was filled with rage, unleashing the lethal moves of the sword formation with an indignant roar. In an instant, the sword's radiance surged forth like a tempestuous sea, cascading downwards. The sword light howled, and anything that came into contact with it was instantly rendered to tatters. The overwhelming might of the swords was such that, even if Li Qiye were made of gold or bronze, he would not withstand it. In the blink of an eye, just as the sword light was about to shatter Li Qiye's body, a fist-sized Kunping emerged, soaring high as if leaping into the heavens, transcending the 10 realms. In that fleeting moment, Li Qiye's speed was unfathomable. Just as the sword light was about to strike him, he leapt like the Kunping, escaping the clutches of the 36 heavenly gang sword formation with astonishing velocity. The heavens shifted. The Kunping transformed in an instant, escaping the sword formation. Guardian whose expression changed dramatically as he recognized the significance of this event. In a heartbeat, Li Qiye had already appeared before He Yingjian. The Qimen knife glimmered with a cold light as he aimed for He Yingjian's head with both lethal strikes. He Yingjian, a prodigy of the Xiang ancient sect, was taken aback as the sounds of clashing metal rang out. In this life and death moment, he enveloped himself in divine armor. With a resounding thud, despite the armor's impressive origins, it was cleaved beneath the might of the Qimen knife. A chill ran down He Yingjian's neck as blood trickled down. He narrowly avoided decapitation. Had it not been for his divine armor, he would have met his demise, leaving him thoroughly terrified. Sensing the dire situation, the three hall masters shouted in unison, launching their attacks against Li Qiye with their own treasured weapons. These three masters were not to be underestimated. They were formidable beasts, powerful beings of the Nirvana realm. In that fleeting moment, Li Qiye's murderous intent surged, his aura akin to a rainbow. With a resounding shout, the wheel of life manifested, and a sea of blood energy erupted with a destructive force that startled even Li Shuangyan. In that instant, Li Qiye kicked out with a simple yet brutally effective move. It was the most straightforward of techniques, yet it bore unparalleled dominance. With this kick, the very essence of the universe trembled, as divine and demonic wails echoed throughout. With the weight of 1 billion June, the impact of his kick shattered 3 treasured weapons, reducing them to mere fragments, as if they were crafted from paper. Upon witnessing such a formidable kick for the second time, Li Shuangyan's countenance changed dramatically. At this moment, she had become certain that Li Qiye had cultivated an unparalleled celestial body through his transcendent arts. The three hall masters were so pale with fear that their faces turned ashen. They instantly repositioned themselves to evade Li Qiye's terrifying strike. However, the power of Li Qiye's divine body was unrestrained. Although the three hall masters managed to dodge the kick, they could not escape the onslaught of Li Qiye's Kunping 6 transformations. In the very instant he retracted his foot, Li Qiye soared into the air like a Kunping, appearing right before the three hall masters in the blink of an eye. The rapidity of such a transformation left them aghast, and in that fleeting moment, they realized the nature of his martial technique, but it was already too late. With a kick as swift and lethal as a scorpion's tail, Li Qiye unleashed an astonishing strike beneath the celestial transformations of the Kunping's 6 metamorphoses. This kick was terrifyingly rapid, resonating with the force of 1,000 thunders. The three hall masters found themselves utterly incapable of evading this blow. It was simply too swift. In the 63rd chapter of the Divine War Technique, Part 1, the three hall masters let out a blood-curdling scream. The sound of bones shattering was excruciatingly piercing, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed. Undoubtedly, beneath that singular kick, the bones of the three hall masters were obliterated. The chilling sound of their bones breaking left everyone in a state of dread. Even those at the Huagai realm could not withstand Li Qiye's formidable kick. Its ferocity was beyond comprehension. The divine body of the prison suppressor, Li Shuangyan's expression shifted dramatically as she murmured to herself. In that moment, she grasped the nature of the supreme immortal body that Qiye had cultivated, the divine body of the prison suppressor, one of the 12 immortal bodies. The weight of the divine body of the prison suppressor was such that it could subdue divine demons. Once manifested, it could suppress and obliterate all laws. It is crucial to understand that for a mortal body to cultivate a supreme immortal body is nearly an impossible feat, achievable only with the utmost techniques of the immortal body. Throughout the ages, there have been immortal emperors who created the techniques for supreme immortal bodies. Yet for a mortal body to succeed in such cultivation seems implausible. Undoubtedly, Qiye's divine body of the prison suppressor had already taken on a nascent form. Attaining its ultimate perfection was merely a matter of time. This signifies that the body technique Qiye practiced surpassed even the techniques of the immortal emperors. What kind of body technique is this? Li Shuangyan, upon realizing this, could not help but change her expression dramatically, for she understood the implications it carried. The inherent flaw of the Jinyu divine body lies in its sluggish speed. However, the Kunping is regarded as the swiftest creature in existence. Qiye, employing the Kunping's 6 transformations as his life's technique, compensates for the shortcomings of the Jinyu divine body. The amalgamation of the Kunping's 6 transformations with the Jinyu divine body constitutes a terrifying force. Qiye's physique is, indeed, the most formidable and violent weapon in the world. As he unleashed a lethal assault upon the 3 hall masters, Qiye, having narrowly escaped calamity, attempted a surprise attack on Qiye with the 36 Heavenly Gang sword formation, unleashing a torrent of sword light that obliterated all in its path. Yet, Qiye moved like the Kunping, instantly evading the sword formation. The Kunping's 6 transformations left the protective law of Hu in a state of astonishment. He had witnessed this technique before, for only the Grand Elder of the Xiang ancient sect had mastered it, making it the most potent imperial art within the sect. The speed of Qiye was astonishing. Qiye was unable to evade in time. In a flash, 2 radiant blades pierced through him, pinning his body to the ground. Clad in divine armor forged from celestial gold, he found his protection as fragile as mere parchment beneath the extraordinary blades. With a cry of despair, Qiye was helplessly affixed to the earth. You seek to confine me without even grasping the intricacies of a mere tenth of my sword formation? Qiye remarked with a faint smile, his gaze sharp as he aimed to strike down Qiye. In that very moment, a fierce gust of wind arose, the atmosphere charged with bloodlust. Suddenly, Hu Fa launched a surprise attack from behind, intent on piercing Qiye's chest with a single blow. However, this strike was thwarted by a hand that dispersed the attack, sending Hu Fa staggering back several steps. The one who intervened was not Li Shuangyan, but the affable Taboo, who had appeared beside them unbeknownst to anyone. It is against the rules for a protector to ambush a disciple, Taboo remarked. Maintaining his ever-cheerful demeanor, Hu Fa, with a fierce shout, ceased his words and unleashed a long howl, producing a treasure pagoda from his mouth. As the pagoda emerged, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by wails reminiscent of a hellish realm. As a formidable practitioner of the Tianyuan realm, Hu Fa's presence marked a decisive point for cultivators. His demon-subduing technique was commendable. Taboo chuckled lightly, and with a resounding clash, the essence of the sword erupted from his being, transforming him into a domain of sword intent, embodying a war god standing proud amidst the surging forces. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the heavens, sweeping aside the stars as if they were mere embers. Under the might of his sword, the cosmos trembled, and though Taboo wielded no physical sword, the essence of his sword encompassed the universe. The war god technique. As Taboo made his move, Qiye's expression shifted. He fixated his gaze on Taboo. In truth, when the war god technique was unleashed, Li Shuangdan's countenance changed dramatically. She recalled a legend regarding the ancient Xiang sect. The demon-subduing technique mastered by Hu Fa was indeed a powerful imperial art. Although the Xiang sect had fallen into decline and their imperial techniques were lost, they once ruled an ancient kingdom for eons and still possessed remnants of ancient sages, imperial arts, and profound wisdom. This was the foundation of the Xiang sect. Yet they suffered from a lack of successors. The clash between the war god technique and the demon-subduing art was inevitable, revealing Taboo's considerable prowess. With a resounding boom, Taboo, wielding no sword, unleashed the war god technique, rendering Hu Fa's pagoda incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The descending pagoda was sent flying. and Hu Hufa himself was propelled backward by the overwhelming sword intent, spitting a mouthful of blood. In that fleeting moment, Qiye sprang into action, akin to the mythical Kunping, as the heavens shifted and he surged forward with unparalleled speed. As Hu Hufa plummeted from the sky, Qiye materialized directly above him. In that fleeting moment, Qiye unleashed a kick that struck like a fierce whip, grievously injuring Hu Hufa and sending him hurtling downwards. Caught off guard, Hu Hufa had no time to evade or summon his treasures. Qiye's speed was simply too overwhelming. All he could do was raise his hands in a desperate attempt to block the impending blow, reminiscent of a celestial king trying to support the heavens. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated through the air, leaving no room for doubt. Hu Hufa's feeble defense was utterly ineffective. With a piercing scream, Qiye's kick landed mercilessly upon him, the relentless sound of cracking bones echoing around. As they crashed to the ground, the earth trembled beneath them, with Hu Hufa being forcefully slammed into the ground by Qiye's devastating kick. At that moment, there was no hope for Hu Hufa. His form was grotesquely twisted, reduced nearly to a pulp. The Jinyu divine body, an unparalleled celestial physique, once fully realized, could instill terror in both gods and demons alike. Capable of shattering galaxies and subduing the cosmos with mere flesh and blood, although Qiye's divine body is not yet fully perfected, its weight can undoubtedly be measured in billions of Jun. Hu Hufa, unfortunate to the extreme, met his demise at the hands of a disciple of the body refinement realm. An occurrence more ill-fated than any other. Even if Qiye possesses the formidable prison-suppressing divine body, it would not be an easy task to slay him, alas. He encountered the enigmatic Tu Buyu. With a single strike, Tu Buyu severely wounded him, and upon facing Qiye again, he found himself bereft of the strength to continue fighting. His survival was indeed a marvel. Why bother? Qiye struck and killed Hu Hufa, while the smiling Tu Buyu merely shook his head, yet did not intervene. At that moment, a shiver ran through the hearts of all present. Whether it be Luo Fenghua or the other disciples of Shishir Valley, they felt a chill. Although Qiye had often taught them a harsh lesson, even leaving them bloodied and bruised, they had never witnessed such a terrifying intent to kill emanating from him. Qiye's act of slaying Hu Hufa appeared almost trivial as he approached He Engjian, who was pinned to the ground, blood pooling around him. Even now, He Engjian could not comprehend how a mere novice, with less than a year of training, had bested him, a master of the Huagai realm. Despite Qiye's inferior cultivation, he proved to be an overwhelming adversary. Often, the disparity in realms cannot be bridged by mere techniques, even with the mastery of imperial arts. One at the Yunti realm cannot vanquish a foe of the Huagai realm. Yet, Qiye is indeed a singular entity, unmatched by any other practitioner. He has grasped the ultimate principles of the Kunping 6 transformations. Your sword formation is commendable, were you to comprehend it to a further extent. Perhaps you could truly ensnare me. Alas, you have yet to grasp even a fraction of it, and here you are, parading before me, merely courting your own demise. Qiye remarked with a calm smile as he regarded He Engjian. You do not act recklessly. My master is an elder, you. He Engjian stammered, completely terrified, unable to fathom such an outcome. With 3 hall masters and his senior protector present, slaying a mere disciple like Qiye should have been effortless. Before He Engjian could finish his plea, a sharp crack echoed as Qiye swiftly severed his head, denying him even a chance to scream. Even if your master is a human emperor, I shall not hesitate, Qiye declared, casting aside the severed head and nonchalantly wiping his hands as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, the disciples of Washstone Valley felt their legs weaken. To them, Qiye resembled a deity of death. He had effortlessly dispatched 3 hall masters, slain a protector, and executed He Engjian, all without a flicker of emotion on his face. They understood that killing hall masters and slaughtering protectors was a grave transgression, yet to Qiye, such deeds seemed inconsequential. Shall I personally escort you out of Washstone Valley? He asked with a charming smile directed at the disciples of the enforcement team. Faced with his endearing demeanor, the enforcement team members trembled uncontrollably. This was no ordinary 14-year-old boy, but a true harbinger of death. Without needing further encouragement from Qiye, they scrambled out of Washstone Valley in panic. Even the prostrate hall master Zhou found some inexplicable strength, scuttling away from Washstone Valley in a desperate flight. Why flee? Qiye remarked nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting that he had merely accomplished a trifling task despite having just taken 4 lives. But you killed Hu Hufa and the others. Luo Fenghua and the others were gripped by terror, finally grasping the meaning of a ruthless individual. Luo Fenghua's heart raced. He was grateful that when he had provoked his senior brother that day, the latter had not retaliated. The consequences of such an encounter were unfathomable. The senior brother, having slain the protector of the hall, remained utterly unfazed. Taking the life of a mere disciple was trivial in comparison. This is self-defense, not murder, Qiye remarked with a smile. The disciples of the Washing Stone Valley found themselves at a loss for words, facing imminent peril with the certainty of a grave fate. While the senior brother treated the matter as if nothing had transpired. I dare not compare, one replied, for in the presence of my brother's celestial techniques, my own skills are but trifles. Two remained amiable, his smile unwavering. Li Shuangyan's gaze sharpened as she reflected on the fact that perhaps both the disciples of the Xiang ancient sect and the present day had forgotten the battle god technique. It was conceivable that the current disciples had never even heard of it. However, she recalled a legend, one that spoke of the young Mingren immortal emperor, who had practiced the very same technique, a method that was rumored to have accompanied him throughout his life. Moreover, this technique was said to be an ancient art, renowned and exceedingly formidable. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to many, after ascending to his destined role as an immortal emperor, Mingren chose not to pass down this technique. None of his disciples ever practiced it, despite the fact that he had imparted his own secret techniques to them, leaving them within the Xiang ancient sect. The peculiar absence of the battle god technique from his teachings has long been a source of intrigue. In response to Tu Buyu's ambiguous remarks, Li Qiye merely smiled and stated, whether it be the battle god technique or the two-god technique, the specific arts one cultivates are of little consequence. What truly matters is not to obstruct my path. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy and retribution. Brother, you speak too harshly, Tu Buyu quickly interjected. You are undeniably wise and formidable, a talent of unparalleled caliber. I have always looked up to you, and should you command, I would willingly brave any perilous endeavor. Such flattery left even the disciples of the Shirshir Valley speechless, for Tu Buyu was significantly older than Li Qiye, to the extent that he could be considered a grandfather. Yet, when it came to sycophancy, he showed no hesitation. Li Qiye mused that he had always thought no one could surpass Huiran in the art of flattery. But it appeared today he had encountered a worthy rival. He cast a glance at Tu Buyu, realizing that for him, whether Tu Buyu's words were sincere or not had ceased to matter. Li Qiye spoke, and Tu Bu did not respond with anger. Instead, he maintained a gentle smile, leaving others perplexed and enveloped in an air of mystery. Traitor, meet your demise. At that moment, a furious roar reverberated throughout the entire Washstone Valley, as a colossal hand descended from the heavens, capable of reducing everything in the valley to mere dust in an instant. Xiao Xiong arrived, seething with rage upon hearing the news of his disciple's demise. As he reached Washstone Valley, he immediately struck at Li Qiye. In that moment, Xiao Xiong resembled a raging lion, his imposing presence palpable, each breath emanating a suffocating intensity. With a giant palm descending, infused with the might of 1,000 June. A single blow could obliterate the entirety of Washstone Valley. A true hero indeed. At such a pinnacle of power, a mere stomp would cause the earth to tremble. Xiao Xiong was a sovereign of this realm. As his hand came crashing down, the disciples of Washstone Valley were stricken with fear, their faces drained of color, devoid of any hint of vitality. When wrathful, a true hero could bring forth rivers of blood. With a single strike, he could shatter mountains and rivers. Amidst this chaos, a commanding voice rang out. Standing beside Li Qiye, Li Shuangyan sprang into action. In an instant, she stood proudly, resembling a blooming lotus, each petal radiant and resplendent. More astonishing was the sheer size of the petals, capable of supporting the heavens. When the lotus flourished, it could stretch across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With a resounding thud, without any visible motion from Li Shuangyan, she effortlessly upheld Xiao Xiong's colossal hand, rendering his strike futile. Li Shuangyan, endowed with an innate ethereal physique, has perfected the azure clear body, one of the 24 royal physiques, through diligent cultivation. She has also made commendable progress in her pursuit of the jade clear body, one of the 18 sacred physiques. Upon the manifestation of the jade clear body, she radiated like a blooming lotus, effortlessly repelling Xiao Xiong's powerful strike. Princess Li. This is an internal matter of the Xiang ancient sect. Refrain from interference. As the disciple faced imminent death, could Xiao Xiong remain unperturbed? Though he dared not confront Li Shuangyan directly, his words were laced with confidence. Yet, Li Shuangyan remained silent, her presence akin to a lotus in full bloom. effectively obstructing Qiao Xiong's advance, causing his complexion to flush crimson with rage. Despite being a formidable figure, he was still no match for her. It is no surprise that Qiao Xiong faltered. Li Shuanggen's identity is illustrious. She is a direct disciple of the Sun Demon Emperor, a princess of the ancient Nojian kingdom, and a paragon of the Middle Domain. Not only is she renowned in the Middle Domain, but she also holds a prominent place among the younger generation throughout the entire realm of humanity. The 9 sacred demon gates are indeed as formidable as their reputation suggests. At this juncture, a cold voice resonated, and a figure stepped forth. As he emerged, the very stars seemed to shift. His overwhelming vitality enveloped the entirety of the Shishir Valley, and his noble presence struck like a blade, inducing pain throughout those who dared to stand before him. The disciples of the guest faction in Shishir Valley were aghast, with one disciple exclaiming in astonishment, "Dong Shenglong, the guest elder." Renowned as the foremost figure of the Xiang ancient sect and a seasoned noble, elicited gasps from many upon his arrival. In the context of the Xiang ancient sect, a noble is virtually invincible, especially one of Dong Shenglong's caliber, who has been bestowed with titles by the Emperor of Humanity. This made him even more formidable. Dong Shenglong's gaze turned icy. He immediately recognized he had encountered a worthy opponent. The realization sent shockwaves through him. At such a tender age, Li Shuanggen had already ascended to the level of nobility, a talent so prodigious it was genuinely alarming. It is worth noting that the age of trials has only recently concluded, yet Li Shuanggen has already achieved such heights. Her talent is indeed fearsome. Brother Dong, what matter is of such urgency that it demands your presence? A deep voice echoed, and as the words fell, 5 figures descended from above, including the Grand Elder and 4 other elders. Just as Qiao Xiong had arrived, the Grand Elder had received reports from the disciples, aware that a significant event was unfolding, prompting him to join forces with the other elders. At this moment, Li Shuanggen retracted her presence, the lotus dissipating. Qiao Xiong, with a fierce shout, declared, "Traitor, meet your demise." With that, he aimed a lethal strike at Li Qiye. However, Li Qiye did not even flinch at Qiao Xiong's assault. Yet, the Grand Elder swiftly intervened. Addressing Qiao Xiong in a grave tone, "Qiao Shidi, do not act in haste. Let us hear what Qiye has to say. Brother, to defy authority, to slay the Hall Master and annihilate the Guardian, this is a grave sin against our sect. What further words are necessary? Such a rebel must be executed to cleanse the sect." Qiao Xiong thundered in fury. The Grand Elder, maintaining his solemn demeanor, replied, "Qiao Shidi, the truth of the matter will be discerned by the sect. If he has committed a grave offense, why the rush to take his life? We can deliberate on the verdict before deciding to execute him. Brother Gu, this young man is ruthless. He is not merely cold-blooded and unfeeling, inflicting harm upon his own kin, but he has also conspired with outsiders, betraying his sect and plotting nefarious schemes. Each day this man lingers poses an increased risk for the Xiang ancient sect. At this moment, Dong Shenglong is also fanning the flames, declaring that matters of the Xiang ancient sect should never be subject to the judgments of outsiders. It is not for an outsider to meddle in the affairs that rightly belong to the Xiang ancient sect. As the storm looms, Li Qiye, the very protagonist of this affair, remains unperturbed, leisurely responding, "The matters of the Xiang ancient sect are not for you to comment on. If you know what is wise, keep your silence." Li Qiye gazed intently at Dong Shenglong, undoubtedly a blatant provocation directed at him. Li Qiye's words struck terror into the hearts of Luo Fenghua and his companions, as if he had pierced the heavens. First, he had slain the Hall Master and the Protector, and now he was daring to provoke the guest elders of the nobility. This was tantamount to courting death. Luo Fenghua and the others were rendered speechless by fear. Was the senior brother not satisfied with the magnitude of the situation? Even Dong Shenglong had been offended. "If I were an outsider, what of Princess Li who stands by your side?" At this moment, Dong Shenglong's gaze turned icy, emanating an imposing aura as he coldly remarked, "You, a mere junior, conspire with outsiders, harboring ulterior motives, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly. Who is this old turtle prattling before me?" Li Qiye, thoroughly irritated by Dong Shenglong's demeanor, retorted, "The alliance between our Xiang ancient sect and the 9 Holy Demon Gate is no secret. Princess Li is indeed a member of our Xiang ancient sect. What? Does our union with the 9 Holy Demon Gate make the Holy Heaven sect uneasy? Thus, you, old turtle, have been dispatched to sow discord between our 2 sects. It appears you are but a pawn of treachery, seeking to undermine our alliance." Chapter 65. Turning the clouds and overturning the rain. Part 1. Such nonsense, such sheer absurdity. Slanderous accusations. At Li Qiye's words, Dong Xinlong's eyes narrowed dangerously as he bellowed. Li Qiye, exuding an air of calmness, addressed the Grand Elder and the other 4 elders. Elders, what I speak of is indeed the truth. If our Xiang ancient sect were to ally through marriage with the 9 Saint Demon Gate, who would be most averse to such an outcome? The most direct and effective method to sabotage this union would be to execute me under false accusations, be it treachery or rebellion, merely slander aimed at undermining our alliance. Elders, it seems that the one plotting betrayal against the Xiang ancient sect is not I, but rather another individual. Someone who seeks to align with factions like the Holy Sky sect, conspiring to entrap and harm our disciples. At this moment, as such a significant event unfolded, other guardians hastened to the scene, and soon the upper echelons of the Xiang ancient sect gathered in the Shirshir Valley. Traitor, spouting baseless accusations, a sin unforgivable. 1,000 deaths insufficient for atonement. Qiao Xiang's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, attempting to advance, but was halted by the ancient elder. Brother, do you intend to shield this traitor who harms our kin? Qiao Xiang shouted in fury. The Grand Elder, Gu Taizhou, turned cold, retorting, Junior brother. All the elders and guardians of our sect are present. The truth of this matter will be discerned by all. Why the rush? The Grand Elder was no fool. The situation was suspicious and evidently complex. Dong Xinlong would not have carelessly involved himself in such a predicament. At this juncture, Li Qiye interjected once more with an air of nonchalance. Qiao Elder, your eagerness to silence me suggests a collusion with Dong, plotting against me and jeopardizing our alliance. Esteemed elders and guardians, I trust your discerning eyes will reveal who is loyal and who is treacherous. Beast, you dare to accuse me? Dong Xinlong roared, his aura surging as he approached Li Qiye with a commanding presence, each step imbued with authority. Brother Dong, please maintain decorum. The Grand Elder Gu Tieshou's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent palpable, transforming the usually diplomatic elder into a figure of formidable resolve. Dong Xinlong's majesty only intensified, a resonant sound accompanying the terrifying artifact hovering above him. A relentless roar echoing through the air. The might of his presence caused even the guardians and elders to change their countenance. Gu Taizhou snorted coldly, his own blood surging forth, resonating like a giant drumbeat. As his power surged, a majestic Kunping emerged from within him, overshadowing the skies and asserting dominance over the earth. An overwhelming aura of royal might radiating from the Grand Elder. Indeed, the Grand Elder Gu Taizhou was a royal figure, astonishing not only the disciples, but also taking the other elders by surprise, with Qiao Xiong's eyes widening in astonishment. At this moment, Gu Taizhou confronted Dong Xinlong, each step deliberate, the Kunping above him seemingly ready to rend the earth and shatter the heavens, invoking reverence from all living beings before its divine might. No one expected that the venerable elder Gu Taizhou was a master of concealment. For a long time, everyone believed that he was merely a formidable hero, perhaps at the pinnacle of such prowess. However, it was astonishing to discover that his true strength was that of a sovereign. At this moment, Dong Xinlong, a fellow seasoned sovereign, felt a shift in his demeanor, realizing the threat posed by Elder Gu. This was due to the fact that Elder Gu practiced imperial techniques, specifically one of the most powerful arts left by the Mingren immortal emperor, Kunping's 6 transformations. This core imperial art of the Xiang ancient sect represented a significant danger to Dong Xinlong. Ah, my dear brother Gu, you have truly kept your talents hidden. Today, it seems I have meddled in matters beyond my concern, and my good intentions have been mistaken for folly. With that said, I shall take my leave. His expression darkened as he turned to depart. Dong Xinlong was a wise man. He recognized the unfavorable turn of events and understood that remaining would only ensnare him further. It was prudent to withdraw for the moment. Qiao Xiang's countenance darkened to an extreme, realizing the implications of Elder Gu's unexpected display of power, which had forced Dong Xinlong to retreat. The situation had suddenly turned adverse. It appeared that someone, feeling anxious, had chosen to flee. At that moment, Li Qiye calmly remarked, "Such a reversal has left Luo Fenghua and the others astounded, rendering them speechless. They witnessed firsthand what it means to turn the tide and to speak boldly against formidable foes. Today, they finally understood that the senior brother was composed and unperturbed by the might of his adversaries." Li Qiye gazed at Qiao Xiong and slowly remarked, "Elder Qiao, am I guilty of betraying my master and ancestors? I have never committed any such transgression. To impose unjust accusations, one need not search far for pretexts." Surely, Elder Qiao is not hastily seeking my demise out of fear that a conspiracy might be unveiled? Rebellious wretch, with such words, I have every right to end your life. Elder Qiao bellowed, immediately launching an attack on Li Qiye. Junior brother, remain calm. The Grand Elder, Gu Taizhou, interjected with a commanding voice. This time, Gu Taizhou finally unleashed his fury, his regal aura pressing down upon Qiao Xiong. Under the weight of the royal might, Elder Qiao's gaze momentarily faltered, yet he remained confrontational, asserting, Elder brother, are you resolute in shielding this rebellious wretch? Allowing disciples who harm their peers and betray their masters to go unpunished will lead our sect's disciples to lose faith and earn the disdain of the world. Henceforth, our esteemed Gu clan will be rendered a mere shadow of its former self. Li Qiye chuckled and remarked, Elder Qiao, with utmost conviction, accuses me of harming my fellow disciples and betraying my master. Pray tell, Elder Qiao, how have I inflicted harm upon my brethren? If not, then you, as an elder, are scheming to entrap your own disciples to fulfill your own ambitions. Li Qiye turned the tables, prompting the elders and protectors present to exchange glances. In truth, everyone sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Dong Xinglong's presence here was already a significant indication. Ah, what a sharp-tongued and cunning beast! Qiao Xiong scoffed. Even if you are eloquent, you cannot erase the fact that you slaughtered 3 hall masters, ruthlessly killed Protector Hu, and took the life of Jinner. The evidence is irrefutable. Are you not guilty of harming your own kin? The deaths of the 3 hall masters, Protector Hu, and He Engjian can only be attributed to their own folly. I merely acted in self-defense, Li Qiye replied, unperturbed. Indeed, Brother Gu, you have witnessed it all. In the face of such undeniable evidence, he still dares to quibble. Qiao Xiong remarked to the Grand Elder Gu Taizhou. Nonsense. Qiao Xiong's face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, according to reports from the enforcement team. It was Hall Master Zhou who called for help, prompting Protector Hu to lead the enforcement team into Shishir Valley. This treacherous beast, with a heart as venomous as a serpent, sought to conspire against me, and upon being discovered, aimed to silence me. Esteemed elders, protectors, this is indeed the truth. At that moment, Hall Master Zhou, who had been hiding behind Qiao Xiong, stepped forward and stated, Li Qiye intended to harm me. I cried out for help. And Protector Hu rushed in with the enforcement team. Little did we expect that this vile creature would slay Protector Hu and the others. Is this true? Gu Taizhou inquired, fixing his gaze upon Li Qiye. At that moment, the elders and protectors exchanged glances once more. It seemed rather implausible that an ordinary disciple would conspire to murder Hall Master Zhou. Li Qiye chuckled softly and replied leisurely, Elder, I am unfamiliar with the notion of conspiracy. If it were truly a plot, would Master Zhou still be alive today? I could have easily dispatched Protector Hu. If I had truly intended harm, taking down another would be trivial. I spared his life, and the disciples of Shishir Valley witnessed it with their own eyes. I merely intended to teach Master Zhou a lesson. Little did I expect him to be so inept, unable to best a mere disciple like myself, who is merely in the body refinement realm. His lack of skill cannot be attributed to me. Such utter nonsense. You are clearly a spy sent by another sect, concealing your true capabilities, scheming for nefarious purposes, and when discovered by Master Zhou, you sought to silence him. Elder Qiao spoke in a grave tone. Elder Qiao, you are the one speaking baseless accusations, Li Qiye replied with a smile. Ask the disciples of Shishir Valley why I reprimanded Master Zhou. In my view, he is likely being manipulated by others to frame me. As the appointed senior disciple of Shishir Valley, I have approached my responsibilities with utmost caution and dedication, pouring countless efforts into imparting teachings. Yet, Master Zhou insists that I am imparting heretical knowledge, claiming that I have introduced dark and sinister doctrines into the Qiye ancient sect. Such an affront to my hard work. How could I possibly endure it if I possessed even a shred of dignity? You are the one who has imparted dubious teachings to the Qiye ancient sect. I intervened only to prevent my disciples from falling into the abyss of darkness. To shield them from your insidious temptations, Master Zhou asserted resolutely. Li Qiye chuckled and remarked, is it the demonic path? Everyone knows the truth. A single individual may deceive. But how could the 300 disciples of Shishir Valley all conspire to lie? If I indeed impart the demonic path, the elders and protectors might as well inquire of their disciples. Upon hearing Li Qiye's words, Gu Taizhou surveyed the assembled disciples of Shishir Valley, casually calling forth one disciple to inquire, what techniques has the senior brother imparted to you? As the 3rd hour approached, he urged, speak to me the heart method as taught by the senior brother. The elder, Gu Taizhou, spoke solemnly. The disciple, not daring to delay, recounted the heart method and the corrected techniques that Qiye had taught. Hearing the disciple's account, Gu Taizhou was genuinely moved. In fact, it was not only he who was stirred, but all the other elders and protectors present were equally astonished. Is this truly the heart method expounded by the senior brother? Gu Taizhou found it hard to believe. He then selected several disciples at random from the 300, and the techniques they described, along with their flaws, left Gu Taizhou and the other elders and protectors in shock. This is not merely a foundational heart method, it is entirely a grand doctrine. Elder Qian, one of the 6 elders, remarked in disbelief. Elder Wu also expressed his astonishment, stating, I have cultivated for over 1,000 years and read the Bilawaksan for countless times. Yet I never conceived of such profound insights into this heart method. This interpretation of the Bilawaksan must be its ultimate essence. Elder Sun also supported Qiye, declaring, if this is deemed the path of the demonic sect, then what we practice is the true demonic path. It seems there is no one in the world who could interpret the foundational heart method with such profundity and grandeur. This was not the first time Elder Sun had witnessed Qiye's marvels, yet he remained profoundly shaken by today's interpretation, standing resolutely in support of Qiye. Many of the elders and protectors were rendered speechless by the unparalleled profundity of the foundational heart method that Qiye had expounded. The flaws he pointed out in their techniques were strikingly incisive. After centuries, or even millennia, of cultivation, they had never grasped the method to such a degree. They realized today that even the most basic foundational heart method could be interpreted to such an extent. Their previous understandings had merely skimmed the surface of the foundational techniques. If only I could have comprehended the Bilawaksan to such a degree back then, it would have sufficed for a lifetime. One protector remarked, deeply moved. Is this truly the insight you have attained? Gu Taizhou, struggling to believe, gazed at Qiye, his emotions palpable. Qiye's words rendered the venerable Grand Elder Gu Taizhou momentarily speechless. Such a minor comprehension and a mere fragment of insight had elevated the entry-level heart method to an unimaginable degree, rendering even the term genius insufficient. This could only be described as monstrous talent. Upon hearing Elder Sun's account, the guardians and elders present were undeniably moved, finding the situation truly astonishing. There had once been whispers suggesting that physical constitution, longevity, and destiny were not the sole measures of a person's worth. Until now, I had dismissed such notions as mere nonsense. But today, it seems the ancients spoke truthfully, remarked Elder Qian with a hint of emotion. At this moment, Elder Wu, one of the 6 elders, turned his gaze towards Hall Master Zhou and remarked, Hall Master Zhou, if this is the path of demonic sects, then there exists no righteous path in this world. Surely, you cannot be so muddled as to fail to perceive this. The sudden reversal of circumstances caught Hall Master Zhou off guard. This was likely not mere confusion. It appeared to be a conspiracy. For Hall Master Zhou, what I imparted might be of little significance. What truly mattered was my removal, Qiye stated calmly. I. Hall Master Zhou found himself at a loss for words, glancing towards Qiao Xiong. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Qiao Xiong spoke in a deep tone. Hall Master Zhou has been slow to comprehend, failing to grasp the intricacies of the techniques. Such ignorance warrants punishment. However, this traitor has committed heinous acts, murdering 3 Hall Masters and Hufa, as well as Jinner. Such transgressions cannot be forgiven. For Qiao Xiong, this day was a double loss. Not only had he failed to eliminate Qiye, but he had also lost 2 of his disciples. Particularly, Jin was his cherished successor. And the death of such a valued disciple made his heart bleed with grief. Qiye spoke leisurely. If I were truly plotting treachery, I would deserve the most severe punishment. Unfortunately, I have been wrongfully accused. First, Master Zhou indiscriminately condemned me, alleging that I had brought the sinister ways of the demon sect into the esteemed Washing Face sect. Then, suddenly, Protector who arrived with a formidable entourage of enforcers, intent on executing me on the spot, providing me with no opportunity to defend myself. This is undeniably a conspiracy. The coincidences are far too numerous. Is this not an attempt to drive me to my demise? How is it that Elder Chao and Old Man Dong find themselves together? You 2 arrived before the other elders, and without discernment, sought to take my life. This is clearly a plot to silence me. Elder Chao, could it be that you are colluding with the Holy Heaven sect? Betraying the sect and conspiring with outsiders is a capital offense, one that would leave a stench for eternity. Qiye spoke eloquently, leaving the disciples of the Stone-Washing Valley in a state of shock. The eldest senior brother effortlessly turned the tide, showcasing a strategic mind that was truly formidable. It was a wisdom as vast as the ocean. Li Shuangyan, who had been a mere observer throughout this event, felt deeply moved. The massacre of the three Hall Masters and the protector who was executed by Li Qiye without a hint of hesitation, as if it were an afterthought. Now, he spoke with such poise, effortlessly reversing the situation. It was akin to summoning clouds with a flip of the hand and conjuring rain with a mere gesture. His composure and ease in the face of such matters rendered them trivial in his eyes, which left Li Shuangyan in astonishment. Even Tu Buyu, who had remained silent on the sidelines, could not help but flicker his gaze. Having lived for thousands of years, witnessing Li Qiye's actions today stirred something within him. In truth, such petty schemes were of little consequence to Li Qiye. In the past, he had orchestrated plans that affected the world at large. Those were true masterstrokes. Chao Xiong was seething with indignation, his carefully laid plans unraveling before his eyes. He had orchestrated this scheme, yet now found himself outmaneuvered by Li Qiye, leaving him utterly at a loss. Junior brother Chao, there are too many uncertainties surrounding this matter. To label Qiye a traitor so hastily is imprudent. The elder Gu Tieshou remarked coldly. He was most displeased to see Chao Xiong aligning with Dong Xunlong, but the answer had become painfully clear. Not only Gu Tieshou but also the other elders and protectors began to lean towards Li Qiye's side, though they refrained from voicing their opinions without evidence. Surely, my senior brother cannot genuinely believe this scoundrel's words? Chao Xiong spat blood in anger, fearing his plans had crumbled along with the tragic fate of his two disciples. This situation is fraught with suspicion, Gu Tieshou continued coldly. Lacking evidence, he could not accuse Chao Xiong of collusion with Dong Xunlong, yet his dissatisfaction was palpable. How unfortunate for Hu and the others to have died in vain, Chao Xiong exclaimed fiercely. At that moment, he played another card, stating gravely, even if Hall Master Zhou is confused, it is an undeniable fact that this scoundrel harbors treachery. He has stolen the Kunping 6 transformations. The revelation of the theft of the Kunping 6 transformations stirred the protectors and elders present. Gu Tieshou's expression tightened as he fixed his gaze upon Li Qiye. The Kunping 6 transformations was the core imperial technique of the ancient Xiaoyan sect, a complete and unblemished legacy of their order. The gravity of the situation could not be taken lightly. Is this truly the case? Gu Tieshou inquired, his voice heavy with scrutiny. When it came to the Kunping 6 transformations, he knew he had to proceed with utmost caution. What is this Kunping 6 transformations you speak of? Li Qiye replied innocently. Is this what the elder refers to? At this moment, Li Qiye commanded the Kunping to leap from the palace. The fist-sized Kunping appeared incredibly lifelike. As it soared, runes shimmered and danced. And with the gentle motions of the Kunping, the cosmos seemed to shift, transporting one into an entirely different starry realm. Each transformation of the Kunping was profoundly enigmatic. Even the elders were unable to comprehend its intricacies. Due to certain matters, the update has concluded. Yesterday, I mistakenly thought it was Sunday, and today, despite the error, it remains the third watch of the night. I kindly ask for your support through voting. Chapter 67. The Purple Sun's 10-Day Technique. Part 1. Upon witnessing this spectacle of the 6 transformations of the Kunping, the expressions of the elders and protectors present changed drastically. The 6 transformations of the Kunping was a profound secret of the Xian ancient sect, mastered completely only by the Grand Elder, Gu Taizhou. When Gu Taizhou practiced this technique, it was personally reviewed by the previous sect leader and approved by the esteemed elders. Besides Gu Taizhou, only the 5th elder, Zhou, among the 6 Grand Elders, had practiced the initial 3 transformations of the Kunping. In the past, Elder Zhou had made significant contributions to the Xian ancient sect, which led to the unanimous consent of the elders to allow him to learn the first 3 transformations. For the current Xian ancient sect, the 6 transformations of the Kunping is the core secret, and even the elders are forbidden from approaching the manual without the consent of all the elders and protectors. The 6 transformations are stored in the most secure and confidential location within the sect, known only to the 6 Grand Elders. Upon witnessing this technique, Grand Elder Gu Taizhou was visibly shaken. Having mastered the complete 6 transformations, he understood its depths better than anyone else. As he observed the Kunping floating above Li Qiye's head, swaying gracefully, he was profoundly astonished. This indicated that Li Qiye had surpassed him in the mastery of this technique. An utterly inconceivable feat. It is well known that the 6 transformations of the Kunping is one of the most formidable imperial techniques of the Xian ancient sect, rich in depth. Gu Taizhou had immersed himself in its study for centuries, only achieving an understanding of the 6 transformations after an arduous journey, and he would never dare claim to grasp its true secrets. Yet here was a mere novice adept in its profound intricacies. How did you come to master the 6 transformations of the Kunping? Gu Tieshou's gaze fixed upon Qiye, transforming into something exceedingly fearsome, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. Previously, Gu Taizhou had resolved to protect Qiye at all costs. However, now that Qiye had mastered the 6 transformations, if it were discovered that he had learned it through illicit means, it would be a grave transgression against the Qiye ancient sect. Without the need for other elders and protectors to decide, he would eliminate Qiye. For Gu Taizhou, while there could be leeway for discussions regarding the unauthorized study of other techniques, the 6 transformations of the Kunping was non-negotiable. Its significance to the Qiye ancient sect was paramount. Stealing the core imperial technique warranted no mercy. Qiao Xiong, seizing the opportunity to reverse the situation, darkly remarked to Elder Gu, "Brother, this child cannot be allowed to remain. Every moment he stays poses a greater danger to our Qiye ancient sect." "Qiye, how did you attain this art?" Gu Tai, disregarding Qiao Xiong, fixed his gaze intently upon Qiye and spoke in a solemn tone. Qiye smiled slightly and said leisurely, "Is the technique you mentioned, Elder, the Kunping 6 transformations? Still playing coy, senior brother? Seize him first, and then subject him to rigorous interrogation." Qiao Xiong immediately fanned the flames. "Silence!" Gu Taizhou suddenly shouted at Qiao Xiong, his demeanor akin to that of a mighty lion, exuding an overwhelming presence. As the eldest senior brother, he undeniably possessed an unassailable authority. Gu Tieshou's sudden outburst caused Qiao Xiong's complexion to change, and even the elder protectors present felt the undeniable might of the Grand Elder. "Qiye, tell me, how did you cultivate the Kunping 6 transformations?" Gu Taizhou demanded in a deep voice, marking the first time he had shown anger, his tone gravely serious. "To understand this matter, one must start with the Kunping minor intent 6 forms," Qiye replied slowly, unperturbed by Gu Tieshou's formidable presence. He paused for a moment before continuing on that day. "When the elders permitted me to practice the Kunping minor intent 6 forms, I chose the secret manual and diligently read and comprehended it. However, while grasping the essence of this technique, I inadvertently fell asleep. During that time, I had a peculiar dream in which an old man appeared. He claimed we were fated to meet, thus imparting to me a method akin to the Kunping minor intent 6 forms. Eventually, this old man bestowed this technique upon me, and I had no idea what it was until the elder mentioned its name." Qiye spoke with such eloquence that it seemed utterly genuine, leaving the attending elder guardians incredulous. Such absurdity! Where in this world could one encounter such ludicrous events as imparting wisdom through dreams? This could only deceive a 3-year-old child. Qiao Xiong exclaimed sharply. Ignoring Qiao Xiong, Gu Taizhou fixed his gaze on Qiye and inquired gravely, "What manner of figure does this old gentleman possess?" "Well, I must admit, my recollection from the dream is somewhat vague." Qiye tilted his head, feigning deep contemplation for a moment before finally depicting the appearance of the Mingren Immortal Emperor. No one in this realm knew better what the Mingren Immortal Emperor looked like than he did, with just a few succinct phrases. He was able to vividly outline the emperor's visage. Upon hearing Qiye's description, the elders felt a jolt of astonishment. Although the Xiong ancient sect had a statue of the Mingren Immortal Emperor, it was ultimately crafted by another's hand and lacked the spirit of the original. However, the sect secretly possessed a portrait painted by the Mingren Immortal Emperor himself. This portrait was not merely a likeness. It embodied the emperor's formidable imperial essence and divine intent. It was the sect's treasured artifact, and when invoked, it could protect the Xiong ancient sect and repel formidable foes. Yet, the imperial essence contained in this portrait could not be used lightly. Excessive usage would diminish its power, leading to the eventual dissipation of the essence. Thus, the Xiong ancient sect refrained from employing it unless faced with annihilation. As the 6 elders had all beheld this portrait, the indelible impression of the founder's imperial might and divine grace remained with them. Now, hearing Qiye succinctly articulate the founder's imperial presence, they pondered whether he had indeed encountered the portrait. The remaining disciples were dismissed, and the elder guardians were instructed that no disciple was permitted entry without orders. Ultimately, the chief elder, Gu Taizhou, issued this command. Once the disciples had retreated, only the elder guardians of the Xiong ancient sect remained, their ranks fully assembled, and the atmosphere grew solemn. For this moment, as the chief elder, Gu Taizhou had even sealed off the area, forbidding anyone from approaching. Transcribe the Kunpeng's 6 transformations that you noted in your dream and present it for me and Elder Zhou to examine. Gu Taizhou commanded solemnly. Master brother, surely you cannot genuinely believe such preposterous claims. Qiao Xiong interjected with evident displeasure. This must be a case of that rogue stealing our Kunpeng's 6 transformations. Gu Taizhou cast a stern glance at Qiao Xiong and replied, who besides the 6 of us knows the location of the secret manual? To access that place, Qiao Shidi should know the entire procedure. Without our consent, could anyone else possibly unlock it? Unless a great sage intervenes and forcibly breaches it, who could extract the manual? We are well aware of its existence. Indeed, if that place were to be breached, our esteemed Wuzhan sect would find itself in peril. As it stands, we remain unscathed. Brother Qiao, do you believe it possible that Qiye could have surreptitiously learned the Kunpeng's 6 transformations from there? Unless, of course, you insinuate that our senior brother has clandestinely imparted this technique to Qiye. Elder Sun interjected with a grave tone. This younger brother would never dare to suggest such a thing. Qiao Xiong replied, somewhat disgruntled. Even if he wished to imply it, such a notion would be implausible. The other elders and protectors would certainly not lend credence to such insinuations. Ultimately, Qiye meticulously inscribed the heart method of the Kunpeng's 6 transformations, augmenting it with numerous profound insights. The transcribed heart method was accessible only to the Grand Elder and Elder Zhou, with the latter able to scrutinize merely the first 3 transformations. Upon examination, both Grand Elder Gu Taizhou and Elder Zhou were profoundly moved. This was not merely the complete heart method of the Kunpeng's 6 transformations, the accompanying elucidations far surpassed their own comprehension, revealing a depth of understanding they had not previously encountered. To reach such an understanding is no small feat. One might speculate that even their former Grand Elder would have found it challenging. At this moment, both the Grand Elder and Elder Zhou were taken aback. Could it be that the ancestral master had indeed appeared to Qiye in a dream? Otherwise, how could one rationally explain this phenomenon? The elders and protectors present exchanged glances, grappling with the unsettling thought that perhaps such dream-induced revelations were indeed possible. This concept was utterly astonishing and difficult for them to accept. What else did your dream's venerable figure convey? Gu Taizhou finally inquired, fixing his gaze upon Qiye. Qiye pondered seriously for a moment before finally stating, Ah, right. The old man also mentioned that I bear a significant responsibility. The future revival of the Xiang ancient sect rests upon my shoulders. He said that if I wish to learn other, more profound techniques in the future, I should invoke him using other related methods, and he may manifest in my dreams. Preposterous, how audacious. Do you dare to speak of revitalizing the Xiang ancient sect? Qiao Xiong retorted sharply. Continue, ancient Taishou interjected, interrupting Qiao Xiong, and spoke to Qiye in a solemn tone. Qiye scratched his head thoughtfully and remarked, as for that esoteric technique, I find it rather perplexing, and thus, I have been in great distress, unable to summon my grandfather. It should be referred to as the ultimate art of imperial technique. At that moment, Elder Sun hurriedly interjected. If you have practiced the Kunpeng minor intent 6 forms, he may impart to you the Kunpeng 6 transformations. Should you pursue other ultimate imperial techniques, there is a possibility he might bestow upon you the core imperial art. Such a notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Xiao Xiong coldly retorted, Elder Sun, do you truly believe in such absurdity? This kind of claim could only deceive a 3-year-old. There is no way to verify this. So he can say whatever he pleases. Chapter 68, The Purple Sun Tende Art, Part 2. Perhaps there is a means to validate this. At that juncture, the youngest among the 6 elders, Elder Wu, proposed, let Qiye practice another imperial technique and see if he can summon the person from his dreams. If he can recite another core imperial art, it would serve as sufficient proof that the teachings were imparted in his dreams. This method appeared viable. Elder Qin concurred, saying, if that is indeed the case, what Qiye has stated may well be grounded in reality. Such a notion was indeed preposterous. Not only the elders, but even the guardians found it hard to believe. Yet, amidst this absurdity, the elders and guardians of the Xiang ancient sect caught a glimmer of hope. In this era of decline, as rival sects eyed them hungrily, the once mighty Xiang ancient sect resembled a plump sheep among a pack of wolves. Now, both the elders and guardians of the Xiang ancient sect yearned for a miracle, a revival of their waning sect. If their ancestor, the immortal Emperor Minground, were to manifest, perhaps he would indeed communicate through dreams to his disciples. At this moment, Qiao Xiong paused and finally spoke in a deep voice. If he is willing to validate this, I have no objections. Are you willing? Gu Taizhou asked Li Qiye earnestly. As the chief elder, he had weathered countless storms and was acutely aware of how far-fetched this assertion was. Nevertheless, burdened with the responsibilities of the Xiong ancient sect, he harbored a desire for such a miraculous dream from their ancestor. Esteemed elder, I stand firm in my integrity and fear no scrutiny. Regardless of how you test me, I shall not falter, Li Qiye declared with resolute conviction, earning the favor of the other elders and guardians. Next came the matter of selecting a technique. The elders exchanged glances, and finally, Elder Qian stated, in my opinion, we should choose the purple cloud art. Among us, only senior brother Sun has extensive knowledge on this subject. Within the Xiong ancient sect, the imperial techniques were lamentably scarce, with the complete core technique being the Kunping 6 transformations, revered as the most formidable among their inherited arts. Besides this complete art, they retained 2 core techniques, albeit in a severely incomplete state. One of these, the Purple Sun Tinde art, was relatively less flawed. Nevertheless, the elders of the Xiyan ancient sect dared not casually speak of cultivating 2 incomplete imperial techniques, for the deficiencies were profoundly significant. A single misstep could lead one into madness, risking a lifetime of cultivation. Thus, the elders turned to the cultivation of the great sage's method. Elder Sun commenced his practice with the Zixiao art, a technique of paramount importance to him. Previously, he had aspired to cultivate the flawed Xiang Tin Sun art and had engaged in profound research and comprehension of its incomplete scrolls. However, he ultimately discovered the severe shortcomings of this imperial technique, rendering it impractical, and he was compelled to abandon it in favor of the great sage's method. Now, to assess Li Qiye, they could only select one from the 2 incomplete imperial techniques, and among them, Elder Sun had the most knowledge of the Xiang Tin Sun art. Thus, following discussions among the elders, they unanimously decided to have Li Qiye cultivate the Zixiao art. Chao Xiong, consumed by a desire for vengeance against Li Qiye, whose hands had brought the demise of his 2 disciples, was unable to find peace until this grievance was avenged. However, the matter was beyond his control at this juncture. More importantly, Chao Xiong had devised another plan, thus Li Qiye's retribution was no longer urgent in his eyes. With the agreement of the 6 elders, the secret manual of the Zixiao art was conveyed to Li Qiye. During this process, Li Qiye was confined to the solitary peak, compelled to devote himself to the cultivation of the Zixiao art. The Zixiao art, a fragment of the imperial technique, is merely a small portion of the Xiang Tin Sun art, created by the Mingren immortal emperor. Although its power does not compare to the Kunping 6 transformations, as a core imperial technique, it remains extraordinarily formidable. Li Qiye possessed a clearer understanding of the embryonic form of the Xiang Tin Sun art than anyone else. In the past, as the Shadow Crow, he had accompanied the Mingren immortal emperor into perilous realms, witnessing the rise and fall of the 10 suns and the evolution of the great Tao. It was only later that the Mingren immortal emperor established this technique. Throughout this process, in his guise as the Shadow Crow, Li Qiye provided numerous suggestions to the Mingren immortal emperor, assisting him in refining the technique on several occasions. Although the memories of this technique had been erased during his subsequent slumber, as he meticulously studied the Zixiao art, the memories and profound meanings of this technique resurfaced in Li Qiye's mind, the erased memories re-emerging once again. Days turned into weeks, and months passed by. At this moment, not only others, but even the elders began to waver. The elders harbored a yearning for a miracle, though such notions might sound absurd. They earnestly hoped for such an occurrence, desiring the protection of their ancestor for the Xiyan ancient sect. In my opinion, this wretch is employing deceit, Chao Xiong remarked coldly, stirring the pot once more. In response to Chao Xiong's provocations, Elder Sun retorted, Brother Chao, are you not being overly hasty? It is premature to draw such conclusions before the end. It seems you are intent on bringing about Li Qiye's demise to find solace. What do you mean by that? Brother Sun, I am devoted to upholding the ancient traditions of cleansing. Chao Xiong's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Enough. Let us not quarrel. Waiting a little longer is not an issue. The Grand Elder, Gu Taizhou, interjected, his tone icy. At last, 3 months passed, and Li Qiye emerged from his humble abode, exclaiming with exhilaration, I have it, I have it, I have it. Really? Upon hearing these words, the 6 Grand Elders, disregarding their dignities, rushed in without hesitation. Even Chao Xiong could not restrain his excitement. Li Qiye presented the meticulously transcribed martial art technique to the Grand Elder, stating, Elder, this is the method imparted to me by my dream ancestor. I am uncertain if it corresponds to the Purple Sun 10 Days technique you mentioned. The Grand Elder, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly accepted the manuscript. Indeed, the thrill was not confined to the Grand Elder Gu Tai's-ho. The other elders shared in the fervor, with Qiao Xiong experiencing a different kind of exhilaration for his own motives. Ultimately, the 6 esteemed elders convened to scrutinize the technique that Qiye had transcribed against the remnants of the Purple Sun 10 days technique preserved by the Xian ancient sect. Remarkably, it was authentic, the complete Purple Sun 10 days technique. After their examination, Elder Sun was overwhelmed with joy. He had long aspired to practice this art, but had never succeeded. He never imagined he would witness the entirety of the Purple Sun 10 days technique in his lifetime. This was not merely a complete manuscript. It encapsulated myriad profound meanings. One could surmise that unless divinely inspired by the founder, an ordinary disciple could hardly attain such enlightenment. Even a natural prodigy, provided with the complete manuscript, would struggle to grasp such profound principles. Finally, Elder Sun expressed his exhilaration. At that moment, the other elders were equally agitated, thrilled, and astonished. This occurrence felt surreal, almost absurd. Heaven has eyes and has shown mercy upon our Xian ancient sect. The founder's spirit, unwilling to see our sect perish, has finally manifested. One elder exclaimed with fervor. At this juncture, aside from the notion of divine dreams, there seemed no more credible explanation. Meanwhile, Qiao Xiong's gaze flickered uncertainly among the elders. He was the most skeptical of the notion of dream-inspired teachings, yet he pondered the possibility. What if it were true? This contemplation stirred a multitude of thoughts within him. Eventually, the elders summoned Qiye once more. Observing him calmly seated, they were engulfed by an indescribable feeling. Had the founder truly chosen this ordinary disciple of mundane existence? Otherwise, the circumstances were too perplexing to comprehend. At this moment, Elder Sun and the others began to speculate that perhaps the profound meanings of the Billuoxan method were not solely derived from Qiye's understanding, but might have been imparted to him by the founder. Whether or not that was the case had become secondary for Elder Sun and the others, for they had witnessed a miracle. Perhaps Qiye would be the key to the revival of the Xian ancient sect. Following the elders' deliberation, they expressed their belief in the legitimacy of the dream-inspired teachings you described. Thus, the Kunping 6 transformations would not be deemed as theft of knowledge. And the elders resolved that you may cultivate the Purple Sun 10 days technique. Finally, Grand Elder Gu Tai's-ho solemnly declared, for someone who has lived for over a millennium, this matter feels like a dream. Yet, having reached this point, I must concede my belief, and I fervently hope that this is indeed reality. Qiye unexpectedly sought credit for his achievements, catching the 6 elders present off guard, leading to a shared glance of bewilderment among them. In that case, I am entitled to make a request, Qiye said with a smile. The elders exchanged looks, and ultimately, the Grand Elder nodded, stating, you may present one request. And as long as it falls within the capabilities of our sect, we shall certainly accommodate you. My request is quite simple. I have heard that Nan Huiran and Protector Mo are practicing the Purple Cloud skill. Since I have made significant contributions, I request that the sect permit them to practice the Purple Sun 10-day skill, Qiye said slowly. As the third update arrived, a voice called out for votes, urging classmates to cast their ballots. Such audacity, using power for personal gain. This is utterly intolerable within our sect. Before any other elder could voice their opinions, Qiao Xiong immediately exclaimed, Imperial techniques are reserved solely for the elders. Even a protector cannot practice these core imperial arts. Now, a mere third-generation disciple seeks to practice the core imperial technique. This is, of course, unacceptable to Qiao Xiong. Upon hearing Qiye's words, Qiao Xiong's expression instantly changed, his face contorting as he abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, You little wretch, seeking death. Elder Gu Tai's-ho, the senior disciple, admonished, Qiye is but a child. There is no need to stoop to his level. Previously, Qiao Xiong had regarded Elder Gu Tai's-ho with a degree of indifference. But upon learning that the elder was not only a nobleman but also a seasoned one who had mastered the Kunping 6 transformations, Qiao Xiong's trepidation grew immensely. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Gu Tai's-ho. Brother Gu, you are being overly lenient with this rebellious wretch. He will inevitably become a bane to our sect. Qiao Xiong uttered with bitterness. Children speak without restraint. There is no need for you to take it to heart. Gu Tai's-ho replied, clearly defending Qiye. At that moment, not only Gu Tai's-ho but also the other 4 elders openly supported Qiye, which filled Qiao Xiong with resentment. Ultimately, after deliberation, the elders consented to Qiye's demands. They addressed him, saying, Since you are willing to exchange your merits for this matter, we agree to your request. Mo Hufa has been loyal to our Gu sect for so long. He may now cultivate the Purple Sun 10 days technique. As for Nan Huiran, he too may cultivate it. But not at this moment. He must undergo further trials for a few more years. If all goes well, he will then be permitted to practice this technique. The most elated among them was Elder Sun, for Mo Hufa was his disciple, and Nan Huiran was his grand disciple. How could he not be pleased that both were now qualified to cultivate the Purple Sun 10 days technique? Upon receiving the news, Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran were left speechless with excitement. They were profoundly moved. Just a short while ago, Qiye had promised that within a year, he would enable them to cultivate the technique, and they had not anticipated such swift progress. It felt surreal to them. At that moment, they both realized that their decision to follow Qiye was the wisest choice of their lives. Had anyone known of their decision back then, they would likely have been ridiculed for their folly, serving as protectors while following a third-generation disciple, one of ordinary existence. Brother, how did you manage this? Nan Huiran asked, elated, as he rushed to present himself before Qiye with his master. Just a trivial matter. What difficulty is there? Qiye chuckled in response. The revelations regarding the ancestral dream had been concealed by the upper echelons of the Gu sect, and Nan Huiran had learned of it through Elder Sun, his master. What benefit would there be in deceiving you? Qiye said with a smile. Qiye cast a glance at him and remarked, are you flattering me again? If your loyalty to me wavers, would I bestow upon you the Emperor's art? Despite being reprimanded in such a manner by Qiye, Nan Huiran took no offense and merely chuckled. As for Mo Hufa, his nature was inherently taciturn, lacking the flair for pleasantries. He simply bowed deeply to Qiye, saying nothing further. Li Shuangyan, who had already assumed the role of Qiye's sword attendant, observed the scene with a detached demeanor. As events unfolded, she found herself rendered speechless, having been a mere spectator to the recent happenings. The turn of events had swiftly transformed into the most significant resource of the Xiang ancient sect, with the annihilation of 3 Hall Masters, Hufa, Jian, who managed to retreat unscathed while effortlessly dismantling Chao Xiong's plot and alleviating the crisis. What appeared to be a casual act was, in truth, steeped in remarkable wisdom. This stirred something within Li Shuangyan. Prior to arriving at the Xiang ancient sect, she believed her master, Lunri Yaowang, valued Qiye's mastery of certain secrets. But now it seemed otherwise. At that moment, a phrase crossed her mind. In the lengthy path of cultivation, sometimes the most crucial elements are not one's physique, lifespan, or fate. It seemed that this adage found validation in Qiye. Alarmingly, such profound wisdom emanated from a young lad of merely 13 or 14 years, leaving even a prodigy like Li Shuangyan feeling powerless. If Qiye were endowed with a royal constitution and sacred destiny as she was, he would have undoubtedly swept across the realms long ago. However, this was not the end of the matter. The slaying of 3 Hall Masters, a guardian, and the most outstanding disciple of the Xiang ancient sect, Jian, constituted a monumental affair in any sect. In light of this incident, the 6 elders of the Xiang ancient sect convened a special meeting, extending an invitation for Qiye to attend. Undoubtedly, in the elders' minds, Qiye had assumed a position of utmost importance. Aside from Chao Xiong, the other elders believed Qiye would be pivotal in the resurgence of the Xiang ancient sect. This situation stemmed from a misunderstanding. Ultimately, the Grand Elder, Gu Taizhou, reached this conclusion after private discussions among the elders, excluding Chao Xiong. Previously, the other 4 elders had felt some disappointment in the Grand Elder's despondency, leading to wavering confidence. However, this incident galvanized the 4 elders to unite in robust support of the Grand Elder, while simultaneously sowing seeds of doubt regarding Chao Xiong's trustworthiness. The closeness between Chao Xiong and Dong Shenglong raised concerns among the elders. The Xiang ancient sect regarded the Holy Heaven sect as a sworn enemy. Despite centuries of peace, they still viewed the Holy Heaven sect as a formidable adversary. Chao Xiong's proximity to Dong Shenglong sparked resentment among the other elders. Although this may merely be a misunderstanding, should we simply let it go, it would be difficult to gain the trust of our disciples. The tragic demise of 3 Hall Masters, 1 Protector, and a prodigious talent from our sect represents a significant loss for the entire Xiang ancient sect. At this moment, Chao Xiong's heart bled, yet he felt utterly helpless. He had lost everything in this matter and had unwittingly set himself ablaze. Following this incident, he realized that turning the 4 elders against him was inevitable. What more does Brother Chao desire? Gu Taizhou remarked with dissatisfaction. In truth, Many among the elders, and even the protector now suspected that this chaos was orchestrated by Qiao Xiong. However, without concrete evidence, they found themselves unable to accuse him, thus labeling it as a mere misunderstanding. The infighting among fellow disciples is a misfortune for our sect. If Li Qiye were to suffer no repercussions whatsoever, it would undoubtedly leave all disciples feeling unsettled, leading them to believe we act recklessly, disregarding human life. Since this is a misunderstanding, we shall not impose heavy penalties on Li Qiye. However, a light punishment is necessary. Otherwise, it would be challenging to quell dissent. Qiao Xiong spoke solemnly. His words exchanged glances among the 5 elders. Despite their doubts regarding Qiao Xiong, they acknowledged the validity of his argument. They too had entertained similar thoughts. For the brutal slayings of 3 hall masters, a protector, and the illustrious Ing Jian could hardly be brushed aside as a simple misunderstanding. Gu Tai's Ho and the others contemplated administering a mild punishment to Li Qiye as a means to provide an explanation to all disciples.